Hello everyone, I have exam so next video will be late for few days. I'm computer sciences student. I need a teachers for Java teaching and computer network. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. System Activation. Hey, is it finally time to go to sea? Lu Fei sighed slowly, and looked again at the village where he had lived for so many years, but to be precise, the person standing by the sea at this moment should be called Lu Fei is a time traveler. The village in front of you is the birthplace of the protagonist in One Piece, Windmill Village. Luffy didn't expect that one day, he would become one of the traversers. If he hadn't heard that he was bound to the system later, he wouldn't be able to proceed to the next plot if he was killed. Whoever wants to go will go. Although Lu Fei is also a fan of One Piece, this comic also accompanied Lu Fei through his entire youth, and he was moved, passionate, and shed tears, but if he didn't bind the system, he really didn't want to travel through this world of pirates. Come over. Yes, Lu Fei also admitted that the sea is the romance of men, the friendship between Luffy and his companions is very touching, and the adventures at sea are also very yearning, but the world of One Piece is not a beautiful world. Let's not talk about 4 emperors, 5 emperors, and 3 admirals in the later stage of One Piece. If you don't have any strength, if you encounter unknown pirates in the early stage of Novice Village, you will be crippled, okay? Anyway, Lu Fei wouldn't believe it even if he killed him. What kind of trouble is there in the world of One Piece? I didn't see Nami. In order to redeem his village, he was running around in various ways. If it weren't for Nami being one of the protagonists, Lu Fei would not have believed that Nami would always be so lucky to steal other pirates' treasures and still escape unscathed. And although the object of his crossing is Luffy, the protagonist of the One Piece world, who has the blessings of various auras, but Lu Fei dare not bet that he has already crossed, who knows if it will affect the next plot. If the halo of luck doesn't work for me, wouldn't I be cool? And the most important thing is that I am a liberal arts student. A liberal arts student who has no strength to restrain a chicken, travels to the ferocious world of pirates. Is it possible that he encounters pirates and recites poems against others, or is it just that? If you really dare to do that, they are guaranteed to give you a big competition directly, so that you can get to know what a pirate is. If you're lucky, maybe you'll be like Kibi, who will leave you on the boat as a handyman. Ding! It is detected that the host is going to sea for the first time, and the ninjutsu super gift package will be rewarded. Nani? Luffy was startled by the sound of the system at the moment. Is this the activation of the system? And why is it a ninjutsu spree? I am now in the world of One Piece, BD. Do you want to make such a fuss? I remember that in the previous life, there were quite a few posts arguing about the ranking of the Hokage pirates' combat power. But now, although the system is activated, the system will give you a ninjutsu gift bag, which is so beautiful. But it seems that the pirate world also has ninjutsu, but it seems that the ninjutsu in the pirate world is indeed not as gorgeous as the Hokage world. But there are devil fruit in the pirates. If you really give yourself the ninjutsu gift pack of the pirate world, wouldn't you be really cool? Ding! If the host is insulting the system, cancel this reward. Come on. For the sake of the ultimate ninjutsu gift package, you are an uncle, a proper uncle. Lu Fei quickly compared his heart to the system. Open the ultimate ninjutsu spree. Luffy said silently in his heart. A light curtain appeared in front of Lu Fei. Of course, this light curtain can only be seen by Lu Fei himself. Looking at the lottery drawing interface that appeared in front of him, Lu Fei tried his best to resist the desire to complain. What the hell? The corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched as he looked at the screen in front of him. Isn't this the interface of the Hokage mobile game from his previous life? Also the ultimate ninjutsu spree? That's it? Back then, Lu Fei spent a lot of money and spent a lot of time in the Hokage mobile game. But after all, financial resources are limited, and he is not considered a Krypton Gold boss, but in his own organization, he can be regarded as one of the top few. Hey, forget it, let's find out how this thing works first. Lu Fei pulled his thoughts back to reality, and continued to study what this gift bag is. Lu Fei clicked on the character collection interface, and smiled wryly. Sure enough, as he thought, it was impossible for the system to directly make himself the ceiling of combat power. The Nima characters were all in a grey state, and there was no ninja character at all. Recruit, BD. An S ninja can be synthesized from 100 fragments, and a ninja can be synthesized from 40 fragments, and there are summoning scrolls and the like, plus a lottery interface, a proper conscience system. In the lottery pool, there are all kinds of S ninjas. Of course, you can also select a single S ninja to draw according to your own preferences. According to the current situation, the lottery draw is probably the same as the previous life. It is absolutely impossible to enter the soul at once. You can only slowly accumulate fragments. After the fragments are enough, you can recruit characters. The most important thing is that in this lottery, there are not only pieces of ninjas in the prize pool, but also messy things, toothbrushes, towels, mouthwash, melon seeds, bench peanuts, and a lot of messy things. It can be regarded as replacing the materials for enhancing combat power in the lottery pool of the previous life. System. What about the gift bag you mentioned? Lu Fei shouted angrily in his heart, there is nothing like this. Just an unscrupulous game of collecting characters, and you dismissed yourself? Ding. Congratulations to host for getting 2 chances to choose S ninjas. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting the chance to draw 100 consecutive draws. Come on. Hearing the sound of the system, the corners of Lu Fei's mouth twitched. It was still a familiar recipe, and he was still persecuted by that penguin in Otherworld. As for Krypton Gold? Krypton Jill. This broken system does not accept tickets, but charges Nima's devil fruit. What is that thing? Known as the secret treasure of the sea. In this dog system, it has turned into Krypton Gold, and it is only 1 devil fruit to activate the daily low-level lucky bag, and 2 devil fruits to activate the high-level lucky bag. Isn't this cheating? Devil fruit, how can it be so easy to get, BD? And why is devil fruit so worthless when it comes to the system, BD? 2 devil fruits can only activate the daily lucky bag rewards. Lu Fei resisted the urge to close the interface and continued to study. But I still kept muttering in my heart, the best ninjutsu gift pack that I agreed to? That's it? BD system eats jujube pills. Too ready to go to sea. System. When Lu Fei watched the introduction of ninja skills, he kept telling himself that he had to endure it and not gossip. This is his cheat in Otherworld, so he must be more polite. Ding. Host, I am here. This ninja skill? Lu Fei looked at the 2 small skills and 1 esoteric skill on the ninja interface, and asked uncertainly. Ding. When the host fully recruits the character, it will get the 2 small skills and the secret skill of the current character. Lu Fei is still waiting for the system to continue the introduction. Is this the end? There are so many skills in Hokage, but when it comes to you, you only give 2 small skills and 1 big move. Isn't it a bit too much, BD? Ding. The first time you recruit a character, you will be rewarded with the skills of climbing trees and treading water. I'll just say it. Listening to the sound of the system, Lu Fei nodded in satisfaction. Satisfied with the devil Hokage, which ninja knows all kinds of ninjutsu, but you just give me the basics of climbing trees and treading water. What do I want these things for? Is it more convenient when picking fruit? Or step on the sea to fill the cup? Although being able to stand on the sea really has an impact on the people in the world of One Piece, but the real Nima is useless. It is also fortunate that I have relied on Luffy's body to carry out various strenuous exercises over the years. Otherwise, just relying on my weak strength, not to mention what will happen after going to sea, the first hurdle is how to showdown with my cheap grandfather, Garp, who is known as the marine hero, and let him allow him to go to sea. Of course, after this friendly exchange between the old and the young, Luffy promised Garp that he would never be a pirate. With such a tough relationship in his family, is it necessary to be the pirate king? Wouldn't it be better to be an adventurer? Therefore, Lu Fei still planned that for a period of time in the early stage, he had to live in the insignificant development and expose his strength as soon as possible, which is still not very good. After all, Marine has 3 admirals in command, as well as an organization like CP. But to be honest, this old man in my family is really naive. He had met only a handful of times, but after finally meeting, the old man Garp carried himself to a place in the wilderness, saying that he was training himself. Also give yourself an iron fist of love from time to time. By the way, Lu Fei didn't eat the rubber fruit cheat either. After all, he has a system, although he hasn't activated it yet, but for a fruit, he loses the ability to go into the sea, which is obviously not worthwhile. Although in the end, he still had a relationship with the best actor Shanks, Lu Fei was also attracted by the boldness of Shanks, and the relationship with this BD was also very good. But Lu Fei never imagined whether Shanks really had an arm not off in order to play himself. It made Lu Fei really want to complain at that time. But when seeing Shanks defending himself, Lu Fei was still very moved, but for the revision of the plot, Lu Fei was really too lazy to complain. I have clearly avoided this part of the plot. I didn't expect that I caught a fish secretly, but I was caught by the Thief King, which triggered the plot of the Lord of the Sea, and there is no one else. Although I also practice secretly on weekdays, I just came here because the time is too short, and my system has not been activated yet. But for Shanks, Lu Fei still made it clear that although One Piece himself would not do it himself, he is still quite interested in traveling this continent. In the end, the two agreed that Lu Fei would find a partner who was as interested in traveling the sea as himself, and meet Shanks again in New World. Puff. Lu Fei hurriedly seemed to have thought of something, stopped hurriedly, squatted by the seaside and began to wash his hands and face. Although Luffy himself is not very clear about the urine nature of the dog system, but for the Hokage mobile game, to be precise, it should be a variety of collection games, and the explosion rate is a group with a low rate. As far as Hokage is concerned, at the earliest time, around 200 draws, an S-ninja could be produced, but I don't know why the planners went crazy. After Lu Fei completely entered the game, the dog planners secretly lowered the level. When the burst rate is high, an S-ninja can only come out after 300 draws when his face is black. Now the garbage game made by this dog system does not have any draw rewards, whether 300 draws can be drawn is a problem. If you are unlucky, there is a high probability that you will draw more than 400 directly. Thinking of this, Lu Fei still decided to wash his face and hands, otherwise it would be bad to waste the big gift package from the system trap. System, let's draw a lottery. Lu Fei watched the familiar lottery drawing animation, and kept praying in his heart, he must not be black-faced, and must ship. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 40 pieces of Uchiha Madara fragments. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining 16 pieces of Kamui Kakashi fragments. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining 12 pieces of Deodara fragments. Ding! Congratulations to host for winning 20 napkins, 30 pairs of socks, and 30 beer caps. FK. Lu Fei's smile gradually became perverted, this wave took off directly, okay, even in the previous life, he was not so European before? Just the 100 drawn goods, you can go to the post bar to show off a wave, okay? Although I can't recruit complete characters yet, I still have 2 chances to choose S ninjas. Who should I choose? Lu Fei looked at the introduction of each character in the ninja interface, and found himself in trouble for a while. According to the system introduction just now, although after recruitment, you will only be given 2 small skills and 1 profound skill, but it will improve your physical fitness to a certain extent. System, select Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara characters. Lu Fei said to the system. In fact, there is no need to think about it. Looking at these characters in the interface, there is nothing else to think about. Have you heard a word? Susanoo Buddha, 2 people destroy the 4 kingdoms. Although Uchiha Madara's skills are quite strong in front and back after mobile games, but in this world, it's not a problem at all, okay? Didn't see Kizaru Admiral, the uncle dubbed Luffy by netizens, how long does it take before the skill is cast? Ding! The character selected by the host is a drawn character, which cannot be regarded as a direct acquisition item, please host to reselect. U*. Is there any limit to this thing? Are you afraid that it's really not a cute system? Lu Fei is already raging in his heart at this moment, since he can't choose, what the hell are you talking about, you still let yourself look forward to it so much, and the best Hokage gift bag? This is the result? Looking at the optional characters listed by the system, Lu Fei felt a surge of blood in his chest, and almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Sure enough, there was no way to choose the newest characters from the previous life. According to the introduction of the system, I can only get a small amount of gold coins through the tasks released by the system every day, and then exchange them for recruitment coupons to draw characters. Is it true that Nima is still squeezed by the old horse when he arrives in Otherworld? After much deliberation, Lu Fei decided to choose 4th Raikage and Namikaze Minato first. These 2 characters are not bad characters in mobile games. The 4th Raikage, in the arena, is a reckless group. After using the skill twice at the beginning, you can activate the lightning style armor. According to the introduction of the system, after activating the lightning style armor, the physical quality will be explosive. The improvement will be the same as taking drugs, and at the same time, the 2 small skills of Raikage that I have obtained will also change slightly. As for Namikaze Minato, although there is no way to become the Golden Flash in the Hokage world, Lu Fei believes that as long as he has enough physical strength, Minato's second skill, Space-Time Ninjutsu Super Speed can also be used all the time, okay? Hey! Lu Fei sighed. Seriously, if I could choose, I really want Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Let's not talk about small skills. The esoteric skills of these 2 goods, see the introduction, but after some systematic magically changed. At the time of the Dingshan War, when Sengoku opens the Buddha form, he will also have a sage art wood style true several thousand hands. Isn't that scene extremely hot? No matter how bad it is, how about giving yourself a 3rd Raikage? At that time, if you see something that makes you uncomfortable, you can directly go to the 4-handed one, and if you still can't beat it, you can just go to one of the secrets and 1-handed one, and you will be very happy. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the role of Raikage, Namikaze Minato. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the Namikaze Minato skills Electric Light Flint, Time and Space Ninjutsu Super Speed, Time and Space Raise Non. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the Raikage skill Lai Gen Duck, Luo Bomb, Lateral Bolt of Pain, Lightning Style Superior Thunder Pair Hot Knife. A hole. You definitely wanted to talk about a duck neck just now, right? It's a pronunciation problem for Raikage, so I read it like a duck neck. You are a cute little system, how do you understand this stock? Hey! Besides, the Thunder Bomb of the 4th Raikage is said to take a sharp turn and send it into nirvana, like a thunderous blow. You have a duck neck, you're really good at acting, aren't you? However, Lu Fei thought that when he met his old man Garp, he would give him a loving hug. Raikage's thunder eye explode, which is not too much, after all, this is the tradition of the Monkey D family. 3. The wrong Zoro. Hi. Lu Fei stretched his waist, opened his eyes in a daze, and looked at the surrounding situation. I saw the outline of an island not far ahead. It seems that I didn't meet the scene with Kabe. Lu Fei sat on the boat and yawned. Originally, Lu Fei was still looking forward to his first sea trip, thinking that he was about to meet the novice boss, Alvida, and then a fierce battle broke out between the two, and finally Lu Fei's raise-non was handsome. Finish off with a new loot, the Alvida pirate ship. But for some reason, there is no big Uzumaki in the original work, and Lu Fei didn't enter the wine barrel. Not to mention Alvida, there is not even a hair on the sea these days, and I can only drift all the way in my own small broken boat. If Lu Fei hadn't prepared the food in advance, he might really be the first one to starve to death among the many traversals of One Piece world. Hey! Lu Fei sighed, and counted the few Baileys left on his body. He was very tired. After all these years, he really didn't know how he got here. Never gave myself a dime. If I hadn't been working for others from time to time these years, I would have no money to buy this small broken boat for going to sea. Still want to go on a sea adventure? Come on you! After a while, after the small broken boat docked, Lu Fei looked at the place. Shields Town? Could it be? Lu Fei leaned on his chin and thought for a long time. Where is this FR-BD? Lu Fei was very speechless. It has been such a long time since traveling, how can a ghost still remember the names of these places clearly? In my current memory, I can probably only remember the name of my future partner, and some famous scenes among pirates, such as Kaido who obviously made a flat A, but in order to take care of the face of the future One Piece, forcefully say it's Thunder 8 trigrams. Another example is the Bandit King who had 60 emperors in the world, but only 4 sea emperors Sig, Sun Bear. Lu Fei said that no one will forget this product if he forgets it. Isn't there a song in the former world that sang the brilliant achievements of the Bandit King Sig? The wine bottle hits the 4 emperors, and the foot stomps on One Piece. The windmill village is powerful, red hair is not rewarded, and Poseidon hides in his belly. 8 million rewards are offered, who dares to be arrogant? Luoji went out into the sea in panic, the surface was unstoppable, and Admiral was also cool. Accompanied by Huolasheo Nian Wang's magical accompaniment, it also aroused a lot of heat at the time, and the one that Lu Fei remembers the most is the sentence, the top of the thief, proud of the world, if there is me, there will be a day. Don't make a fuss. Lu Fei hastily shook the BGM that sounded in his head out of his mind. After a while, he thought of this magical song. However, judging from the plot, this seems to be the place where I met my first crew member, Zoro, the road idiot. Passing through the lively commodity sales area, Lu Fei came to the gate of Marine Base, looked at the gate and thought thoughtfully, but the plot seems to be that Belimber brought a dog to do evil, and Zoro happened to meet him, and it was abolished. It's a silly dog, but it got into trouble because of it. In order not to involve the mother and daughter, Zoro was tied to a wooden stake without eating or drinking for a month. Belimber promised that as long as Zoro survived for a month, he would not mention this matter again. It's really simple. Lu Fei smiled and climbed up the wall, ready to see how his soon-to-be partner was doing. However, Lu Fei neither agrees nor disagrees with Zoro's approach. After all, the world of One Piece is really not well judged. There is a cowhide father, even if he does evil, someone will take care of it, and the mother and daughter are just ordinary local residents. Of course, Zoro can make a big fuss with his own strength, but it is the same as the original book. After Zoro left, it was not the mother and daughter who suffered, and it was impossible for Zoro to stay here forever. Sure enough, Zoro in the early stage looked a little thin. Lu Fei looked at Zoro who was tied to the stake in front of him, and sighed. Compared with Zoro in the later stage, Zoro in the early stage is not only thin and weak, it seems that this guy has been in a state of residual blood, and the injuries on his body are not better at all. Just as Lu Fei was looking at Zoro, a ladder suddenly appeared next to him, and a little girl also climbed up the wall, made a shush gesture to Lu Fei, and jumped off the wall with food in her arms, towards Zoro run away. Interesting. Lu Fei put his hands together, jumped off the wall, and walked slowly towards Zoro. Are you hungry? I brought rice balls. Big brother, you haven't eaten all this time, right? Hearing the little girl's voice, Lu Fei also leaned in front of him, and looked at Zoro carefully again. I have to say that Zoro's vitality is still tenacious, so I really resisted it. If I don't eat for a day, I will be hungry at night drooling. I didn't expect this product to carry it for so many days. Such a fighter who can resist an output should be properly pulled onto his own boat. Lu Fei looked at the silent Zoro with his head down, and felt something was wrong. Zoro wouldn't really be played to death like this. This guy is the vice captain I ordered. Don't make trouble friends, if you are cold, Sanji will lose a good friend. Zoro, Zoro! Lu Fei shouted hastily, probably because he was late, which made Zoro completely cold. Hi! Zoro shook his head and opened his eyes with difficulty. One Piece Luffy the King. Zoro looked at the straw hat boy in front of him, startled. Didn't I sleep at home originally? Where is this now? Zoro, who was thinking about turning his body and looking at his surroundings clearly, realized something was wrong in the next second. Looking down, he was actually tied to a stake? Who on earth is so wicked, making such a joke with himself? This kind of spoofing method is simply amazing. Stop making trouble. Untie it for me quickly. Zoro looked at Luffy in front of him and said, although I don't know if you were invited by my friend, or some crew made a prank show, my pair of wise eyes have already seen through everything. After Zoro finished speaking, he took a closer look at Luffy, and said appreciatively, but brother, you are a good king, Luffy-cos, you have a bit of the charm of Pirate King. Ah? Hearing these words from Zoro, Luffy instantly felt overwhelmed. What is this? Didn't it mean that there is only one traverser in a world? What's the situation now? Hey! Why Zoro is also a time traveler? Even if the pirate world is changing magically. Cos, there are other crews and the like, they are residents in the world of One Piece, do you know the words? Still wise eyes, wise BD. Your words have already betrayed your identity as a time traveler, okay? Take a look at your surroundings, BD. Are you so nervous? For the real hammer, Zoro is the time traveler. The new book has just been released, so I beg the bosses for flower evaluation tickets and the like, thank you guys. Just as the few people were talking, Luffy saw the blonde-haired Belumbo walking slowly towards this side with the two marines. Yo, I didn't expect you to be so energetic. Rorono Zoro Belumbo said mockingly. Seeing the rice ball in the little girl's hand, Belumbo snatched it arbitrarily and stuffed it into his mouth, but in the next second, his face changed drastically, and he shouted angrily at the little girl. It's so sweet. Why is it full of sugar? Rice balls should be salted, salted. But I think sweet ones are more delicious. The little girl said a little aggrieved. Belumbo snatched the rice ball from the girl's hand, threw it on the ground and stomped on it, swearing non-stop. The little girl was crying aside, begging Barumebo not to do this. Hi. Brother. Zoro looked at the few people who were still acting in front of him, and said, stop acting like a brother, quickly untie it for me, I have already seen through it, what are you doing? But little girl, your acting skills are really good. Zoro looked at the little girl with tears in his eyes, and he didn't hesitate to praise him, you have such acting skills at a young age, and you will definitely be a good actor when you grow up. Great actor. Got it. Looking at Zoro who is still committing crimes in front of him, Luffy slapped his head, I see how you can make it up now, this guy is definitely from time travel, it's real, okay? Talking about the world I traveled through, what kind of thing is it? It's too unscrupulous. Why did the originally serious painting style suddenly become so funny? In comparison, this is Pirate World, brother, not some funny spoof show group. But Luffy will definitely not say these words right now. On the one hand, although the two are fellow villagers, Luffy still wants to see what kind of person this Zoro who came through time is like. If it is a person who does not match his personality, Luffy will definitely leave. After all, he just wants to see the world of One Piece and take an interesting trip by the way. If this Zoro is a troublesome character, I will definitely not invite him as my partner. What if we break up when everyone becomes stronger? On the other hand, we still need to see if this guy has any skills. After all, there is a high probability that the Traverser will have his own system. But the most important thing is the character of the Zoro in front of him. If he can get along with him, even if he doesn't have a system, Luffy will still invite him to be his partner. It's really not easy. Didn't you see that notice? Belumbo said to Luffy and the little girl, those who help criminals will also be sentenced to death. Colonel Marine Menka. Haha, there really is a cowhide dad who can do whatever he wants. Luffy was a little speechless, but immediately picked up the little girl, and smiled at Belumbo. I'm sorry, my lord, I'm illiterate, I offended you, please forgive me. After finishing speaking, before Belumbo opened his mouth, he activated the instant technique, and left this place, leaving only Belumbo with a confused face. Forget it. Belumbo looked at the two people who had disappeared, and didn't bother to look for them. He turned to look at Zoro and laughed, speaking of which, your life is really tough. I really hope you can hold on what? Belumbo ignored Zoro's previous nonsense, mocked a few words, and left with his men. No, bro, untie it for me. Zoro was shocked at how Luffy and the little girl disappeared, but he still didn't believe that he had time traveled. In my heart, I still firmly believe that I was spoofed by the program group. Maybe the Wong Luffy just used some kind of blindfold to disappear. BD, be careful, I will sue your program group for illegal imprisonment, BD. Zoro shouted angrily as he watched Barumebo leave. And Luffy, who was hiding not far away, listened to Zoro's speech with black lines, thinking that this guy is too rough. Just now I clearly used the instant body technique to remind Zoro, this guy actually thinks it's the show crew? This is a big change. Two people so big disappeared in front of them, didn't this guy have any curiosity and suspicion? Ding! The strongest swordsman system has been bound. The following tasks are specially released. Ding! Join the future One Piece Luffy team and reward novice swordsman with a big gift package. No bro, don't mess with me. Zoro listened to the voice in his head, the expression on his face was like seeing a ghost. I just fell asleep and time travel? Have you traveled to the world of One Piece? This plot? Zoro looked down at his attire again. This is the first time Zoro and Luffy have met. I am a star and you are a star. Although I also like One Piece very much, and I don't know what my father thought back then, so he named himself Lu Zoro. But just let yourself time travel and become Zoro, isn't it too childish, BD? And, most importantly, I don't have any Zoro's sword skills in my mind at all. What kind of profound meaning skills 3000 worlds, what kind of skills such as Yudeo Lyuju and lion singing, etc., there is nothing. No, I don't have any memory of Zoro, the only thing that feels different is that my body is much stronger, but now I feel very weak. Thinking of this episode, Zoro couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Can Nima not be weak? It seems that I have been hungry for more than 20 days. If I put it in the previous life and don't eat or drink, I will be cold in 3 days, okay? Fortunately, I bound the system, otherwise, my slightly stronger body alone would be useless. Tisk. Zoro smacked his lips. That guy just now was really King Luffy? That naive and hot-blooded BD who claims to be the man of One Piece? I don't know if the daughter-in-law of One Piece agrees or not. Just as Zoro was digesting the information, Luffy appeared in front of Zoro again in a flash. FK, how did this idiot get into Marine 6 styles? It's shaved. Zoro whispered in surprise. Stupid batch? Hearing Zoro's voice, Luffy felt a black line on his forehead. You are the idiot, and your whole family is idiot. Although Luffy is indeed a bit naive in the original book, but the question is, if you call him a naive person when you meet him for the first time, isn't it a bit impolite, UBD? I heard that you are a bad person, but are you really strong? If it were me, I would definitely starve to death in 3 days. Luffy looked at the traverser in front of him, and decided to act according to the original plot first. Look at the situation. I'm different from you. I want to live forever. Zoro looked at Luffy and smiled. I'm the man who wants to become the world's #1 swordsman. What a great swordsman. If I didn't know that you are a time traveler, I would have let you fool me, BD. Luffy looked at the arrogant Zoro in front of him, the corners of his mouth twitched constantly. I always feel that this traverser has a different brain circuit. It's so eye-catching to be so angry. Hey. I'll help you untie the rope, you can be my partner. Luffy looked at Zoro and said, but recalled the plot in his heart. That's what that BD Luffy should have said at the time. Ah? But Zoro was a little confused when he heard this. How is this different from the original? Could it be that Luffy was about to leave, and then he arrogantly asked Luffy to pick up the trampled rice balls and let him feed him, and the plot would be triggered in the next 2 days? Why did this guy invite himself aboard as soon as he opened his mouth? Could it be that old thief Oda lied to himself? That's not right, the old thief Oda is just a manga artist, he knows a shitty One Piece. Forget it, I'm almost hungry, and it's good to join now. Although I'm bound to the system, I have no interest in fighting for world hegemony. I eat and sleep when I want, isn't it good? Why do you have to do those strenuous things? As for overthrowing the rule of celestial dragons, it's better to leave it to Luffy's father. It's enough to do what you like. However, it may be a good choice to travel around the world with this stupid batch. Looking at Luffy in front of him, Zoro seemed to remember something, and said, bring back my sword, and I agree to be your partner. Chapter 5. Face the Wind. Lands Hai Hao, for the monthly pass. Thank you very much. If you have a flower monthly pass, please add more. If the data is good, Xiaoman Sin, I will not sleep today, and I will sleep after the 10th update. I beg the big brothers. Flower monthly ticket rewards or something, he. Hey, where is your room? Luffy asked Belumbo dissatisfied. Luffy, who agreed to Zoro's conditions, went to search inside the marine base, but how should I put it, every place inside looks the same, and the big ones are so big that I can't find them one by one. When should I find out? But fortunately, he met this idiot Barumebo on the road, so Luffy had no choice but to catch Barumebo reluctantly. After a little inquiring, he found out that the knives were all in this idiot's house. It's just, in that room just now. Belumbo resisted the dizziness and said, pointing to a door in the distance. Opening the door and opening the furious room layout, Luffy left the dizzy Barumebo aside, picked up the 3 knives in the corner, and walked out of the room. The other side. Run away, Mr. Zoro. A short pink-haired man struggled to untie the rope. Are you? Zoro looked at the pink hair in front of him, and suddenly felt a familiarity. This seems to be Kabi who appeared in the original book. No wonder Zoro felt a little weird when Luffy appeared, as if something was missing. It turned out that Kabi was not there. But what is the situation now? What it looks like now? Could it be that Luffy and Kirby never met? Or did Kabi not follow when he came here just now? I can't stand the behavior of these Marines anymore. Kabi said angrily at the moment. It was dark at first, and I found an opportunity to escape from Alvida's ship and came here. I originally wanted to join Marine, but I didn't expect that the Marine I admired in the past turned out to be like this. So Kabi acted alone in a fit of rage, preparing to rescue Zoro and let Zoro leave. You. Looking at Kabi in front of him, Zoro really didn't know what to say for a moment. I want to be a just marine. Kabi said firmly, and Mr. Zoro, you will be executed tomorrow, please run away as soon as possible. Really, the appearance of rebels one by one is really disturbing. Axemonka led a group of marines to surround Zoro and Kabi. Damn it! Why hasn't Luffy come back yet? I don't know anything now. Seeing a kind of marine raising a gun, Zoro's forehead was covered with cold sweat. What the hell? If I had known that I would not fill the cup just now, Luffy invited myself to agree. At least I can open the gift bag first. Now it's all right, I pretended a little bit, could it be that I really put my life in it up? If the rest of the Traversers know about this, then he will really be nailed to the pillar of shame. Hey! Obviously, it was already the beginning of Tianhu. There is a gift bag, and a powerful partner, but in the end, I am forced to play disabled, hey! Yo! Just as Zoro was scolding himself, a frivolous voice suddenly came from his ear. Yo sister, BD! Anyway, look at the atmosphere at the scene. Now Zoro finally understands why the BD Luffy is so annoying in the original book, and even Zoro once said that he wanted to kill the BD Luffy. Luffy threw 3 knives to Zoro, looked at Kabi beside Zoro, and couldn't help smacking his lips, wondering if the plot will be corrected after all. I obviously didn't meet Kabi, but this guy still appeared here. But for Kabi, Luffy can't say he likes it, nor can he say he hates it. If he doesn't have a system in this body, he might not be as good as Kibi. But to put it bluntly, Kabi is too weak after all, especially during the Dingshan War, it is useless to block Akainu. You can see that Shanks is good at talking, and he will give face when he says it. To put it bluntly, if Kabi was strong, Akainu might not have listened to him. But you are just a small soldier, so weak as you are, but full of righteousness and blood, if Akainu doesn't hammer you, who will you beat? Akainu and pirates are originally 2 camps, and they can be regarded as irreconcilable. You, a soldier of yours, dare to question the orders of the superiors. Seriously, if this is placed in the era of war, this guy must be the first to die. After all, in the world of One Piece, weak strength is not worthy of talking about owning these things. Zoro took the 3 knives and didn't stay idle, he hurriedly asked the system if the task was completed. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the task, reward host with a novice swordsman gift pack. Hurry up and open the big gift bag. Zoro hurriedly shouted towards the system. Get ready. Axemonka suddenly ordered to Marine beside him, shoot. You don't play your cards according to the routine. Zoro roared angrily looking at the sudden attack of Axe King Menka. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining all the skills of the wind swordsman, Yasuo. Is it you? Zoro listened to the sound of the system, and felt relieved at this moment. Now, did he finally have a way to save his life? If it was another character, I might have to study it carefully, but this man, who is called the happiest man in the canyon, how could I not be familiar with it? If you want to kill me, you can try. Face the blast. As Zoro swung his knife, an invisible wind barrier appeared in front of Zoro. Although it felt like it would shatter at the first touch, facing the numerous bursting bullets, it did not pose any threat to the wind barrier. After a little ripple appeared on the barrier, the bullets slowly fell to the ground. Seeing Zoro's skills, Luffy held his forehead and told himself not to complain, definitely not to complain. Can't complain about a ghost. We are in the world of One Piece. How did you, Orphan Suo, appear? Hey! My own Hokage ninja skills are already unreliable. Another Yasuo skill, this world will be ruined by us, BD. With your current trick, Hawkeye will be jealous, BD. After all, in Summoner's Canyon, many skills are very buggy, and this skill of Yasuo is very heaven-defying in any world. Block any projectiles. In other words, as long as it is judged to be an attack with a flight path, whoever comes will be confused. Hi! Axe King Menka looked at the blocked bullet, and looked at Zoro in surprise. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Although he has heard of Zoro on weekdays, he has never heard of this kind of swordsmanship. My original intention, I will never forget it. Zoro pointed at the Axe King Menka with a knife and said lightly, and you have already forgotten your original intention. Original intention? Just your original intention, you are nothing different in front of my power. Axe King Menka looked at Zoro and said disdainfully, here, I am justice. Justice. Zoro smiled disdainfully after listening to Menka's words, what a high-sounding word. Step forward and chop. Zhu Liangchen's figure instantly appeared in front of all the marines, and the long knife in his hand instantly slashed forward. Slash steel flash. In a few breaths, Zoro has already knocked all the marines to the ground by stepping forward and slashing steel. Don't worry, it's just the back of the knife that cut you off. Zoro said calmly, looking at a kind of marine that fell on the ground. Put it on. Nima is pretending now? Luffy looked at the frustrated Zoro in front of him, the corners of his mouth twitched constantly. Looking at the marine lying on the ground, I couldn't help but say something from the bottom of my heart, as expected, the main point of the E-skill is Orphan Suo, which is happiness. How dare you? Axe King Menka shouted angrily at Zoro, and at the same time looked at Marine, who fell on the ground, and shouted angrily, "You trash, you trash." Correct. It was only then that Lu Fei remembered that it seemed that Menka had been acting arbitrarily here, but the Marine under him did not dare to say anything because of his level, which caused this situation. Innocent people can sleep peacefully, Zoro said calmly while looking at Menka, and at this moment Zoro's body was surrounded by a whirlwind. Are you crazy? Lu Fei resisted the desire to complain, and looked at Zoro speechlessly. You have to look at the atmosphere of the scene, and still read the lines? Your system is too irritating. If you really want to fight and release skills, do you have to read the name of the skill? Hasa. Zoro waved the long knife in his hand, and a hurricane flew towards Menka. And Menka, who hadn't reacted yet, had already been knocked into the air. Enough, BD. Is your next sentence asking for Celiac? The power of this sword is getting stronger and stronger. Zoro shouted, and his figure suddenly appeared near Menka. Celiac hurts? Zoro turned into countless after images in the air at this moment, constantly attacking Menka, who was forced to float in the air. Boom. After the ultimate move was over, Menka had lost consciousness and fell from the air. Zoro, on the other hand, made a fool of himself and put the knife into the scabbard in a fit of anger. At this time, Marine got up from the ground, looked at the defeated Marine, and cheered loudly for Marine and for justice. The corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched as he watched the strange development in front of him. He really didn't know what to say for a while, so he had no choice but to take out the phone bug in his arms and notify his old man Garp. After all, there is such a thick thigh in the family, so it's not for nothing, and this can be regarded as eliminating marine moths, and eliminating harm for the people, right? Chapter 6. Boo boo boo. Boo boo boo. Hey, dear grandson. Garp on the other side of the phone bug smiled generously. Garp was very pleased with the change in his grandson. After all, after the iron fist of his love, his grandson gave up the pirate's life. Idea. But at first, when he heard that his grandson was mixing with Shanks, he felt very uneasy, but he didn't expect his grandson to tell himself directly that he would not be a pirate, which made Garp feel very comfortable. And after he left, he also left a phone bug for Luffy to contact him, so that he can just contact him directly if he has anything to do. Garp is not very opposed to Luffy's desire to travel to the mainland. As long as he doesn't want to be a pirate, he can do whatever he wants. Hello, old man. Ah, yes, something happened. There's a scum out of your marine base. Ah, yes, it's already cleaned up. Old man, are you looking at it? Ah, okay, can I come and play with you when I'm free some other day? Ah, yes. After a brief chat with Mr. Garp, Lu Fei hung up the phone. I have to say that since he told him that he was not a pirate, the attitude of the old man has really changed. Passionate. And his old man also said that there are all kinds of problems, and it was the Axe King Menka who made it himself, and he was an official third generation anyway, so the old man Garp just found an excuse for this kind of thing, and just fooled it. Huh? Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Fei looked around at Marine and Zoro's surprised face and asked. Although the people around at the moment, including Zoro who is familiar with the plot, still look suspicious and confused, but the appearance shown on the phone bug just now, as well as the tone and demeanor, must be Garp who has been called the hero of Marine. Zoro is very confused at the moment. What's going on? Isn't Luffy supposed to be a pirate? And Garp came out too early. Hey! What's going on with this skilled handling of things? Hey! You are giving me back my youth, BD. Oh, Lu Fei suddenly came back to his senses, and I said why everyone looked at me in surprise, so it was because of this. Grandpa Garp said he will take care of it, so don't worry, Lu Fei said indifferently. Everyone will return to normal life in the future, and someone will take care of it in a couple of days. The hero Garp is. A marine next to him asked uncertainly. That's my grandfather. Lu Fei didn't intend to hide this matter. Anyway, he doesn't know how to be a pirate now, at least not now. At this time, apart from Zoro who was still in a daze, the rest of the marines once shouted long live Marine, long live justice. Ace, I hope I won't see you in the Dingshan battle. Lu Fei muttered softly as if thinking of something. For this person who has lived with him for so many years, Lu Fei still has a good impression of Ace, and will change Ace's idea of wanting to go to sea to become a pirate from time to time in the usual communication. But what Lu Fei didn't expect was that Ace finally went out to sea, and Nemo went out to sea quietly, only leaving a letter for Lu Fei. In the letter, Ace also assured himself that he was traveling to find the truth. Mainland. But Lu Fei doesn't believe a word of this guy's nonsense. You are such an arrogant person. When you meet Whitebeard, don't you just become someone's son? Forget it, it's useless to think so much. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Lu Fei brought his thoughts back to reality, and decided that the most important thing at the moment is to have a good meal and help the marine here solve such a big one. Trouble, eating and drinking is not too much. After Lu Fei and Zoro ate and drank, Lu Fei also decided to invite Zoro to board the boat first, and continue to observe. After all, from what happened just now, Lu Fei still has no way to judge Zoro, the time traveler. Good or bad? Although Zoro didn't kill anyone this time, but after all, ideas are a thing, if there is a disagreement, it will happen in minutes. After drinking and eating, Lu Fei and Zoro set sail again under Marine's adoring eyes. The two of them were bored on the boat, and happened to see a big bird flying above their heads. They didn't know why Zoro was crazy, so he threw himself out, and said that he wanted to see it take a look at the captain's rubber fruit ability. And Lu Fei, who was thrown out, wanted to have a showdown, and yelled at Zoro, would this be disrespect the plot? I don't have any rubber fruit, and this Zoro is too old, when did I show it in front of Zoro? Ability, hello. Your mouth is rubber fruit? If someone with ulterior motives hears this, I will cut it into slices and study it for you every minute, BD. Looking at the big bird in front of him, Lu Fei is also very helpless. Although he can directly use the lateral bolt of pain to deal with the big bird in front of him, but he is still in the investigation period for Zoro. Isn't this attack a leak? Everyone is a time traveler, so I can't say that I ate thunder fruit. After brainstorming for a while, Lu Fei decided to grab the big bird's feet first, wait until he finds a place where no one is around, and make plans. Zoro, on the other hand, was in a daze on the small broken boat. Did he agree that his captain is a devil fruit capable person? In the end, the big bird really let the big bird go away? Give me back the captain, BD. Zoro paddled the paddle frantically, chasing after the big bird. Damn it, it hurts so much. Lu Fei, who fell from the sky, rubbed his butt angrily. If it weren't for my years of training, I would really be gone this time. It's all the fault of Zoro, who threw himself out so well, what a psycho. Don't you want to see the ability of your captain? After the showdown, I'll let you see what a reckless man is. Is it true that the head of the fourth Raikage is made of dough? At that time, I must give this second-hand Zoro a Hokage skill family bucket. Hammer off this grandson's dog's head. Boss, you have come to save me. Hearing the voice from beside his ears, Lu Fei also came back to his senses, ready to see what happened again. He hasn't been out to sea for a long time, so how could someone still be his boss? And it's a girl's voice? Lu Fei turned to look at the girl next to him. This should be Nami? This is Nami, right? Lu Fei stared at Nami blankly. Although the appearance is still a bit different from the anime, but Lu Fei doesn't know why, seeing this girl in front of her, it's like seeing the real version of Nami. You are? Lu Fei looked at Nami knowingly and asked. Sorry, I'll leave it to you. Nami said to Lu Fei, and hurried away. What the hell, matchmakers are too fond of deceiving people. Lu Fei looked at Nami who disappeared, the corners of his mouth twitched non-stop. As expected, he is indeed a little thief cat. This kind of life-saving method deserves to be able to survive even if he has stolen so many treasures. The woman ran away. It doesn't matter, anyway, his boss is here. Are you here to save your subordinates? Hey. Lu Fei sighed slowly, if you weren't the navigator I booked, forget it, let's solve the troubles in front of me, anyway, that BD Zoro around is not around now. Lu Fei suddenly hugged one of the accessories, and smiled mysteriously. You, what are you doing? I don't like men. The utility man looked at Lu Fei's smile, his heart trembled. FKU, uncle, Lu Fei resisted the desire to complain, and suddenly burst out. Thunder bombs me. Sure enough, fighting and shouting the name of the move is still very emotional. All of a sudden, a flash of thunder flashed on Lu Fei's body, he hugged his dragon suit and jumped up high. Accompanied by the neighing of thunder and lightning, he threw the dragon set in his hand heavily to the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, this farce also came to an end. Tisk tisk, although the moves of the reckless man are not gorgeous enough, their destructive power is too amazing. Looking at the pitch-black pit in front of him, Lu Fei nodded in satisfaction. If he hadn't absorbed most of his strength, he would have sent these tricks home with just such a blow. Chapter 7. That's amazing, you're so strong. Hearing the voice from above, Lu Fei looked up, and it turned out that the matchmakers hadn't left, but were observing him from the roof. But depending on the situation, Nami is still the Nami in the original book. Although his eyes are shining when he sees the treasure, he is a bit cheating, but the intention is not bad. He just has to do this to redeem his own village. And the most important thing is, fortunately, the matchmakers are not time travelers. Just now I used the skill of Raikage. If this is a time traveler, I will definitely recognize my move, and I even shouted the slogan in shame. Originally, a second-hand Zoro was enough to give me a headache, and Nami, the time traveler, I really don't know how the plot of One Piece will be crooked. I'm Lu Fei, who are you? Lu Fei looked at Nami on the roof and asked with a smile. I'm a thief who specializes in targeting pirates. My name is Nami. Nami jumped off the roof and said to Lu Fei, do you want to cooperate with me? Is this entering into the plot? Lu Fei looked at Nami and smiled and said, what kind of cooperation? Hearing that Lu Fei agreed so readily, Nami couldn't help it for a while. Is this man in front of him naturally dumb? Still? Forget it, let's think about it later. Lu Fei touched his already hungry belly and asked Nami, is there any place to eat around here? Hey, Nami looked at Luffy very helplessly, a little elusive about this man, so he took Lu Fei to eat first. Woohoo, come back to life. Luffy touched his stomach, very satisfied. After the plot of King Axe, everyone learned that Lu Fei is the grandson of Garp, and they all admired him very much. When Lu Fei was about to leave, they prepared a lot of food for Lu Fei and Zoro. But it seems that one is because his small broken boat really can't hold much, and the other is because Zoro is such a fool, he really eats too much. No matter how much the two of them ate the food they had prepared, they would stick to the next town, but the problem was that these two idiots didn't know the way, and they had been drifting on the sea for an unknown amount of time, so the food had already been eaten. Otherwise, there would be no scene where Zoro sees the big bird and throws Lu Fei out. Where are the people here? Lu Fei asked Nami after he was full. In fact, when he entered the house just now, Lu Fei wanted to ask why it was so quiet here, and the street was empty, and he didn't see other people. Actually, people in the town ran away because they were afraid of Buggy, Nami said, looking at Lu Fei who was slumped on the chair. Buggy? Lu Fei recalled the plot of One Piece. By the way, the character Buggy, when he first watched the plot of One Piece, thought he was a cannon fodder character. Unexpectedly, this guy was also one of the important characters later. It seems that in addition to the Chop Chop fruit, Buggy also has a hidden luck fruit, which is comparable to the face fruit of the actor Shanks. My goal is to earn 100 million no matter what. Lu Fei, immersed in memories, came to his senses when he heard Nami's sudden words. What's wrong with Miss G, why does she have such a serious expression all of a sudden? I didn't ask anything, what's wrong with you talking to yourself, girl? Or is the king always possessed? To open the mouth is to set a small goal first, to earn him 100 million first? You can't complain, at least you can't complain. Lu Fei resisted the desire to complain, and asked Nami. Why so much money? Secret Nami turned around and said, obviously not wanting to continue this topic anymore. Come on, I don't want to say why you started it, if you didn't know the plot, you would have choked to death with Nami's way of talking. As long as there are grand line charts, 100 million is not a dream. Nami seemed to be trapped in his own memories, and began to talk to himself again. Hey! What a good little girl, what a scourge the Murloc Arlong has become. When she sees the Murloc Arlong, she will definitely smash the dog's head off, add Zoro, and smash the dog's head off too. Then, would you like to join my pirate group and become my navigator? Looking at Nami who looked depressed, Lu Fei said abruptly. Don't. Nami came back to his senses and looked at Lu Fei with an unkind expression and said, so you are a pirate? Your mouth. Lu Fei wanted to slap himself, since when did he become a pirate, an adventurer, BD? Why is he bald, and he is called a pirate group? You know, Nami in this period hated the pirates to the bone. No, I'm an adventurer. Really? Lu Fei hastily argued, my grandfather is Garp, how can I be a pirate? Originally, when Nami heard Lu Fei's explanation of the first half of the sentence, he thought he had misunderstood the person in front of him, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, he was even more sure that the man in front of him was definitely a pirate. Who is Garp, marine hero? You are his grandson. That's it? Come on. This time it was really screwed up. Lu Fei helplessly covered his forehead, and blamed his own cheap mouth, isn't it bad now? Seeing Nami like this, the misunderstanding can only be resolved after going to Kokoyashi village. Huh? What are you doing, girl? Lu Fei was still thinking about something, but when she recovered, she realized that Nami had tied herself up. Is it so exciting? Can the next screen be played? I am a young man, I am not ready yet. What are you thinking? Nami directly gave Lu Fei a hand knife. Seeing Lu Fei's shy expression, ready to refuse but still welcome, Nami said that he really couldn't help it. I have a plan, let's go meet Buggy, Nami said looking at Lu Fei angrily. Hey, what did I say? Lu Fei sighed, with a very regretful expression, thinking that there would be some wonderful plot next. This is the result? It doesn't matter, I just want to see what Buggy the clown looks like. Lu Fei put away his playful thoughts and followed Nami towards Buggy. Somewhere on a roof. What a fool, Lu Fei looked at the pirates around who were eating and drinking, and himself locked in the cage, and became furious. Do you think that little girl Nami has any plans, so she is just grabbing herself to ask for credit? But after all, he is his own navigator, so what if he doesn't favor him? I definitely didn't pretend to be a grandson for the touching Nami a few years later. I am absolutely afraid of Zoro, that stupid guy who doesn't know when he will show up, so I hide my strength. Absolutely. Boom. Suddenly a loud noise brought Lu Fei back to reality. Lu Fei took a closer look, and it turned out that this guy was showing off the power of his shells in front of Nami. Fortunately, the people in this town had already left. By the way, to show your allegiance to Laozi, get rid of your former boss. The clown Buggy suddenly smiled evilly and said to Nami. What the hell? Lu Fei, who was locked in the cage, was very confused. Could he be shot while lying down? I didn't do anything. Little Buggy, are you out of your mind? I advise you to use rats for juice, BD. Don't make me mad. Before Nami agreed, Buggy's men had pushed the cannon over and aimed it at Lu Fei. Nima, really come. Looking at the dark muzzle, the corners of Lu Fei's mouth twitched constantly. If it wasn't for the drill, he really wanted to FK this guy to death today. But as far as the world of One Piece is concerned, people are pirates after all, and it's normal not to take human life seriously, but why is he so angry? I think it's better to forget it. Nami suddenly said, compared to these, it's rare to have a banquet, let me make a big fuss. Well, it's not bad, as expected of the navigator he valued. Lu Fei listened to Nami's speech and nodded in satisfaction. Although greedy for money and timid, he is still kind and strong in his heart. Not bad, not bad. Lu Fei is even more satisfied when he thinks about Nami's figure and appearance a few years later. Fire and fire! Fire and fire! There were cheers from the minions around, but Nami still stood there, refusing to make a move. Newcomers, don't make us worry. A minion popped out from the side at some point, picked up a match, and was about to light the fuse. Seeing the little guy's movements, Nami subconsciously drew out his weapon and knocked the little guy to the ground, but at this moment the fuse had already been ignited. While Lu Fei stayed in the cage, although his hands were tied, he didn't panic at all. Leaving aside whether the cannonball will hurt me, I really think that the Namikaze Minato skill given to me by the system is just a joke. And the power of this cannonball, for me, is average. If I don't have Deidara's skills, I must let Buggy see it. What is art is pi daxing. Chapter 8. Little girl, what on earth are you trying to do? Buggy the clown looked at Nami and asked with a dark face. Sorry. Nami, who came back to his senses, hastily bowed his head to Buggy and kept apologizing, I was just impulsive. A guy with a hard mouth and a soft heart. Lu Fei looked at the cute Nami in front of him, and muttered, but at the same time he kept talking about Zoro. I thought that these bastards would not inherit Zoro's road-crazy attributes from the original book, right? I was really afraid that this BD would come out when I just made a move. It was really embarrassing like that. You have to stop fooling people, little girl. Buggy shouted angrily at Nami, kill him. At Buggy's order, the young people around rushed towards Nami. Tisk tisk, there was a falling out. Lu Fei broke free from his body, and Jiyu was lying in the cage, but his eyes were still fixed on Nami, and he also held the Flying Thunder God Kunao dedicated to 4th generation in his hand. In case something happens, I should save my navigator as soon as possible, right? Holding a stick, Nami struggled to parry the attacks of the minions, then found a gap and ran towards the cannon. Ah! Nami cried out in pain while holding the ignited fuse. It's a tiger, can't it just be stamped out with your feet? Lu Fei looked at Nami who was trying to protect herself, although she was still complaining, she was very moved. This scene of being protected reminded Lu Fei of the man who also protected him, the best actor Shanks. I really don't know if this BD was eager to save himself, forgot his skills, or played a role for himself on purpose. Waves, let yourself know the horror of the sea. But no matter what, Lu Fei respects Shanks who sincerely protects him. But I just don't know how Shanks will cut his nails in the future. It's too disgusting. Lu Fei hurriedly regained his senses, the scene was too scary, so he didn't want to think about it anymore. Hey! So many people bullying a girl, it's too embarrassing. Zoro raised the knife casually to block the attacks of the crowd, and said in a relaxed tone. Yo, long time no see, Captain. Zoro looked at Lu Fei in the cage and said with a smile. Come on, I knew that this BD would definitely make a move at a critical moment. Fortunately, I didn't make a move just now, otherwise it would have been completely exposed. But what the hell is your frivolous tone, BD? You are Zoro, the future great swordsman. Not the prodigal Yasuo. And why did you grow such long hair just after we separated for such a short time, and you even tied it into a ponytail of the same style as Yasuo, BD, your hair volume is too unscientific, BD, aren't you inch? You give me back my Zoro, BD. It's lucky that you found this place. Lu Fei resisted the desire to complain, and said to Zoro. What kind of prison play are you playing again, Captain? Zoro said with a smile, I thought you were taken away by a bird, why are you playing this shameful play again? Damn, I haven't complained about him yet, this BD actually complained about me first? Don't even look at what's going on around you. Is this what you want to play? And what's with your bad words? Still imprisoning play? You'll be caught by the righteous policeman uncle, BD. Zoro? Did you just say his name is Zoro? Is that the pirate hunter Zoro? It must be, the 3 knives on the waist must be the pirate hunter Zoro. Hearing the amazement of the pirates around, Lu Fei slapped his head. I said why I always feel weird, why is this guy so angry when he comes out? You are actually bound to the strongest pretending system it. What are you doing here, is it to take my head? Buggy the clown asked Zoro. Not interested, I'm just a lonely swordsman now, Zoro said with his back to Buggy. Enough, BD. Lu Fei looked at Zoro who was holding the cup, wishing he could blow his head off. Goddamn lonely swordsman, Yasuo's poison is too deep for you. And your line is too embarrassing. There is really social bullshit. I'm a little interested in you. Buggy said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, as long as I kill you, I will be famous all over the world. Ha, if you want to kill me, you can give it a try. Zoro still filled his cup and said, the road to perdition is shorter than you can imagine. Brother, please, take away your supernatural powers. Lu Fei was in the cage, covering his face in shame, and couldn't listen any longer in embarrassment. BD, what the hell is this strong middle school breath? I've already dug out a sea view room with my toes in embarrassment, why can you still say such shameful lines so calmly? It's really social psoriasis. Really? Buggy said, drawing his dagger and licking it. And Lu Fei in the cage just called him a good guy. Fortunately, Buggy's BD's dagger was not coated with poison, otherwise he would just lick the knife like this, and it would be gone immediately. Are you coming? But you're going to die, Solo said, turning around and glancing at Buggy. As for the ability of the Buggy fruit, Zoro, as a traverser, is very clear. Even Hawkeye's slash doesn't work on Buggy, but he hit the thing in front of him with the back of the knife, so it should still work. Let's go with the wind, and be careful behind you. Zoro said a line, and his figure disappeared instantly. Step forward and chop. One sword. One thought. Zoro's figure suddenly appeared in front of Buggy, and the long knife in his hand slapped Buggy's abdomen. Slash steel flash. Boom. Before Buggy could move, he was hit by Zoro firmly and fell to the ground. It's over. Zoro looked at Buggy who had reached the bottom, turned his back to Buggy, and retracted the knife into its sheath. Whoosh. Hearing the piercing sound from behind, Zoro was stunned for a moment, secretly thinking that he was careless. How could he forget this? It seems that after being attacked by Buggy, Zoro in the original book has not had a good time in the early stage, and he will always be in a state of residual blood. Yo! What do you want to do to my crew? Before Zoro could react, he felt a golden light flash in front of him. Lu Fei had already appeared in front of Zoro, pinched Buggy's hand, and said in a frivolous tone. Originally, Lu Fei planned to hide for a while longer, but Buggy actually stabbed Zoro in the waist with a knife. Although Lu Fei also knew that Zoro was always in a state of residual blood in the original book, but he really saw it, so he took a shot to stop it. Who knows if Zoro, who has come through time travel, has his waist up like this, will it affect Zoro's normal life in the future? Although Zoro in the original book is indeed tenacious, but the guy in front of him is a real time traveler. Come on, task. The second is that it seems that I and this time traveler have been getting along well these days, and now I have saved myself again. You. Zoro looked at the finished cage, then at Lu Fei in front of him, so shocked that he was speechless. Aren't you the rubber fruit? You're making me dumbfounded now, you BD. Your skill is not the skill of that stupid Luffy at all. Find a time, let's have a good chat, partner. Lu Fei turned his head and smiled at Zoro. By the way, Momonosuke must die. Nanny. Zoro was shocked and speechless when he heard Luffy's words. He stared blankly at Luffy and muttered, it's not such a coincidence, BD. At this moment, Lu Fei didn't care how exciting Zoro's facial expression was, but looked at Buggy floating in the air, and said with a smile. Do you really dare to shoot at me? Who are you? Aren't you the captain of a little pirate group? Buggy wanted to withdraw his hand, but found that no matter how hard he tried, that hand was firmly pinched by the person in front of him. Hi? Me? Lu Fei looked at Buggy and said with a smile, my grandpa is Garp. Hi? Buggy's mind didn't turn around for a while. What are you talking about? Sengoku is my uncle. You. Aokiji is my older brother. No, not you. Kizaru is my uncle. Hey. It's messed up, it's completely messed up, not only Buggy, but the pirates around are also completely messed up. I thought it was a conflict between pirates, why are you here for me? Buggy looked at Lu Fei bitterly, what, you are the only one who has something to do with it? I am the crew member of One Piece Luoji, am I proud? But the kid in front of him seems to have a tough background. What should I do with myself? If this guy just picks up a random person from his mouth, isn't it the same as pinching an ant if he is pinched to death? Lu Fei took advantage of Buggy's stunned moment, hugged Buggy, and smiled mysteriously. What do you want to do? Before Buggy could speak, he saw Lu Fei's body full of lightning and shouted loudly. Thunder bombs me. Chapter 9. After solving the clown Buggy, and after Lu Fei and Zoro cleared up Buggy's group of miscellaneous soldiers, Luffy still called his old man Garp to help him deal with the situation. But what makes Lu Fei curious is, should there be a follow-up plot in the original book? But my group waited in place for a long time, but did not see the animal trainer and acrobat. In desperation, I could only leave Buggy and the group that had been tied up and continue to go to sea for the next adventure. On a ship at sea right now. Tisk, how do you feel? The development of this kind of thing is too weird. Zoro looked at Lu Fei in front of him, very depressed. Originally, Zoro thought that he was the only time traveler in the world of pirates, so sometimes they would fight and recite a line to fill a cup, isn't that normal? But he suddenly discovered that his captain was also a time traveler, and this grandson never said anything, seeing how long he had been in secondary school. Shame. What a shame. This is simply a large-scale public execution scene, hey. Societal death is there. Zoro covered his head and looked at the smiling Lu Fei very depressed, feeling even more ashamed, but you said that it is impossible to fight without reading the names of the moves. What's the general situation of the matter? That's it. Lu Fei looked at Zoro with an embarrassed face, and found it very interesting, but he straightened his facial expressions, sincerely stretched out his right hand, looked at Zoro and asked, so, I invite you once, Lu Zoro, do you want to be my crew member for the next adventure? Tisk. Zoro looked at Lu Fei, who was transformed into a sunny boy at this moment, and smacked his lips in displeasure, but still held Lu Fei's right hand and responded, it's all like this, I don't have a choice, right? Captain. The two smiled knowingly, while Nami on the side was very puzzled. Why couldn't he understand what the two guys in front of him were talking about? What the hell are you talking about? Nami looked at the two and said depressedly. Secret. Secret. The two said in unison, causing Nami to scream again. Then what's the future plan? Captain? To become the Pirate King or to overthrow the rule of the Celestial Dragons. Now that he knew the truth, Zoro has completely become a salted fish. Eat, have nothing to do, go fishing, bask in the sun and pack a cup, isn't this a pleasant day? So this kind of waste of brain power should be left to the captain of the own family. After all, it takes more work for the capable. Besides, who made this guy the captain? Hey, it's so troublesome. Lu Fei listened to Zoro's words, and muttered helplessly, thinking that it would be very troublesome to accomplish these two goals, and looked at Nami who had heard some shocking secret expression. Lu Fei thought for a while and said. It's better to follow the plot and be our adventurer. I'd better leave things like celestial dragons to others. Lu Fei smacked his lips and said, after all, his cheap father didn't always do it for this. Something to do hard? We're here. Nami looked at the town ahead and said happily to the two of them. Oh, I have to have a good meal this time. Zoro stood up from the deck, stretched his waist, suddenly seemed to remember something, and said to Lu Fei, by the way, I remember that buggy doesn't have a lot of treasures. Why? I haven't seen it when I've been wearing it for the past few days. I still want to see what the treasures here look like. Ah! Lu Fei broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. Why did the grandson suddenly think of it? Looking at Nami whose eyes have turned into $, Lu Fei feels even more that he must find an opportunity in the future to smash Zoro's head. Don't you know, you can't raise money in front of Nami? You are trying to kill your own captain, take the position yourself, BD. I left it to the mayor. Before Lu Fei could finish speaking, he saw Nami flashing a technique, coming behind Lu Fei, and locking Lu Fei tightly with a throat lock technique. BD. That's my treasure. Nami's angry style changed, I stole it so hard. Seeing the two fighting, Zoro smiled knowingly, maybe, this kind of life is also very interesting. After a while, everyone put the boat on the shore. Looking at the boat, Lu Fei secretly thought that Buggy's boat is not bad, but in the future, he will have the melee soon, although it is better than going to sea by himself. That little wreck, Buggy's boat is really nice. But the melee is the first ship of Lu Fei's sailing adventure. As for why you said that Lu Fei and others drove Buggy's boat? Defeating Buggy and getting loot is not normal. Woohoo, it's been a long time since I set foot on land. Lu Fei stretched his waist and stretched his muscles, thinking that after all, it's just the beginning, and there are only 3 people in it, and they can't even make up a table of mahjong. After that, there will definitely be a lot of excitement on board. Well, next, we will enter the story of Usopp. Zoro looked at the familiar coast and muttered softly. Usopp? I thought we would meet the cook first. When Lu Fei heard about the upcoming Usopp plot, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, it's hard to describe what to eat these days at sea. It turned out that the person he met this time was not the cook Sanji, which made Lu Fei very disappointed. UBD, did you really watch the plot? You fake fan. Zoro looked at the depressed Lu Fei and shouted, Cook Sanji can only be met at the Shanghai restaurant, BD. I came here more than 10 years earlier, more than 10 years. Lu Fei shouted with grief and indignation, do you know how I have lived these 10 years? How can I remember so clearly? And I'm taking Sanji away today, and Jesus can't keep him, I said. Looking at the captain Lu Fei who had completely let go, Zoro wondered if he had boarded the wrong ship. He originally thought that his captain was a thoughtful and dark-hearted person. Otherwise, how could he have inspected himself for so long? But after the communication between the two, it seems that this guy has completely let go of himself. It can no longer be said to be similar to the funny Captain Luffy in the original book, it is exactly the same. This funny and irritating way, who sees who is not confused. But Zoro didn't realize at all that he himself was as stupid as his own captain. However, Lu Fei is a black-bellied idiot, while Zoro is a natural idiot. Boom! A roar came from ahead, jumping the 3 people who had just landed. The deep hole suddenly exploded at their feet, and the two immediately put away their playful mood, guarded Nami behind them, and looked not far away with serious expressions. Looking at the deep hole that exploded at their feet, Lu Fei and Zoro thought to themselves that they were still too relaxed. This is the world of pirates, and being too relaxed is not a good thing. In case this blow is aimed at his group, with the unpreparedness just now, this kind of destructive blow can directly get a box lunch. Yo, can you please tell me the purpose of this trip? A long-nosed, squint-eyed Shuabi suddenly jumped down from a tree in the distance, holding a bullet-heavy sniper, and said to the three of them with a smile. Chapter 10. Damn it, Yayashao. Lu Fei and Lu Zoro looked at Shuabi with squinting eyes and long nose in front of him. They were already speechless in surprise. It's not such a coincidence. Looking at this handsome guy who looks like Usopp, Lu Fei and Zoro looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a while. Are pirates? Squinting Shuabi continued to ask with a smile, but the bullet in his hand aimed at Luffy and his group. Hey. Don't make trouble, BD, that thing will kill you. Zoro looked at the familiar muzzle, and hurriedly drew out the knife and yelled at Usopp. That's right, you BD, put it down quickly, if this thing goes off, it's not a joke, you BD. Lu Fei also hurriedly pulled out the special flying thunder god kunao, ready to run away immediately if something went wrong. Sure enough, the anime did not lie, all squinting eyes are monsters. Lu Fei looked at the squinted eyes who raised the gun and aimed at the three of them in front of him, complaining crazily in his heart, always with a smile on the corner of his mouth, with a calm appearance. Could it be that he is the one with squinted eyes assume? Moreover, the bullet in front of them is very familiar to the two, but Lu Fei and Zoro are still not sure whether this guy came from time travel. After all, in the world of pirates, there are all kinds of strange things. It is obviously a bit hasty to conclude that this guy is a time traveler just by relying on a gun. Ding! Host meets the second crew member, and after being successfully invited to board the ship, the host will be rewarded with a transformation package. What the hell? When Lu Fei heard the sound of the system, he thought he heard it wrong. Isn't his own system the Hokage mobile game system? What the hell is the transformation gift package that is rewarded now? Ding! This system has never been said to be a Hokage system, please host not to make wild guesses. This seems to be true. Lu Fei recalled that when the system was activated, it seemed that the system only said that he would reward the ninjutsu gift pack, but he thought that his system was Hokage's system. But looking at it now, it seems that my own system is relatively cowhide. But why does the system have the second crew member, but not when I met Zoro, and isn't Nami the second crew member? Did you make a mistake? Ding! Zoro's gift pack is a ninjutsu gift pack, but for the safety of the host, it has been distributed in advance. Ding! The companion Nami has been detected, and it is not completely sure whether to become host's crew member. Please continue to work hard, host. Well. Lu Fei turned his head and glanced at Nami, thinking that it seems that only after Arlong is completely solved can Nami's knot in his heart be completely untied. Hehe, it's enough, let's stop playing. Squint suddenly spread his hands, and Bullet floated heavily in front of Squint. In the next second, a huge purple magic circle appeared in front of Squinting Eyes, and took Bullet back. Good guy. Lu Fei and Zoro said in their hearts that they are good guys. This is simply wiping their buttocks through the screen window. They showed their hands to the master. And what the hell are you trying to do, BD? What's the matter with such a difficult character? But this Nima is the world of pirates. Is it really okay for you to squint your eyes and use the magic circle like this? Give me some respect for the world of One Piece, BD. And your hand is definitely a time traveler, definitely. How can the original Usopp have such a high standard in the early stage? Squinting Eyes and Bullet again? I originally thought that your bullet was made by some expert, but it turned out that it was directly exposed, BD. There is no magic in One Piece, BD. What should we do? Zoro also looked at Lu Fei in surprise and said. How do I know? Lu Fei was also a little helpless, looking at the squinting eyes. He didn't know what to do for a while. According to Lu Fei's plan, when they meet the next crew members, they will definitely conduct a period of investigation. After all, if their character is too bad, they will definitely give up. But with the squinting eyes in front of him, Lu Fei really felt like he had bumped into a hedgehog, unable to speak. Sure enough, squinting is difficult. Lu Fei sighed helplessly, thinking about what to do next. Aren't you talking? Squinting Eyes Usopp still had a smile on his face, but the purple magic circle appeared again, and a handheld Gatling appeared in the hands of Squinting Eyes. Then, be careful. He narrowed his eyes and smiled kindly. FK. Lu Fei felt dizzy for a while. What the hell is that squinting eye in front of him? Why did he strike at the slightest disagreement? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Gatling in Squint's hand made a loud noise, with blue flames blazing from the gun's muzzle, spinning rapidly. Lu Fei hurriedly hugged Nami, and was about to activate Namikaze Minato's skill, but he stepped aside, only to see that Zoro had already swung his knife. Face the blast! An invisible wind barrier appeared in front of Lu Fei and others. And Lu Fei took a closer look, and sure enough, Usopp, the elder who squinted his eyes, had no idea what this guy was thinking. The things blocked by the wind barrier are nothing but harmless Easter eggs. If they really hit people, they will hurt a little at most, and then they will dye themselves in color. They have no lethality at all. Explain your reason for coming. Squinted Eyes didn't know when Gatling had been put away, and said to Lu Fei and the others with a kind smile on his face, if you don't say it, next time, it will probably be true. Oh. This is too difficult to do, isn't it? Hey. Why are my crew members squinting their eyes? With such a difficult character, how can I complete the next task given by the system? This is the ultimate transformation package. What happened in such a short time has completely confused Lu Fei, leaving many questions unanswered. Why Usopp is squinting, why squinting uses bullet and Gatling, and most importantly, this squinting, who is suspected of being a time traveler, has such a difficult personality. I want to cut this thing off, it's too damn good. Zoro looked at the squinting eyes in front of him, very upset. Someone was putting his head on top of the cup, this damn can bear it. When you pretended, I thought so too, Lu Fei said while listening to Zoro's speech, squinting at Zoro. But after thinking for a long time, Lu Fei decided to send out the invitation directly. Anyway, since ancient times, few people have been able to fully understand what this bunch of squinting eyes are thinking. For the sake of your own gift bag, let's invite people on board first. The big deal is to be more wary of this squinting at that time, in case the personalities don't get along, it would be better to separate earlier. Would you like to come to my adventure group and become the sniper on my ship? Lu Fei rubbed his head, and simply said directly, it's better to be more straightforward when dealing with this kind of squinting eyes. Okay. He narrowed his eyes and smiled kindly. Hi. The three of Lu Fei exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 11. In a restaurant somewhere. So that's the case. Usopp looked at Lu Fei in front of him with a smile on his eyes, and smiled kindly. After a simple conversation, several people had a general understanding of each other's situation. Lu Fei glanced at Usopp, still with that kind smile, and simply ignored the other party. In the current situation, with this kind of difficult to understand people, Lu Fei decided to temporarily suppress all his doubts and just observe slowly. After all, after the brief conversation just now, Lu Fei really didn't know what to do with Usopp, who seemed to be smiling all the time in front of him. Lu Fei and Zoro looked at each other, touched their already hungry belly, and didn't care what Usopp was thinking when he squinted his eyes. Looking at a table full of food, he began to eat like crazy. At first, Lu Fei was considering acting, but he really didn't know what to do with the narrow-eyed character in front of him. On the way to and from the restaurant, Lu Fei thought about it for a long time, and decided to use some stocks that everyone knew in the previous life to use the words of squinting eyes. As a result, what Lu Fei didn't expect was that when Usopp with squinting eyes heard that Momona Shook had to die, he stopped pretending and directly admitted that he was a time traveler. This action directly made Lu Fei confused, complaining crazily in his heart that this guy doesn't play cards according to the routine. Originally, I had prepared a lot of stocks, but it was okay for people to admit it directly. But it seems that there is really no way. For the big gift package of his own system, Lu Fei decided to invite this guy to be his crew first. As for what happens after that? Let's talk about it then. Lu Fei squinted his eyes from the corner of his eye, and sighed. Knew it. People like squinting eyes are really difficult to deal with. I have absolutely no idea what this guy is thinking. But I hope it's not a troublesome role. I remember that in the original world, the squint-eyed family, just like the current Usopp, usually looks charming with a smile, but when they open their eyes, something bad will happen. It's like Ichimaru Jin, the third team in the Shinigami world. In the early stage, he has a sinister smile and always squints his eyes. He gives the impression that he is completely a villain, as if he is a lion majesty living in the dark. Shot at the most critical time and delivered a fatal blow. But who would have thought that in the final chapter of the Aizen chapter, this guy is actually a good guy? When he opened his eyes, he almost beat the strongest villain Aizen. Who would have thought that under that evil appearance, there is actually a gentle heart? Just for the girl he loves, in order to regain the part of the soul that was taken away by Aizen, he spent his whole life lurking beside Aizen, just to catch the moment that might not exist. Even when Lu Fei saw this scene at the time, he called Ichimaru Jin awesome, it was really so bearable. By the way, Zoro suddenly thought of something, put down the food in his hand temporarily, turned his head to look at Usopp and asked, I've always been very curious. People like you squint your eyes, and you can see things clearly with your eyes closed all the time. Could it be that there are some special skills? Zoro asked seriously, for example, you can perceive things around you without relying on your eyes. You are crazy. Lu Fei looked at Zoro with a serious face, and thought that this guy could get some useful information. As a result, the focus of this product is too strange. This is the only person who squints his eyes. But after what Zoro said, he seemed to be quite curious. With my eyes closed now, I'm completely black. How can you know exactly what's going on in the week? And I always feel that when a sniper shoots, he can hit the target without opening his eyes to observe the target. Such a thing is completely nonsense, okay? But seeing Usopp's squinting eyes when he heard Zoro's words, Lu Fei suddenly found something interesting. Although the expression of squinting and staring was only for a moment, it was still captured by Lu Fei. My eyes are small, not closed, Usopp said to the two with a smile. You liar, BD. You can tell lies so easily, you BD. Looking at the tightly closed eyes, Lu Fei and Zoro looked in disbelief. This perfunctory attitude made it clear that they didn't want to tell their own group at all, bastards. It's not good. It's not good. Just when several people were chatting and farting, a little boy suddenly broke in, grabbed Usopp and shouted. Hurry up and save Miss Kaya, I'm hearing that man say to another strange man, to hypnosis Kaya, let Miss Kaya write a suicide note, and take away Miss Kaya's inheritance. Hi. Usopp suddenly opened his eyes when he heard the boy's words, and said calmly, I'm really courting death. Come on. Looking at those icy blue eyes full of murderous intent, Lu Fei complained in his heart, didn't you just say that your eyes are small? Then what the hell are you, Kazairan, with big eyes, you BD? But after thinking that in the original book, it seems that after Beiji Kilo and some hypnosis master made trouble, he couldn't help praying to the two men, hoping that the two guys would not die too badly after a while. Anyone who watches anime doesn't know that once you squint and open your eyes, nothing good will happen, and the next scene must be death or misery. And you too, who is wrong to do, insist on doing things with squinting eyes, and even touch the reverse scale of squinting eyes? The last guy who dared to find something to do with squinting eyes, if the author hadn't forced Aizen to hang it, the grass on this guy's grave would have been 3 meters high, okay? With your IQ, you still call yourself Beiji Kilo? Wash up and sleep early, BD. Looking at Usopp who closed his eyes again and pushed the door away, Lu Fei turned to Zoro and Nami and said. Come on, let's go see it too. Look at these two bastards, what do you think, they dare to trouble someone like Squint Eyes, they are really brave. Hey. BD, don't eat it. You won't be able to catch up with the fun if you eat any more, hey. Looking at Zoro who was staring at the food with a look of reluctance, Lu Fei really wanted to smash this guy's head. Chapter 12. Zoro-san, by the way, do you think we've really come to the right place? Looking at the deserted coast in front of him, Lu Fei looked at Zoro with a twitching corner of his mouth. If it weren't for Lu Zoro, a BD who wanted to eat 2 more bites, Lu Fei and his group would definitely be able to catch up with Squint. But at the time when Lu Zoro was eating 2 bites, Lu Fei and the others went out to have a look, where was there still a squinting figure. At that time, Zoro looked at the black-smelling captain, wiped the cold sweat off his head, then patted his chest and said to everyone that he knew the way, and the result was that the 3 of them came to an empty coast, let alone people, even not a single bird. That, seems to be my illusion. Nami of the first set suddenly pricked up his ears, and said with some uncertainty, I always feel like there is a sound coming from somewhere. Tisk, why do I seem to remember that there seem to be 2 identical places here? Lu Fei tried hard to recall the original plot, the plot of Usopp. By the way, Lu Fei slapped his head. Although he had forgotten a lot of the following plot, but the plot of Luffy looking for a friend in the original work, after thinking about it hard, he could still remember something. In the original book, the pirates came from the other side of the coast, which is the place where my group docked at that time, although the current place is exactly the same as the place where they docked at that time. But from what Nami said, Lu Fei can already conclude that the pirates came from another place. Zoro-san, you fake fan. Didn't you say you know Lu? Lu Fei sneered at the confused Zoro with squinted eyes, that's it? That's it. How do I know they are on the other side? The 2 sides obviously look the same, UBD captain. Seeing the captain squinting and taunting him, Zoro also started to talk to the captain, saying whatever he wanted, calling himself a fake fan. This made me completely unbearable. Hi. Nami suddenly covered his face in horror and shouted, the other side, could it be where we parked the boat? Look at UBD. Lu Fei looked at Nami who was so frightened that his style of painting changed completely, and he deepened again. He must find a chance to smash this guy's head. It is because of this guy who led the way that now Nami is so scared that he has changed his style of painting, UBD. Look at those scary white eyes and teeth, you give me back my beautiful Nami, BD broom. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep up with the excitement. Lu Fei said, looking at Nami, who had lost his style of painting, and Zoro, who looked indifferent. My treasure. Nami suddenly seemed to have thought of something, came back to his senses, hurriedly ran away from Zoro beside him, and rushed towards the other side. Boom. Just because Zoro was standing on the slope, and also because of Nami's collision, Zoro lost his center of gravity for a while, and fell to the ground together with the oil barrel beside him who didn't know who put it here. With Zoro's confused expression on his face, Zoro's body slowly slid down with the poured oil. Stupid. Lu Fei looked at this picture, although he muttered something, but he was really happy in his heart, let you throw me away for nothing, you will get retribution, right? If it weren't for the fact that he would be busy watching the excitement, Lu Fei would really like to write a poem to commemorate the scene of criticizing Zoro at this moment. Hey! Captain BD! Help me! Zoro struggled to stand up, but he didn't know whether it was because the oil was too slippery or because of the slope. I wish I had a camera at this time. Lu Fei watched the scene where Zoro fell down as soon as he stood up, and then wanted to stand up after falling down, and felt very comfortable. If he had a camera, he would definitely record the beautiful moment at this moment. When he has a child in the future, wouldn't it be nice to tell the children about their Zoro uncle, the naive moment when they just went out to sea for adventure? Go ahead and play Zoro-san, I'm going to go quickly to protect my navigator, come to us when you've had enough fun. Lu Fei smiled and waved to Zoro, then turned and left. Hey! Captain BD! Help, hey! Hey! Captain BD! Looking at Lu Fei who had disappeared, the corner of Zoro's mouth twitched crazily. This dog captain must give him a good meal if he finds a chance. This guy is definitely because I threw him out in the first place, so I didn't want to save him. Is revenge so strong, BD? The smile on the corner of his mouth has already betrayed you, Captain BD. Zoro looked at Lu Fei who had disappeared, so he didn't struggle anymore. Since he was on the other side, he ran along the coast, wouldn't it be enough? But at the same time, Zoro also made a note in the small notebook in his heart. If he finds a chance, he will definitely come back again. Although it was Nami who hit him, but he was helpless, but his own a whole captain. Chapter 13. And on the other side, Lu Fei, who had already arrived, did not show up and hid aside. Although he had already understood the method of squinting his eyes when he first landed, but in the current scene, he might be able to learn more information. And looking at Usopp who is facing many pirates with a friendly smile on his face, on the one hand, he admires the quality of this guy in his heart, and on the other hand, he wants to take a good look, squinting his eyes. Is there any other means? Where's your captain? Usopp looked around and said with a kind smile, why didn't you see your captain, Chloe? Ha ha ha, you are that prankster. A man with heart-shaped glasses appeared in the crowd, looking at Usopp and said disdainfully. You are the brat that the captain said. Hypnosis teacher Zhang Gao looked at Usopp disdainfully and said, you obviously don't have any strength, how dare you stand in front of us? Don't complain, absolutely don't complain. Lu Fei tightly covered his mouth, trying to calm himself down. He didn't know if this funny guy in front of him was really, or if the pirates were really stronger now. With that shot of squinting your eyes, 10 of you tied together can be smashed by you. This kind of strength, you actually say that people have no strength? Not to mention Gatling who appeared later, although Squint Eyes was hitting an Easter egg at the time, but if that thing really started to fire, let alone you have so many people, you will have double the number of people. Squint Eyes can let you kneel here and call dad. Can you tell me, your captain? Squinting his eyes, he put away his smile, calmly looked at a kind of pirate in front of him, and asked softly. Although Hypnosis Master Zhang Gao learned from his captain that Usopp is just a prankster and braggart, but the kid in front of him at this moment gave him a chill in his heart. It seems that what I am facing at this moment is a cold lion majesty hiding in a dark corner. He was watching his group, waiting for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The captain is waiting for us in the house, we will meet there. A cannon fodder pirate on the side couldn't help but say it. Really? Squinted Eyes got their own answer, and smiled kindly, if that's the case, then I can't let you pass. Are you underestimating us? BD brat. Zhang Jiao, who came back to his senses, squinted his eyes and shouted in a very bad tone, but he will die. Cut you off, brat. We are big pirates. BD, are you underestimating my uncle? Looking at the angry pirates around him, Zhang Jiao let out a breath, secretly thinking what happened to him. At that moment just now, he was actually frightened by a nasty stinky brat. Since you won't get out of the way, then I'll chop you right here. Zhang Jiao looked at the squinting eyes blocking in front of him, thinking of his gaffe just now. He was going to order to clean up this ignorant brat in front of him. Before Hypnosis Master Zhang Gao gave the order, he saw a purple magic circle suddenly appearing in front of him with narrowed eyes. A huge steel pipe slowly appeared from the magic circle and landed in Usopp's hands. Ha ha ha! Do you want to fight us with this big steel pipe? Zhang Jiao was a little panicked when he saw the magic circle, but that's it? Just rely on this little iron rod? Just want to fight with your own group? Ha 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 ha, brat, or else I will give you my knife. Little devil, with such a big steel pipe, are you planning to knock me out? Hearing the ridicule around him, Usopp squinted his eyes and didn't take it seriously at all. He put the so-called big steel pipe on his shoulder and looked at the pirate opposite with a kind face. No. Lu Fei who was hiding at the side only felt the black line on his forehead. It would be too foul to take this thing out. When he first saw the magic circle, Lu Fei was still a little curious about what kind of tricks squinting his eyes would use. But when he saw the so-called big steel pipe, Lu Fei really felt that maybe, probably, the painting style of pirate world had completely collapsed with the arrival of his group of traversers. What the squinting eyes are holding is not the big steel pipe that the pirates are talking about at all. That thing is an anti-tank gun. Officially speaking, it should be an anti-tank missile. That thing is a tank with one cannon. It is a true anti-tank treasure. You take this thing out now, it's too foul, UBD. Lu Fei couldn't bear to see what happened next. When this missile goes down, flesh and blood will definitely fly. Although I really don't have a good impression of pirates, these guys who burned, killed and looted really deserve to die. But if I really want to witness it with my own eyes, I probably, maybe, really feel a little uncomfortable. Chapter 14. Captain BD, die for me. Lu Fei, who was observing the situation in front of him, did not notice a man covered in oil suddenly appeared behind him. Captain Dog, you ran so fast just now. Zoro locked his captain's neck with a lock technique, and said bitterly. Originally, Zoro was thinking that if he couldn't get to the shore, he would have to run if he couldn't escape. As a result, when I slid down, I realized that there is no way around. There is no other way than that already oiled slope. You can't really swim by yourself. Although Zoro himself is a bit water-based, but this dam is the sea. Who knows if a sea kings will pop up out of the blue and have a good time with yourself. You know, the famous pirate king, the ceiling of the pirate world's combat power, was swallowed up by the king of the sea, and he only has the role of Yasuo as his inheritance. With my current strength, I can only mix it up in the early stage. If such a thing comes out, a proper Mightwin rider will come to the door. Ahem, admit defeat, admit defeat. Lu Fei hastily patted Zoro's arm 3 times, indicating that he had given up. Isn't this the time to play around? Didn't you see that the exciting part is about to come? Zoro didn't even look at the atmosphere in front of him. Also, does this BD know how to change clothes when he comes? It's sticky, hey. It's so disgusting that I have to change my clothes now. What's the situation now? Zoro let go of his own captain when he heard Lu Fei's words, and asked while looking at the scene in front of him. Hi. Zoro looked at the weapon on his shoulder with squinting eyes, turned his head and asked with a stiff expression, this shit is an anti-tank gun. You must be a BD. Wouldn't it just be blood and flesh flying all over the place? Zoro twitched his lips and said, this is too damn violent. Boom. Before Zoro finished complaining, there was a huge roar in their ears, which made them dizzy for a while. In the original world, the two of them saw this thing on TV, but where did they really see it with their own eyes? Today can be regarded as a complete eye-opener. After the smoke dissipated, Lu Fei looked at the scene in front of him in surprise, thinking that if the gun went off, blood would fly everywhere. What the two of them didn't expect at the time was that apart from the huge charred pit in front of them, where could there be the figures of Zhongjao's gang of pirates, let alone the flesh and blood? Not even a hair. What's the matter? Zoro opened his mouth wide, pointed and squinted his eyes in disbelief and asked, is this an anti-tank missile? Whose anti-tank missile is so unscrupulous? It's even ashes after one shot. No. How do I know? Lu Fei spread his hands, also very confused, but he had a vague assessment of the strength of Squint Eyes in his heart, but still felt that this guy still didn't seem to show his true strength. But it seems that he guessed right. Lu Fei looked at the squinting eyes that put away the weapon, and he was even more sure in his heart that this product must also be bound to some kind of vicious system. Otherwise, the power of this cannon is a bit too exaggerated. No matter how powerful the weapon is, you should always leave something for the opponent. As a result, squinting the cannonball, it completely wiped out the opponent. If there is no systematic magic modification for this weapon, Lu Fei said that it is okay to wash your hair upside down. Are we going to hang on like this? Zoro knew his own captain's habits well, but seeing the scene that had ended before him, he still asked. Wait first. Lu Fei looked at Usopp, who still had a friendly smile on his face after looking at the ruined corpses, and said to Zoro, wait a minute, I always feel that something interesting will happen soon. And, don't you think, the mental quality of this traverser's squinting eyes is too good? Lu Fei said to the nervous Zoro. Psychological quality? What do you mean? Zoro asked with some doubts. Stupid batch. Lu Fei looked at Zoro, and wondered if he chose the wrong person for the position of vice-captain, so obvious that he couldn't see it. BD. The squinting-eyed Usopp in front of him killed a bunch of pirates just now. Aren't you surprised that she still has a kind smile on her face? If you want to say that this Usopp is a native of the country, he has been changed by the magic of the plot, and that's why he's so stupid. I have nothing to say. But this squinting eye is just like us, a time traveler. I ask you, do you dare to kill someone? Lu Fei looked at Zoro and said, even if the other party is a pirate who does all kinds of evil, even if he knows, he must kill him. Then why dare? Zoro said with a stern neck, I won't brag to you, I'll just go up with a hassa, and then I'll take a soli to kill the pain. Zoro gestured arrogantly, not grasping the crux of Lu Fei's problem at all. Got it. Stupid one. You can't look at this BD with the eyes of a normal person. Lu Fei scratched his head. If he really hacked someone to death, when this idiot came back to his senses, you might be the first one to vomit. But to be honest, a simple creature like Zoro is easy to understand. If Zoro also has a personality like squinting, I'm really going to be in trouble. So calm. Lu Fei looked at Usopp below, and murmured in his heart, even if he killed the pirate who did all kinds of evil, even if he shot him down, there would be no ashes left on the scene. His squinting expression was really too calm. What the hell is this going on? Hearing the roar coming from in front of him, Lu Fei came back to his senses, looked at Beiji Qiluo who rushed over, and thought in his heart, now, he should be able to get more information. BD. What the hell did you do? Why are all my crew members gone? Kroll looked at the smiling Usopp and roared angrily. Although my crew, in my opinion, are indeed useless, but it's up to you. You're just a stinky brat. Kroll looked at the boat docked on the shore, and then at the huge pit, angrily yelled at Usopp, you stinking brat, what the hell are you doing to my crew? Let's put this kind of boring thing aside for now. Usopp paused, then suddenly opened his eyes, ice blue eyes exuding a strong killing intent. Why, you want to attack Miss Kaya? Chapter 15. Why? Ha 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 ha. Klo looked at Usopp with a disdainful smile and said, what stupid question are you asking? Laozi is a pirate. Although I don't know what method you used to temporarily trap those useless crew members of mine. Crow smiled at Usopp, when I solve you, I will completely kill all the people in this village. Is that so? Usopp closed his eyes, thought for a while and said, it seems that pirates are pirates after all. Go to hell and repent and be my enemy. Crow didn't know when he had already equipped his weapon. As soon as the voice fell, Crow ran towards Usopp. Not good. Zoro looked at the scene at this moment, shouted, and rushed out immediately. This idiot. Lu Fei looked at Zoro who was already on top, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Originally, I wanted to continue to observe carefully what kind of cards Usopp had, but I forgot that there was a hot-blooded idiot beside me. Forget it. Looking at Zoro who has already gone out, Lu Fei thought about it, and decided to hide here first, and continue to observe. After all, Zoro has Yasuo's inheritance, so he should be able to handle it. Tisk, at this time, it would be even more perfect if there is something like cola popcorn. Lu Fei smacked his lips, muttering in his heart, the opportunity to watch a film so close is not common. Step forward and chop. When? A crisp iron strike brought Lu Fei back to reality. I saw Zoro holding the knife above his head, resisting Crow's blow. BD. What are you trying to do to my partner? Zoro looked at Crow and grinned. What can you do? Smelly brat. Crow looked at the brat who blocked his blow, smiled sullenly, raised his palm, and helped his eyes in a strange posture. Zoro was terrified watching this classic scene on the spot. You have such a long sharp knife in your hand. I'm really afraid that if this grandson accidentally hits his eyes, he might change from Beiji Qiluo to one-eyed dragon Qiluo in the future. Fighting with me, you dare to be distracted. I don't know if you should say you are brave? Or court death. The voice from behind startled Zoro. When? Zoro looked in front of him in disbelief, but there was no sign of Crow. Obviously he was still in place 1 second ago, but suddenly appeared behind him the next second. His. Tisk. Zoro looked at the scratched right shoulder, and smacked his lips in displeasure. Did he still not escape? Looking at Captain Gaobi who was still hiding in the dark, Zoro wished he could blow his head off, and he was still clinging on at such a time. But after all, I also blame myself, my strength is too low. Who would have thought that this gift package given to me by my system is actually a semi-finished product? Yes, although the system gave me Yasuo's skill pack, but I don't have any combat experience. If you say that you can acquire Yasuo's skills, you can also gain Yasuo's lifelong combat experience. Don't talk about this grandson in front of you. Before the Sabayati Island plot, didn't you want to fight which one? Fortunately, I had 500 Yasuo proficiency in my previous life, otherwise, with my combat experience, I might not be able to defeat anyone other than the food delivery man of King X. And the most important thing is, the guy in front of him seems to be full of agility. When encountering others, maybe he can rely on his game experience and Yasuo's skills to fight the opponent in full swing. But now that you meet an opponent who is full of agility, let's beg for it. How dare you be stupefied? You really want to die? Kroll looked at Zoro who was still stupefied, and became furious for a while. Even though his strength is so weak, how dare he dare to fight him 1 or 2 times, and be dazed in 2 or 3 times? Hey! Zoro looked at Crow, who was already angry, and sighed slowly. With Crow's confused expression, he mentioned Usopp and ran towards the distance. Captain Dog. I'll leave it to you. I can't beat you. I am Nima. Lu Fei, who was hiding in the dark, covered his face, and slowly stood up. Seeing Zoro who had run away and hid, he really didn't know how to complain. You really are ashamed of Zoro. How can you really run the ball while licking your big face? What about your dignity as a swordsman? Aren't you going to become the #1 swordsman? It's not even 2 tricks, you're running away? Lu Fei walked slowly towards Kailuo, but he was muttering in his heart, what kind of fairy teammate did this mother find herself? This guy must have been thinking about how he cheated him just now. Absolutely. Otherwise, with Yasuo's inheritance, how could this guy not beat Crow? Lu Fei actually had all the fighting scenes in his mind, thinking about it for Zoro. But who would have thought that this grandson would stop beating? And ran away with Usopp? Really, Nima is a disgrace to swordsman, BD. However, during this battle, Zoro seemed to have a small problem exposed. Lu Fei could only scratch his head helplessly, and walked slowly towards Kailuo. It seemed that he wanted to raise Zoro sometime woke up. Is there another person? Crow looked at the kid who appeared, very upset. Silent step, start. Crow dodged, and a figure appeared behind Lu Fei, waving the weapon Cat's Claw in his hand, and swung it down towards Lu Fei's back. Hey, after watching this for a while, even a mentally retarded person knows your attack method. Feeling the feeling of being torn apart in the back, Lu Fei smiled indifferently. Time and space ninjutsu super speed. Crow only felt a golden light flash in front of him, and Lu Fei instantly appeared behind Crow, kicking Crow into the air with a heavy kick attack. In a flash, I'll kill you. Lu Fei took out a handful of specially made kunao and threw it at Crow. Crow, who had not yet stabilized his figure in the air, felt a golden light flash in front of him again, and Lu Fei's figure appeared beside him again. Lightning flint skill. Launch. In an instant, Lu Fei's figure, accompanied by the flashing golden light, continuously attacked Crow in the air. Damn brat. Crow could only protect his important body parts at the moment, and when he could fight back, he must let this brat know his cruelty. Still want to fight back? You don't even know the body replacement technique, how can you fight back? Lu Fei looked at Crow's darker and darker face, smiled disdainfully, stretched out his right hand, and a blue spiral light ball appeared in his hand. Profound meaning. Time and space spiral pill. Lu Fei pressed the raised non in his hand hard on Crow's abdomen. Before Kailuo could fly far, Lu Fei threw the special kunao at Kailuo again. Flying Thunder God. Second stage raised non. Launch. With the appearance of Lu Fei holding the raised non again in the air, the battle finally came to an end. At this moment, Crow had completely lost consciousness and fell from the sky. Bearing the name of Hokage. I can't lose. This idiot, Lu Fei, did not know when he put on the royal robe engraved with 4th Hokage, and uttered the classic line that appeared when he defeated his opponent in the Hokage mobile game in his previous life. Chapter 16. This crazy captain. Looking at the 4th Hokage's imperial robe, Zoro froze for a while, not knowing what to say. The place where I and my group came is the world of One Piece. You used to use Hokage's skills, it's very exciting. In the end, this would be even more excessive, not even pretending, just wearing the robes of the Hokage world? What the hell are you going to do? Prepare to revolt. Captain BD. Seeing the battle that was over, Zoro didn't hide anymore, and walked slowly towards Lu Fei with Usopp. You idiot, you actually ran away. Lu Fei looked at Zoro who appeared again, and was furious. Did you cheat on this guy just now? How narrow-minded. Shut up, you dog captain. Hearing Lu Fei's speech, Zoro was also angry. You still have that big face to criticize others, don't you think how long you have been fighting? This product has such high agility that I can't even touch it. How can I hit it? Zoro pointed to his injured right shoulder, and shouted angrily, isn't this kind of hitting a delivery? Come on, it's all an excuse. Lu Fei clenched his nostrils and shouted, if you give him a set of consecutive deaths, won't there be so many things? Didn't I kill myself with a combo of skills? Lu Fei looked at Zoro who was still arguing with him, smacked his lips and said, dish. Wow. Usopp, don't pull me, I have to kill this grandson today. Zoro held the knife, and wanted to kill his own captain here. Usopp pulled Zoro with a smile on his face, and looked at the two laughing and playing, with an inexplicable envy on his expression. However, Zoro-san. Lu Fei put away his playful expression, and said seriously to Zoro, next time, don't be careless. I know. Looking at Lu Fei with a serious face, Zoro also put away the knife and responded seriously. Hearing Lu Fei's reminder, Zoro also understood that he was indeed a bit slack these days. Thinking that he got the big gift package from the system, he became a thigh. But now, after all, I am in the world of One Piece. Those strange abilities are not like in the previous life, standing in front of the computer or TV, holding popcorn Coke, and shouting awesome. In the current situation, it is necessary to have a real fight with the other party. It would be fine if they were in another world, but the problem is, the world that my group of people traveled through is the world of pirates. If I am still like this, let's not talk about Sabayati Archipelago. In the next plot, Hawkeye will show up, and after that, Arlong the Murloc, Enel from Sky Island, and more perverts will appear. My own strength is really not enough to watch. Although the relationship between Lu Fei and Marine is good now, and he can ask his grandfather Garp for help if there is anything, but based on the relationship with Lu Fei these days, to a large extent, Lu Fei will definitely invite those characters in the original book. When it comes to the story of Nico Robin, Zoro can't believe that Lu Fei will refuse to save her. What's more, the captain of his own family seems to have a bit of an old-fashioned personality. It's so difficult. Zoro is a little depressed. Is it possible that he really wants to exercise every day like the original book? Although I am currently exercising, it seems that I am still a bit behind the schedule. And this broken system at home is really... Ding! Congratulations to the host team for defeating Crow, and rewarding host with the Assassin Woliakai gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to host for opening the Assassin Woliakai gift pack and getting the item Magic Saber 1000 Blades only attack but not defense, unparalleled in the world. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the 567 Large Form 7. In this state, the combat power is twice the original combat power. The time limit is 5 minutes. Ding! Free system red eye special effect, which has been automatically equipped. When the host turns on the large state, the eyes will emit red light. P.S. When the host is turned on, it will unconsciously say, "I will take her away today, let me see who dares to stop me." Ding! It is detected that the host's strength is low, and a special task is released. For every 100 swings of the knife, 1% of Yasuo or Wu Lioki's combat experience will be unlocked. When Yasuo is successfully unlocked, a mysterious gift package will be obtained. It's true, it's great. The corner of Zoro's mouth twitched. Fortunately, he hadn't cursed yet, otherwise what would he do if he really annoyed his own system? But can you unlock 1% by swinging the knife 100 times? So it means that you can unlock the combat experience by swinging the knife 10,000 times? It takes 20,000 swings to unlock Yasuo and Wu Lioki? But the state of this large size is a bit too short. Hey! Only 5 minutes? Is it really that big moves can't be used easily, you have to be full of anger? And, what the hell is that shady freebie at the end? Why would there be a red eye special effect when you open the large size? Although it seems, looks quite handsome, and, what the hell is that PS? Why do you say such shameful things? Chapter 17. Hey! Zoro let out a long sigh looking at the system's indecent rewards. Although I have done a lot of shameful things during this period of time, it was because I thought that I was the only traveler in this world. Zoro covered his head, helplessly looking at the reward given by the system again. To be honest, these rewards, if there are no free ones, are really tempting, but it's fine to turn on the red eye special effect, and now it seems that as long as I turn on the large state, I have to compare, which is no one. Yes, sorry. Just as Zoro was looking at the reward, the voice in his ear brought Zoro back to reality. I shouldn't have said that to you. Kaya bowed her head and apologized to Usopp with tears in her eyes. Kaya and Nami, who appeared after Luffy after Zoro, finally understood what Nami was doing. At first, Luffy thought that Nami, the girl, probably went to the Black Cat's boat to search for treasure, but unexpectedly, Nami pulled Kaya over. As for Crow's real purpose, I believe Kaya heard it clearly from the side. But looking at the charming atmosphere in front of you, UBD Usopp must have some secrets with Miss Kaya that you can't tell. Looking at the innocent Kaya and the still kind Usopp in front of him, Luffy couldn't help but nodded. Sure enough, for a character as difficult to understand as Squinting Eyes, does it have to be paired with a heroine? Let's go. Two men with no winks. Nami suddenly dragged Zoro and Luffy one by one, and left the place. It caused the two of them to complain for a while, saying words that Nami couldn't understand, eating melons and missing the plot and so on. But at this moment, Nami has completely changed his style of painting, walking towards the distance with a second hand in one hand, muttering in his mouth that these two second hands have no winks, and did not see what the two of them are going to say next. Is it private? It was still stuck in place like a piece of wood. After everyone rested for a day, they embarked on the journey again. Originally, Luffy thought that Usopp would probably stay here and stay with Kaya for the rest of his life, but what he didn't expect was that Usopp actually agreed to join his group in the next adventure. You know, on the night of the battle, Usopp came by himself and had a long chat with Luffy. And Usopp at the end of the fighting street fight always feels a lot changed. Although this guy still squinted his eyes and had a kind smile on his face, Luffy could feel that Usopp in front of him seemed a little more sunny than when they first met. But according to this conversation, Luffy also knew what kind of person Usopp was in his previous life. If we say that Luffy and Zoro are people who live in the sun, then Usopp's previous life was a person who lived in darkness. Since I was born, I have lived abroad. Although I am indeed a member of our own family, I have never had the chance to go home a few times. All along, they can only continue to complete the tasks assigned by the organization. When Usopp thought that he would get the freedom he wanted when he finished the last order, and then he would live the beautiful life of picking chrysanthemums and seeing Nanshan leisurely under the eastern fence. But he didn't expect that he would be ruthlessly abandoned by the organization and assassinated by other members of the organization. Originally, I thought that this was the ending when I said it, but what Usopp didn't expect was that he actually time-traveled, and he also time-traveled into the comics he read in his previous life when he was bored and spent his time. But here, Usopp, who has always been wearing a hypocritical mask, found a reason to live for himself. There are no tasks issued by the organization, and there is no such boring training, not to mention that even when sleeping, one must always be on guard against one's side, whether any special situation will happen. Such a beautiful day is what Usopp has always wanted to have in his previous life. I didn't expect to travel over here and really have these. And Usopp also met Miss Kaya by chance. In order to make Miss Kaya happy, Usopp also finds Miss Kaya from time to time, compiles his past life experiences into stories, and tells Miss Kaya. No way, who told Kaya to like to listen to it? Although Usopp also reminded Miss Kaya when she first met Crow, but this simple girl didn't believe it at all. What can I do? So for a long time, Usopp has used his own way to protect the village name and Kaya here. This also explains why Usopp looks so calm after dealing with those pirates. Chapter 18. On a pirate ship floating on the sea somewhere. God, help! Luffy lay on the chair like a salted fish, and made a mournful voice, "Cook, when will you come?" After dealing with the Usopp plot, several people embarked on the journey again, but Luffy and others faced a serious problem again, that is, no one could cook at all. Although Usopp has lived in the village for so many years, in Usopp's words, as long as he is guaranteed to survive, he will be fine, and he is no longer asking for anything extravagantly. So even though Usopp can handle the ingredients simply, the food cooked by Nima has no taste at all, let alone allow Luffy and Zoro to have a good meal. And those takeaways brought in the town at that time had already been eaten by Luffy and Zoro. In the following days, they could only eat simple boiled vegetables and boiled meat. Of course, there are also oranges and apples. Captain Stupid. Zoro glanced at Captain Salted Fish lying on the chair, and continued to exercise with the knife. He didn't forget that every time he swung the knife 100 times, he could unlock 1% of the experience. Although Wu Liuki's battle experience is quite attractive, but Yasuo's proficiency is full, but there will be a mysterious gift bag. But, Usopp, is it really okay to leave like this? Luffy asked, looking at Usopp, who was bathed in the sun and looked like a standard foreign magician. It's okay. Usopp squinted his eyes, enjoying the long-lost peace, and smiled kindly. Miss Kaya said that women should not stop men's dreams. It's so romantic. Luffy glanced at the gleaming Usopp with extreme disgust, and complained frantically in his heart, chatting for a while, why does it feel like he was stuffed with dog food? Is this the way it is now? Tricking the dog into kill? Hey? No, Luffy turned over and suddenly thought, did he forget something? With a slap on the head, Luffy suddenly realized, what about the transformation gift package agreed by the dog system? If I don't ask myself, the dog system won't give it to me? Is Master System here? Where's my gift bag? Luffy immediately said flatteringly in his heart, after all, it is his uncle's system, so he must not neglect it. Ding! Detected that member Usopp has officially joined the team, rewarding the host with a transformation spree. Open the transformation spree. Luffy rubbed his hands together, and said in his heart, he must give himself something good. Don't be like this Hokage pack from the wall. Not only let myself be like my grandson every day, waiting for the free lottery chance, but more importantly, the explosion rate of this dog thing is really low. Thumbs up and call the experts. Seeing the light curtain reappeared, Luffy watched the corners of his mouth twitch, wishing he could grab the system's head and smash this guy's head completely. It's really on par with the lottery game. What's going on with this ghost interface? Hey! I advise you to be a good person, system. Originally thought that there would be something interesting in this transformation gift pack, but it turned out to be the same as the last Hokage gift pack. It is a ghost thing that collects all the fragments to recruit characters. As for the grey characters in the interface, some of them are familiar to him, and some are not. For example, the transformed characters on the first page include Light Envoy, Storm Envoy, Wave Envoy, and the like. The transformed character on the second page has the form of Tiga, Ace Ultraman, Taro, and Super Saiyan 1 or 2. Ding! Congratulations to host for opening the gift bag, rewarding the host with a gift bag for the transformation character of his choice. Finished? Luffy waited for a long time, but still did not wait for the next sound from the system. Hey? No? Master System? What about my free draw? Luffy asked with some doubts about life. Last time when I opened the gift bag, I gave myself a chance to draw 100 consecutive draws. Why didn't Mao give it this time? Ding! The 100 draws above are special benefits issued by the system. If the host does not want the optional character gift pack, the system can cancel this benefit. Come on! You are uncle. Luffy quickly compared his heart to the system, whoever wants something for nothing is a fool. By the way, looking at the familiar grey head, Luffy asked curiously, why does the Super Saiyan thing also appear? It's no wonder that Luffy is curious, it's really the combat power setting in the Dragon Ball world, which is a bit too scary. In the early stage, when Gukong was still young, his combat power was estimated to be only 100 points, and he was able to resist bullets hard. When Nami Buster, Gukong successfully transformed into Super Sai, but he has the strength of Starburst. Not to mention the Super 2, Super 3 and Super 4 forms of GT Dragon Ball in the later stage. I seem to remember that before the time travel, the Dragon Ball appeared in a new state, such as Ultra Blue, Pink, and Ultra Instinct state. If I choose this thing myself, it will completely break through the ceiling of the pirate world, okay? Ding. Don't worry about the host. In order to let the host have a wonderful experience, all transformed characters have been completely changed. Magic change? Listening to the words of the system, Lu Fei had a bad feeling in his heart. This system should not be as stupid as he thought. Ding. All the transformation bonuses are based on the original strength of the host. After the transformation, it will only be greatly improved. There will be no starburst in other situations, and there is a time limit. What the hell? Master system, I beg you, let's not bother you, okay? I don't want a beautiful experience, I want the thrill of a knife 999. Ding. Even if he transforms into a Super Saiyan, his strength will only increase by 3 times, but the explosion effect and golden hair will still exist after transformation. Hello. Stop messing around, system. Let's be serious, shall we? With your 3-fold improvement, any random villain will catch up and catch up. I beg you. Lu Fei kept praying to the system in his heart, hoping that the master of the system would show his respect, but the system still kept going its own way. I am Nima. Lu Fei resisted the desire to spray, and continued to question the system. What about Super 2? 4 times, but after transforming, there will be lightning effects on the body. What about Super 3? 5 times. After the transformation, it is exactly the same as the transformation in the Dragon Ball world, the hair becomes longer, and a strong lightning special effect will be added after the transformation. Good guy. Listening to the system's speech, Lu Fei called out in his heart, what a guy. Looking at the various characters in the transformation package, Lu Fei couldn't bear to look directly at them. At first he thought they were Tianhu, but the system was crippled abruptly. Is it really just for the special effects to look good? It's fine that my majestic Saiyan doesn't have a card face, and neither does a Super Saiyan. Isn't it a bit too much for you to play too much? I am a star and you are a star. You are really my system cutie. Ding. Strong negative sentiment from host detected. Do you want to cancel the optional transformation package? Don't. Lu Fei hurriedly said to the system in his heart, quickly open the gift bag, hurry up, master system. Ding. Congratulations to host for choosing one of Light Envoy, Storm Envoy and Wave Envoy. I hashtag @ hashtag UN %% hashtag UN asterisk. Looking at this familiar routine, familiar interface. Lu Fei almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. You played this routine for me with the first gift package, and now it's starting again? Are you really not a human being? Star System. Star Gift Pack. Chapter 19. Hey. Luffy sighed for a long time. Of course, the Light Envoy in the gift package is really attractive, and it is the dream of countless men to have a mecha of their own. But, hey. Lu Fei sighed again. After communicating with the system just now, although the Super Saiyan series, even if it is a lottery, only fragments of Super Saiyan Form 1 will appear, but you can't stand the smell of this stuff. Exactly. Even if it has been cut into waste by its own dog system, but after successfully recruiting a character, it will be given with Kami Kigong and Wukong. Of course, the most important thing is the combat experience package in Wukong's state. This is an extremely awesome existence. The sky is blue, there are thousands of paper cranes outside the window. For some reason, this song suddenly came from Lu Fei's heart. Looking at the gift bag in front of him, Lu Fei had no choice but to choose the messenger of the waves. After all, I am in the world of One Piece. It is not a loss to choose a mecha that can fight in water. One of the dreams of thousands of men has come true, isn't he? Swish. Looking at the small blue top that suddenly appeared in his hand, Luffy sighed again, put the top away, and stared blankly at the sky, as if he had lost his soul. Sure enough, compared to the cool mech, I want the ability to fly more, and the transformation state that will shine. Boom. It sounded like something broke, suddenly waking up the leisurely crowd. Come out. Pirates. Damn. I don't know that Laozi has just been ravaged by the system, is he in a bad mood? Dare to make trouble at this time, do you really not know how many eyes Prince Ma has? And, how the hell did you see that Laozi is a pirate, BD? Own boat. There was clearly a cute panda flag hanging, which didn't look like a pirate's flag. Luffy resisted the killing intent, and walked towards the stern of the boat with several people who also looked angry. A nameless pirate, you want to kill my partner? Get out and die. You bastards. What the hell am I? Take it easy on me. I can't even cherish Laozi's melee number. Lu Fei ran over in a hurry, and saw a man in sunglasses with a sea character engraved on his face, waving a knife and shouting angrily, while there were wooden barrels filled with fruits that had just been kicked scattered around his feet. After the man in the sunglasses finished speaking, he raised the knife in his hand, ready to slash towards the ground. When a clear and crisp iron strike sounded into everyone's ears. Lu Fei had already put on 4th Rakeage's exclusive metal wristband at some point, blocking the blow from the man in sunglasses. Fortunately, this BD didn't cut it down. Otherwise, the epic item that Lao Zi had just acquired, the Mary, would have been ruined by this grandson. Hey! BD! Lu Fei raised his head, exuding black air all over his body, staring at the man in the sunglasses with a half-smile and said, "Have you figured out how to die?" The man in the sunglasses knelt in front of the crowd with a bruised nose and a swollen face after a long time of good exchanges with Lu Fei, repenting for his reckless behavior just now. "Are you, Johnny?" Zoro looked at the familiar BD with a bruised nose and swollen face, and asked uncertainly as if he remembered something. Are you Zoro's big brother?" The man in sunglasses asked uncertainly. After all, the image of Zoro at this moment has changed drastically from the image in the original book. "Where's Joseph?" Zoro recalled the plot of One Piece, Sword God and Sword God should be a pair of good friends, why only see one now? It's okay not to mention this. As soon as he heard Joseph's name, Johnny burst into tears. "You know him?" Lu Fei looked at Zoro curiously, and whispered, "Didn't this guy travel through time when he met him? How can you know the residents of Pirate World? Did you, a fake fan, read the original book seriously?" After CP's got the Mary, he fired a cannon. Zoro recalled the plot and said to his own captain. By the way, Zoro remembered the plot. In the original book, it was because Luffy and Usopp were foolishly criticized for being idle. Zoro seemed to understand something, and suddenly looked at his stupid captain with a gloomy look, and asked uncertainly, "The loud noise on the ship 2 days ago, couldn't be caused by your gunfire?" At this time, Johnny, who was kneeling on the ground, also spoke. "I was about to send my injured brother to rest on the rock, when suddenly, a shell shot from this ship. The sky was blue and there were thousands of paper cranes outside the window." Lu Fei turned his head in embarrassment and began to sing softly. "But to be honest, I didn't expect that. I asked Usopp to teach me how to use the cannon on the Mary just because of excitement. Who would have thought that I would be excited and blow up these two goods?" "Okay." Nami listened to the whole process and understood what was going on, and slowly pushed away the two bastards who were about to quarrel. Nami stepped forward, checked Joseph's condition carefully, and was about to say something to Lu Fei and Zoro, when he saw Usopp coming with oranges. "Are you looking for this, Ms. Nami?" She squinted and smiled kindly, and handed the orange to Nami. "Thank you." Nami broke open the orange and dripped the juice into Joseph's mouth. After a while, Joseph came to life and danced with Johnny Deezer. How could it be possible to recover so quickly? Nami shouted with a sudden change of style. The two froze for a while, then bowed to everyone and said, "Thank you, Brother Zoro, and thank you for saving my partner." Johnny thought for a while, and then said, "There is no repayment for saving your life. I invite everyone to take a place and have a delicious meal. Food." Hearing these words, Lu Fei and Zoro looked at Johnny with bright eyes. Yet, it's said that last year, a chef of this restaurant seemed to have suddenly become enlightened. The delicious food he made can make people fall in love with it, and he will unconsciously give out praises. Johnny said to everyone. "Looking at the news I heard, it seems to be called a sea restaurant, but it seems that a meal is very expensive, so I have never been willing to go. So, in order to repay this kindness, let me treat everyone to a banquet." Johnny bowed to everyone and said firmly. "This enlightened chef and the food that makes people sink into it, how strange it sounds." Lu Fei spared his head, with a strange expression on his face. Could it be, the fourth traverser? No. Lu Fei and Zoro looked at each other and saw the incredible in each other's eyes. If there are more time travelers, Pirate World will be ruined by time travelers. Hey! A hole. Chapter 20. After being guided by Johnny, Lu Fei and others finally arrived not far from the restaurant on the sea. "Well, this is the restaurant on the sea," Johnny said excitedly, pointing to the front. "Interesting, I saw it with my own eyes, and I still think it's very interesting." Squinting at the side, looking at the restaurant on the sea, couldn't help but say something. Just when Johnny was about to introduce something more, he turned his head to look, and almost jumped up in fright, screamed hastily, and hid towards the cabin. Sensing Johnny's similarity, Lu Fei yawned and looked to the side. It turned out that at some point, a marine's boat was driving by, driving alongside his own. The pirate flag that I've never seen before. A man suddenly stepped out from the opposite marine ship, looking at Lu Fei and the others and said, "I'm the lieutenant of the marine headquarters, Hoberty the Iron Fist." After the pink-haired man in front of him finished speaking, he clenched his right fist and shouted at Luffy and the others, "Who is the captain? Name me." Tisk tisk, Lu Fei looked at the arrogant pink-haired dog in front of him, with such a naive look, and called himself Iron Fist, wondering if he would let his grandfather know if he would smash the pink-haired dog's head in front of him. But thinking of this, Lu Fei seemed to suddenly think of something interesting, and said to Fen Mao, "I'm an adventurer, not a pirate." Lu Fei explained to Fen Mao. "Don't you even have the awareness to be a pirate?" Looking at the panda flag on the opposite ship, Fen Mao snorted disdainfully, and was about to spit at the opposite party. "But my grandpa is Garp," Lu Fei said, picking his nostrils. Gudong. Fen Mao was so frightened that he swallowed the spittle that was about to spit out of his mouth abruptly. Sengoku is my uncle. You. Aokiji is my older brother. No, not you. Kizaru is my uncle. At this moment, Fen Mao turned pale with fright at Lu Fei's words, not knowing what to say. Pooh. Little trash, just like you can't eat 4 dishes in your life. Lu Fei looked at the pale pink hair, snorted disdainfully, and returned to his recliner. And the other party's ship no longer sailed side by side with Lu Fei's ship, but slowed down and followed behind the melee. After all, the characters mentioned by the other party just now are the bosses of Marine. I am a little lieutenant, and I really can't afford to provoke them. Hey, Zoro. Nami suddenly grabbed Zoro, who was about to leave, and whispered, you told Lu Fei not to use such an excuse in the future, it will be exposed sooner or later. Looking at Nami, who is still in disbelief, Zoro can only helplessly perfunctory, his grandfather is really Garp. But after all, the captain of his own family, these people mentioned, have too much background, and even though every time the plot is over, Lu Fei has to report the situation to his old man and ask the other party to help him deal with it. But I don't know if it's because of the slow arrival of Marine, or because of the crowd. I never met Marine who came to help me, so Nami always thinks that Lu Fei is just doing things for the sake of convenience, so he keeps using this excuse. Let's go and see, what is the magical method of this sea restaurant? Lu Fei looked at the already well-built boat, got up from the deck chair, and greeted everyone. Arriving at the door, Lu Fei originally wanted to push the door open, but for some reason, a strong uneasiness arose in his heart. Let's go, Captain. What are you doing here? Zoro asked curiously behind him, why did his own captain suddenly freeze in place? Never mind. I still don't believe what kind of moths can come out of this sea restaurant. Lu Fei gritted his teeth and pushed the door open, when he heard an indescribable sound. I still. Slap. Lu Fei immediately closed the door, although he hadn't had time to see what was going on inside, but this strange sound, this charming atmosphere, is very strange, okay? Did you come to the sea restaurant by yourself? Could it be that he really came to some strange place in the sea? Lu Fei looked up at the top of his head uncertainly, that's right. It's a restaurant on the sea. But what the hell is this strange situation? Could it be my own illusion? Lu Fei pushed open the door, and the ecstasy sound reached everyone's ears again. But this time, Lu Fei saw clearly what the hell was going on in front of him. It turned out that people were simply eating food. Hi. I said. Lu Fei scratched his head, isn't this a normal thing? Normal shit. As soon as Lu Fei slammed the door, he complained frantically. The strange scene in front of him, the people who were eating, seemed as if something had been dropped on them, making strange noises while eating the food. Marine. By the way, what about the Marine just now? Tell Marine to quickly arrest these grandchildren, and sentence the mastermind to death with a reprieve is definitely not a problem. Seeing Fen Mao walking slowly behind him, Lu Fei grabbed Fen Mao by the collar and shouted, hurry up, take these abnormal grandchildren away, they must be fed by something. Holding her pink hair, Lu Fei pointed at the shy and broken-faced people in front of her, and shouted with black lines on her face. At the same time, she also confirmed one thing in her heart, this restaurant on the sea is definitely not serious. Chapter 21. Boss, just now I know how much I have offended, haven't I already paid for it? Iron Fist Hoberty looked at Luffy with an angry face, and was so frightened that he lost his soul. No. Luffy looked at the pale pink hair, wishing to throw it into the sea. With this psychological quality, how can I still be a Marine? What an embarrassment to Marine. Then, over there. BD. Luffy pointed at the diners who didn't play bad expressions and said, this must be drugged. Don't you care? Negligence of duty, UBD. Speaking of which, Lu Fei has already pulled out that garp-shaped phone bug, ready to call his old man, chat with his old man, and pour a wave of water. Iron Fist Hoberty looked at the direction Luffy was pointing at, and then realized that this was what he was talking about, and he couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. But seeing Lu Fei's appearance as a phone bug, he was completely sure that the person in front of him was really the grandson of the boss Garp, and he couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. It's really useless. So in the next second, Iron Fist Hoberty flatteringly introduced it to the boss. This is actually the specialty of this restaurant. Iron Fist Hoberty began to introduce Lu Fei. You star have legs. Lu Fei looked at the strange pink hair, and then looked at the people who had been played badly, with disbelief on their faces. Look at the shy expressions of these people, listen to the coquettish calls of these people, tell me this is a special feature? Whose restaurant features drugs, BD? If you bully me, you really don't want to watch One Piece. It's a real boss. Iron Fist Hoberty looked at Lu Fei with a look of disbelief, and hurriedly explained, at that time, we also thought that this restaurant secretly added something to the food. But after multiple inspections by our Marine, there are no illegal drugs at all. Fen Mao patted his chest and assured, even if the chef is asked to cook the dishes on the spot, there is no problem. Well, although it's my first time here, I'm going to see how delicious the food here is, Fen Mao nodded and assured Lu Fei. Hi. The voice from next to his ear made Lu Fei's expression darken again. If you want to eat, eat well. Don't make such a ecstatic sound, BD. Looking at the tall and thick man in front of him, covering his face with a shy girlish face, he kept making that ecstasy sound. Not only Lu Fei, but even the kindly smiling squinting eyes, couldn't help it. He raised his eyebrows. From this, it can be seen how lethal the scene in front of him is. By the way, that chef seems to be called Sanji. Fen Mao seemed to remember something, and said to Lu Fei again. Tisk, Captain, don't you think this scene is a bit like that one? Zoro suddenly whispered to Lu Fei, it's that dishonest one, XX medicine spirit. FK. After Zoro's reminder, Lu Fei suddenly remembered that the scene in front of him seemed to be exactly the same as the scene of XX medicine spirit. Lu Fei still clearly remembers that when the anime of Medicine King first came out, Lu Fei watched it with great interest during his lunch break. Although I had already turned down the volume at that time, but I couldn't stand the first episode of Yaoang and I was going to make trouble. Can you imagine the way the people in the company looked at Tang Sen when the ecstatic voice sounded? Most of the men have playful, interested, or you are really a warrior eyes. But the eyes of female colleagues. Thinking of that happy time, Lu Fei really kept praying to God, hoping that time could go backwards. And the scene in front of me at this moment is exactly the same as the scene after eating in the anime. The most important thing is that this cook is really called Sanji. What should I do? How could he invite this guy to board the ship now? Who dares to recruit a cook who prescribes medicine as soon as he cooks? Lu Fei doesn't want to make that embarrassing noise at the same time as his own crew when eating. Forget it, there's nothing else to do with you. Lu Fei waved at Fen Mao, indicating that he could leave. When Hoberty the pink hair heard this, he hurried in with his female companion. But at the same time, Lu Fei stood where he was, thinking about what to do next. This Nima is outrageous. Lu Fei murmured dissatisfiedly that he had already planned it out. According to the plot of the original book, he invited Sanji to board the boat, and everyone stayed together, and had nothing to do to have fun with those vicious pirates. Okay? Just all kinds of moths. A good chef, Sanji, was turned into what he is now. Yes, although the cuisine of XX medicine spirit is indeed delicious, and Lu Fei also admits this from the bottom of his heart, but you can't stand the side effects of this thing. The early stage was okay, that is, Jiaohu and so on, but as the plot progressed, Nima actually started to explode in the later stage. Can you believe it? Although the Medicine King's setting is that some people will burst their clothes, but Lu Fei dare not bet on it. The ghost knows that he has such a special system. According to the gameplay of this dog competition system of my own, even if I don't have this system, this dog competition system that loves to cheat people, if I force myself to reward one, wouldn't it be cool? When the time comes, just eat a meal and explode your clothes once, who can bear that? Originally, the adventure security group from home was on hold, who could bear such a big expense? I'm a guest. A paid guest. Lu Fei came back to his senses from the noise in his ears. Bang! Just as Lu Fei came back to his senses, he was about to see what happened, but he saw the pink hair in front of him, smashed the table with his fist, and roared at the man in front of him. What is this dog thing doing again? Lu Fei looked at the troublesome pink hair, very helpless. Why are there so many bastards in Marine? Whether it was the Emperor Axe at the time or the guy in front of him now, they all seemed to like to do evil. No wonder my father, whom I have never met, wants to overthrow the rule of celestial dragons. Lu Fei looked at the man's iconic blonde hair, and asked Zoro uncertainly, it should be Sanji. It should be. Zoro looked at his stupid captain and responded uncertainly. The man standing in front of the pink hair, judging from the current situation, should be Sanji, wearing a black suit and the iconic golden hair in the future. But the only difference is that Sanji has 7 knives on his back. You are a cook. Even a swordsman, Zoro doesn't have as many knives as you. Hey? Wrong. Lu Fei looked at the familiar 7 knives and kept muttering. 7 knives? 7 knives. Lu Fei slapped his head, and suddenly remembered why those 7 knives were so familiar, and his expression was very rich for a moment. Aren't you the chef of the spirit of XX? Originally, in the world of One Piece, there is enough drama. When did you steal Ren knife from 7-star knife? Hey! The little boss is playing tricks, BD. Chapter 22. Don't you have any reverence for food at all? Sanji looked at the pink hair in front of him, impatiently lit a cigarette, and took a deep puff. Sanji slowly exhaled a puff of cigarette, left the cigarette butt on the ground, suddenly clasped his hands together, and said in a very reverent whisper. Thank you for all the ingredients in this world. No. Seeing the familiar picture and the familiar lines in front of them, Lu Fei and Zoro looked at each other, trying to hold back their desire to complain. Suddenly, a strange red light emanated from Sanji's body, making Lu Fei and Zoro dizzy for a while. At this moment, Lu Fei has changed from not being very sure at the beginning, to being somewhat sure after getting on the boat, to now being completely sure. The Sanji in front of him is another person who traversed the cliff. Except for the time traveler, Lu Fei really can't believe that Sanji in One Piece is so flashy, using Ren 7-star knife from the Chinese little master, cooking XX medicine, and fighting with gourmet captives moves. One Piece has been completely ruined by you group of traversers, okay? Restrain me a bit, bastards. The corners of Lu Fei's mouth twitched crazily, and he didn't know what to say anymore. Ding. The original character Sanji is detected, and the following tasks are hereby issued. Ding. Successfully invite Sanji to become a crew member and reward the host summoning spree. Come on, listening to the sound of the system, even if Lu Fei didn't want to take away the cook who cooked strange things in front of him, he had to. Didn't you hear that the system has issued tasks? Although in the gift packs given by the system, generally speaking, there are more cheating ones, but there is still a free thing, right? Hey! Lu Fei sighed, thinking of his group. Every time it's meal time, they would make that weird and coquettish noise, and they had already deducted a sea view room with their toes in embarrassment. In the current duel, with Sanji's roar of fork, knife, Fen Mao has completely knelt down. But to be honest, whoever faces this set will not be confused. After all, it is the move of the protagonist in the gourmet prisoner, and it is originally a move against those ferocious beast ingredients. Don't talk about pink hair. If you bring Kaido's people now, they might all kneel. Who made Kaido's gang consist of all kinds of rare and devil fruit? Transcendence is complete. Sanji took out a red talisman out of nowhere and stuck it on Fen Mao's head. Save your uncle, BD. The corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched as he watched Sanji's funny behavior, and finally couldn't hold back the desire to complain. You are using the kitchen utensils of the little boss to cook XX medicine spirit dishes, etc., let alone these things. What the hell is it that you put a talisman on someone's forehead after the fight? People are real people. It's not your Kixingdeo Ren, no, it should be the ingredients processed by Kixingdeo Sanji now. You even put a talisman on others, and it's over. Are you going to look at the atmosphere of the scene, BD? And the most important thing is that although Fen Mao can't get up after being beaten by you, he is still alive, BD. Haven't seen Fen Mao's big eyes turning straight. Now I want to eat you? How did you achieve such a calm sticker, BD? Lu Fei's face turned red, and he tried his best not to complain. What are you doing to the guests? Hearing the noise in the hall, a man came out of the back kitchen and said dissatisfied to Sanji. Popeye? Let's cross the stage. Lu Fei looked at the person coming, and couldn't help but complain. Goddamn Popeye. Zoro looked at Lu Fei, who had a distorted expression at the moment, and kindly reminded him, this guy, named Patty, is a sea chef and a combatant. He came in and said putting customers first, but often using force to deal with guys who eat bully meals. Scared me to death. Lu Fei wiped the cold sweat from his head, and muttered dissatisfiedly, I thought that sailor who loves spinach also got on stage, and scared me into a cold sweat. Captain BD, you fake fan, have you read the original book properly? Zoro yelled at his own captain, but seeing Patty's appearance and changing clothes, it's really stupid like Popeye. On the other side, Patty walked over to help Fen Mao up, to see if Fen Mao was okay. After all, conflicts and the like, his restaurant was no stranger to these. But the most important thing now is to let Fen Mao pay for the meal first. BD, Fen Mao pushed Popeye away, stood up staggeringly, and said to Sanji viciously, there is such a shop that treats customers like this, I want to destroy him. Absolutely. Fen Mao didn't intend to make trouble today. After all, he brought a beautiful female companion, ready to pretend to be a wave, and then win the beauty's heart, so there was a scene of confrontation with Lu Fei at the beginning. But Lu Fei's background is too hard after all, and he is just a little marine lieutenant, the gap with others is too big, Fen Mao can only endure with a smile. But you are a sea restaurant, let yourself lose face? What? Your grandpa was garp too? BD, are you messing around in my shop again? A man with his beard braided heard the noise in the hall and rushed over. The person who came was the founder of this restaurant, Redfoot Jeepy. And before Sanji could explain, Jeepy hit with a flying kick. Seeing this situation, Sanji didn't know what his stinky old man was going to do, so he squatted down quickly and let Jeepy kick him in the air. Huh? Old man, can't you fight? Are you angry? Sanji, who had avoided a blow, stood up slowly, still sarcastically speaking. Jeepy steadied his figure, supported his old waist that was almost flashing, and looked at the frightened Sanji. The veins on his forehead burst out of anger, and the two braided beards were calm and automatic. But it's strange to say that this brat was able to clean up after causing trouble, but a year ago, this brat was going crazy for some reason, and he seemed to be a completely different person. Not only can he make those weird and fascinating dishes, but even his personality has escaped a lot. The most irritating thing is that the way this dead child is irritating people is really strange. Calm down, boss. Yes, boss, don't be as knowledgeable as the sous chef. Seeing the captain who was about to go crazy, many cooks hurriedly hugged Jeep, persuading him earnestly, and at the same time winking at Sanji, telling him not to tease Jeep again. BD. Do you want to rebel? Jeep looked at a group of people hugging him, wishing they could kick him one by one. Boss, the restaurant can't stand your torture. That's right, boss. Our profits, except for the normal maintenance expenses, are all used for maintenance. Boss. Just pity the poor children. We haven't been paid for 3 months. That's right, boss, the children in the family have eaten their last meal and never finished their next meal, so please hold your hand high. Looking at this group of silly chefs, Lu Fei didn't know how to proceed with the next plot. Although I know that in the original book, there is no normal person in this restaurant, but I really came here. Compared with this group of incomprehensible chefs, to say abnormal is an insult to the word abnormal. Chapter 23. You here, don't you know how to receive guests? Nami, who was at the side at the moment, couldn't help it, and said to the group of funny chefs. Knew it. Lu Fei glanced at Nami, and murmured in his heart, sure enough, female crew members are still needed in the team, and Nami didn't have the slightest concern about such an embarrassing situation where he couldn't get in the conversation. Well done, Nami-chan. Lu Fei made a heartfelt gesture to Nami. Come right now, come right now. Miss, you can do it here. This is the menu. See what you need. Yes, yes, you order first, I'm laughing at you. Hearing Nami's voice, a group of chefs immediately let go of Jeep and greeted Nami Lu Fei and his group with a playful smile. But Lu Fei saw that Sanji in the distance seemed to have a strong emotional fluctuation when he saw his group. Although it had been well hidden, Lu Fei still noticed it. Forget it, fill your stomach first. After being hungry for so many days, I must treat myself well. Lu Fei took the recipe handed over, looked at all kinds of dishes, and said in his heart that Nima is outrageous. On the entire menu, there are really dishes on XX medicine spirit, how do you order it? How to eat after ordering? The problem is that I don't have social psoriasis. With so many people at the scene, I don't want to exhale shyly. That scene is too embarrassing, hey. Is there any problem with the menu? Sanji also walked over slowly, looked at Lu Fei who had not ordered for a long time, and asked aloud. What's the problem? Big problem, BD. Hearing Sanji's question, Lu Fei wished to give this 3-in-1 Sanji a blast. What do you mean by 3-in-1 Sanji? The knife of the little master, the cooking of the spirit of XX medicine, and the fighting moves of the gourmet prisoner, isn't it Sanji who is 3-in-1? I have some other dishes here. I don't know if the head chef can cook them. Lu Fei couldn't help swallowing when he thought of those dishes in his previous life, and said to Sanji. It's not that Lu Fei doesn't want to order the dishes on this menu, he is really afraid that after eating, he will make that shameful sound. I would like to hear more about it. Sanji replied very forcefully, with a cigarette in his mouth. I am Nima. This is installed? How many inheritances has this Traverser Sanji received, so awesome. Would you like to hear more about it? You're talking about words with me here, aren't you? Lu Fei smiled kindly, looked at the confident Sanji, and said. Noodles are the staple food, noodles are not noodles. Face? Face is not face. Sanji looked at Lu Fei in shock as if he heard something incredible. Can't you do it? Lu Fei looked at Sanji with a sideways smile. It's not that I can't, just. Sanji still didn't recover, and said blankly. Then let's not face each other. Lu Fei said with certainty. Come on, depending on the situation, this guy hasn't reacted yet. If you don't hurry up and order 2 more dishes, you don't know when you will be late. To know those dishes in the Chinese Little Masters, when Lu Fei was in his previous life, he wanted to taste them in his dreams, but he was not in the same dimension, so he could only look at them with tears in his eyes. 4 hot dishes, let's have Yunlong fried shrimp, Red Sea bream continental map, and Big Magic Panda mapo tofu. Lu Fei continued to say to the dull-faced Sanji. Ah? Red Sea bream continent? Sanji responded with a dull face. 4 soup, let's use the base Han Filong pot. I remember this should be considered soup. Lu Fei thought of the ingredients in the Filong pot, and suppressed his saliva. If you take a sip of the soup in the pot, you will definitely be able to ascend in place, okay? This. Sanji still had a confused expression. Snacks should be Shenglong dumplings, 3 egg sumai, universe big sumai, reincarnation spring rolls. Regardless of Sanji's darkening face, Lu Fei still talked about the dishes he wanted to eat. You. Sanji came back to his senses now, listening to Lu Fei's words, he wished to tear Lu Fei apart. Do you really want to eat or do you come here for yourself? Although I can do these things myself, it takes time. Which of these dishes in the Chinese Little Master's home can be easily made by the Little Master? In the end, you were lucky, almost all of them were ordered. I think your grandson is purely embarrassing me, fat tiger. It's also fortunate that this grandson didn't order phoenix crystals. If this thing is ordered, it will take half a day to pick the bean sprouts by yourself. For dessert, I want another phoenix crystal. Before Sanji could rejoice, Lu Fei said as if he had thought of something. I am Nima. What did your grandson just say? Do you have the ability to say it again? Sanji resisted and took out a big knife, and gave the grandson who ordered the meal an idea of slashing a bull and a green dragon. Hey? No, how did Lu Fei's grandson know about these dishes? Someone told him? Still? Sanji was smoking a cigarette, resisting the thought of asking. What's the matter, head chef? Can't you make it? Lu Fei looked at Sanji who had come back to his senses with a sideways smile, raised his eyebrows and smiled. Can be done. Sanji wished he could strangle this guy first, it's too cheap, isn't it? But as a strong chef, how can he say it but not do it, how can he not do such a thing? By the way, what's the problem? Let's have a good conversation after we finish eating. Lu Fei handed the menu back to Sanji and said with a smile. In fact, it's not that Lu Fei deliberately made it difficult for the time traveler Sanji. After all, his captain recruited a chef. You, a time traveler, were so awesome just now. Besides, Lu Fei actually has a general understanding of Sanji's character. Whether it's the amulet of transcendence or his awe-inspiring attitude towards ingredients, it means that Sanji, the time traveler, is a good cook. But the important thing is, aren't you going to download some weird things? I don't believe it anymore, the food in Xiao Deng's house can also make you order something strange. But it seems that in XX Medicine Spirit, this kind of hallucinatory setting is called Heart of the Kitchen. That being the case, let me see, what kind of ideas and concepts will your Heart of Cooking convey to us? Is it that devastating, overwhelming deliciousness on the tip of the tongue? Or is it the kind of food that will warm people's hearts and bring people hope? So for Sanji's judgment, wait until you have eaten these dishes before making a decision. Lu Fei looked at Sanji who was gnashing his teeth, and smiled innocently. He definitely didn't order these difficult dishes because he wanted to eat them. Chapter 24. Work. Sanji turned his head and kicked Popeye next to him, and at the same time kept reminding in his heart that he is a cook, and he must try his best to fulfill the requirements of the guests. Complete a ghost. It's true that I'm a cook, but the dishes ordered by Luffy's grandson are sure to be ordered by people. Let's not talk about the staple food noodles. Why do you want to face non-face? Yes, although this dish was made by the master chef back then, but if it is really going to be made, how long will it take? Don't you know that only 2 Nimas passed the special chef assessment? Not to mention the Red Sea Bream continent map, reincarnated spring rolls and so on. The most cheating ones belong to the Cosmos Shamai and the Phoenix Crystal. Who knows how much effort it takes to make the Cosmos Shamai? As for the Phoenix Crystal, not only does it require laborious picking of bean sprouts, but it also has to pose as a phoenix, which is outrageous. Sanji went to the kitchen, still couldn't help wanting to blow Luffy's grandson's head off, it was really too bullying. The other side. Lu Fei, what did you order just now? Nami looked at Lu Fei and asked curiously, why do you feel that these dishes are very delicious even though the name is very strange? Also, what is non-noodles? Noodles that are not noodles, why are they so strange? Nami stared at Lu Fei and continued to ask curiously. Looking at the silly Nami, Lu Fei smiled and said, these are all the more powerful dishes in my hometown. You can try them when they come up later. Food from my hometown. Zoro also closed his eyes, recalling the flavors of his hometown in his mind. It's not only amazing, it's so amazing. Is the big magic panda mapo tofu? With squinted eyes and a gentle smile, I'm really looking forward to it. I don't know, if I meet Ms. Kaya in the future, will I like to eat it? She squinted her eyes as if thinking about it, with a happy smile on her face. What the hell? Can you still have a good meal? I really don't care if the other party accepts it or not, just force the other party with dog food. Looking at Squint Eyes with a happy expression on his face, Lu Fei wished he could give Squint Eyes Usopp a kick, and he couldn't stop eating. But it seems that Usopp also said that he also invited Ms. Kaya to go with him at that time, but Kaya was reluctant to leave this place, so Usopp also promised Kaya that he would come back again after the trip. After a long time, Sanji and several cooks came out with dishes on their faces. Hey! This is what you ordered, the face is not face. Sanji looked at the drowsy Luffy, and almost flew off the spot in anger. Laozi worked so hard to stuff squid shreds into the noodles, UFG sleep here. Give me a sense of anticipation. A whole Luffy. Sanji is not used to Luffy, anyway, he is not on the boat now, so he simply knocked Luffy awake with a knife in his hand. Huh? Are you ready? It's too slow. Lu Fei opened his eyes in a daze, and unconsciously popped out a sentence. Nima. I really want to kill him. Sanji's angry forehead was already bulging with veins, and he almost pinned the bowl on Lu Fei's head. How slow are you? Didn't you know what you ordered? If you think it's slow, you won't order an ordinary dish, BD. Feeling a strong killing intent, Lu Fei immediately became terrified, squinted at Sanji who was exuding black air, and then realized what happened. Ha 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 ha, careless. Lu Fei laughed embarrassingly twice, and hurriedly pushed the companions beside him to wake up, muttering non-stop. Really, the chefs are working so hard, and you guys are actually sleeping, which gives me a sense of expectation, BD. Lu Fei slapped Zoro to wake him up, and then gently shook Nami. Captain Dog, I'll kill you if I get a chance. Zoro stroked his hot thigh and scolded Lu Fei. After playing around for a while, Lu Fei and everyone turned their attention to the dish in front of them. Is this not face? Isn't this ordinary noodles? Nami picked up a chopstick of noodles, very puzzled. You are young, girl. Lu Fei looked at Nami with interest at first, who had a face of indifference at first. After tasting the face that was not face, and the extremely happy expression, she thought to herself that the speed of changing faces of women is really fast. As soon as the noodles entered the mouth, Lu Fei suddenly saw a group of little old men beating gongs and drums and playing the erhu, playing festive music. Then a young girl appears and opens a scroll that says yummy. Chapter 25. It smells like that. Lu Fei looked at Sanji, who had a displeased face. Although this dark-faced cook looked impatient, his craftsmanship was really good. Lu Fei originally wanted to write a poem to express his shock and satisfaction with this dish, but he could only describe it as shitty, cowhide. Next, as the black-faced chef Sanji continued to serve dishes, not only Nami, a local, but also Lu Fei, Zoro and others had a good taste. What is top-level food? What is a super chef's master? Let's not talk about the non-face, not only is it completely different from what those bigwigs did in the previous life. The dish in front of me seems to break through the dimension, perfectly making the noodles itself. Not only is the catfish very chewy, but even the appearance of the noodles, if you don't distinguish them carefully, you can't recognize them at all. They are noodles made of catfish and shredded squid. Not to mention the Red Sea Bream continent map and the big magic panda mapo tofu in the back, and the most important thing, shenglong dumplings. It's really unreasonable for Zhenima to stand up. And the most unreasonable thing is that these dishes, when the lid is lifted, actually emit a dazzling golden light. It almost blinded the stupid eyes of Lu Fei and Zoro. But it's all coming to the world of pirates, so there's no reason for it. Lu Fei and a group of people supported their big bellies and collapsed on the chairs, unable to even move. And the diners around, seeing this strange scene, also wanted to order such a luxurious set meal, but a group of scrawny, exhausted chefs who exuded the breath of death refused. Just kidding, these are just a few dishes. After finishing cooking, Sanji and the many chefs almost feel that they have been drained. If you come again, who can stand it? You go out and ask, whose top dishes are sold in unlimited quantities every day. Making that thing is not only time-consuming, but also the minds of everyone. Just that phoenix crystal? How many bean sprouts did Popeye pick off? Not to mention that you have to watch carefully every step, for fear that if you don't pay attention, this dish will be stained with a little flaw. So in response to the requests of many diners, Sanji said that whoever loves to cook will do it. Anyway, Lao Zi will not do it, so I will fool you first. After I am done, I will not be here anymore. When the time comes, I will give the recipe to the old man Jeepye. I will be very happy. Sanji looked at the old man Jeepye with a sinister smile. From now on, you will take care of him, old man. And Jeepye on the side seemed to feel something, and shivered all over his body. Looking back, it was Sanji, a brat, who was staring at him with a mean smile. Wanting to give this dead boy a kick, he suddenly thought of being dodged by this dead boy just now, and almost missed his old waist, so he simply turned his head away and stopped looking at Sanji, this dead boy. Woohoo, the food is delicious. The spherical Lu Fei sat slumped on the chair, becoming more and more satisfied. And among these dishes, I really feel the kind of heartwarming heart from these dishes. Lu Fei glanced at Sanji, who seemed to be drained dry and lost his soul, and smiled kindly. Sure enough, this was the cook I was looking for. Even though he was a time traveler, I made an appointment. It's not good, there's a huge pirate ship coming. A man suddenly ran in outside and shouted at everyone. This is? Lu Fei frowned and tried to think back. Forget it, what the hell is going on? Didn't you see that you were all eaten into a ball? Admiral, Creek. Zoro seemed to think of something, and underestimated. Just now, our Mr. Sanji saved a pirate. He squinted and suddenly explained to Lu Fei and the others. When? Lu Fei was confused. Didn't Sanji cook all the time? When will there be a chance to save someone? And according to the description of the original plot, it seems that the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, will be coming soon, right? Lu Fei scratched his head. I remembered. It seems that it was because Hawkeye rode a boat with a black knife, and Crick saw it, so that he was chased to East Blue. While you were resting. Usopp squinted his eyes and said to Lu Fei, I saved a man named Ajin. Come on. Let's see the excitement. Anyway, I can't move now. Lu Fei continued to spread out on the chair, expressing that he didn't want to move at all. By the way, Johnny, Joseph, take Nami back to the boat first. Lu Fei thought for a while, then said to Johnny. After all, following Crick's arrival on this ship, it is very unsafe. Chapter 26. Please give us food and water, please. After asking Johnny and Joseph to send Nami back to the boat first, Lu Fei listened to the sound and looked at the situation at the scene. Good guy. Crick actually knelt down and begged everyone to give him water and food. Lu Fei looked at Crick in a standard kneeling posture, and couldn't help but say Crick cowhide. However, in the original book, Crick's grandson clearly agreed to leave after eating, but after eating, he not only gave Sanji a blow, but also shamelessly asked Sanji to cook food for another 100 people. But after all, he is a pirate, isn't it normal to come here just by opening his mouth? Do you think this grandson can keep his promise? Stop it. If this idiot hadn't provoked Hawkeye, he wouldn't have ended up in this place. But I don't know, did Hawkeye row the boat with a black knife? Lu Fei was thinking about this problem, and suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he decided, Shanks, a small pit for a while. Please, please. Ah Jin, who was rescued by Sanji just now, also knelt on the ground with the captain, begging everyone. Hey. Sanji sighed, turned around and took out a bowl of fried rice from the kitchen, and handed it to Crick who was kneeling on the ground. Is it still soft-hearted after all? Seeing the one coming out with fried rice, Lu Fei muttered, but he didn't decide to change anything. Since he was about to go out to sea with him, it would be okay for this Sanji to experience the behavior of pirates. Crick, who wolfed down the fried rice, finally regained his strength, stood up, and slammed his fist at Sanji. Tisk, what do you want to do? Sanji blocked the blow casually, spitting at Crick, and said unhappily. Huh? Lu Fei was a little curious. According to the plot, shouldn't it be Sanji who was beaten and sent flying? Looking at it this way, Sanji's fighting power is good. Although Crick has just recovered now, but to be able to block this blow, it is obvious that Sanji is still prepared. Wu, what did you do? Crick suddenly felt his whole body go limp and fell to the ground. Tisk Sanji smacked his lips in displeasure, put the water glass in his hand aside, and said to Crick, as a cook, it should be no problem to learn a little knowledge of pharmacology. After all, many ingredients in the sea, they are all poisonous. I'll ask you again, what did you do to me? Crick shouted angrily. So, listen to the man's words. Sanji glanced at Crick, and then said, I don't really believe in such a vicious pirate like you, so I just took some medicine. You? Crick couldn't believe it. He acted like that just now, and the guy who handed him fried rice actually put something in the food? This glass of water contains the antidote. Sanji pointed to the glass beside him and said, if you keep your promise, I will give you the antidote and let you go. But, you made the wrong choice. Sanji said lightly to Crick, leaving the cigarette butt on the ground, suddenly put his hands together, and whispered again very reverently. Thank you for all the ingredients in this world. Following Sanji's combo of knives and forks, Crick, who was already weak, completely passed out. Transcendence complete, Sanji took out a red charm from his bosom and stuck it on Crick's forehead. Show. Zoro looked at Sanji's actions, and subconsciously admired, this is a bit tricky. After the fight, put a spell on the opponent's forehead, and say something to the cup holder, Dai Hwa's Hixia what? Show you uncle. Glancing at the crooked Zoro, Lu Fei said that he doesn't want to talk to this idiot now, but Sanji's behavior, how do I feel, it always feels like death. When you fight, and after you fight, you come out like this. The proper hatred is full, okay? It's not good, big brothers. Johnny and Joseph didn't know what was going on, and suddenly ran in covered in sea water, complaining to Lu Fei and Zoro. Probably, no, looking at Johnny and Joseph covered in water, Lu Fei suddenly recalled that his classmate Nami seemed to have left at this time. Big sister head threw us into the sea and sailed away, Johnny and Joseph cried holding Zoro's thigh. Damn. Lu Fei and Zoro looked at each other, and said badly to themselves, how could they forget about it? But didn't I say that after finding the cook, I will go to the place where Nami lives and help her? Lu Fei scratched his head, very puzzled, even if I can't fight, I can call someone, my grandfather is Garp what? Come on, Nami doesn't believe there is any way? It doesn't matter if your father is I'm. Zoro picked his teeth with a toothpick, and said nonchalantly, after this episode, we can clean up Arlong, right? By the way, big brother Zoro. Johnny suddenly remembered something, and said, the head of the big sister did seem to be holding an arrest warrant for Arlong, and when he looked at the portrait of Arlong, his expression was very ugly. Come on, after Johnny said this, Lu Fei also confirmed that the plot seems to be similar to the original novel. Nami naively thought that if he got enough Pele, he could return to his village. Alright, let's get ready to go. Lu Fei's spherical shape for a moment, Lu Fei returned to its original appearance, and Zoro looked at him with a dazed expression. Lu Fei got up from the dining table, walked towards Sanji slowly, stretched out his hand and said, would you like to be my partner on the boat and go on an adventure with us? Listening to Lu Fei's sincere words, not only Sanji, but even GP and many chefs stared at Sanji. Hurry up and leave with them. Brat, this ship doesn't need you anymore. Looking at Sanji who was silent, GP remembered Sanji's dream, so he decided to add fire. Hearing the Captain GP's words, the chefs around couldn't understand the situation, so they all said to Sanji. Come on, the dishes you cook have always been bad. That's right, it's so unpalatable. Let's go, head chef, maybe I can get paid normally without you. Okay, I'll join you, Sanji said with a smile while shaking Lu Fei's hand. In fact, Sanji was just a little confused just now, although he got along well with everyone and the old man GP. But as a chef, I also have the same dream as the old man GP. In fact, I also want to see what interesting ingredients are there in this world of One Piece. Besides, after your own trip is over, it's not like you won't come back. It's not bad to brag about what you've seen and heard to this group of idiots at that time. Hi. Many chefs and GP looked surprised. Are you so sloppy, BD? What about our good feelings? Are you just not thinking about it like this? Shouldn't we act like villains, and your sous chef will cry bitterly and be very reluctant? BD sous chef. You also moved us, ah hey. Boom. The old man GP looked at Sanji, who didn't follow the routine, and was thinking about what to say when he heard a loud noise outside the boat. He didn't know what it was, and it fell into the sea, which attracted the restaurant on the sea. There was a shake. Chapter 27. Ding. Hawkeye is detected, and the following tasks are hereby issued. Please do your best to complete the host. Come on, Zoro sighed while listening to the voice of his own system. Sure enough, the classic plot is still unavoidable. Ding. The task is divided into 3 levels of difficulty. Low-level difficulty, ignore Hawkeye, and reward the title of Host Eater, pay attention. After carrying this title, as long as the host doesn't do anything, all the surrounding attacks can't hurt the host. I am Nima. Godly skill. Looking at the rewards given by the system, Zoro's eyes lit up. If he gets this title, he will be able to lie down in the finale of the pirate world in the future. Ding. Notice. After obtaining this title, the system will be completely unbound, and no rewards will be issued in the future. Pit dad thing. The corner of Zoro's mouth twitched. Sure enough, the dog system has no good intentions, isn't it the title of a melon eater? As for unlocking the system? Ding. Intermediate difficulty, gain the recognition of the great swordsman Hawkeye, get the best skills, unlimited sword control. Ding. Unlimited sword system, in Fate, Amiya Shiro has an inherent enchantment. When the host is in the enchantment, it can copy all the weapons the host has ever seen. FK? Zoro was a little confused, and asked the host in disbelief, can all weapons be used? Ding. Yes host, as you can imagine, all weapons, but only cold ones. Ding. Note that in the enchantment, the strength of the host affects the quality and effect of the weapon. This is fine. Although Zoro dare not say that he has watched all of the world, but he has watched a lot of interesting anime. If I get this thing, when the time comes to fight, the left hand is a peerless sword, and the right hand is a blood-drinking mad knife? Isn't it a cool comparison? Otherwise, it's Senbonzakura in my left hand, Ryujin Jaka in my right hand, double long-range attack, you just say, who will come and who will not be confused. Ding. This enchantment lasts for 5 minutes, please use it with caution. Have to. Can't make it through 5 minutes? 5 minutes in the red eye state, and 5 minutes in the enchantment? You have to last longer to die. Ding. Ultimate difficulty, defeating Hawkeye, reward host Li Xiaoyao with all combat experience, all skills, and all strength. Ding. P.S. A group of martial arts practitioners who want to fight my immortal cultivator? Are you crazy? Zoro couldn't hold back when he heard the system's voice, and he was sure that the last ultimate difficulty was created by the grandson of the system to fool me. In the current situation, it seems that only the second option can be used. The first option and the third option are purely for fun. To be honest, the first skill is indeed a magical skill, but if I choose the first one, the system will simply quit, so I definitely can't choose it. Although the passiveness of this title is indeed a bug, there must be various reasons for having to take action in the later adventures. If the system is unbound, what will happen to me in the later stage? And the last one, beat Hawkeye? Defeat your uncle, I can FK you. With my current strength, how can I defeat it? Go up to the proper might when takeout, and deliver it to your door, okay? Before Zoro could finish thinking, he was dragged out by Luffy to check the situation outside. I saw outside the restaurant on the sea, the ship of the second cargo of Locke, which had been chopped into countless pieces by the Eagle Eye. But at this moment, Hawkeye was sitting on his own boat in a very dignified manner, holding a black knife, playing with the pirates under creek. Tisk tisk, otherwise, how can you say that he is the #1 swordsman? Look at his character. Luffy leaned on the railing, looked at Hawkeye and exclaimed. Tisk. Zoro looked at Hawkeye, and thought about how to get Hawkeye's approval. Could it be true that it was the same as the original book, and got stabbed? My mother, if Hawkeye's attack is not serious, I will be completely cold, okay? Although it is clearly stated in the original book that Hawkeye is a tsundere, Zoro really doesn't dare to bet that if someone doesn't see him, he will kill him with a knife, and he won't even have a place to cry. Hi, brother Hawkeye. Lu Fei glanced at Zoro with a serious expression, and suddenly seemed to find something interesting, and opened his mouth to shout at Hawkeye. Then Lu Fei pulled Zoro and ordered Zoro, who also rushed over to join in the fun, to walk in the direction of Hawkeye. You Hawkeye looked at Lu Fei and Zoro who came in front of you, very curious, you don't remember knowing these two little guys in East Blue. Brother Eagle Eye, please do something. Lu Fei smiled lewdly, teach my partner a lesson and let him know what it means to be the world's #1 swordsman. Listening to Lu Fei's request, Hawkeye said that he didn't want to deal with this familiar person at all. Who are you? Brother Hawkeye? I know you very well. But Lu Fei's next words aroused the interest of the arrogant Hawkeye. Just take a breath, let me tell you, Brother Shanks, that BD, how did he lose his arm? Lu Fei looked at the arrogant eagle eyes, and sold Shanks in an instant. But Hawkeye is very interested. Those who have some strength in the sea actually know that after Shanks returned to East Blue, he lost an arm. But the grandson of Shanks kept silent about how he lost it. He only said that he bet his arm on the new era. And Hawkeye, because of his arrogant personality, naturally would not ask Shanks, ABD, how he bet on the new era. Are you? Hawkeye looked at Lu Fei with interest and asked. My name is Lu Fei, Brother Shanks is stupid, he should have said my name. Anyway, it is Shanks' good friend who is stupid, and Lu Fei doesn't intend to hide anything. Now that I have met Hawkeye, on the one hand, I want to see what the world's top combat power is like. On the other hand, I want Zoro to receive some instruction. After all, they all use knives, and Zoro seems to be following the path of a swordsman. How about it, Brother Hawkeye, think about it. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows and said to Hawkeye with a wicked smile. Really? Looking at Lu Fei who was out of tune in front of him, Hawkeye felt a little helpless. The appearance of this guy was exactly the same as that of Shanks when he was young, both were out of tune. Come on, let me see, weak swordsman, do you have the courage to draw your sword against me? Hawkeye flashed, appeared on the empty wooden board, looked at Zoro and said arrogantly. Hey, Zoro also sighed, thinking that his own captain, is this a mistake? Now, for the sake of completing the task, let's cut him once, so he can't die anyway, right? Zoro handed the 3 knives in his hand to Lu Fei. Now, of course, I can't use the 3 knives. I usually hang them on my waist just to look cool. Now facing Hawkeye, I naturally have to take them off, otherwise it will be true. It's a bit of a hindrance. Ignoring Lu Fei, who was stunned, he held his right hand, and a long knife full of cracks and exuding a strange aura appeared in Zoro's hand. Chapter 28. Be careful. Zoro looked at Hawkeye in front of him, and exhaled deeply, clearing all distracting thoughts from his mind. These days, after countless swings of his sword, he finally stepped into the threshold of a swordsman, although he only unlocked 20% of Yasuo's proficiency. But it is these proficiencies that have caused Zoro to undergo earth-shaking changes. At the same time, it also made Zoro understand how powerful the prodigal Yasuo is if he walks out of the game world. Step forward and chop. Zoro took a step forward, and the figure appeared behind Hawkeye in an instant. Slash steel flash. Zoro looked at the flaws exposed by Hawkeye, and immediately swung his knife down. Ding! A crisp sound of hammering iron spread to Zoro's number 2 middle school. Hawkeye, who had turned his back to Zoro earlier, had already turned around, holding a crossfruit knife, and blocked Zoro's blow. Maybe you are famous, and you have the courage to swing a knife at me. Hawkeye looked at Zoro, and said arrogantly, but this is the weakest East Blue among the 4 sea regions. Unfortunately, I don't have a smaller knife than this. Hawkeye mocked arrogantly. Pucci, Lu Fei on the side covered his mouth, trying not to let himself laugh. Sure enough, although because of Shanks' face, Hawkeye accepted the request. But after all, he is the number 1 swordsman in the world, so he still needs to be aggressive. Seeing this classic scene and Hawkeye's arrogant mocking face, Lu Fei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Tisk! Zoro glanced unhappily at his dog captain, and then at the mocking Hawkeye, and the anger burst out of his heart. Although when I watched this episode, I laughed and Zoro was a bit overconfident, but now Zoro is me, that mocking face and mocking tone really make people very uncomfortable. System. Turn on the large form. Zoro said to the system in his heart, stop pretending, it's a showdown. Ding! The state of Wolyakai has been turned on, the countdown is 5 minutes, start. In an instant, Zoro's eyes glowed with a special red light effect, and his aura abruptly doubled. Oh! Hawkeye sensed Zoro's reality at the moment, and became a little interested, but only a little bit. I'm going to take her away today, let's see who dares to stop me. Zoro twitched the corner of his mouth, and subconsciously said this sentence in Cantonese. Ah! Lu Fei was stunned for a moment when he heard the familiar words, then he burst out laughing. It's just great. Looking at Zoro in the field, Lu Fei wished for a video recorder to preserve this classic scene. Let me show you how big this world is. Hawkeye waved at Zoro casually with a cross knife. The next second, I saw a sharp crescent-shaped saber air attacking Zoro. Damn it, the crescent moon is soaring. Lu Fei couldn't help but groan when he saw this familiar figure. I am Nima. Zoro, who originally wanted to use the wind wall, staggered and fell to the ground when he heard his captain's complaints. Seeing the sword energy so close at hand, he could only use the long-lost donkey to roll, and escaped dangerously. Pass. Crazy. Captain Dog, you will die if you don't speak. Zoro raised his head and cursed at his own Captain Dog. He almost died. What a god, Yuiat Yenchong, it's okay if I don't understand, but the problem is that I can understand. I am also from time travel, BD. Zoro was so angry that he wanted to smash his captain's dog's head right now. Stop it, stop it. Lu Fei looked at Zoro with a smirk on his face, and hurriedly covered his mouth with both hands. Even this move, is it so laborious? Hawkeye looked at the two who had finished chatting, and swung the knife again at Zoro with some disappointment. Tisk, there's a limit to looking down on people. Zoro smacked his lips in displeasure, and swung the knife in front of him. Face the blast. This biting saber aura, when it hit the thin wall of wind, disappeared in place without even a single ripple. Wind barrier. As long as it is an attack that is judged to be flying, it can be blocked for you. It's interesting, Hawkeye said, looking at the wind wall blocking his attack. The interesting thing is yet to come. Zoro replied with some displeasure, reached out and took out a pair of scissors from his pocket, and threw it at Hawkeye. The thrown scissors spun at a high speed, following Zoro's gestures, they continuously attacked Hawkeye's dead corner. And Zoro increased his speed again, turned into countless after-images, and together with the scissors, attacked Hawkeye frantically. Ding 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 ding. The continuous sound of iron strikes at the scene attracted all the people watching this battle. Even Lu Fei, who was originally laughing, showed his special kunao. If any special situation happened on the scene, he would definitely be the first time saves Zoro. After all, the strength shown by Zoro now is much higher than when he was fighting Crow. And in the current battle, it seems that his own deputy captain seems to have made a real fire. He is no longer simply asking for advice, but fighting with the idea of defeating his opponent. It's just that it seems that the strength of my group and these long-established people is still a bit far behind. Have you exhausted all means? Hawkeye drew out his own black knife at some point, blocking Zoro's magic knife 1000 blades. Where is this? Zoro looked at Hawkeye and smiled sinisterly, the magic knife 1000 blades, solve it. Following Zoro's low shout, the magic knife in his hand suddenly seemed to be broken, passing through Hawkeye's black knife. But in the next instant, countless fragments were reassembled and chopped towards the top of Hawkeye's head. The magic knife with thousands of blades can only attack, it is unparalleled in the world. Tear it. Although there was only a faint sound, Zoro understood that his blow had worked. Ding. The status of Wolyakai has expired, please pay attention to the host. Ah? That's it? Hey hey hey. Zoro listened to the sound of the system in a daze, and the red light effect of his eyes disappeared. Feeling the declining strength at this moment, Zoro smiled in relief. Sure enough, the current self is still too far behind? Thank you very much. Zoro put away the magic knife 1000 blades, bowed to Hawkeye, and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Stop fighting. Hawkeye looked at Zoro, who had lost all fighting spirit, and also put away the black knife. Strange sword play. Weird knife. Hawkeye thought that if he hadn't avoided the final blow just now, he would have really let the little guy in front of him succeed. However, seeing a small horn missing from the brim of his hat, he looked at Zoro who was bowing to him, and said arrogantly, I am Dracula my hawk, a young swordsman, and I approve of you. Chapter 29. Ding. Congratulations to host for being recognized by Eagle Eye, and rewarding host for getting unlimited swordsmanship. This is done? Zoro listened to the voice of the system in his head in disbelief, thinking that his mission had failed this time. After all, in the original book, Zoro said a lot to Hawkeye, which moved this arrogant swordsman, and he was just thinking about making moves, and even communicated, moved? Impressed eh? But listening to the notification sound given by his own system, Zoro said that this wave is very comfortable, at least he got the reward. At this moment, Lu Fei quietly pulled Hawkeye, stood aside, and muttered something quietly, and after a while, only Hawkeye's hearty laughter came from the field. Listening to Hawkeye's joyful laughter, Zoro didn't even have to guess, it must be his own stupid captain who told Hawkeye how Shanks was not off by the King of the Sea. After Lu Fei and the others sent Hawkeye away, they and the others at the restaurant on the sea tied up Crick and threw them on the damaged decks. By the way, they called their old man Garp. Boo boo boo. Boo boo boo. Hey, grandson, what's the matter? Garp's hearty laughter came from the phone, and Garp expressed that he was very pleased with what his grandson had done recently. After going to sea for so long, I haven't heard any negative news about my grandson. On the contrary, from time to time, my grandson will catch 2 thieves to help naval headquarters clean up the cancer. If it weren't for Lu Fei's very resistance to marine, Garp really wanted to tie up his grandson and throw him into the marine training camp for a good workout. With Lu Fei's potential, after he and his good friend Sengoku retire, maybe he can be a Marshal Dang Dang, no matter how bad it is, maybe he can be a 3 Admiral. Hey, old man, yes, there is a new one. Ah, yes, the new product just released, what is it called? Grand Admiral Creek. Hearing Crick's name, Garp was startled. Garp actually had a certain estimate of his grandson's strength, but his grandson hasn't been out to sea for long. How could he catch Carrie, who is known as the overlord of the East Blue? Gram? My dear grandson, you didn't tease me, did you? Looking at the suspicious eyes of the phone bug, Lu Fei seemed to have seen his old man pinching his nostrils and looking at him suspiciously. It's true, yes, let someone come when you're done. Yes, oops, didn't I tell you, I'll go and play with you in 2 days. I didn't lie to you, hey, let's not talk about it, I still have something to do here, so hang up. After a brief chat with Mr. Garp, Lu Fei hung up the phone. Originally, the old man from home was already very enthusiastic about his attitude. Since he cleared the marine scum and caught some small thieves along the way, Master Garp has been extremely enthusiastic about himself. And during the call, from time to time, he intentionally revealed that if Lu Fei was to be a marine, the treatment would definitely be good. At that time, with the help of Mr. Garp, the absolute level will increase rapidly. It won't be long before he can be promoted and raise his salary, become a third admiral, become a marine marshal, marry Baifume, and reach the pinnacle of life. But these words were all choked by Lu Fei's celestial dragons. It was only then that Garp remembered that his grandson didn't seem to like the celestial dragons very much. For a while, Garp was very suspicious whether he was his own son-in-law, who annoyed Lu Fei. But it seems that I don't want to see those celestial dragons either. Hey! Lu Fei sighed, glanced at the people who had been tied up, and greeted them, ready to leave. After so long delay, it's time to go. Who knows if Nami has returned to the village by now? Captain, I can't leave now. Sanji suddenly came over and said to Lu Fei, I still have some cooking recipes, and I want to give them back. Although Sanji has almost handed over the recipes of the spirit of eating halberds to many chefs, but the dog captain ordered today, which I have never done before. And looking at the eyes of those diners at that time, it is absolutely certain that these grandchildren will come as soon as everyone opens business the next day. Well, let's stay overnight. Lu Fei said to Sanji. After all, Sanji still has follow-up to deal with, and Nami's side, wait a little longer. Regarding Nami's situation, Lu Fei also understands that it is useless to worry about it. To be able to protect herself from Arlong's pirates for so long, Nami must have her own way. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting a crew member, Sanji. Ding! Reward host summoning spree. Chapter 30. Huh? Listening to the sound of the system, Lu Fei opened the gift bag and looked at the rewarded items in a daze. Seeing a colorful seed appeared in Lu Fei's hand, he couldn't laugh or cry. What is this? Lu Fei asked the system helplessly. Summon. Your own summon gift pack. Are you too lazy to give yourself the mobile game interface now? Directly gave a seed with colorful light? What about trouble? What's wrong with this thing? Eat it, or plant it. Is this system so cheating now? Don't even give yourself garbage games? Has it become a game now? Ding! This item is a colorful seed. After the host plants it, characters will be summoned according to the daily care of the host. Ding! The summoned characters are 100% loyal to the host. Come on! Listening to the sound of the system, Lu Fei put away the seeds first, and the melee was also driven away by Nami, a rambunctious girl, and they should be planted on the ship after they meet again. After one night. Captain, how do we get there? Zoro yawned and asked Lu Fei. Hey? Lu Fei suddenly seemed to think of something, the damn ship. My group doesn't have a boat, so why go to sea today? Huh? Is the marine coming? Usopp squinted his eyes and glanced into the distance, only to see a huge marine warship sailing towards Lu Fei and the others. I wipe. How come I don't see you so fast? Lu Fei smacked his lips in displeasure, and after thinking for a long time, he had no choice but to take out the blue top in his arms, wrap a thin rope around the top, and throw it towards the sea. You can't run away. Lu Fei couldn't guarantee who the person who came this time was. If it was an ordinary person, if it was his old man who came out for a walk when he had nothing to do, it would definitely be another greeting when he met. Although I also want to give my old man a hug from AI, Raikage's mind bomb. But thinking that his old man Garp is getting more and more enthusiastic, let's slip away. Crash! A huge Uzumaki suddenly appeared in the sponge, and a huge magic circle shone with dazzling light in the Uzumaki. After waiting for a long time, there was no picture of the wave messenger appearing. Lu Fei looked at the approaching warship and anxiously asked the system if the mech was broken. If it was broken, it should be repaired quickly. Didn't see the warship is not far away. Ding! To summon the wave's envoy, the host must make gestures and recite spells, only then will he communicate with the wave's envoy and succeed in summoning. Go to your uncle. Lu Fei listened to the sound of the system, and wished he could smash the head of the grandson of the system. This cheating setting is definitely a bad taste of the system or the system producer. Otherwise, it's just to summon the mecha, it's so fancy, and it's connected with each other. Sir, I've seen the light envoy before, BD. Only the mech of light energy messenger has self-awareness, and has a feathered mind connection with wave messenger. The most important thing is why all the chefs in the Shanghai restaurant, including the red-footed jeep, came out to send them off. Are you so free? Time to open, you bastards! What are you going to eat when it's not open? But looking at the warship getting closer, Lu Fei's scalp tingled with embarrassment. Although he didn't have social cow syndrome, in the strange eyes of many chefs and his own crew, he still assumed the shameful pose of summoning mechs. Duo moksa la mu. Lu Fei made a shameful gesture, and shouted in the direction of the magic circle, Sparkle. You. Wavebringer. Awful, awesome. Zoro looked at Lu Fei in surprise, and unconsciously clapped his hands. Amazing. My captain. Sanji was so surprised that he even dropped the cigarette from his mouth when he heard his own captain's summoning spell. Sure enough, following the sea is a very interesting thing. Usopp squinted his eyes and smiled kindly. Damn it, you grandchildren have already remembered it. You don't have any shameful pictures in the future. The big deal is that you don't want the gift bag next time. Find a chance to ask the system if there is a small high-definition video recorder. At that time, record all the scenes of you bastards pretending, and when you are old and sitting in a wheelchair, show it to your sons and grandchildren over and over again. On the surface of the sea, the magic circle seemed to hear Lu Fei's spell, and for a while there was a strong wind, accompanied by yellow lightning, and a huge mech emerged from the bottom of the sea. Lu Fei looked at the summoned mecha, leaped forward, stepped on the disc fired by the mecha, and entered the body of the Wavebringer. Ding! Host needs to continue chanting the spell to fully activate the Wavebringer. I am Nima. It's not over, is it? Hearing the sound of the system again, Lu Fei felt awkward digging out a sea view room with his feet. When he chanted the spell just now, he already felt that he was about to die socially. Still want to come now? But it seemed that there was no other way, it was all like this. Lu Fei could only resist the embarrassment, gritted his teeth and continued to shout. Wavesbringer. Transform. After the wave messenger was finally fully activated, Lu Fei finally couldn't help it anymore, grabbed the three people who were eating melons on the shore, and headed in the other direction where the marine warship came, with full power, and quickly slipped away. By the way, God of Sword and God of Sword should also take it first. Lu Fei drove back in the mecha in a hurry, carried Johnny and Joseph in one hand, and slipped away again with full firepower. Captain BD. Take it easy. Bones, Bones, Captain BD. Zoro cursed as he saw that his dog was less serious than the captain. Captain. Drive slowly, slow down. The wind is 2% UN %. Sanji's head was exposed, and he wanted to say something, but he was confused by the strong wind. Interesting. Squinting, the moment Lu Fei stretched out his hand, he jumped on the shoulder of the wave messenger, found a comfortable seat and sat down, enjoying this strange sea trip. Johnny and Joseph rolled their eyes. Chapter 31. A few days later. Hey, wake up. Luffy patted Johnny and Joseph on the cheeks, trying to wake them up. This physical fitness is too bad. Lu Fei looked at the two people who were foaming at the mouth, and muttered dissatisfiedly, if it wasn't for the fact that he was swaying on the way, he would wake them up from time to time. Absolutely, when going out to sea, faint to the destination. With this physical fitness, how did you become a pirate hunter? Lu Fei looked at the two people who seemed to be slowly recovering, and complained. I am the hardest one these days. He doesn't eat, drink, or sleep, but he has been driving the mecha for several days, hey. But it's strange to say that Lu Fei didn't seem to feel tired and hungry when he thought of the past few days in the mecha. Although he still felt hungry after getting out of the mecha, it was not to an unbearable level. Captain BD, vomit, sooner or later, I will chop you, vomit. Zoro knelt down on the ground, retching with listlessness. On the other side, Sanji, like Zoro, was lying on the ground, retching without tears. Wasn't it just when Lu Fei summoned the messenger of the waves, he made a few jokes? Who knew that the grandson captain was so vengeful? No matter how much he and Zoro yelled, he still kept grabbing himself along the way. Almost. He and Zoro almost became the first batch of dead traversers who traveled by means of transportation. Sanji took a long time to relax, lit a cigarette, and took a deep puff, only to feel a little better. No wonder Zoro sometimes beats the captain like a dog. Sanji glanced at the stupid Lu Fei, wishing to take out his ultimate weapon, the Baiken Sirius blade, and give this grandson an Arhat crystal slash. Turn it into raw fish, no, just turn it into raw slices. Sanji slowly exhaled a smoke ring, feeling that he finally recovered. Have I arrived in heaven? Johnny's eyes recovered a little bit, and he stared blankly at the sky and said. Have you come to heaven too? Joseph heard Johnny's voice, and gradually came to his senses. Stop making trouble. Lu Fei helped the two of them up, looked at them and asked, the place where Arlong is, this is it? Hearing Lu Fei's words, he was so frightened that his style of painting changed. After taking a look at the surrounding situation, he realized where he was. This place should be called Gosa Town. Johnny said in disbelief as he looked at the dilapidated town in front of him. What caught Johnny's eyes at this moment was a dilapidated town. Most of the houses had been completely destroyed, and there was a deep ravine on the street. It was unknown what caused it. The Arlong pirates. It's definitely the Arlong pirates. Looking at the dilapidated town, Joseph said, not long ago, I heard that the Arlong pirates made a big fuss in this town. Unexpectedly, who is so tragic? Brother Zoro, are we really going to face Arlong? Johnny asked, looking at Zoro with a look of defeat. Ask the captain, as long as the captain wants to go, I will definitely go, Zoro said, looking at his silly captain. Brother, do you really want to face Arlong? Johnny turned his head to look at Luffy and said, that's the worst pirate in East Blue. It is said that he has ruled more than 20 towns and killed more than 200,000 people every year. There are countless more. Johnny told everything he knew. If you are afraid, you can leave. Luffy looked at the tragic situation in front of him, and suddenly smiled and said to Johnny and Joseph. After all, they are just simple pirate hunters with average strength. Everyone in my group has their own big moves, and if there is a battle, they can't take care of these two. No, not afraid. Johnny and Joseph looked at each other and said firmly, but the swinging legs betrayed them. Interesting. Luffy saw that although he was afraid, he still insisted on his belief, and couldn't help but give the two of them a high look. To be honest, if these two people still strengthen their beliefs in the following observations, Luffy might invite them as trainee adventurers on his ship. After all, it must be very interesting for two such interesting people to take risks on the road. You guys, are you talking about the Arlong pirates? A fat Murloc suddenly walked in front of him and said to Luffy and his group. Yeah, we're going to destroy the Arlong pirates. Luffy looked at the bloated Murloc in front of him and smiled kindly. Damn boy, go to hell. Upon hearing this, the minion Murloc immediately waved his big hand, ready to slap the brazen guy in front of him. Chapter 32. Boom. Before he could make a move, Zoro on the side had already used the back of his knife to slash the steel flash, knocking the Murloc to the ground. Usopp and Sanji also took out their weapons and watched coldly. This Murloc. Hey, do you beg for mercy? Luffy looked at the grinning Murloc in pain, squatted down to look at the Murloc and said, go and beg my friends, maybe they will let you go. As soon as the Murloc heard this, he immediately crawled up in front of Usopp with squinting eyes, and begged for mercy, crying bitterly, please forgive me, I'm just doing what the boss ordered. I don't want to either. Maybe it was because of Zoro's blow just now, the Murloc realized that he was not an opponent at all, so he pretended to beg for mercy at this easy-talking squinting eyes, and then went to report to the boss before killing these people. When the time comes, the gang of boys in front of them will definitely die wailing in the cage with missing arms and legs. Hey! Luffy glanced at the cannon fodder Murloc, and really wanted to tell this guy, even if you're begging the guy who hit you just now? If you beg for a killer, you've really had enough. But what Luffy just said was just talking, because the moment he saw the Murloc, he seemed to hear the wailing of those innocent souls around the Murloc. So it's impossible to let this guy go. Luffy just wanted to see how low the lower limit of evil pirates would be. Well, did you smell it? Squinting Eyes took out a small dagger from the magic circle and said, looking at the Murloc. Huh? Smell what? The Murloc asked blankly after listening to the words with squinted eyes. The stench of the soul. He narrowed his eyes and smiled kindly. In the next second, a cold light flashed in the hands of Squinting Eyes, and the Murloc fell straight down on the ground, and it became a luxury to even move. BD, BD. The Murloc wanted to struggle to get up, but his tendons and hamstrings had been broken by his squinting eyes, so he could only fall to the ground, roaring impotently. Didn't you say that if you beg your partner, you will spare me? The Murloc raised his head with difficulty, and cursed at Luffy. Don't worry, this knife is very sharp. He squatted in front of the Murloc with squinted eyes, and said with a gentle smile, you will die peacefully before you feel any pain. Hey, is there still such a showy operation? I got it. Hey. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, the three looked at each other, this is the hidden boss. UBD, BD. Squinting his eyes, Usopp smiled softly, got up, and stood up, ignoring the Murloc who was about to die. Seriously, if it is true what this Murloc said, he is just the bottom of the cannon fodder, acting according to their boss's orders, maybe Usopp will really let him go. However, in his own eyes, Usopp saw the black aura lingering around the Murloc, which was formed by the resentment of the people who were killed. Of course, there is also the stench from the soul of the Murloc in front of him. The Arlong pirates won't let you go. Our boss will destroy your village and kill all of you. You are the remaining human from this village. You are from the next door. None of you can escape. Come to hell with me UBD. Die. Die UBD. Yeah, that's not bad. Usopp suddenly opened his ice blue eyes, looked at the Murloc and said calmly. Whoosh. With a flick of Usopp's hand, the dagger was inserted straight into the Murloc's head. Let's talk about it when I die next time. Usopp looked at the lifeless Murloc, closed his eyes and said calmly. FK. At this moment, the three of Luffy Zoro were completely speechless by the shock of Usopp in front of them. This is the boss. I always feel that the last scene of shaking hands is quite handsome. The forceful style has been raised to a higher level in an instant. Damn it. You're so handsome. Zoro suddenly muttered in a low voice. Stupid batch. Luffy looked at the second-rate Zoro and muttered, then turned to look at the Murloc who had rolled his eyes and lost all traces of life. Luffy curled his lips, originally thinking that when he saw the corpse with his own eyes, he would feel some discomfort in his heart. But glancing around, Sanji with a shocked face and Zoro who was thinking thoughtfully, Luffy scratched his head. Well, I'm the only one worrying about this matter in such a short time. And Zoro, you idiot, what are you thinking about? Could it be that you are thinking about some showy operation again? Stop it, Master Suo. Receive your supernatural powers. You. What are you doing? Before Luffy finished observing carefully, another woman stood up not far away and shouted to everyone in horror. Yo, isn't this Nami's sister, Nokikao? Why is there a child next to her? I never heard that Nami's sister gave birth so soon. But seeing the girl in front of him, Luffy rolled his eyes and said to the girl in front of him. We are looking for our important partner, a girl named Nami, do you know her? Chapter 33. In Nyokijao's room. That's why you say that outsiders are troublesome. Nyokijao poured a glass of water for Luffy and the others, leaning on his head and said dissatisfied. Even though he didn't know anything about the situation, he dared to kill the Murlocs. If the other party hadn't said that he was Nami's partner, Nyokijao would definitely not have taken this troublesome group of people into his home. And you are a kid from the town of Gosen next door, right? Nyokijao looked at the little boy on the chair, and said again, obviously you have personally experienced the ending of daring to attack the Murlocs. Why are you planning to attack the Murlocs? Where do people start? They killed my father, and our town was also destroyed. The little boy held back his tears, lowered his head and said, but when he was going to take revenge, he was blocked by a woman, and that witch actually blocked it. It doesn't matter if you want me to die, I'm so unwilling. Puff. Luffy took a sip of tea. The witch in front of the child should be Nami. Has she really arrived? And it seems that in the original book, if Nami didn't take you away, you would be cold now, okay? Then go to hell. A guy who has no willpower at all. Nyokijao looked at the little boy calmly and said, I know someone. For the sake of the distant future, forget it, why are you talking about this? Hey, the meal is ready, wash your hands and eat. Sanji said to the crowd wearing an apron. Damn, when did this grandson enter the kitchen? Is he so familiar? And what the hell is the meal ready? Is Sanji so addicted to cooking? We've only just started chatting. Hey. When did you sneak into the kitchen, UBD? Nyokijao, who was still calm, saw Sanji wearing his apron, and his style of painting completely changed. Oh, look at this sudden painting style. Nyokijao's scary eyes, fangs, and big mouth are exactly the same as Nami. Luffy looked at Nyokijao and smiled, and said. We are here to take back our partners. Partner? Nyokijao glanced at Luffy and asked, is she happy? If it's a trip with us, I'm very happy. Luffy handed a plate with a bowl to Nyokijao, taste it, this is the wish of Nami partners. It's mysterious. Nyokijao opened the closed bowl, a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, and Nyokijao looked bewildered. The corners of Luffy's mouth twitched. It's so fancy to make fried rice with eggs. Could it be that this is the style of a top chef? I may cook simple dishes sometimes, but the style must be high. Luffy and the others, who were full, slumped on the chairs. Through eating and talking just now, Luffy also learned from Nyokijao's mouth what kind of suffering this place is suffering. As Nami's older sister, Nyokijao has seen all of Nami's actions over the years. However, Arlong's pirate group destroyed a town of villains because of one person's resistance. Luffy said that there was no psychological pressure at all. Arlong Paradise? Luffy closed his eyes, thought for a long time, and suddenly squinted at Usopp and asked, Old Wu, is there any weapon that can clean up miscellaneous soldiers, that is, the kind of AoE damage weapon? Usopp tilted his head with squinted eyes, thought for a while and said, there are AoE weapons, but they should not be used to clear miscellaneous soldiers. Ah? That's it. Luffy squinted his eyes, and asked with some doubts, can't even deal with miscellaneous soldiers. Luffy is a little confused. Usopp's strength should not be without AoE weapons, and it seems that there are quite a lot of miscellaneous soldiers in Dragon Paradise. Although it is not a problem for my group to deal with, it is too troublesome. When the time comes the scene is definitely like swat a fly. Tisk. Luffy smacked his lips in displeasure. The dog compared the system, how good it was to give himself a super Saiyan at that time. When the time came to bring Nami out, just give him AF *King blast, wouldn't it be resolved? Although the Wavebringer is cool enough, it really has no means of long-range attack. Captain? What I mean is that if my weapon hits down, even the boss can be blown away. Usopp spread his hands helplessly, saying that he really couldn't control the strength, and only eliminated the minions. Come on, careless BD. It was actually installed by this product again. Looking at the squinted eyes of Tanxiao, Lu Fei felt that black lines kept appearing on his forehead. Then let's go and meet our navigator. Lu Fei stood up and greeted his partner. You. Nyoki Jao looked at the people who got up, and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lu Fei. Next, leave it to us. Lu Fei looked at the nervous Nyoki Jao, smiled and said, we will bring Nami back safely, as a sister, you are waiting for us here news, that's all. Let's go. Lu Fei and the others waved goodbye to Nyoki Jao and walked towards Arlong Paradise. Arlong, grandpas are here. Chapter 34. Lu Fei yawned, looked at the gate in front of him, and asked Johnny and Joseph, this should be the so-called Arlong Paradise. Yes, big brother. Johnny pointed to the door and said to Lu Fei and others, this is where the pirate Arlong is. Old Wu, don't look, then take out your weapon. Lu Fei said to the squinting Usopp beside him, I'll take Nami out in a while, and hit him right away. Lu Fei jumped onto the wall and looked at the situation inside, but looked around carefully, but couldn't find Nami. Captain, are you firing? Lu Fei, who was observing the situation carefully, suddenly heard Usopp's voice behind him, and responded without thinking, open. FK, FK. Lu Fei hurriedly jumped off the wall, and said to Usopp, I haven't confirmed Nami's location yet, FK me. FK you, uncle. After seeing the weapon Usopp took out clearly, Lu Fei was so frightened that he uttered a classic national curse. Squinting your eyes, are you robbing an arsenal somewhere? Needless to say, it must have been taken out of the magic circle. What the hell is your magic circle? Why even have this thing? It's too illegal, UBD. What Usopp took out was not a simple cannon or something, but a certain series of ballistic missiles that Lu Fei was very familiar with in his previous life. Although this weapon caused quite a stir when it first appeared, Lu Fei, as a flower grower, is also very proud. But this thing looks like a treasure for the aircraft carrier, BD. Usopp, you don't even look at that long missile. You don't even look at the wheels of the car pulling the missiles, BD. I asked you to bring out an AoE weapon, but not this big killer. You're trying to kill us all, BD. It's just such a big fart place, how dare you come up with this series of things for me? What the hell are you thinking? Naturally stupid? BD. Put it away. Put it away quickly, you BD. Lu Fei looked at Usopp in fear and said, this grandson is too damaged. If such a missile goes down, let alone Arlong Paradise, maybe the whole island will be blown up. Believe it or not. At the beginning, the unscientific anti-tank gun was so powerful, but now the big baby that the grandson took out is so powerful, I don't know how powerful it will be. Ah, it's a pity. Usopp squinted his eyes and glanced regretfully at a certain series of ballistic missiles, summoned a magic circle, and took the missiles back. This is the only rare treasure in my arsenal. Usopp still felt a little pity, and muttered in dissatisfaction. Shut up, BD. What a treasure, what a pity your sister, BD, how dishonest your arsenal is. Sooner or later, you'll be arrested for selling arms. What kind of system do you have? It's so unreasonable. Hey. Do you know that the power of this thing is carrying a thermonuclear warhead with a TNT equivalent of 300,000? How did your BD's system get this thing? Hey. Looking at the retracted missile, Sanji and Zoro also wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. He was almost scared to death, thinking that Usopp would come out with some kind of cannon, but when this thing came out, Zoro and Sanji were almost frightened. The main reason is that this thing is really scary. I am really afraid that the grandson of Usopp will shake his hands. Before everyone is famous in the sea, they will be sent home by their own fire power. Don't worry, everyone. I control this weapon with my mind. Nothing special will happen. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the frightened crowd. After thinking about it, he opened his mouth to explain. UFG, shut up. Luffy looked at Usopp, who was about to explain something, and hurriedly stopped him. What should we do now? Zoro wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and asked Lu Fei, still with lingering fear. Wait a minute, I'll take a break first, this matter still has a big impact on me. Lu Fei also wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and said frightenedly. Don't you have any normal weapons? Lu Fei looked at the innocent Usopp, wishing to give the grandson a kick. That's the kind, the one with less power, the one with a smaller explosion range, and not so scary. Lu Fei said to Usopp, full of resentment, and at the same time, he tried his best to explain the weapons he needed in sufficient detail. After all, I am really timid. If you don't describe it clearly, the ghost knows what kind of exaggerated weapons Usopp, a child who has lived abroad since childhood, has come up with. Fortunately, it is in the world of One Piece. If it is put in the original world, no matter which country, let alone this series of missiles, if you just take out some low-level things, you will definitely be shot 300 times. Yes, yes. Usopp thought for a long time before summoning the magic circle again. A normal cannon appeared in front of everyone. Lu Fei and the others looked at the cannon, and then slowly let out a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a normal one. But this cannon seems to be the Italian cannon used by Li Yunlong back then. Forget it, retro is retro. Anyway, normal, right? That's it, Lu Fei is really afraid that if he asks Usopp to change another one, this product will come out with other scary things, it will be really amazing. Although the Italian cannon used by Brother Yunlong is also very flawed, but compared to what the BD squinted just now, it is already considered a lot more normal. How could I forget this? Lu Fei slapped his head, and I said why Nami is not here. Thinking of the original book, it seems that at this point in time, Colonel Mouse was searching for Nami's hidden treasure, so Nami was not found in Arlong's paradise. But just to be on the safe side, I still sent someone over there to check the situation. After all, Usopp's cannonball will be unbearable to ordinary people, let alone the current Nami, who has no combat power at all. Johnny Joseph. Lu Fei yelled at the two of them, you are going back to find Nyokijao, it is best to let her take you to the orange field to find Nami. Okay brother. Johnny and Joseph responded firmly. Hurry up, hurry back. Lu Fei yelled again towards the two people who were running. Chapter 35. After a while, Johnny and Joseph ran back in a panic, and said anxiously to Lu Fei and his group. Big brother, big sister head, she. Damn, I'm so anxious to death, the physical fitness of this sword god is too bad. Lu Fei is very anxious looking at the two people who can't finish their words. But depending on the situation, it should be something happened to Nami, otherwise the two of them would not have come back to report in such a hurry. Let you hang on for a while, Arlong. Lu Fei glanced at Arlong Paradise, hurriedly greeted his companions, and hurried back. The other side. When they learned that Nami's money was stolen and years of painstaking efforts were in vain, the villagers of Kokoyaksi village couldn't bear it anymore. Headed by a Jian, everyone took their own weapons and headed towards Arlong Paradise set off. At this moment, Nami has been hiding her emotions, and at this moment, she finally completely broke out. Arlong! 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 Nami took the dagger and stabbed at his arm with the mark of the Arlong pirates again and again. Snapped. Just when Nami was still about to stab, Lu Fei's group rushed to grab his arm. Hey, looking at the hysterical Nami in front of them, Lu Fei and the others felt uncomfortable. After all, this kind of moment, which was obviously close to being realized, but in the blink of an eye, it shattered and dissipated like a bubble. How many grievances and thrills have been experienced during this process, probably only Nami who cried bitterly on the ground understands. Obviously I lied to you, why do you still come here? Nami looked at Lu Fei, Zoro and others, lowered his head and cried, although he learned from his sister that there was a group of people who claimed to be their partners. Take yourself away. But when he saw Lu Fei and others, Nami couldn't hold back his emotions completely. Obviously I don't know anything, I have already left alone, why did I come here, why? Lu Fei and the others looked at Nami quietly without saying a word. In the current scene, you don't know what they have experienced over the years, and you can't say anything to comfort them. Lu Fei and others still know the truth of not persuading others to be kind without others suffering. Therefore, Lu Fei, Zoro and others are watching Nami quietly at this moment, just to wait for an answer from Nami. Help! Hearing Nami's call for help, Lu Fei, Zoro and others smiled kindly. Sister, what I'm waiting for is your words. Isn't that natural? Lu Fei knelt down, touched Nami's head, smiled softly, and then stood up. Let's go, let's start the team. Lu Fei calmly glanced at the murderous companions around him, and even Usopp, who was squinting his eyes, opened his eyes at this moment, exuding a cold killing intent. In front of Arlong Paradise. Lu Fei looked at the villagers gathered in front of the door, and at Johnny and Joseph who were covered in bruises. Before Lu Fei could ask, Johnny and Joseph stood up with difficulty and walked aside. The person we were waiting for has come. Johnny looked at Lu Fei and the others and said with a smile. Sorry, big brother, we wanted to challenge Arlong, but we didn't expect. Joseph wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lu Fei. Good job. Lu Fei gave Johnny and Joseph a thumbs up. To be honest, these two things really moved Lu Fei very much. When he came here, when he heard Arlong's name, he would turn pale with fright, and his body would sway involuntarily. Unexpectedly, after leaving for a while with his group, he could actually muster up the courage to challenge Arlong. Usopp spread his hands, and with the appearance of a purple magic circle, the Italian cannon appeared in front of everyone again. Cannonball modification. Usopp unfolded a small magic circle with his right hand and said to the Italian cannon. Increase power. Inject thunder, fire element. Captain, I'm ready. After a fancy operation, Usopp said to Lu Fei, blast open the gate, and you can start firing. Leave it to me, Captain. Sanji slowly exhaled a smoke ring, walked to the gate, and whispered. The bull and the green dragon slash. Sanji drew out the 7-star knife he was carrying behind his back, and slashed at the gate. All right, Captain. Sanji looked at the door that had been split open, and returned to Lu Fei's side. Then, let's fire. Lu Fei looked at the many murlocs inside who had noticed something strange, and said to Usopp. While you are sick, I will kill you. Boom. A deafening shelling sound came from beside him. If Lu Fei hadn't seen these weapons of Usopp, he would have stabilized his body before firing. The air wave generated by the cannon just now can definitely overturn him. Didn't he see that most of the villagers around him have been overturned to the ground? Moreover, at the moment when the cannonball flew out, Lu Fei seemed to see streaks of thunder flashing around the cannonball. If it weren't for the fact that everyone came here to avenge Nami at this moment, Lu Fei really wanted to discuss with Usopp what this guy's abilities are, of course, and that unscrupulous arsenal. Chapter 36. Ahem. Arlong struggled to get up from the ground, looking at the dilapidated surroundings all over his body, not understanding what happened for a while. He was still under the command of his own Murloc, lying on a chair, enjoying the sunshine. But suddenly there was a huge roar from somewhere, and before Arlong and the others could react, they were knocked to the ground by a powerful impact. Huh? Are you still alive? Lu Fei, who walked in slowly, couldn't help smiling when he saw Arlong, who got up from the ground with a confused face. Let alone the cannonballs that have been improved by Usopp, even if they are ordinary cannonballs, if others are unprepared, they will probably be in a daze for a long time. Tisk, let me just say, since ancient times there is smoke without injury, you still don't believe it. Zoro glanced at Arlong, and couldn't help muttering in his heart, after all, he is the memorable boss of Xinshao village, and his physical strength is good. It's not like there is smoke and no injury, isn't the miscellaneous soldier lying down? Sanji looked at the Murlocs who had rolled their eyes and were lying in various places, and said. Lu Fei and the others saw with their own eyes the power of this improved shell. When the cannonball exploded, not only was it accompanied by a violent explosion, but it was also mixed with electric flashes, as if adding a buff to the cannonball. Inferior human beings, do you know what you did? Arlong looked at Lu Fei and the others before recovering and shouted angrily. Looking at the destroyed houses, swimming pools and the nautical charts that Nami drew over the years, at this moment, all of them have disappeared, and Arlong can't wait to eat Lu Fei alive at this moment. Where is this Arlong paradise? I have been called the worst pirate in East Blue, the pirate who ruled 20 towns under him. How dare someone really make trouble for him? Are these lowly humans really alive enough? Huh? So you can get angry too? Lu Fei looked at the distraught Arlong curiously, and asked curiously. When I and others came to this place, I saw the tragedy of Gasa town, the destroyed streets, damaged houses, villagers who had been killed, and so on. If you trash can get angry, what about those innocent villagers? Lu Fei looked at Arlong and said calmly. We only treated you the same way you treated the villagers, why are you angry? Squinting his eyes kindly, he looked at Arlong and smiled, isn't this strange? Who the hell are you lowly humans? Arlong heard the town of Gosar, and couldn't help re-examining the four of them. These few people are not residents of Gasa town at all, and I have never seen these people at all. Strange question. Lu Fei looked at Arlong, who had been dazzled by anger, and suddenly a bald man in tights popped up in his mind, as if thinking of something, he said. We are just a group of adventurers driven by interest. Inferior people. Before Arlong could finish, Zoro interrupted him. Never mind, I'll start the team first. Zoro drew out the magic knife Chien blade and ran towards Arlong. Step forward and chop. Zoro dodged and appeared behind Arlong, and the magic knife in his hand slashed towards Arlong's back. Slash steel flash. Before Arlong could react, a huge wound appeared on Arlong's back, bleeding out. This tank, doesn't listen to the command, and dares to open the boss indiscriminately. Lu Fei suddenly shouted at Sanji Usopp, healers pay attention to the T's blood volume, and the output quickly catches up. First, open a wave of small bursts to lower the boss's blood. Quantity. Sanji and Usopp were about to start a fight, but they suddenly asked their captain to make such a sentence, and they couldn't fix it. After Lu Fei finished speaking, he remembered what he said just now, coughed twice in embarrassment, and left the sentence. I also started the boss, and ran towards Arlong. BD, just you lowly humans. Arlong felt the burning pain in his back, and hurriedly turned over to avoid Zoro's attack. Tisk, chirping, crooked Zoro babbled in displeasure, wanting to end it with a big move, but now he only got one layer of Yasuo's passive, and he still needs one layer to use Hasa. But don't say it, the Murloc in front of him is really top-notch in dodging, he's just like a loach. Zoro suddenly felt a flash of golden light, and Arlong in front of him had already been kicked by Lu Fei's heavy kick and flew into the air. Still taking the big move. Lu Fei said to Zoro, finish the fight early and rest early. The power of this sword is getting stronger and stronger. Zoro shouted, and his body suddenly disappeared on the spot. Soliak. Boom. Zoro's figure had just appeared beside Arlong, and when he was about to turn into countless after-images to attack Arlong, a gunshot sounded in his ear. Turning his head to look at Arlong, his brow furrowed, and he saw that a big hole had already appeared, and it lost its vitality as early as the moment of the gunshot. Sure enough, it's interesting to grab people's heads or something. He squinted and unfolded the magic circle, retracted the special sniper rifle, and smiled kindly. Tisk. Tisk. Lu Fei and Zoro smacked their lips unhappily at the same time, and looked at Arlong, who had fallen from midair and had lost his life, feeling very upset inside. This feeling is like drinking yogurt, and you are about to tear off the yogurt cover, but you use too much force, and your hand slips, and the yogurt flies out, but the yogurt cover is still in your hand. Most importantly, Lu Fei thought that the next battle would be fierce, but what happened? But was shot by squinting? At this moment, Lu Fei wanted to grab Arlong's collar and ask carefully why you survived the powerful shelling just now, and now you can send Usopp home with one shot. This ending is too hasty. Lu Fei looked around at the villagers who looked surprised at first, and then the villagers who changed their faces and cheered wildly, but still held back the reprimand for the behavior of squinting and stealing the head. Chapter 37. Win, win. The villagers cheered loudly as they looked at the fallen Arlong. Originally, the villagers headed by Ajian came to Arlong Paradise with the determination to die, but no one thought that these partners who called themselves Nami actually won. And from now on, Kokoyashi village is really free, and there is no need to live in fear because of failing to pay Bailey every month. Thank you all. Nami, who rushed over, saw everything that Lu Fei and others were doing, and tears flowed down involuntarily. Hey, what are you talking about? Lu Fei looked at the weeping Nami, and said embarrassedly, for a moment, when I met you, didn't I tell you a long time ago, you are the navigator I booked? Nami looked at Lu Fei and responded firmly. Just when everyone thought the ending was happy and congratulatory, an unpleasant voice suddenly came out from behind. It's been really hard today, everyone. Colonel Mouse suddenly appeared behind everyone with a group of marines. When seeing Colonel Mouse, apart from squinting Usopp, the eyes of Lu Fei, Zoro and Sanji shone with excitement. Just now, the three of us, before we had a good time with Arlong, were robbed by the grandson Usopp. At this moment, the three of us are full of anger, can't find a place to vent it. In the end, you said it was a coincidence that this BD came here? How come there are so many people with you? Good guy, Lu Fei called out in his heart at this moment. Good guy, what a coincidence that you came, big brother. When he is going to beat you, he must hit you softly. Seeing Usopp spreading his hands, Lu Fei immediately sensed something was wrong. Is this grandson really addicted to head grabbing? Are you really going to leave none of them for the three of us? Zoro. Lu Fei hurriedly shouted towards Zoro. Understood. Zoro rushed over immediately, looked at the innocent squinting eyes, got angry, and directly used the strongest lock technique in Assassin Wu Lioki. Love is stronger than gold and 7-day lock. Show. Lu Fei looked at the squinted eyes that had been locked by Zoro, and gave Zoro a thumbs up. Nice job, Vice Captain. Lu Fei said to Zoro, be sure to lock it up, and don't let this guy steal people's heads. That's right, we should lock this guy up for 7 days, and let him know the fate of being a human dog. Sanji also took a puff of cigarette depressedly, but he wanted to show himself. Although everyone thought it was troublesome and let Usopp use AoE to clear out the miscellaneous soldiers first, but everyone wanted to start a good group and show off themselves. Who knew the ending was so hasty? Sanji thought about it for a while. It seems that apart from doing a fierce bull and green dragon slash, he was purely doing soy sauce. Didn't I just want to solve the trouble for everyone? He squinted and looked at the three innocently, and didn't think there was anything unreasonable about head grabbing. This kind of feeling is like you are in a 1v1 men's battle with your opponent, and the opponent's top laner has only a little more blood left, but your teammate suddenly appears, and the flash boost recruits and loses the head. He also said in a daze, I was afraid that you would die, and by the way, I also cleared a large wave of soldiers for you, in the pretense of telling you to return to the city as soon as possible. Why do you always feel so angry? Sanji smoked a cigarette and almost choked on the cigarette, looking at the innocent expression with squinting eyes. He really didn't know what to say. Let go of me, I promise I won't make a move. Looking at the weird and interested eyes of the surrounding villagers, he patted Zoro's arm and said. Hearing Usopp's assurance, Zoro also let go of the guy, wondering why he suddenly came up and locked up a man just now. This behavior is too scary. Hey! Me! Colonel Marine! Seeing that he was being ignored, Colonel Mouse couldn't help shouting. But just such a sentence made Lu Fei, Zoro and others look at Colonel Mouse with excitement in their eyes. What do you want to do? Colonel Mouse shrank his neck, and weakly shouted at the few people, you dare to hit me, I will never let you go. After all, it's Marine, so let's take a breath, and the old man will be able to explain it to me when the time comes, Lu Fei said to Zoro and the others. The three looked at each other, and walked towards Colonel Mouse with a sinister smile. What are you doing? What are you going to do? I'm Colonel Marine, don't slap me in the face. Ah! I was wrong, really wrong. Looking at the three excited faces, Nami thought of what Colonel Mouse had done these years, and joined the ranks of beating people. After a long time, looking at Colonel Mouse who had rolled his eyes and had a bruised nose and swollen face, Lu Fei let out a long breath. Comfortable, comfortable, the unhappiness just now disappeared. Lu Fei looked at Colonel Mouse in front of him, and still called his old man Garp. Otherwise, who knows how this cancerous mouse colonel will report this matter in a more eloquent manner. Everyone, Marine will send people tomorrow to take Colonel Mouse and these pirates away, and they will be punished as they should, Lu Fei said after talking with his old man, looking at the surrounding villagers. So, everyone's suffering is over. Chapter 38. Lu Fei, Lu Fei. Nami suddenly broke into Lu Fei's room, lifted Lu Fei up, and shouted in horror. Monsters! There are monsters on our boat, Lu Fei. What monster? Nami, don't be surprised, okay. Lu Fei opened his eyes with difficulty, and said to Nami with a frightened face. The world I traveled through was the world of One Piece, where would there be monsters? Could it be that someone who ate some rare devil fruit came to scare Nami? Don't worry, we'll stew the monster in a while. Lu Fei yawned, patted Nami's head, and was about to go back to sleep. God knows how I've spent the past few days since dealing with Arlong. But let alone, the villagers of Kokoyasi village are too enthusiastic, not only myself, but even Zoro and Sanji, in the past few days, except for a small amount of food, they have been drinking with the villagers. I don't know if it's because my group's drinking capacity is not enough, or the people in One Piece world are especially good at drinking. My group finished drinking on the first day, and they had already started the second round with high spirits before they recovered. After drinking this meal, Lu Fei and the others were completely convinced. They didn't even know how their group got out of Kokoyasi village. It wasn't until I woke up a little that I realized that my group had left the village and started a new journey. No, Lu Fei. There really are monsters. Nami looked at Lu Fei who fell asleep, although he couldn't bear it, but the monsters on the boat were too scary. Okay, okay. Tell me about Nami-chan, what kind of monster? Lu Fei tried to cheer up, and said in a coaxing tone. Really? Nami pulled Lu Fei and walked towards the deck. It's a group of gourd monsters. When I went out to pick oranges today, they suddenly started talking. Ah? Lu Fei was startled when he heard this, and even his drowsiness subsided a lot. Why is this plot so familiar? Lu Fei recalled the experiences on the ship these days in a daze, as if he hadn't done anything. Could it be a specialty of pirate world? Monster! Monster! How dare you come? Monster! Where is our grandpa? Monster, monster! Look! Looking at the talking gourd monster, Nami hurriedly backed Lu Fei out in fright, and hid behind Lu Fei. The group of monsters asked me for their grandpa, but the problem is that I didn't catch their grandpa. Nami's expression was about to cry, but she just came out properly, ready to pick an orange. Who knew that such a thing would happen? And these gourds are too scary to grow. There are eyes, noses and mouths on the gourds. Grandpa! Grandpa! Grandpa, you're fine. Who is this female monster, Grandpa? When the gourds saw Lu Fei, they suddenly shouted excitedly. And seeing the shouts of the 7 gourds in front of him, Lu Fei looked at the 7 gourds in a daze, completely dazed. After a long time, after pinching his thigh red, Lu Fei realized that the scene he was in was the reality. Pit father, BD. Why did a gourd baby appear in front of me? What the hell is this? Lu Fei roared impotently in his heart. These 7 gourds are definitely gourd babies. It must be the guy who will become a gourd little King Kong after being refined by the snake. Grandpa, Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Grandpa, talk to me. Hearing the concern of the gourds, Lu Fei couldn't hold back at all. Didn't he just drink a lot? Why do you like being a master? And 7 at a time? Who can bear this, BD? Ding. Friendly reminder, the 7 gourds in front of you are produced by host's colorful seeds. Hey? Colorful seeds? Didn't I put it in my arms? Listening to the system's voice, Lu Fei rubbed his arms in confusion. Ding. Friendly reminder again, the colorful seeds have been planted by the host. Ah? Then it's okay, Lu Fei nodded blankly. It seems that the situation is not so difficult to accept. It's alright, what a ghost. This situation is absolutely unacceptable. You are definitely cheating on the system, absolutely. Looking at the jubilant gourd in front of him, Lu Fei yelled at the system, whose summoning gift pack is so unscrupulous that it will grow 7 babies. Even TV shows don't dare to act like this. Thinking of being unmarried and having 7 children, who can bear it? Meet the woman in the future? Good guy, I have 7 superpowers by my side, which woman can accept me? Shut up, I'm not your grandfather, call me big brother, gourds. Lu Fei couldn't help muttering as he looked at the rowdy gourds. Good grandpa. No problem grandpa. Chapter 39. Ha. I heard that you and Lu Fei were arguing early in the morning. Zoro yawned, shook his head and walked out slowly, complaining non-stop, we have been drunk a lot Nami girl. Zoro yawned and complained to Nami very dissatisfied. Yeah big sister head, we've been drinking so much that we have no memory these days. Johnny and Joseph followed behind Zoro, only daring to compare in a low voice. It's so noisy early in the morning, hey. Sanji came out with a cigarette in his mouth. Smoking early in the morning, sooner or later you will die, UBD. Lu Fei looked at the sleepy-faced people, feeling very helpless in his heart. Can't this group of people open their eyes and take a good look? In front of me, gourd baby. Damn. Zoro glanced casually at the gourd with 7 faces, and almost jumped up on the spot in fright. What are you doing, surprised? Sanji looked at Zoro dissatisfied, and when he caught a glimpse of the gourd, he couldn't help but say, damn. A monster. A monster with a human face. Help. Johnny and Joseph also found the gourd in front of them, and hugged each other in fright. Come on, these bastards. Lu Fei looked at the nervous crowd and held his head, feeling very headache. You look at the squinting eyes of the man, there is no surprise at all. Lu Fei looked at the squinting eyes who rushed over, this guy didn't show a trace of astonishment. However, Lu Fei originally thought that the colorful seeds given by the system would produce something good. Who knew that this time it would be so bizarre that 7 babies would be planted? Grandpa. Grandpa. Who are they? Yes, Grandpa. Lu Fei listened to the gourds who started to make trouble again, so he could only let go of the ignorant people and appease the gourds first. Although it is the seed rewarded by the system, it is still his own baby, isn't it? But thinking about the eating and drinking of the 7 children in the future, Lu Fei suddenly felt dizzy. The pirate group from home, no, it should be that the adventure group did not have much money for wine. Originally, I could only rely on these big pirates to beat the autumn wind, but now I have added 7 more mouths. I don't know how long I can last for the bounty from Arlong after finally getting it. Ding. Friendly reminder, after the gourd matures, when it becomes a gourd baby, it can be taken into the body. Ding. The gourd baby is a spirit body, and the host can refer to the anime town Soul Street. P.S. Lao Zi has a total of 7 hanging babies like this. Okay, are you the uncle? Listening to the sound of the system, Lu Fei didn't know how to complain. If Cao Yanbing and Zhenhun Street had these 7, what would happen to others? And you have changed the system too much, you good gourd baby, and you have turned into a spirit body, you are really beautiful. After appeasing the 7 gourds, Lu Fei looked at the curious eyes of the people around him, and for a moment didn't know how to speak. Ah, why are you here? Lu Fei glanced at Johnny and Joseph, and asked curiously. Hi. Johnny and Joseph cried immediately when they heard this. Brother, we are now the trainee crew of your adventure group. Johnny said to Lu Fei immediately. That's right, big brother, you can't count your words. Joseph also shouted anxiously. Come on, looking at the nervous expressions of these 2 guys, I guess I was too drunk and invited the 2 of them onto the boat. However, after getting along for that period of time, Lu Fei felt that these 2 things were really good. His adventure group always needed someone to clean up and tidy up. It's not bad to get 2 tool people. Lu Fei looked at the 2 of them, and said to himself that it seems that he needs to find a better devil fruit for these 2 goods, or else when the time comes to go out with his own group, these 2 live treasures maybe I can't keep up with the rhythm of my group. Of course it's a joke. Lu Fei said to Johnny and Joseph, and then explained to everyone. Nami, in particular, needs to be talked about. Zoro, Sanji and others, if I mention it casually, these guys will definitely understand, after all, everyone has seen gourd dolls when they were young. What about this? Well, it's a treasure from my hometown, and if you plant it, you will get 7 little dolls with different abilities. Lu Fei thought for a long time, and then explained to Nami with a lame excuse. It's not a monster. Looking at Nami's dubious eyes, Lu Fei thought for a while, and suddenly said in a different way, don't underestimate these little guys. At that time, the value of this treasure was billions of Baileys. Woolen cloth. What? Nami's eyes turned into dollar shapes when he heard billions Bailey. Well, it should be true. In terms of the value of the gourd baby, it should be about the same as the bounty of the 4 emperors. Lu Fei thought of the various abilities of the 7 gourd babies, and she was very sure, after all, they might be able to fit together. Although fighting alone with the 4 emperors, 7 gourd babies might not be able to do it, but if they can fit together, what will the 4 emperors do then? Isn't it food delivery? But the specifics, we still have to wait for the gourd baby to come out. After all, our own system is really a bit tricky, and who knows if the gourd baby will suffer a major weakening. It's no good, who of you are staring at me for a while, I'm going to sleep, Lu Fei explained to the crowd. He became sleepy all of a sudden, he greeted them briefly, and was about to go back to his room, get well sleep for a while. After everyone left, Nami walked towards these gourds curiously, ready to study carefully, what is so special about these 7 gourds, which are known as billions of Baileys. Chapter 40. Woohoo, the leisurely days are really comfortable. Lu Fei slept through the afternoon, very satisfied, and was about to leave the room to see how her 7 children were doing. Since they are all planted, at least they should be educated to avoid becoming a bear child after maturity. Although there will be no such thing as entrance exams for these 7 children in the future, as the saying goes, education should start with the baby. Hey? Am I forgetting something? Lu Fei scratched his head, and suddenly felt like he had forgotten something. He was about to open the door and go out, but stood still and kept recalling the latest series of plots. System? Lu Fei suddenly called the system from the bottom of his heart. Ding! Does the host have any questions? Brother System, can we get Nami's boarding rewards for me? Lu Fei smiled kindly. To be honest, I have never seen such a stupid system. If I hadn't suddenly remembered it today, according to the system, as a habitual offender, I probably wouldn't have given you a friendly reminder at all. Tisk! What the hell? My own system smacked its lips in displeasure just now. Lu Fei was a little confused. The system must have smacked its lips just now, definitely. Is the current system so user-friendly? And wasn't this gift package what the system said at the time? Why is the system still upset? Lu Fei was very helpless, but he didn't dare to say anything about his own system. After all, he was his boss. If you are unhappy, you can be unhappy. If the gift bag is enough, you can be unhappy. Ding! Friendly reminder, host has exchanged the big gift package for a top-notch handheld mini camera a few days ago. Ding! The camera is never powered off, it is not bad to use, and the memory is unlimited. Is it taken out from the system space? Take a ghost. Lu Fei listened to the explanation of his own system very confused. When did he change it? It was a system gift package, although his own system would trick him every time and let him play the game of cultivation. But in general, the things given by the system are really not bad, okay? Lu Fei looked at the mini camera that suddenly appeared in his hand and wanted to cry. There is nothing in pirate world, and a top-notch camera? I want this to be useful. I was just talking about it at the time, really it was talking about it, brother system. Ding! System rewards have been issued. Come on, seeing that the system is not paying attention to him, Lu Fei made up his mind at this moment, he must quit drinking. Look at these days, what sins have I committed? First I don't know when I planted the gourd baby, and then I replaced my gift bag with a video camera. This stupid behavior is no one else. Hey, don't you think it's a little expensive to sell? When Lu Fei came to the deck, he saw Nami complaining to the seagull selling newspapers while holding a 100 Bailey steel coin with a displeased face. Yes, the big sister is right. The price increase is eating you. Hey? Is the seagull delicious? As soon as Nami finished speaking, he saw the 7 gourds next to Nami spraying on the seagulls. Under Nami's displeased expression, the seagull who sells newspapers can only put away the steel coins in horror, and fled here desperately. If the seagull can express his inner thoughts at this moment, it is that when he sees this ship in the future, it will be just one word, run. Whoever likes to come, anyway, if Master Seagull doesn't come, it's fine to bargain with the newspaper seller, and there are 7 gourd monsters. This is too scary. Seeing Lu Fei walking out, the gourds started to make a fuss. Good afternoon with European chicken sauce. Grandpa, please take care of your elder brother. Yeah, Grandpa, my eldest brother is watching anime in gourd, and he is almost becoming an otaku. Yes, Grandpa, my eldest brother has been speaking neon language for a day. This day, what a mess. Listening to the noise of the gourds, Lu Fei felt dizzy for a moment. Why did the big boy call Uji Zhang? Why can these gourd babies watch anime in the gourd? What kind of weird ghost setting is this system? How many children have you not educated well? This is long crooked? Seeing if it was a big boy who uttered a few neon words, Lu Fei wished he could give his dead child a meal of fried pork with a belt. Lu Fei, come and take a look. Nami saw Lu Fei, pointed at the newspaper and said to Luffy. The photo on the front page of the newspaper at this moment is the picture of Lu Fei Zoro standing among the ruins when the 4 of them defeated Arlong. It is also equipped with a striking title, East Blue's Mysterious Adventure Group, Pirate Killer. In the following article, the experience of Lu Fei and others is explained in detail. The pirates defeated by Lu Fei and others are all written on it. Tisk, things are a little troublesome. Seeing the praise in the article, Lu Fei thought inwardly that he was not good. Hey? Isn't this a good thing? Zoro on the side heard this and looked at his captain in confusion. Everyone came together for the adventure at sea. Although it is not famous in the whole sea, it is not bad to be famous in East Blue. Lu Fei had no choice but to explain to his nervous co-captain. Leaving aside the experience of my own group during this period, how could it be reported so quickly? As far as the title of this article is concerned, there is a big problem. Pirate killer? Where is my group? This is the world of pirates, and most of the pirates are extremely vicious. But in this era of big pirates, a pirate killer suddenly appeared, although here in East Blue, his group seems to be afraid of no one. But in New World, there are a lot of ghosts and goblins. What do you think of those goods in New World? And on Marine's side, even though the old man of his family has a high status, he can't hold back some Marine's wild thoughts. Your adventure group is a pirate killer? So what's going on with these Marines? Is it for dry rice? This article may just be a brief report, but in Lu Fei's view, this will expose his group in advance and put them on the fire. So let's increase your own strength as soon as possible. Lu Fei glanced at his friends around him, and could only smile helplessly. In the days to come, it seems that there will be no more leisure. Chapter 41. You have to be obedient on the boat. If someone comes, you must not talk, you know. Lu Fei said earnestly, looking at the 7 gourds in front of him. Be sure to hide yourself well. Lu Fei looked at these unscrupulous gourds, still worried. After several days of sailing, everyone also came to this town known as the beginning and the end, and it happened that a lot of food on board was also consumed. For such a famous place in the original book, everyone decided to take a good look after replenishing the food. After all, this is where the previous generation of One Piece, Gor di Luoji, was born and executed here. Similarly, it was also because of Luoji's words that the era of big pirates opened. That's why when everyone parked their boats and prepared to wave, the scene of Lu Fei teaching the calabash painstakingly appeared in front of him. After a few days of simple understanding, Lu Fei found that the personalities of these gourds are completely different. Let's not talk about whether it's a bad taste of the system, the gourd baby can actually watch anime and movies in the gourd. Let's talk about the personalities of a few people. The big baby has completely become an otaku, and you can ask for it at every turn, baga some type of. Airway is smart, which makes Lu Fei the most worry-free, but he doesn't know what kind of illness Airway has these days, so he started chasing the famous detective Conan. The 3rd baby is as tough as Zoro, but it seems that there are only muscles in the brain, while the 4th baby and the 5th baby are not convinced by each other, always arguing about whose ability is stronger, and even say it out. Is it water or is it stronger? The fire is stronger. Liuhua, Lu Fei is also a little confused about this kid's thoughts, and he usually talks the least, but these days, I heard from other gourd brothers that Liuhua likes some Yen people's movies the most during this time. Kiwa was quite fascinated by ancient poetry, but no one explained it to her. When Lu Fei found out, it was completely distorted in just a few days. I can't speak well at all, and I use poetry every now and then, which makes people look confused. Good OU chicken sauce, no problem OU chicken sauce. Grandpa, don't worry, I will watch over them. Grandpa, don't worry, if someone comes, I will let him know what it means. If you want to see 1,000 miles, hang yourself on the southeast branch. Listening to the gourd's speech, Lu Fei slapped his head, feeling even more worried now. And what's wrong with Yukiwa? This sentence has been changed beyond recognition. And this sentence is not so used. Just as Lu Fei was considering whether to stay and guard the goods, a boy's voice suddenly came out from above his head. Don't worry, I'll take good care of them. Lu Fei looked up, and saw a little boy wearing this hood sitting on the mast, smiling and waving at Lu Fei, then disappeared. It turned out to be you. Lu Fei looked at the disappearing familiar figure, smiled and waved his hand, and besides Usopp who looked at the mast thoughtfully, the rest of the people didn't notice Lu Fei's strangeness. After getting off the boat, everyone separated directly. Sanji and Zoro went to buy ingredients, Usopp and Dao Shen Jianshen went to buy some materials, and Nami took Lu Fei with him and got ready to go shopping. It happened that his clothes needed to be purchased. How much is this? 2,000 Bailey guests. Can you sell it for 50? Looking at Nami, who was arguing with the boss who bought the clothes, Lu Fei couldn't help but scratched his head. How could this scene look so much like the women bargaining in the previous life? It's okay to buy other things, but when it comes to clothes and shoes, when the boss makes an offer, the girls cut it in half first, and then negotiate with the boss for a lower price. Finally, with the helpless expression of the boss, the two reached a deal. After a long time, with Lu Fei's tired expression on his face, the two came to the execution platform with all kinds of clothes in big bags and small bags. Lu Fei put the big and small bags in the place, and let out a long and tired breath. Sure enough, shopping and the like are really unfriendly to men. Is this the place where One Piece was executed? Nami looked at the tall execution platform in front of him with vigor and emotion. Lu Fei glanced casually around, and found that something was wrong. Originally, there were only a few pedestrians around, but when Lu Fei put down the things, he found that there were already many pirates with knives surrounding him. Tisk, are you so impatient? It seems that the influence of that newspaper is not small. Lu Fei glanced at the surrounding pirates playfully, and whispered to Nami. Nami, hurry back to the boat, if you meet Sanji, Zoro and others, let them come here. Nami, who heard this, knew what was going to happen next, and after whispering a few words, hurriedly ran towards the merry. Whoosh! Lu Fei took out the special kunao and shot towards the execution platform. In the next second, a golden light flashed, and Lu Fei sat on the execution platform holding a kunao, smiling and looking at the pirates gathered below. This skill was recently developed by Lu Fei based on his own Hokage skill. As long as kunao is flying, Lu Fei can launch Flying Thunder God and teleport to kunao's side. But the most important thing is that Lu Fei begged his own system for a long time, maybe because Lu Fei exchanged the gift bag for the camera, the system rewarded Lu Fei a little. Ha ha ha, the grand finale is here. Lu Fei looked helplessly at the cloak buggy, who was laughing at the size of the clown below. I thought that this product will become my old enemy in the end, right? Buggy was already tied up at the time, how could this guy slip out? Is the fruit of luck really so awesome? Careless. A disdainful mocking voice suddenly came from behind Lu Fei, and a huge wooden shackle struck towards Lu Fei. Huh? What are you talking about? Lu Fei scratched his head and said nonchalantly. Time and space ninjutsu super speed. Launch. As for the sneak attacker, they only felt a golden light flash in front of them, and Lu Fei's figure had disappeared. The next second, bang. Instead, the attacker was chained by wooden shackles, lying on the execution platform, unable to move. Juggler? Lu Fei looked at the face of the sneak attacker, and then remembered, no wonder he didn't see the acrobat and animal trainer at that time, so they were hiding. In this way, why the clown buggy escaped can also be explained. Chapter 42. BD Lu Fei, let go of my subordinates. The clown buggy originally thought that his subordinates could sneak attack, but he didn't expect this BD Lu Fei to react so quickly. What are you worrying about, buggy? Lu Fei looked at a group of pirates below, sitting on the shackles and impatiently picked out his ears, and said with disgust. But at this moment, more and more pirates under Lu Fei decided not to wait for their cheating crew. Originally, Lu Fei wanted to wait for Usopp or Zoro to come over quickly, either to let Usopp come in for a shot, or let Zoro use Yasuo mode, and happily erupted, let's not talk about the boss, at least cleared the minions, right? Who knew it had been such a long time, and none of the cheating crew members had come. Look, today I'm going to execute you completely in front of my servants all over the world. Buggy the Clown suddenly stretched out his arms, and said very much. Forget it, let's make a quick decision. Lu Fei looked at the many pirates who had already been aroused to fight, and stood up. Whoosh! Before Buggy finished speaking, he saw a special kunai flying towards Buggy. BD, didn't you say you're not in a hurry? Buggy looked at Lu Fei, who was the first to strike, and wished he could chop off the dog's head with a single knife. Obviously it was this kid who said that he was not in a hurry to start a fight, so he planned to mobilize before the battle first, but who would have thought that this grandson would do it in the next second? But before Buggy finished speaking, a golden light flashed in front of him, and Lu Fei appeared in front of Buggy with a kind smile. Time and space ninjutsu super speed. Buggy felt another golden light flash in front of him, and Lu Fei instantly appeared behind Buggy, kicking Buggy into the air with a heavy kick attack. BD, BD. Buggy was kicked high into the air, and cursed bitterly. I'll kill you in a flash. Lu Fei took out 10 specially made kunai and threw them at the surrounding pirates. Multiple stages of lightning and flint skills. Launch. This skill, of course, was also thought up by Lu Fei. Since a handful of kunai is fine, then I should throw out more kunai. Logically speaking, the skill should also be activated, right? As Kunwu flung it in all directions, Lu Fei's figure turned into countless golden lights and shuttled among the crowd. Huh? Watching the moment when Buggy the Clown was about to fall, Lu Fei kicked the Buggy the Clown into the air again with his second skill of super speed. Speed up. Lu Fei saw that there were so many people, and took out countless kunai from the system space and threw them at the people around him. Boom! Needless to say, when Lu Fei turned into a golden light and solved most of the pirates, Buggy was kicked away by Lu Fei again. And when Buggy landed, he saw the lying pirates around him, with cold sweat on his head, and wondered why Lu Fei's strength became so outrageous. Obviously it hasn't been long. Hearing the sound of Buggy falling, Lu Fei suddenly turned his head and looked at Buggy with a sinister smile when he finished solving the last pirate. The opportunity to let the enemy breathe will never happen to Lu Fei. While you are sick. Kill you. Lu Fei looked at Buggy, who was still alive and kicking after several times of flying kicks, and couldn't help but lamented that the physical fitness in One Piece world was outrageous. Since I couldn't explode the bomb last time, let's do it this time. Lightning style double lariat. Launch. One can swish. Then. Lu Fei looked at Buggy, who stood up, suddenly put on a strange pose, and shouted at Buggy. In an instant, Lu Fei's body was full of lightning, and a tyrannical aura radiated from him. Okay. Blazer, hi. Before Buggy could react, a man wearing sunglasses and carrying 7 or 8 knives suddenly appeared behind Buggy. This strange man also had lightning flashing on his body, and made the same movement as Lu Fei, attacking him. Wait, wait. The clown Buggy looked at the 2 men who were attacking him, and was about to say something. For a second, I just felt my head go numb, and I flew into the air, and was pressed down by the 2 people in a strange posture. Double lariat. Lu Fei and Bai, who suddenly appeared, shouted loudly at the same time. The thunder light on their bodies became even more violent. Boom. After a loud boom, Buggy rolled his eyes again and fell to his knees. With your strength, it's like stopping me, next time. Lu Fei moved his sore wrist, and said the very cupping words when Raikage defeated his opponent. However, for the killer bee that appeared just now, Lu Fei couldn't help admiring the system's admiration for how to restore the profound meaning of this move. Originally, Lu Fei was still thinking about Raikage's esoteric skills, and most of them were released by himself. At that time, he never expected that the system would arrange an NPC thoughtfully, which is amazing. Although after the esoteric skills, Killer Bee disappeared. Tisk, although I only used half of my strength, the physical strength among pirates is too outrageous. Looking at the seriously injured Buggy, Lu Fei couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Chapter 43. Hey, long time no see, Captain. Hearing the frivolous voice in his ear, Lu Fei turned his head to look at Zoro Sanji's group with a playful smile, wishing he could break Zoro's dog's head right now. Why didn't I see you after waiting for so long? I just finished dealing with this meeting, and you came here? Lu Fei looked at Zoro holding the food and drink, so happy, he couldn't help getting angrier. I haven't had a good time eating, drinking and having fun for a while. How did you buy the ingredients so quickly and start having fun? Long time no see, why don't you hurry up and help me recover Kunao? Lu Fei snarled at Lu Fei Sanji and the others, and these pirates, Buggy's bounty seems to be more than 10 million, almost 20 million. $. Needless to say, as soon as Lu Fei said this, Nami immediately took out the rope from one side, and ran towards Buggy who rolled his eyes with eyes full of $. Is it so troublesome, Captain? Zoro in his reluctance took back the kunao on the ground, and if there were unconscious pirates blocking the way, he kicked them away one by one. BD. Kick it together and pile it up. Lu Fei watched Zoro kicking the pirate and shouted hurriedly, these are money. Money. Do you know that since Sanji came, our food expenses seriously exceeded the standard? Lu Fei also hurriedly took back kunao, one by one, and piled up the pirates so that they could settle accounts when Marine came. None of my business. Sanji heard what Lu Fei said, and shouted excitedly to the two of them, what do you guys eat every day, don't you have any stars in your heart? Since I got on the boat, this group of grandchildren, headed by Lu Fei and Zoro, let themselves change their way to make shiny dishes every day with a playful smile. As for Usopp, whenever the meal is served, he is smiling and kind with a bold look at yourself. If it's okay for this group of people to put on a face, Sanji can still use this as an excuse to cook some simple dishes, but these people, in order to have a good meal, give themselves a compliment. Oh, it's a stranger, Mr. Chef, I don't feel sorry for the money. Lu Fei hurriedly said with a smile, isn't it all due to Zoro, a BD who insists on eating into a ball every time? Dude, every time I eat a ball, Zoro looks at Lu Fei with a smirk on his face, and decides to find a chance to cheat Lu Fei again. Usually, when it's meal time, you eat the most. But Lu Fei, why do we recycle this kunao? Nami had already tied up Buggy the clown, and joined the ranks of recycling kunao. It's okay not to mention this, but when this is mentioned, Lu Fei can't help but whisper a few words about his own cheating system, which actually has a second charge. Initially, the system will give you a unique Flying Thunder God kunao, but since one day, Lu Fei accidentally lost the kunao, the system will sell each special kunao for 5,000 baileys. Of course, like the kunao thrown by Lu Fei just now, but he rented it from the system, and the rent was 50,000 baileys per day, so there was a scene of Lu Fei recycling the kunao. Hey, you are. Lu Fei heard the voice and looked up, isn't it a coincidence? I saw Smoker holding 2 cigars and walking towards his group with a batch of Marines. Pirate killer. Smoker walked in and looked at Lu Fei, and said to Lu Fei with a serious face, tell me why you are here, or else. Lu Fei slid Buggy over, pointed at the pirates behind him and said to Smoker, will the bounty be given now? Can the pirates behind you exchange money? Seeing Lu Fei pointing at the pile of piled up pirates behind him, Smoker just felt a little dazed, why is this different from what the newspaper said? Although there are usually many pirate hunters who come to exchange bounties, they always catch the bosses. I have never seen anyone licking their big faces and wanting to exchange them for money. How about 10,000 berries per pirate? Lu Fei said excitedly, rubbing his hands. 5,000 baileys? Isn't that right, sir, you can't sit on the ground and raise the price. Lu Fei looked at Smoker who was still silent and serious, and was a little flustered, mainly because the food expenses were really not enough. After a long time. Double, this Marine is a real buckle. After Lu Fei handed over the bounty to Nami for safekeeping, he and the others walked towards the melee. Lu Fei was dissatisfied and walked in the front alone. He was very dissatisfied with Smoker's deduction. Originally, he used Krypton Gold skills for more money, but who would have thought that Smoker would only recognize the wanted warrant? Just like this, no wonder you can't beat anyone in the early stage of Smoker, and you can't beat anyone in the later stage. Lu Fei still couldn't help but sprayed a few words. Who told Smoker to say that those pirates without arrest warrants would not give Lu Fei a dime? But now, everyone has finished purchasing the things they should purchase, and they have finished watching One Piece's execution platform. Everyone decided to take a rest and prepare to leave after Johnny and Joseph arrived. Chapter 44. Ujijiang. Take your big sister to the doctor quickly, I will take good care of this group of stupid Ududu. The big baby looked at Lu Fei with a serious face, and by the way put on a pause to show off his muscles. Yes, Grandpa, let's go. Yes, Grandpa, we will take good care of the Otaku brother. What the hell? Lu Fei glanced at Nami, who was extremely uncomfortable behind him, and cast an annoyed glance at the big baby. Seriously, if it wasn't for Nami's severe fever, Lu Fei would really not want to put this thing off the gourd vine. In fact, This incident started when Luffy and his group left Gro Town. When Luffy and the others came to the boat after receiving the bounty, they were completely stunned by Dawa's appearance at the moment. It turned out that when Luffy and others were leaving, an unexpected guest came to the boat, who was Buggy's animal trainer. Originally, the Gourds also listened to their grandfather's words very much, and were ready to pretend, maybe this guy would leave, but what the Gourds didn't expect was that this guy was actually holding a torch, ready to light the merry. This action completely annoyed the Gourds, and they all spoke up, ready to scare off the animal trainer. But who would have thought that this animal trainer, after being surprised for a short time, would actually show a very interested expression, and was about to pack up his 7 babies and take them away. As the eldest brother, the eldest child has never been so angry, so under the extreme anger, the eldest child was born. But it seems that because the eldest child is too anxious to come out, on the one hand, the eldest child is extremely unfamiliar with his own abilities. On the other hand, it has not grown well yet, unlike in the original book, it has completely grown into a human form, but has a gourd head that has not grown well on its head. Fortunately, Johnny and Joseph also came in time, and finally subdued the animal trainer with the joint efforts of Dawa and Sword God. After Luffy understood the cause and effect, he simply asked the system, found a rope, tied the baby and hung it on the gourd vine. According to the system, this way the baby's abilities can also be slowly restored. So before the big baby completely turned into a human form, Luffy hung the tied big baby on the gourd vine. During the next trip, although they met Vivi, they also agreed to help Vivi deal with Alabasta. But because Nami suddenly fell ill, everyone hurriedly drove the merry, looking for a doctor on a nearby island. So when he arrived at this unnamed island covered by heavy snow, Luffy had no choice but to release the big baby to help guard the melee. But after seeing this familiar scene, Luffy realized that this is where his next partner, the ship Dr. Chopper, is. Luffy briefly explained to the gourd babies, then hurriedly picked up Nami on his back, and ran towards the town with everyone. "I'll go." Zoro suddenly slipped and fell down in the snow, holding his legs in pain. "What the hell?" Luffy stopped, turned his head to look at Zoro, who was lying on the snow with a painful expression, and asked, "Aren't you hurt?" "Tisk, take Nami there first, I'll be there later." Zoro smacked his lips in displeasure and said, "Ghost knows there are traps in this place." Zoro waved his hand towards Luffy, indicating that he was fine, and asked Luffy to take Nami to the doctor first. "Then be careful, Sanji, you go with Zoro, walk slowly." Luffy glanced at Zoro and said to Sanji, "If it weren't for this rush to take Nami to see a doctor, I really want to complain about my stupid vice-captain, such a simple trap, can I fall into it? If Yasuo sees this other-world inheritor, he will come directly from another world and blow Zoro's dog head." Hearing Nami's rapid breathing, Luffy hurriedly accelerated, carrying Nami on his back towards the town ahead. In a certain house. Bagayo Road. "Here it is, straight up, stand still, bastards." "Yes. Brother Chopper." As soon as Luffy opened the door and went in, he saw a reindeer with a cigar in his mouth, wearing a small black suit, and reprimanded the people who stood patted with an unkind expression. "FK, Neon Reindeer." Luffy turned his back on Nami, looked at Chopper in front of him who looked like a gangster, and was speechless for a while. "Hi." Seeing Luffy who suddenly pushed the door open, Chopper turned around, looked at Luffy very angrily and asked, "You? What kind of work?" And the younger brothers standing in a row, looking at Luffy who suddenly barged in, also looked ferociously, and looked at Luffy viciously. "Damn, the doctor's work." Luffy looked at Chopper with 3 scars on his left eye, and was a little dazed for a moment. Hey! Hey! What the hell?" Luffy came back to his senses, and finally couldn't hold back anymore. "What the hell is this Chopper?" Leaving aside the snarky words, it makes people feel uncomfortable. What the hell is this underworld Big Brother fan wearing? Moreover, the 3 scars on the left eye made it easy for me to think of a funny person. At this time, Luffy really wanted to bring this underworld Chopper to Shanks, and ask if this guy is Shanks' long-lost brother. Chapter 45. "Captain, are you here?" Hearing Sanji's shout outside, Luffy hurriedly replied. "How about it, Nami is better, what the FK?" Sanji and Zoro, who pushed the door in, were about to inquire about Nami's situation when they saw this scene in front of them. Chopper, with a cigar in his mouth, looked at the 2 people who suddenly barged in again, and looked at them with displeasure and asked, "You two, what are you doing?" "This is..." Zoro looked at Chopper in a black suit and a cigar in a daze, rubbed his eyes, looked at Luffy in disbelief and asked. "This is Neon Mafia Chopper." Zoro is still a little confused. The current situation has completely deviated from the original. Okay? What about the cute, occasionally shy Chopper? Now the temperament of this gangster brother is a bit confusing. When the underworld Chopper heard Zoro's voice, he seemed to have heard something shocking, and hurriedly ordered all his younger brothers to go out. "You guys, how do you know about Neon?" The underworld Chopper looked at the younger brothers who went out, and impatiently grabbed Zoro's arm and asked. Zoro glanced at Luffy, and asked Luffy to quickly take this thing away, and make a good fool of it. Zoro said that he was really not good at dealing with this kind of situation. Lu Fei first asked Johnny and Joseph to go out to guard and not let the rest of them in. After all, the matter of the time traveler is the biggest secret of his group, and he must not let the rest of them know. As for Nami behind the scenes, this club is already delirious, so there is no need to hide anything. So, how do you know about Neon? Lu Fei looked at the anxious Chopper, and decided to find out the situation first. After all, this Chopper is not only dressed, but the way he talks is really weird. Although I really want to invite these characters in the original book to board the ship, I must take a good look at them. As for this underworld Chopper, Lu Fei will never invite him to travel with him unless he has a thorough understanding of this guy. I am a time traveler. Chopper looked at Lu Fei and said excitedly, are you a time traveler working? Oh no? Why don't you play your cards according to the routine? Lu Fei looked at Chopper, who was going to showdown, with a confused look on his face. You are showing your identity directly. If you meet someone with ulterior motives, you will be caught and sliced. Then your way of speaking. Lu Fei continued to ask curiously. My father, the flower planting family, my mother, the neon people. Chopper explained with difficulty, so, I came to this world, and the way I speak, is like this. Because of my father's work, I can only live at my grandpa's house. Chopper explained to everyone, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and added again, my grandpa, the leader of the organization. Be good, Lu Fei called in his heart, good guy. It turned out to be the case, no wonder this Chopper spoke in such a strange way, it turned out to be the reason. But this old man is really fierce. He actually married a girl from a gangster. After some simple conversations, Lu Fei also slightly revealed the identity of his group, and when he confirmed that Lu Fei and others were also time travelers, Chopper said excitedly that he would also join. Chopper vomited the bitterness of these years to several people. He thought that he would become the protagonist of the world when he crossed over, but unexpectedly, the world ignored him at all, and turned himself into a talking reindeer. But even after transmigrating into a reindeer, it still didn't extinguish the passion in Chopper's heart. After all, the otherworld adventure is what so many neon young people want. But when Chopper met the residents here, he was regarded as a monster, and was besieged and hunted down by the villagers here. If a kind doctor hadn't saved him, Chopper said he would have died years ago. But after that, Chopper completely hid his originally friendly personality. In order to scare others and stop hurting himself, Chopper got 3 scars on his left eye and imitated his grandfather's way of speaking. That's why he got the gangster version of Chopper. And Chopper looked at Nami's situation, and simply asked Lu Fei to take Nami and others to go with him for a few pills for Nami. After all, Chopper came out this time, just out for a walk with his younger brothers, and he didn't have his own medicine box. Sit down, the leg injury is serious. Chopper finished dealing with Nami, and then came to Zoro, looking at the leg wound. Chopper also took off his disguise at this moment and returned to his original state. After all, he is from the same place, so there is no need to pretend to be a big brother. Zoro took a sudden breath of cold air, and was so painful that he almost pulled it out. Looking at Chopper who was holding the nail, he gritted his teeth and shouted at Chopper, what are you doing? Pull out the nail. Looking at Zoro with a murderous look on his face, Chopper shrank his head, and still weakly raised the nail in his hand and said. Chapter 46. Ha 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 ha, Lu Fei almost didn't spit out when he saw this scene. Anyway, Nami's condition was under control. Lu Fei put Nami down first, then hurriedly took out his magic weapon, and pointed the small camera at the two of them. This is a famous scene. Lu Fei was almost laughing. At that time, he watched the whole movie after watching this edited scene. Zoro had just finished listening to the explanation, and before he had time to say anything, he saw Chopper pouring a lot of red potion on his leg. Zoro's head was covered with cold sweat, and a sudden intense pain hit his forehead, and Zoro fell to the ground and throbbed in pain. What are you doing again? Zoro, who had been slow for a long time, finally came to his senses. Looking at the cute Chopper, he was about to cry. This guy should be a doctor, right? Apply the medicine. Chopper looked at the murderous Zoro, and was about to cry. Chopper's mafia big brother was originally just pretending to the people of Otherworld. Maybe in Chopper's heart, he can pretend to be nonchalant to the people of Otherworld, which is very compelling. But when he saw his fellow countryman, he took off his disguise, but he didn't think that such a fellow countryman was so scary. Wasn't he doing it for the sake of the other party? What medicine for your horse? Zoro wiped the cold sweat off his brow, and asked through gritted teeth. Safflower oil. Safflower oil is used to treat bruises. Zoro looked at Chopper and said with black air all over his body, can this stuff be used on wounds? Ah yes, you drop it, disinfect it first, alcohol. Chopper looked at the safflower oil and was stunned, and hurriedly took out a transparent bottle from his arms. No need to think, it contained alcohol. Seeing the alcohol that Chopper took out from his arms, Zoro took a long time to relax, wiped the cold sweat off his brow, looked at Chopper and said angrily, I'm afraid this will hurt a bit. This doesn't hurt. Lu Fei suppressed a smile, looked at Zoro with a serious face and laughed, if this scares you, how will he record the next precious video? Come. Hearing Lu Fei's affirmation, Zoro was also brain-twitched, and nodded directly to Chopper, indicating that Chopper can be disinfected. Hiss. The moment the alcohol first touched the wound, under Chopper's terrified expression, Zoro grabbed Johnny next to him, twitching crazily from side to side in pain. Chopper, who was watching this scene, thought he had taken it by mistake, and looked at the alcohol in his hand with his mouth open in bewilderment. Oh, it hurts so much, Lu Fei said, holding back a smile. Isn't it painful? Captain Dog. Zoro pinched his thigh hard, trying to divert his attention a little. At this time, even if Zoro was stupid, he knew that his captain had cheated him a little, but this kind of cheating method did not allow people to have any chance to refute. The injury was caused by Zoro himself, and the person who applied the medicine was also caused by this neon chopper, and has nothing to do with his own captain. But you have to ask who is the happiest on the scene? There is no doubt that it is the captain of his dog. Oh, the pain point is the pain point. Lu Fei looked at Zoro and said happily, it's just for the deputy captain to have a good long memory, so simple traps can be hit. Hey? Chopper, do you want to sprinkle that little powder? Lu Fei said to Chopper. Ah, yes. Chopper looked at Lu Fei and said in confusion, has this person also studied medicine, how would he know his next steps? Wait. Watching Chopper carefully take out a small bottle, just as he was about to reach that little fan, Zoro hurriedly stopped him. After a long delay, Zoro wiped the cold sweat off his head, looked at Chopper with a very unhappy expression and asked, does this hurt? It doesn't hurt. Lu Fei rushed in front of Chopper and said, it's just a little bit of pink, why does it hurt? Finally, at the moment when the powder was sprayed, Chopper couldn't dodge and was kicked away by the painful Zoro. And this precious scene, after many years of gathering together as old men, was still used by Lu Fei to make fun of Zoro. After dealing with Zoro's injury, Chopper asked everyone to clean up and went to the castle with him. After all, Nami's condition was only treated briefly. To completely reduce the fever and recover, he needed some other medicines. On the way to the castle. Hey, Captain Dog. Zoro looked at Lu Fei and whispered angrily, don't you think that things are a little strange? Huh? What's so strange? Lu Fei cast a playful glance at Zoro, the vice-captain of his family finally got the hang of it. Glancing at Chopper and his younger brothers in front, Zoro whispered to Lu Fei, according to Chopper, he was saved by a doctor, which seems to be the same as the original book. But isn't it too strange? Why did he admit his identity so quickly? Zoro recalled what Chopper said, pointing to Sanji and squinting eyes, like us, we will try our best to hide our identity. Well, keep talking. Lu Fei glanced at Zoro, wondering if this guy was really enlightened by the pain, how could he think so much? And the most important thing is that Chopper experienced the same plot as the original book. Zoro said all his doubts, after going through those, how could Chopper trust others so much? Yes, even if someone pulls him in despair but after being hunted down and encircled by people, it's impossible to be so wary. Watching Zoro analyze this incident in a low voice, not only Lu Fei, but even Sanji and Squint looked at Zoro curiously. Everyone, be more vigilant. After listening to Zoro's analysis, Lu Fei said to his partners, before we leave here completely, everyone try to hide our strength first. But to be honest, when Chopper revealed his identity in such a hurry, Lu Fei became suspicious, and when Chopper finished talking about his experiences over the years, Lu Fei became even more suspicious. Having experienced being rejected by others, being defined as a monster by the people here, being hunted down and besieged, etc., even at the last moment, Chopper grasped the straw that saved his life. But afterwards, you will definitely have a strong wariness towards strangers, isn't that the case in the original book? What's more, the Chopper in this world is still a time traveler, so he is not at all wary of other time travelers. Take a look. Lu Fei looked at Chopper leading the way, very interested. Chapter 47. Well, my head hurts. Zoro rubbed his head, opened his eyes in a daze, and looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. Shouldn't I be in the castle? Zoro took off the quilt covering his body, very confused. Did you drink fake wine again? Or crossed? Obviously not from my own group yesterday, after Nami was healed. Did Sanji have a good meal to thank Chopper and that fashionable mother-in-law? Why is my group now neatly lying on top of their own melee covered with quilts? Hey, wake up, stupid captain, what's going on with us? Zoro looked at Lu Fei who was sleeping soundly next to him, and got angry. What is it like to be cautious at ordinary times, and remind everyone to be careful yesterday? This is the result? Lu Fei couldn't help but increased his strength and patted Lu Fei. Boom. Lu Fei in front of him suddenly turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. What the hell, the captain exploded. Zoro looked at his hands in disbelief, is he so strong now that he can slap the captain already? Okay, stop being a monster. Lu Fei came out from the cabin, and glanced at the naive Zoro. Sure enough, the Zoro last night was just a flash in the pan, and it was still the same Zoro. What's going on, Captain? You just now. Zoro pointed at the place where Lu Fei disappeared just now, with a confused look on his face. Shadow clone. Lu Fei looked at Zoro helplessly, and wondered if only the injured Zoro is the real Zoro. No. And his own Zoro is the same, he is stupid when he is full of blood, and he turns into a little genius when he is injured. Then what are we? Zoro pointed to Sanji, Johnny and others who were still under the quilt and asked. Hey. Lu Fei held his forehead helplessly and said, I told you to be careful yesterday, but none of you listened except Usopp. Seeing what Zoro wanted to ask, Lu Fei took out a letter and handed it to Zoro angrily. Mysterious Zoro muttered a few words, and opened the letter Lu Fei handed over. It turns out that all the things in front of me were done by Chopper. The letter mentioned that if everyone in Lu Fei still thinks about Chopper's treatment of Nami and Zoro, and also thinks that he is also a time traveler, he will help take care of his family during this time. Mother-in-law, and get out of here quickly. As for why the drug was put in the wine to stun Lu Fei and others, Chopper only mentioned in the letter that the island will become very unsafe in the future, and everyone should leave quickly. What is this? Zoro was even more confused after reading the letter, these things couldn't be connected at all. Captain, I figured it out. Before Zoro could ask, Usopp walked up to the two of them and said, there is a large amount of explosives buried on the top of the mountain. Once it is activated, it will cause a huge avalanche. When the time comes, the towns below the mountain will probably be destroyed immediately. Is that really the case? Listening to the news of Usopp's inquiry, Lu Fei already had a certain understanding of the whole thing in his heart. Chopper is a time traveler, this is for sure, and what Chopper said to his group last night is also true. It's just that Chopper hides some things, such as the doctor who has been taking care of Chopper. After Shiruruk's death, Chopper became black. Another example is Chopper, who does not love this country and this place like Shiruruk. Even though everyone dislikes Shiruruk, he still wants to develop medicine to treat this country. Chopper didn't like this place. He didn't like it when he was hunted down by villagers and became covered in scars. If it weren't for the appearance of Shiruruk, Chopper would have been blackened long ago. That's why Chopper started to hate this place and the person who took everything away from him after Shiruruk's death. Not only do they hate the King Wapol here, but for their own selfish desires, they made up the Doctor's 20 plan, and finally set a trap to kill Shiruruk, and hate the villagers here, who are timid and do not know how to resist. So for so many years, Chopper has been pretending, just waiting for an opportunity to completely destroy this place. Of course, in Chopper's heart, he respects this fashionable old woman who has been teaching her medical skills, so when Zoro said the word neon, Chopper took the opportunity to reveal something. The reason is that when he and this place are destroyed together, Lu Fei still thinks that Chopper helped them, so that they can take the old woman to the next place, so that they can live a good life. The story of dog blood. Zoro scratched his head when he heard Lu Fei's explanation. Only then did Zoro understand why Chopper was so excited when he saw his group. It turned out that everything had already been planned. Then shall we go? Usopp narrowed his eyes and looked at his captain with a smile on his face. Lu Fei glanced at Sanji and the others who were still soundly asleep, and thought that although his group was drunk and dragged back, but before leaving, Chopper still carefully fetched the quilt and covered them up. Let's go? Let's go. Thinking of this, Lu Fei couldn't help but smiled and said, call everyone up, and I'll tell Nami and the fashionable old lady. Then shall we stop Chopper? Zoro looked at the captain and asked blankly. Why do you want to stop it? Lu Fei looked at Zoro and said with a playful smile, if you make a mistake, you have to bear the consequences. Why do the villagers have a happy ending, but people like Chopper and Shiruruk don't like it? How about a tragic end? We're just going to see Chopper's choice. Lu Fei continued to Zoro, by the way, let's briefly talk about the matter with Sanji. Except for the four of us, the rest of us don't take it. Who knows what unexpected situation will happen later. Chapter 48. Tisk tisk, the scene is really spectacular. Lu Fei, Zoro, and others lay on the side, sighing as they watched the battle in front of them. I don't know why, but the current plot has shifted a little bit. Wapol, who originally appeared a few days later, unexpectedly arrived early for some unknown reason, and led a group of men to besiege Chopper. Hey Captain, why don't we help now? Zoro looked at Chopper, who was covered in blood and bruises, and couldn't bear it. I have to talk about why my dog Captain always likes to hide, and the last time I squinted my eyes in the plot, it was obviously possible to set up a second, but he insisted on being on the sidelines, and it was called observing the situation. Wait a little longer. Lu Fei glanced at Chopper, who was covered in blood. Although the idea of helping him now also appeared in his mind, but for some reason, there was always a voice in his mind, telling himself that this matter was not worth it. It's not as simple as I thought. It's not the captain, I really can't take it anymore. Zoro looked at the bloody Chopper, and couldn't help but want to rush over to help. Don't. Lu Fei directly grabbed Zoro, who wanted to help, pressed him into the snow, and said in a low voice, "The whole thing is just my guess, whether it is Chopper's character or the purpose of revenge, all of this is just my guess, and the most important thing is, I always feel that something is particularly strange." "What's so strange about this?" Zoro patted Lu Fei's hand, signaling that he would not go, and asked Lu Fei to let go. "If I were to become a chopper, he would dare to encircle me and chop him up in minutes, okay?" Zoro complained to Lu Fei in a low voice. He just wanted revenge, and he has been dormant for many years, and finally waited for an opportunity. "Didn't you say so?" "I'm right." Lu Fei scratched his head impatiently, "But this matter, I always feel a little, tisk." Seeing that Zoro calmed down despite complaining, Lu Fei carefully recalled the experience in his mind. Everything that the Traverser Chopper did was so reasonable, and there was no problem at all. But in other words, all of these things were shown to his group by the Traverser, except for the buried bomb that Usopp investigated. Just as Lu Fei was thinking, at this moment Chopper was still covered in blood, but he kept attacking Wapol again and again, as if venting his hatred in his heart. "Ha, you are as stupid as that doctor at that time." Wapol looked at the weak Chopper and mocked, "I just said that the doctor was sick at 20, but that Shirulik actually came, ha ha ha, really made me laugh." "You are not allowed to say that about Dr. Hiruluk." Chopper heard Wapol's taunt, and rushed to Wapol again. Boom! Wapol kicked Chopper away casually. Looking at the angry Chopper, he didn't care. Instead, he talked about the situation triumphantly. "Hey, little reindeer, do you know?" Wapol looked at Chopper mockingly and said, "When I said Dr. 20 wasn't sick at all, that Hiruluk actually showed a relieved look. You said yes, it's not that my brain is broken, ha 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 ha. The most ridiculous thing is that he actually asked me in turn, when do you think people will die?" Wapol held his belly and laughed. "Do you know what he said?" "Hey, Captain, I really can't take it anymore." Zoro heard that Wapol actually started whipping the corpse on the spot, mocking the late Dr. Shiruruk, wishing he could go out and kill this guy. To say why Zoro likes One Piece, it's not about how thrilling and bizarre the adventures in the world of One Piece are, there are so many anime with big brains everywhere. But Zoro just thinks that the background stories of some characters in the One Piece world are really attractive. For example, why Luffy in the original book is so determined to go to sea, why Zoro is persistent to become the world's #1 swordsman, and now, for example, why Hiruluk will show a relieved expression after knowing that no one is sick. So when he heard that Wapol started to mock, Zoro felt that he really couldn't bear it anymore. "Wait a little longer, I think I'm going to find out what's wrong soon." Lu Fei looked at the angry Chopper, and pulled Zoro to persuade him. Just for a moment, he seemed to have caught some clues. "I'll teach you how to learn." Ignoring Chopper's addictive gaze, Wapol rubbed his face, imitating Shirulik with a relieved look. "When the heart was shot through by a pistol." "No. When you have an incurable disease." "Not right. After drinking poisonous mushroom soup." "Still not right. It's time to be forgotten by the world." "Ha ha ha ha," Wapol said, laughing so hard that tears almost fell down. He actually said that someone inherited his dream, ha 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 ha. Seeing Wapol laughing wildly on the spot, Lu Fei froze for a moment, and finally understood the whole thing. What was so strange about it? "If it's what I think, then this time traveler is really interesting." Lu Fei looked at Chopper, who had his head down and couldn't see his expression clearly, and smiled playfully. "Oh, you are so anxious to death, Captain, what the hell is it?" Zoro yelled in a low voice. Zoro really couldn't accept his captain's suspicious and obsessive character sometimes. "Let's watch, the interesting ones will come soon." Lu Fei smiled and motioned for them to watch the scene carefully. Boom! A powerful breath erupted from Chopper. "Hey hee 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 ha ha ha." Chopper stood up slowly, patted the snow on his body and let out a creepy laugh. "No one showed up for so long, they should have left completely." "You." Wapol looked at Chopper, who suddenly went crazy, and was speechless in shock. Chopper suddenly put away his crazy smile, calmly performed a seemingly aristocratic etiquette to Wapol, and said, "Let me introduce, I am the Archbishop of Sin, and I am in charge of laziness." Chopper, thinking, yes, Chopper suddenly tilted his head to 90 degrees, and said with a frantic expression, "FK." Zoro looked at this classic scene in bewilderment, looked at his captain in disbelief and asked in a low voice, "Captain, are you so amazing?" Chapter 49. "Captain, what's going on, why do I feel so confused?" Sanji looked at Chopper, who was not far away at this moment, and asked Lu Fei. Hearing Sanji's words, Zoro also looked at Lu Fei in a daze, wanting to hear what happened and what it was like. Actually, it's mainly because everything Chopper did is too reasonable, and there's nothing wrong with it. Lu Fei looked at the three of them and said, "I originally thought that this time traveler came here earlier than us, that's why after suffering those inhuman treatment, it became black. Is there anything wrong?" Zoro scratched his head. Let the time traveler from another family come over, besieged and suppressed, and lost his savior. Blackening with a bad mentality is light. But it's too reasonable, so there is always a voice in my heart saying, what's the problem? Lu Fei looked at Zoro and said again, if it's true what the traveler said, he has been here for many years, and he still follows the plot. So it's impossible for him to be unfamiliar with medicine. Captain, you mean when Zoro was given the medicine? Sanji asked suspiciously, remembering the scene where Zoro was dying of pain. Well, although this can also be explained, why did I get so excited after seeing my fellow countrymen for so many years? I didn't figure out the medicine. Lu Fei continued to explain to the crowd, but this traveler is too anxious to show identity, too anxious to let us go. Lu Fei pointed at the traverser with a crazy face, and said helplessly, that's why I asked you to wait. I have always believed that it is impossible for a person to pretend to be alone. So you see, this guy was still acting there just now, just to confirm whether we are hiding it or not. Lu Fei glanced at Zoro angrily, in the future, you must obey the organization's arrangements. Tisk, Captain, you are so serious, why don't you let me act in a spy movie? Looking at Chopper, who was almost dying of laughter, and at Captain Dog, who looked disgusted with him, Zoro scratched his head, very speechless. Good pirates will make you group of time travelers play badly. Zoro wanted to complain about something, but suddenly saw Chopper's expression froze, as if thinking of something. He suddenly slammed his head into the trees beside him. It's been so long, I've wasted so much time in vain. Chopper wept and kept hitting the trees with his head. Bang bang bang. It took so long because of my laziness, please forgive me, forgive me, forgive me. Even though Chopper hit his forehead bloody, he didn't have the slightest intention to stop. Damn, what's wrong with this, is this traveler so sick? Sanji pointed at Chopper who felt like he was about to have a concussion. For Sanji, who hasn't watched much anime, the performance of this time traveler is a bit too crazy. Haven't read this? It's called The Great Sin of Bishop Laziness, and it's a mental illness in the original book. Zoro looked at Sanji with a confused face, and explained. Hey? But Captain, what should we do with this product? Zoro looked at the still knocking Chopper and asked, we can't let such a thing aboard. Look at the current Chopper, how scary it is. He twisted his neck to 90 degrees at every turn, and shed tears, moving himself to death. If the captain really invites him to board the ship, whoever gets up in the middle of the night and encounters this guy will be scared to death. Here. Lu Fei sighed, and threw a glove to Zoro with a bit of heartache. Shoot him for a while, you can only use it once, don't make a mistake. Just when everyone was watching the show, Lu Fei's system suddenly released tasks. One was to invite the neurotic traveler to board the ship, and the other was to save the original Chopper. But Lu Fei has already determined that this neurotic traveler may be invited by himself, so he can only reluctantly choose the second one, because after saving Chopper, there is no gift package. But a cute Chopper is much better than this psycho, isn't he? Shoot, shoot. Wapol looked at the crazy Chopper and immediately shouted to his subordinates. Boom. The bullet pierced through Chopper's body suddenly, but the traverser didn't seem to feel any pain. He just tilted his head and looked at Wapol and others suspiciously. It's just a few more people, what's the use? Chopper put the hoof in his mouth and bit down suddenly. Invisible hand. Launch. Damn it, which anime character is so pervert? Sanji looked at Chopper whose hoof was bleeding, and asked Zoro in a low voice with great interest. You're too young. Zoro looked at Sanji and said disdainfully. Ah? Why is it so small? The layout is too small, cook. Zoro proudly put his arms around Sanji and whispered, where is the problem? There are a lot of pervert in this episode? Let me tell you. Stop, stop, stop chatting, get ready to start. Lu Fei looked at the two who were still angry just now. What kind of pervert will they talk about now? You two are really gone. Especially Zoro, who just shouted to vent his anger on Hero. Look, how could he be so sy? And just when Sanji and Zoro were chatting, Wapol and his men had already been twisted into twists by the invisible hands of the lazy Chopper. Chapter 50. Hurry up, it's time to call it a day. Lu Fei threw Sanji and Zoro out dissatisfied. He just told the two to stop talking, but when he turned around, the two started chatting again. And Sanji asked Zoro to ask, is there any manga seller in his system? Especially when Zoro introduced Sanji just now, Sanji couldn't control it anymore and wanted to study it carefully. Although Sanji also asked about his own system, it seems that there is nothing except food. Okay, I'll ask you when I'm done. Zoro looked at Lu Fei who was already emitting black air, whispered something to Sanji, and walked in front of Chopper with a few people. You. Chopper, the traveler, saw a few people walking out, tilted his neck, and was very puzzled. Didn't these people leave already? Why is it here? And I just acted so badly, let this Wapol beat and kick, these people really can't get out of the show all the time? Actually, I'm curious, what are you going to do? Lu Fei looked at Chopper who tilted his head and blinked his big eyes, and couldn't bear to look directly at him, especially with tears in his eyes. You really are a bunch of boring men. The traverser Chopper suddenly stopped crying, and looked at the few people and said in a relaxed tone. Hey? No? Am I missing something? Lu Fei thought about what he said just now. No problem, he just asked him what he wanted to do. Huh? Captain, why do I feel that this sentence is so familiar? Zoro asked Lu Fei as if he had thought of something after hearing it. You're not. You're not. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Fei wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurriedly said to Zoro. Everyone is a time traveler, come here to travel and travel well, isn't it good to eat and drink? Why do some weird things always get mixed in? No one else. Luffy and the others continued to ask, only to see that Chopper suddenly changed his face, and said to everyone very calmly. Since you want to eat me. No, we didn't want to eat you. Lu Fei couldn't help complaining when he saw the time traveler's self-contained words. Did the neon time traveler have a little bit of secondary illness, and they kept talking the kind of advice? My group didn't say anything at all. What's wrong with this guy, hey? Why do you feel sicker? Hey. Then it's understandable for me to eat you. Crazy, I say I don't have it. Take a good look at the situation, BD. Isn't it embarrassing for you to make the atmosphere like this? What the hell is this time traveler? Before Lu Fei and the others figured out what was going on with Chopper in front of them, the next moment, the hair on the head of the Traverser Chopper turned white, and 4 scarlet tails sprang out from his waist. The breath made everyone stunned in place. Oh, wash the seaweed. Wash the kelp. Holy shit, what the hell is this? Zoro pointed at the Traverser with a confused face, and asked Lu Fei, what kind of moth is the captain, why does he play the BGM by himself when fighting? Originally, Lu Fei just wanted to complete the task well, use the glove provided by the system, and slap the soul of the Traverser, and then the system will erase the memory of the soul and send it back. But my group obviously didn't say anything. No, it seems that I asked for a long time, what is this time traveler going to do, but he turned into a white-haired Chopper, it's too scary, hey. This is Kaneki Gourmet's costume, it's definitely the anime of that gourmet. We already have a super chef Sanji here, you gourmets don't come out to find existence, hey. And it's really too much for you to play the BGM yourself in a fight. When Zoro hastily twitched the magic sword Thousand Blades to block the attacking tail of Kaneki Chopper. But before Zoro could fight back, his body was blown away by a huge force, and he fell to the ground in the snow. Abba! Zoro hurriedly got up, spat out the snow and complained, this is too foul, with an invisible hand and a gourmet tail. Bang bang bang! Before Zoro finished complaining, the Traverser continued to attack Zoro. Since he doesn't know anything about it now, Zoro can only dodge Chopper's tail in a panic by relying on his senses. Looking at the two people who were already in a mess, Lu Fei really didn't know how to complain. A neon traveler actually forcibly added such a scene to himself, and this guy seems to be crazy. You don't even know that he is what to think. Hey! You thieves, help me! Zoro dodged Chopper's tail in a panic, and glanced casually, these guys actually stood in place watching the show? Boom! At the moment when Zoro was stunned, he was shot into the snow again by one of Chopper's tails. Get ready to start, or Zoro will be really cold in a while. Lu Fei hurriedly said to Sanji and Usopp. But Lu Fei was also a little curious, why did this psycho find Zoro to fight? Could it be that people of the same type are attracted to each other? Lu Fei seemed to have created a picture in his mind. Zoro was crying, and suddenly his neck tilted. I'm a star, you're a star. Lu Fei hurriedly slapped himself, and didn't dare to think about it anymore, this is too scary. Thank you for all the ingredients in this world. Sanji put the cigarette butt on the ground, put his hands together, and said very reverently. In the next second, Sanji flashed and appeared in front of Chopper. Sanji's hands touched, and it was really like iron, making the sound of iron rubbing. Fork Sanji's left hand turned into the shape of a fork, and hit the Traverser's abdomen heavily. Boom! The Traverser's body was suddenly sent flying by Sanji, spraying a mouthful of blood in the air. Although it won't be fatal, it still hurts. At some point, Squinting Eyes standing not far away took out a Gatling from the magic circle and held it in his hand. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Gatling in Squint's hand made a loud noise, with blue flames radiating from the muzzle, and it turned rapidly, and it suddenly slammed towards the floating Traverser Chopper. The momentum of this sword, the more it cuts, the stronger it is. Zoro, who got up, put on a sword-stretching posture and shouted loudly. Soliak hurts? In the next second, Zoro's figure appeared beside Chopper, turning into countless after-images in the air, attacking the Traverser Chopper. Hey? No? Looking at the coherent fighting style of the three of them at this moment, Lu Fei always felt that he was excluded. Otherwise, why, Sanji forced to knock Chopper away first, then Usopp made up for the damage, and when he was about to land, Zoro's big move ended. When did these three guys secretly practice such a combo? Boom! Looking at the fallen and unable to move the Traverser Chopper, Lu Fei thought that this is the case, this guy should be able to speak well. It wasn't me who was wrong, but the whole world. The Traverser tilted his head and passed out. You are wrong, sir. Can you, a snake spirit, talk to people well? Lu Fei looked at the Traverser who had rolled his eyes, and really didn't know how to complain. Is this guy really living in his own world after time travel? Tisk, let's do it, Zoro, Hurry up! Lu Fei curled his lips helplessly, and hurriedly sent this guy back, muttering, he really doesn't want to know what this guy is doing these days. What is he doing? I didn't see the atmosphere getting better, but this guy suddenly said something like this, which made me feel so embarrassed. Boom! Zoro clapped his palm with gloves on, and a soul slowly floated out of Chopper and disappeared slowly. Well, it's not me who's wrong, it's the whole world. Sanji looked at the traverser who was slowly disappearing, and muttered softly. It's over, it's over. Lu Fei looked at the pensive Sanji, and was about to have a good chat with Sanji, but don't forget what serious illness this guy brings. Zoro, this is also an anime series? Help me find this too. Sanji turned his head and said to Zoro. Come on, I was so scared to death. It turned out that I was just reading a cartoon. Lu Fei sighed helplessly. I was really afraid that this second disease would be contagious. It was already a bit embarrassing for everyone to fight and read lines, but it would increase the battle anyway, wouldn't it? If during ordinary adventures, these goods come to the wrong world at every turn, Lu Fei said that he can really smash the heads of these goods in minutes. Chopper, who fell in the snow, suddenly groaned in pain. Chopper slowly opened his eyes, looked at the sky with a dull expression, and wanted to stand up, but the severe pain in his body made Chopper utter a painful sound. You are. Chopper looked at a few people, and was about to say something when he was interrupted by Lu Fei. Hurry up, take Chopper back slowly first, and let that fashionable old lady heal you quickly. Lu Fei said to them with a little embarrassment. Obviously at the beginning, wouldn't it be okay if Zoro took the soul away? The three of you insist on doing a fancy combo? This is just great. Chopper himself woke up. How will you guys explain it later? Yes. Zoro hurriedly picked up Chopper, with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. Come on, get hungry, uncle has a few buns here, little Chopper, you eat first. Sanji awkwardly took out 2 buns from his arms and stuffed them into Chopper's arms. Come, uncle will wipe your face. Squinting his eyes, Usopp nervously took out a cloth and wiped Chopper's bloody face. Do it, keep doing it. Seeing the embarrassment and cautious expressions of several people, Lu Fei could only sigh helplessly. Chapter 52. On board the Mary. Well, it's another beautiful day. Lu Fei stretched his waist, looked at Zoro, Sanji and others, who were still doing their best to take care of the sluggish rice dumpling Chopper, and almost burst into laughter. As for why the dumplings were tied, of course it was due to the handwriting of the fashionable old lady. It took a long time for the fashionable old lady to see that Chopper suffered such a serious injury. However, more than half of the credit for Chopper's injuries was caused by that neurotic traveler. After all, he knocked his head and not his hoof. But it's worth mentioning that this traverser has left a lot of good things for Chopper. According to Chopper, this time traveler crossed over to Chopper's body a few weeks ago, but because the time traveler has something called a system, Chopper can only lose control of his body. And if it wasn't for Lu Fei and others to send back the soul of the traverser, Chopper would eventually disappear, and the traverser would fuse Chopper's soul. This means that Chopper knows what happened around him during this time, and also knows that Zoro, Sanji and others gave him a set of combos, but Chopper does not blame them, on the contrary, he is very grateful to Sanji, Zoro and others. After the time traveler's soul left, the system disappeared immediately, but Chopper said that he seemed to have unlocked some power. According to the original time traveler's words, it was the power to blacken the character. As long as Chopper says some key words or makes some key actions when using the ability in the future, the ability will be strengthened. However, due to the disappearance of the system, Chopper can use these abilities without restriction in the future. Of course, some key actions and words still need to be done. Little Chopper, here are the freshly picked oranges. Little Chopper, this is a freshly made cake. Would you like some water, little Chopper? Seeing the 3 big men in front of him, who were as careful as taking care of their own children, Lu Fei looked at Chopper with a happy face and squinted eyes, and took a picture of this scene. Originally, when the little Chopper was invited to board the boat, Chopper was unwilling, because all these years, Chopper thought he was a monster and was alone. But it was a coincidence that when the eldest baby called Grandpa Lu Fei with his gourd head on his head, the little Chopper was stunned. Well, Lu Fei was lying on the chair, looked up at the big baby who was hanging on the gourd vine, and thought that in the future, let the baby down for a walk every day, so that Chopper can get on the boat without any psychological burden, right? The sakura flowers that night were really beautiful, Dr. Shiruluk. Lu Fei looked at the smiling Chopper, and murmured softly, remembering the pink snowflakes that fell when everyone was leaving. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the task perfectly, and the following rewards are hereby released. Are there any rewards? Lu Fei was a little surprised when he heard the system's voice. He had already given up on Chopper's gift package. After all, I chose it by myself at the time, either to invite a snake spirit patient for the gift package, or to give up the gift package to save the original Chopper. But what I didn't expect was that the system actually issued rewards. Ding! Reward host Hokage 100 consecutive draws, transformation 100 draws. Smoke. Hurry up. Based on today's good day, the lottery drawn by the system must be drawn. Stack 1,000 paper cranes and wear a red belt. I wish kind people good luck every day. Lu Fei sang the song of the European Emperor, looking at the two interfaces that had started to rotate, feeling so happy. There is also a ship doctor, and the system has also issued rewards. These days are really good. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining 24 pieces of Kamui Kakashi fragments. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining Pen Tiendeo Super Fragment 15 pieces. Tisk. Hey? The system smacked its lips just now, it must have smacked its lips. Lu Fei was already insane when he heard the displeased sound of the system smacking his lips. That's right. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining third Reikage AI whole card. I am a good boy. Looking at the activated third Reikage, Lu Fei was already insanely happy. No wonder the system is so upset, it turned out that it really shipped. If this was placed in the previous life, this is a character that can only be produced with Krypton Gold, and whose mobile game is so unscrupulous that it will issue a full card, especially the full card of the highest level character. If you don't draw a life and death card, can you get the whole card? Ding. The game system bug caused the host to draw the whole card, so the transformation of 100 draws is cancelled. It doesn't matter who will fall in love with whom. Lu Fei hummed a ditty, listening to the 100 draws cancelled by the system, and didn't care at all. What can 100 pumps do? Can the whole card be drawn? Looking at the introduction of Third Reikage's character skills, Lu Fei's heart blossomed at the moment. Good luck to you, good luck to you, good luck to us, good luck to us. Lu Fei sang happily, and he could already imagine the system's distraught look. Chapter 53. A few days later. Boy, tell me. Zoro was smoking a cigarette, looking at the big baby who was hanging from the gourd vine with a displeased face. Tell me everything you know. What are you talking about, Nissen? I don't understand at all. The gourd-haired boy was sweating coldly, turning his head away, trying to avoid Sanji's sight. Take a good look at me, boy. Sanji grabbed the eldest baby's head, turned around and asked, why do you avoid seeing me? Just as Sanji was pressing to WA, Lu Fei and others came out of the cabin yawning. Sanji, you are really energetic. You are so energetic early in the morning. Lu Fei looked at the two people who were having a friendly exchange, and said with a yawn. The past few days can be regarded as exhausting Lu Fei, especially in the past 2 days when the luck is at night, he will be unstoppable. The Reikage card was just drawn out a few days ago. I didn't expect that the free lottery that was refreshed last night actually won an A-level ninja Gaara from Ninja War. And because during the chopper plot, the three grandsons secretly practiced a set of combos, which made Lu Fei unbearable. If you don't take me to play, at worst I will play by myself. Counting the fourth Reikage and Namikaze Minato just sent out to sea, and now adding the lottery fragments from the past 2 days, Lu Fei now has the skills of Kamui Kakashi and Gaara. After recruiting these characters, Lu Fei's current strength has been further strengthened. And Lu Fei was able to study the skills of each character for a long time last night, just to see if he could create a combo of these skills. Although it is not yet possible to beat Admiral violently and kick 4 emperors, but if this luck continues like this, Lu Fei said that it will definitely not be long before he can fight whoever he wants at sea. What's the brat doing again, big boy? Lu Fei glanced at the embarrassed big boy with cold sweat, and said to himself that he must have done something bad again to make Sanji slip away. Ujijiang, help me. Seeing her grandfather arriving, the eldest child twisted her body frantically, trying to escape Sanji's black hands. But the more the baby swayed, the harder Sanji used to hold the baby's head. Yayashao, big brother's gourd head is deformed. Big brother has already rolled his eyes. Brother, don't leave us, brother. Hearing the cries of the gourds, Sanji withdrew a little bit, but still pinched the big baby's head. We had a lot of food left. Sanji grabbed the baby's head and was very upset. It turned out that it all disappeared last night. No, don't we have so much food in reserve? Lu Fei was a little confused. Logically speaking, didn't the system say that gourd babies are similar to spirit bodies? Could it be that there are thieves on board? Lu Fei glanced at the hooded boy on the mast enjoying the sun, and the ship spirit didn't say anything? Is it possible that the big baby will eat it? Ding. Friendly reminder, spirit bodies also need energy supplements. Come on, after hearing the system's prompt, Luffy can already be sure that the big baby must have eaten it, but this dead child is also cruel enough, it was all wiped out in one night. Buy more in the future. Lu Fei said with a smile to Sanji, then looked at the gourds and said, if you want to eat in the future, you should comfort your big brother Sanji, or if you are caught next time, you can directly use your foods too. Okay grandpa. No problem grandpa. Don't worry about Jijiang, Udu, and I will eat less next time. Shut up, brother. It's over, big brother, what a brain. The gourds looked at their grandfather's half-smiling eyes, and complained about their big brother one after another. Their minds are really too simple. Come on, isn't this just a confession? Lu Fei took the eldest baby off the gourd vine, handed it to Sanji and said, "It's just a good time to go fishing, let's have a rest." Sanji listened to Lu Fei's words, and walked away with a smirk on his face. Lu Fei watched as Sanji skillfully made a rectangular fishing rod, tied Dawa to the hook, and with a sudden flick, the pale-faced Dawa was thrown out. "You guys, if you want to eat it in the future, just tell me, if you do something like this again next time, I will really stew you up," Lu Fei said, looking at a few brats. For these gourds who are out of character, Lu Fei has completely taken the role of grandpa. In the future, you gourds can harm the pirates in any way, but this kind of behavior must not be indulged. "Lu Fei, we're here." Vivi and Nami suddenly ran to Lu Fei's side and said. Chapter 54. Looking at the small town that appeared not far away, Lu Fei first called Sanji to pull the eldest baby up, stealing food, and moving things to make up for it later. Lu Fei and others went to do as the Romans do, and changed into local costumes. However, as soon as they disembarked, they heard local residents say that someone was eating in a restaurant and suddenly passed out, and they didn't know whether they were dead or alive. Huh? Why do I feel that this scene is so familiar? After hearing this, Lu Fei walked towards the restaurant with everyone. "Ace, Tisk, it's not Ultraman." Zoro looked at the astonished Lu Fei, and whispered, "Your brother, Fire Fist Ace." "Oh, yes, yes, yes." Lu Fei slapped his head, how could he forget about this thing? He left a broken letter and left. After wandering around for so long, he didn't know who asked someone to send him a message. Thinking of this, Lu Fei couldn't help but itch at Ace's teeth. Now that he has caught this guy, how can he treat him well? Use the combo you just researched? Is not feeling a little bad? But what happened to my sense of anticipation? Why did the more I thought about it, the more excited I became? Lu Fei thought that after seeing Ace, he didn't talk much, and just met without explaining the combo. That scene, tisk tisk. After the fight is over, let me say that I have admitted my mistake. At worst, I will say that I am blind and bite Ace back. If this guy hadn't been walking for so long, how could I admit my mistake? And the most important thing is, didn't this guy say that he went out to relax? According to this plot, it must be the one who came to chase Blackbeard, otherwise why would he appear here at this point in time? After a while, everyone arrived at the entrance of the restaurant. Looking at the villagers gathered at the entrance to watch the excitement, Lu Fei looked at the familiar figure inside, and was really speechless. There is really no one who can fall asleep after eating a meal. Isn't this the same as my own old man Garp? Can you fall asleep while talking? It really deserves to be two grandparents. And the tattoo on the back has clearly stated that Ace, like the original book, joined the Whitebeard pirates. Tisk tisk, this should be considered tattooed all over his back. Seeing Ace, Sanji couldn't help complaining. If you go for the civil service exam, you won't even pass the physical examination. Zoro nodded in agreement. Lu Fei looked at the two people who had lost their focus, and cast a disgusted look at them. What a civil servant, where did the civil servants come from in pirate world? Sure enough, did he join the Whitebeard pirates in the end? Lu Fei looked at the eye-catching sign, thinking whether to tie this guy up now, and release him after the summit war is over. Tie a fart. Lu Fei clutched his head with a headache. If this guy is tied up, who will be the one to attack? Is it possible to cut Blackbeard? The cause of the Top Mountain War was because of Blackbeard? This scene is too scary, hey. Lu Fei hurriedly stopped the unrealistic thoughts in his mind, but the more he stopped, the clearer the picture in his mind became. Blackbeard was chained on the execution platform, weeping, and was touched by the sudden appearance of the Whitebeard pirates. On the marine side, the three admirals were sitting on a chair with their legs crossed. Not right? Lu Fei has gone completely insane, crazily complaining to himself, Blackbeard will kill everyone now? Could Whitebeard save Blackbeard? Probably just for fun. Doesn't this picture have to be changed? Another picture appeared in Lu Fei's mind. With the appearance of the Whitebeard pirates, Marine thought it was a robbery. I didn't expect people to eat hot pot and sing songs, just to see, why is there no Blackbeard? Just as Lu Fei was thinking wildly, Ace suddenly raised his head in a daze, and wiped his mouth with the clothes of the young lady next to him. Boss, do you know this person? After Ace finished wiping his mouth, suddenly a newspaper pointed to the person on the picture and asked, "It's this popular pirate killer." Just when Ace wanted to continue asking, a voice from behind interrupted Ace. "You are really arrogant. How dare you appear here in such an open manner?" Whitebeard Pirates second team captain, Potter Casti Ace. When Lu Fei heard the voice, he also looked to the side, and couldn't help but call out, it turned out to be Smoker. But why is this guy here? Lu Fei was very confused for a while, because in Lu Fei's memory, didn't Smoker always appear in order to go to sea to arrest Lu Fei? Why is it that Smoker is still here even though he is no longer a pirate? The plot correction ability in this world is too strong, right? The problem is that the Smoker in the early stage is really weak, so what if I meet Lao Shat? Just these two strokes of Smoker? And it's not the protagonist, so there's no way to explode. If this really matches, is it really a might when takeaway, delivered to your door? Chapter 55. Boom. At the moment when Lu Fei was dazed, Smoker and Ace ran out of the restaurant and started fighting on the street at some unknown time. Tisk tisk, Lu Fei watched the scene where flames entwine white smoke, and white smoke entangles flames for a while. Packed with melon seeds, you can definitely watch it all afternoon. But to be honest, Smoker seems to be the worst Logia in the original book. Lu Fei recalled Logia from One Piece world in his mind. Not to mention the 3 admirals of Marine, they claim to be the highest combat power of Marine anyway, each of them has a Logia, and the holders of the more famous Logia, Thunder, and Shasha fruits seem to be stronger than Smoker. Hey? No, Lu Fei recalled Smoker's record in that way. It seems that there is a very strange setting in the original book, that is, Wang Luffy can beat anyone, but he can't beat Smoker. The same goes for Smoker, no one can beat him, but King Luffy can still deal with it. This setting is a bit too outrageous, right? Lu Fei glanced at Smoker, who was 50/50ths with Ace, and thought to himself that in the current world, wouldn't he also make such a natural enemy for himself? Otherwise why does Smoker have so many appearances? Boom. The fierce fight between the two in the air ended, they stood still and looked at each other, and the moment of flirting began. Forget it, go over to persuade. Lu Fei looked at the 2 people who stopped fighting and looked at each other affectionately at this moment, and walked towards Smoker. Hey, isn't this Colonel Smoker? I just caught some pirates here, why not? Lu Fei skillfully took a cigar from Smoker, lit it and took a puff, and slapped Ace who wanted to speak gestured. In fact, Lu Fei has been thinking about smoking Smoker's cigars for a long time, but when he was in Rog Town, Lu Fei was so stingy that he forgot about it. But if we meet today, we must take care of it, otherwise those pirates who don't have arrest warrants will be given to Smoker for nothing. Pirate Hunter. Watching Lu Fei skillfully remove the cigar from his jacket, Smoker tried his best to hold back the idea of doing it, but when he heard that this guy came to ask for 0 bounty again, Smoker's head grew dizzy. When I was in Rog Town last time, this guy had been haggling with me for so long for dozens of Baileys, especially after calling a girl to come over and bargain with me. If he hadn't slipped so fast, who knew how many Baileys he would have gotten into? Smoker is actually very helpless. Those pirates who have bounties, of course they will cash in, but those child thieves who have just gone to sea, or the subordinates of the pirate leader, have no bounties at all. How much is your monthly salary? Those pirates who don't have a bounty pay for it themselves? Just kidding, my own cigars cost so much a month, where is there any extra? So when he heard that Lu Fei had caught the pirate again, Smoker was really a little overwhelmed. At that time, the scene of Lu Fei and Nami bargaining together came to Smoker's mind again. Smoker glanced casually, and Ace had disappeared, and the Nami he saw was not far away, and it seemed that there was another girl. I'm on official business, the bounty will be discussed next time. Before Lu Fei could speak, Smoker hurriedly left with his men. At that time, the bargaining was outrageous, and Lu Fei would have another one next to him. If he doesn't slip away now, there are so many unknown pirates in this place, who knows how many Lu Fei has caught. If this were to be chopped up on the spot, he would definitely be unable to leave for a while. Hey! Don't go, Colonel! Colonel! Lu Fei yelled at Smoker with a cigar in his mouth, thinking that this guy is too picky. I should have known that I had taken 2 extra cigars just now. Watching Smoke leave, Lu Fei and the others came to a remote alley, and saw Ace who had been waiting for him for a long time. Yo, brother, long time no see. Ace stretched out his hands, ready to hug Lu Fei, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Tisk, long time no see. Lu Fei also put on a smile, stretched out his hands, and walked towards Ace. Seeing Ace walking in front of him, Lu Fei smiled even brighter. Now that there is no one around, he can relax. Away 18 styles. Old man XX. Huh? No. Guanyin XX. You don't play cards according to the routine. Consecutive XX. Hey. BD Lu Fei, I fought back. Dragon X. What? Chapter 56. On board the Mary. Hey, I said you two, aren't you brothers? Why are you still fighting? Nami handed them towels and asked them to apply the bruises on their faces. Originally, when everyone saw Ace, they thought there would be a touching scene of brothers meeting. Who would have thought that Lu Fei and Ace would actually fight each other? And the most important thing is that the moves used by the two have such a shameful name, they are always Dulong X, Old Man XX and so on. But looking at the bruised and swollen faces of the two of them now, Nami sighed helplessly, really not understanding what the two of them were thinking. I really don't understand what you're thinking. Didn't I tell you already? Don't mess with this. Lu Fei looked at Ace with a bruised nose and swollen face, and suppressed a smile and complained to Ace. There are many things that I can't decide. Ace couldn't help smiling when he saw Lu Fei's bruised nose and swollen face. Tisk. Lu Fei smacked his lips in displeasure. His brother pretended to be, what should we do? Wait online, hurry up. When we met for the first time, this guy had a world-weary expression, as if his life was meaningless, but it seems to be different now, and he is much more cheerful. But what is going on with this philosopher's face? And when Ace walked away without saying a word, Lu Fei actually thought about reuniting with Ace a lot, but now that they actually meet, Lu Fei finds that there are still many things that cannot be said. I can't tell Ace that if he continues to hunt Blackbeard, he will be executed by Marine and lead to the Summit War, and he can't tell that Whitebeard died in this battle for Ace. Let's not talk about the impact of my spoiler, as Ace, after hearing what I said, will he really stop? What are you thinking about? Ace rubbed Lu Fei's head, looked at Lu Fei who was thoughtful, and said with a smile, but how are you now, how do you become a pirate killer? I'm just an adventurer driven by interest. Besides, is it possible to become a pirate? The old man will tear me up if he knows it. Lu Fei complained very unhappy, catching pirates is just to maintain expenses. Old man. Ace also smiled warmly when he heard Lu Fei say garp. At that time, he had received a lot of care from the old man. I don't know how the old man is doing. How's your health? Lu Fei glanced at Ace and said sarcastically, it must be delicious. One punch and one ace, it's definitely not a problem. Although my old man is indeed old, and the protracted battle may not be enough, but a small ace with a punch, isn't that easy to catch? Long time no see, Lu Fei, your mouth is still as poisonous as before. Ace looked at his poor-mouthed younger brother and said with a kind smile. Why, want to have another fight? Lu Fei raised his eyebrows, and glanced at Ace provocatively. Next second. Ola 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 ola. Woo big wood big wood big wood big wood big. The two people's style of painting changed suddenly, they waved their fists, and started fighting again. Hey, talk to me quietly and well. Nami looked at the two who started fighting again, and one of them appeared beside them, punching and hammering to the ground. Not long after, the two touched the big bag on top of their heads, looked at each other's bruised nose and swollen face, and laughed happily again. Come on, the recap is over. If you have anything to do, you can go first. Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Fei said to Ace. On the way of chasing Blackbeard, this guy still thought that it was not easy to meet him. Anyway, the two will meet again in a short time. Moreover, his current strength is still too weak. It seems that he must find a time to ask the system carefully if there is a way to improve his strength as soon as possible. Okay, I'll come back to you after my task is finished. Ace was not a procrastination person, and when he heard Lu Fei speak, he greeted Lu Fei and prepared to leave. Seeing Ace jumping into the boat and preparing to leave, Lu Fei couldn't help but said, by the way, you'd better go back and find 2 more people. Blackbeard is not as weak as you imagined. If you can't beat him, run away. Lu Fei, you. Ace looked at Lu Fei in surprise. He obviously didn't mention his mission, how did he know? Seeing Ace's surprised expression, Lu Fei knew that what he had said was enough, so he said, come on, no matter how much, I can't say anything. Lu Fei waved goodbye to Ace. After all, his biggest cheating tool is not only the system, but also his familiarity with the plot. If I talk too much and affect the next plot, if something goes wrong, I really have no place to cry. Seeing Ace surfing away, Lu Fei also discussed with his partners. Next, he must speed up. According to this situation, Ace will still be caught with a high probability. But it is not a bad thing to teach Ace such a lesson. It seems that it was during the Summit War that Ace understood the meaning of life. And the most important thing now is how to improve your own strength as soon as possible. Chapter 57. Tisk, is it just right to come here? Lu Fei looked at the king nailed to the wall and the man holding the white chess piece, and already had a little understanding of where the plot was going at this time. Originally, after sending Ace away, Lu Fei directly decided to look for Lao Shat. Originally, the whole matter was caused by Lao Shat. When the boss is finished, the matter will be over. But these days, who knows how long the group of them have been running in this place. Originally they heard that Lao Shat was in the Rainy Land, and everyone headed towards the Rainy Land, but who knew that they never met Lao Shat at all, but met Smoker, a smoker trapped in the Sea Stone prison. Originally, Lu Fei would have left if he was replaced by other people, but the one who was trapped in the prison was his big benefactor, Smoker. There was no other way, Lu Fei could only rescue Smoker and others first. Hearing that Lao Shat was in the capital, everyone was in a hurry, and then moved towards Albina. Originally, Lu Fei thought that the plot would be the same as the original novel. Lao Shat would suddenly show up when everyone was on their way, kidnap Princess Vivi, and then everyone would directly open the boss. After the boss, they would have a good rest for a few days. But who would have thought that Lao Shat had slipped away long ago and never showed up at all, so everyone could only move forward helplessly towards Albina. The only luck is that when Lu Fei and others were on their way to Albina, they finally found a tool for their journey, the little yellow duck. It's hard to say. Bang bang bang. Zoro Lu Fei heard the gunshots, but he didn't understand that Lao Shat was trying to kill someone, so he immediately called out Zoro. Although Lu Fei was not very familiar with the plot of Lao Shat, Zoro knew it, so on the way here, Lu Fei asked Zoro to carefully recall the details at that time. That's why when Lu Fei saw Cao She holding a white chess piece, he said it was just right. Understood. Zoro smiled, and in the next second, Zoro's figure suddenly appeared in front of the leader of the rebel army, Kosha. Face the blast! As Zoro swung his knife, an invisible wind barrier appeared in front of Zoro. In the face of the many bullets that exploded, they did not pose any threat to the wind barrier. After a little ripple appeared on the barrier, the bullets slowly fell to the ground. Don't be in such a hurry, Mr. Shat. Lu Fei looked at K. Lakadar, and began to size up carefully. Don't tell me, what did the characters in One Piece world eat and grow up? Looking at Lao Shat, who is more than 2 meters tall, Lu Fei really couldn't help complaining, not only the styles of each one are weird, but even the height is so small exaggerate. You are, a pirate hunter. Lakdar looked at Lu Fei in front of him, not caring at all. After all, he was a majestic Shishibukai, just a boasted pirate hunter, and Lakdar didn't care at all. Come on. What I want is your contemptuous attitude. Seeing Lao Sha's attitude, Lu Fei grinned happily. Brothers, open the boss. As soon as the words fell, Zoro couldn't bear it any longer, and took the lead in attacking. After all, these days, everyone is holding their breath, especially when they finally meet the boss after running for so long. Zoro almost throws fireworks to celebrate. Step forward and chop. Zoro's figure instantly appeared in front of Lao Shat, and the long knife in his hand instantly slashed forward. Slash steel flash. Locke looked disdainfully at the boy with a knife in front of him, who was about to melt into sand with a cigar in his mouth. But what Lao Sha didn't expect was that this slash landed firmly on Lao Sha's chest. How interesting. Lu Fei looked at Lao Sha with a confused face, and said to himself that the old thief Oda really didn't lie to himself. In the original book, Luffy just cheated and wet his fists with water to hit Locke Dar. So during the battle, Zoro made squint eyes already on the magic knife, and simply enchanted the water element, although the duration was only 1 hour. Sanji slowly exhaled a puff of cigarette, left the cigarette butt on the ground, suddenly clasped his hands together, and said in a very reverent whisper. Thank you for all the ingredients in this world. Suddenly, a strange red and white light emanated from Sanji's body, and the ominous atmosphere distorted the space around Sanji. Ha! Sanji roared, and in the next second, the muscles on Sanji's body exploded instantly, and the clothes on his upper body were completely burst. FK me, bro. Looking at Sanji, who suddenly turned into a muscular man, especially the gleaming muscles, Lu Fei felt that his eyes were almost blinded. Are everyone's ways so wild now? Is this starting to explode? Lu Fei looked at the muscular Sanji and couldn't help complaining. Sanji simply shook his limbs to feel the strength of his body now. In the next second, Sanji's arm arched directly at a right angle, and Lu Fei also seemed to see the phantom of the steel nail on the forearm. 3 consecutive nail punches. Sanji suddenly appeared behind Lao Sha and punched Lao Sha high with 3 nail punches. Chapter 58. Oh, it hurts just looking at it. Lu Fei looked at Sanji, who didn't talk about martial arts, and actually gave Lao Sha a heavy hammer on his waist, and couldn't help the corners of his mouth twitching. Fortunately, this is the world of pirates, and it is this group of pirates who are fighting. If you let ordinary people go, you will be finished with this waist finishing punch. And because everyone has known Lao Sha's weakness for a long time, Sanji also wet his fists with water in advance, so this punch also caused real damage to Lao Sha. Hey? Aren't you going to make a move? Lu Fei looked at the girl by the wall and couldn't help asking. We are just a cooperative relationship. It was Nico Robin, who was called the son of the devil, who talked to Lu Fei. Tisk tisk, Lu Fei looked at Nico Robin, and had to say, the suit Robin is wearing is really cool. When the time comes for Lao Sha to finish his fight and invite Robin on board, the 2 big boats on his own boat, isn't that just a collection? At that time, eating delicious food and looking at the boat flowers, this day-to-day life must be extremely pleasant. I always feel that you are thinking about something bad. Robin looked at Lu Fei with a wretched face, and said with a smile. Huh? Is there? Lu Fei hurriedly put away his wretched smile, thinking that now is not the time to strike up a conversation, and if he loses a boat girl because of his wretched smile, it will be a crime. Hey! Captain Dog! Zoro shouted to Lu Fei angrily. I have a bunch of people here to open the boss, and you are actually picking up girls there? As the captain, won't your heart ache? Sand. Taking advantage of this gap in speech, K. Lakadar instantly deserted and broke away from the encirclement of Zoro and others. Do you want to defeat me? Lao Sha regained his human form and looked at the few people in front of him with disdain. Although he was careless just now, he was attacked by Lu Fei and others, but as a strong villain, Lao Sha still treats everyone with contempt. This. Lu Fei looked at Lao Sha, who was still contemptuous, and really couldn't understand what these villains were thinking. Bai Zhantang, from the rumors of martial arts, has said that fighting should be steady and ruthless, so what are you doing with those bells and whistles? And the villains seem to have a bit of this problem, they are always given a chance, or they just want to say something. There is a gap between you and me that cannot be filled. Although the attack just now had already caused damage to Lao Sha still kept his mouth full and cheered, that's Shishabukai's level. This. Lu Fei looked at Lao She who was talking to himself alone, and smiled helplessly. Has the evil unit of measurement finally appeared? Shi Shibukai level? Lu Fei looked at Lao Sha and smiled kindly, what a coincidence. Yesterday, the European Emperor was possessed, and the system gave me a chance to draw a lottery for free, and I just got another A-level Hokage character. And according to the introduction of the system, the ability of this character has a special effect on the elementalization of natural fruits. Time and space ninjutsu super speed. Lao Sha only felt a golden light flash in front of him, and Lu Fei instantly appeared behind Lao Sha, attacking with a heavy kick. Boom! Lao Sha looked at Lu Fei with disdain, his body had already turned into sand, and what Lu Fei kicked was nothing but a pile of sand. Don't you understand the gap between you and me? Lao Sha took out his cigar and lit it again, looking at Lu Fei with disdain. You don't understand, Mr. Shat. Lu Fei took out a handful of specially made kunao and threw it at Lao Sha. Lightning flint skill. Launch. Lao Sha calmly smoked his cigar, looked at Lu Fei flashing back and forth, and couldn't help but burst out laughing, because no matter how Lu Fei attacked, what was broken would always be just sand. Such moves are of no use to me. Lao Sha gathered the sand into a human form again, looked at Lu Fei who had stopped, and taunted. I said it all, you don't understand. Lu Fei smiled kindly, and in the next second, he saw orange eyeshadow appearing around Lu Fei's eye sockets. Sage mode. Launch. In fact, if Lu Fei could have used the big move earlier, Lu Fei would definitely not have used the two skills just now. But my own system is such a pit, if you want to make a big move, you have to use your skills to attack the enemy twice. And according to the introduction of the system, although the general Hokage's moves are really useless for elementalization. But if you turn on Sage mode, you can attack normally as usual. According to the words of the system, is it too much to turn natural energy into elements? Not too much. Sage Art Big Ball Raise Non. Launch. Two shadow clones suddenly appeared beside Lu Fei, and rushed towards Lao Sha with two huge balls in their hands. Boom! Looking at Lao Sha who was knocked to the foot of the wall by Raise Non, Lu Fei smiled and walked away slowly. Mr. Sha, can you tell me now, what is the level of Shi Shibukai? Lu Fei asked with a smile, looking at K Lokadar who was spitting out blood. Looking at Lok Dal, who was lying on the wall at the moment, with gloomy eyes, Lu Fei said that the feeling of filling the cup was really so good. No wonder Lao Sha always showed a superior look. Chapter 59. Sometimes it's not that Mensin doesn't reply, but he gets stuck, saying that he can't comment repeatedly. Ha ha ha, if you have anything to say, you can leave a message, Mensin. I will read every article. If it is a spray, please lighten it up a little, have a meal, and update it later. Small skills. Lok Dal wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth disdainfully, and swung his right arm forward suddenly. Desert sword. I saw a knife blade turned into sand, attacking Lu Fei directly. Wherever it passed, even the ground was cut by the blade turned into sand. Tisk tisk, in terms of force, my King Luffy, among the bosses I fought in the early stage, I would like to call you the strongest. Seeing Lao Sha, who was bleeding from the beating, still smoking his cigar, Lu Fei expressed a certain degree of affirmation to Mr. Sha. Facing the attacking sand blade, Lu Fei didn't dare to be sloppy, and hurriedly backed away, and at the same time quickly made a seal in his hand. Who would have seen pirates who would know that if Wang Luffy hadn't cheated, he might not be able to beat the old man. What about sand? Earth-style earth flow wall. Boom. After a loud noise, Lu Fei walked out from behind the dirt flow wall, looked at the dog's head on the dirt flow wall, and nodded secretly. As expected of the 50-50 Kakashi's signature, the dirt flow wall with the dog's head hanging on it is better than the general earth-style defense. Don't forget that I still have us. Sanji suddenly flashed behind K Lokadar. When the hands touched, there was a sound of rubbing like iron. Fork. Sanji's left hand turned into the shape of a fork, and slammed into Lok's abdomen heavily. Boom. Before Lao Sha could react, he was hit by Sanji again in the abdomen, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth again. Ouch, it hurts just looking at it. Lu Fei looked at Lao Sha who was spurting blood again, and couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Just now Sanji punched the waist, and this time, he was hit in the abdomen again. With this back and forth attack, I don't know if Lao Sha can keep his waist? Wait, I'll come first. Seeing the eager Zoro, Lu Fei shouted hastily. Seeing Zoro's eagerness to try, Lu Fei said that he could think of it with his toes. He must have seen Lao Sha who was about to be knocked into the air and wanted to take the big move. I don't know if he has inherited a common problem of playing Yasuo. The current Zoro, when he sees the enemy being knocked into the air, he wants to take the big move. Lu Fei's figure instantly turned into a flash of lightning, and before Lao Sha's freezing time ended, he was hit by Lu Fei's blow. Second hand. Launch. In the next second, as the thunder flashed from Lu Fei's body, Lao Sha who was hit was almost rolled his eyes from the electric shock. Third Raikage skill set, you think I'm kidding you? Lu Fei looked at K-Lok who rolled his eyes and smiled kindly. Time and space ninjutsu super speed. But Lu Fei still remembered that there was a Zoro who was eager to try beside him, so he kicked Lao Sha into the air with a heavy kick attack. Looking at Lao Sha who was knocked into the air, Zoro put the magic knife back into the scabbard, and put on a posture ready to draw the knife on the spot. The momentum of this sword, the more it cuts, the stronger it is. As soon as the words fell, Zoro's body was suddenly surrounded by a breeze. Have you become stronger again? Feeling Zoro's current momentum, Lu Fei is sincerely happy for Zoro. For Zoro's hard work these days, Lu Fei can see it, no matter it is windy or rainy, Zoro will start to practice swinging a knife whenever he has a chance. In the next second, Zoro's figure appeared beside Kalakadar. Soliak hurts? Zoro turned into countless after images in the air at this moment, constantly attacking Lao Sha who was forced to float in the air. Boom! After the big move was over, Lao Sha was covered in blood and fell from the air. Only those who are innocent can sleep in peace. Zoro whispered lightly, and made a trick of the knife, putting the magic knife into the scabbard in a fit of anger. Sanji on the other side came to Lao Sha at some point, took out a red talisman from his pocket, and stuck it on Lao Sha's head. The salvation is over. Sanji put his palms together and prayed sincerely. Good guy. Lu Fei looked at the scene in front of him, and called out good guy. Is introversion already so serious in your own team now? Isn't it just reading a line? Are you all so curvy now? Lu Zoro. Yes, it's you. When did you end your ULT and start reciting lines? Hey. And Sanji, you guy, can you take a look at the atmosphere of the scene? You didn't see Lao Sha's eyes open, his eyes will be red, it's clear that he wants to kill you. Stop introverting. Bastards. Lu Fei complained frantically in his heart. Chapter 60. Lock Doll tore off the spell on his forehead, looked at Luffy and the others angrily, and shouted at Robin, hurry up, Nico Robin. If you don't want to be sucked dry either. Although the few people in front of him were just a few weak bugs, Lock Doll did not expect that it was these few inconspicuous bugs that made him so embarrassed. At this moment, Lock Doll's smooth-backed head has already turned into a plasma explosive head, and the fur coat he is wearing is also torn and scorched black. Kalakadar spat blood on the ground, looked at Lu Fei and the others with a sullen expression and said, I'm already very angry. Come and coax me. Hearing Lao Sha's familiar words, Lu Fei's brain twitched, and he opened his mouth and said, Seeing Sanji and Zoro looking at him strangely, Lu Fei wished he could give himself two big mouths. This broken mouth. Why can't you control it like this? Lu Fei coughed twice in embarrassment, thinking that the short video on a certain platform is really harmful. What to do now? The scene is a bit embarrassing. Lu Fei didn't know what to do next, and he was so embarrassed that he had almost deducted a sea view room. And the picture that suddenly appeared in his mind, Lao Sha was angrily holding a cigar, saying that I was already angry, come and coax me. Then someone hugged Lao Sha and held him high. Mom. It's too scary. Lu Fei hurriedly shook his head, shaking this terrifying picture out of his mind. Pucci. Robin on the side was about to leave with the king, but he couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard Lu Fei's words. Not yet. Do you want to die? Lock Doll yelled at Robin, his face flushed. That is, Robin, you girl, don't provoke Lao Sha anymore. I guess Lao Sha is already in a state of residual blood. Now it's all right, when you smile, the boss goes berserk, isn't this bullying honest people? Zoro. Lu Fei hurriedly gave Zoro a wink, telling Zoro Sanji to take the people away first, and just follow Robin secretly. After all, Mr. Sha is now going berserk, and the increase in combat effectiveness is not just a little bit. From the looks of it, it seems that the move is about to be enlarged, and Zoro and the others don't have the ability to float, so it will definitely be uncomfortable if they get hit like this. So in order to respect Lao Sha, Lu Fei let a few people go first. According to the current situation, even if Lao Sha went berserk, it shouldn't be a problem to clean it up. Although in the original book, when Lao Sha was young, he was just like Hokage's Kakashi, and he could do two tricks with anyone. But after all, Lao Sha in this time period was forcibly weakened by the old thief Oda, weak enough. Watching Robin and the others leave, Clock Darl snorted disdainfully, so what if you leave? The city will be bombarded in a short while, and none of your partners will be able to leave. Hey, Lao Sha. Lu Fei looked at Kalakadar and shook his head helplessly. Although I am just a small adventurer, since you have been planning for so long, you should prevent all unfavorable factors around you. This is the look of a serious villain. Although you have been weakened in this period of time, you haven't been weakened so badly, have you? Really forcibly set the weakness buff and wisdom aura? Among my partners, there is a squint eye, do you know? Lu Fei pointed to the blade who left just now, and said. Looking at the puzzled Q-Lock in front of him, Lu Fei could only explain again. The battle just now, didn't you notice that my partner is not here? What does that mean? K-Lock Doll looked indifferent Lu Fei, feeling uneasy in his heart. Explain what? Lu Fei smiled kindly, the explanation is a big problem. Looking at the very ignorant Lao Shat, Lu Fei could only complain helplessly that the halo of lowering wisdom is really terrible, and it turned out that a person from the Grand Line has become like this. He is obviously the emperor behind Alabasta, secretly manipulating everything. Didn't expect this plot to be forcibly weakened like this? Let me guess, you must think that it was your bar lock studio that blocked my partner. Lu Fei said with a smile. But all of us appeared in front of you, do you think your subordinates really stopped us? Seeing Lao Sha's big face getting darker and darker, Lu Fei went on to say. My squinting-eyed partner, Grandmaster Assassination, firearms, gunpowder, and other skills. So you can guess, is your bomb really not discovered by us? Just now, when everyone entered the city, they encountered the obstruction of Barlock's studio. But after all, the current Lu Fei group is completely different from the original book, and there are quite a lot of cheating. So Zoro started his own solo scene when he saw a group of people in Barlock's studio. Zoro's E-skill, Step Forward, although there is a fatal flaw, that is, it cannot be used on the same person in a short period of time, but it can't stand up to many people on the opposite side. Under the question marks of everyone, Zoro released the wind wall, skating happily in front of several people, blowing the wind and receiving the big move, and showing several people in Barlock's studio completely confused. Squinting Eyes with independent skills was sent by Lu Fei to dismantle the bomb, and Dao Shen and Jian Shen both went to the lock studio to find the benefactor smoker to exchange for bounties. BD. Lao Sha looked at Lu Fei and said bitterly. He didn't expect that many years of planning would turn over on a few thieves who just went to sea. But Lao Sha still feels that as long as he finds Pluton, everything is worth it. K-Lock Doll suddenly touched the ground with his right hand and shouted. Erosion of reincarnation. The next second, the ground where Lao Sha's right hand touched suddenly cracked, and the cracked area continued to expand. Everything around was absorbed in an instant, the vegetation was withered, and the buildings were deserted. Tisk, it's really scary. Lu Fei hurriedly raised his hands together. Quicksand Burial. Launch. This skill is exactly the second skill of Ninja War Gara that was drawn at that time. In the next second, a huge sand wave suddenly appeared in front of Lu Fei, crashing towards K-Lockadar. But Lu Fei took the opportunity to use the special mechanism of the skill, stepped on the sand and flew in the air. You. Seeing Lu Fei suddenly use the ability to produce sand, Lao Sha was stunned for a moment. No. I am the ability user of sand fruit. Looking at the huge sand waves in front of him, K-Lock Doll really wondered if he didn't wake up today. Chapter 61. Boom. The huge sand wave smashed hard under K-Lock's dazed expression. Having been in the world of One Piece for such a long time, the current Lu Fei will not be merciful just because he loves a certain character in the original work. Although Lao Sha in the later stage really made Lu Fei feel quite interesting, but after all, the world he lives in now is the most real world. If my group didn't come in such a timely manner, the entire capital and the lives of millions of people would really disappear in an instant. I'll kill you while you're sick. Burial in the sandstorm layer. Launch. Lu Fei swung his hands forward, and a huge sand-shaped doll in the shape of a woman suddenly appeared behind K-Lockadar, hugged her suddenly, and sank slowly into the ground. Where K-Lockdar is located, there is a huge sand-shaped pyramid. Let's go. Lu Fei shook his right hand suddenly facing the pyramid. Boom. In the next second, a huge explosion occurred in the pyramid. This is how to guide the world. Huh? That's not right. Lu Fei originally wanted to defeat his opponent and uttered that classic line, but looking around, there was no shadow of Lao Sha on the ground. No. Lu Fei looked around, except for the yellow sand all over the sky, there was no such iconic afro as Lao Sha. System? Lu Fei was a little puzzled, didn't it mean that the ultimate move has the power of sealing? So in a moment of anxiety, Lu Fei didn't turn on Sage Mode. And I don't know why, the duration of this Sage Mode is really short, just chatting with Lao Sha casually, the state is gone. In the current situation, Lao Sha has clearly turned into desert and has run away. Ding. The system is a friendly reminder that only when the host has the one-tail crane in his body, the ultimate move will have the sealing power. Ding. Detecting the demand of host, the Hokage World Mall is hereby opened. Second charge? When Lu Fei heard the hint from the host, the first thing that popped up was that this dog system is not dead. Is the mall still open? Lu Fei didn't believe that the system would be so kind and give things away for nothing. You must know that devil fruit was needed to open the lucky bag at that time. In the mall of the Hokage world, that thing is not expensive? The next second, a light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Lu Fei, and the things in the mall were just as Lu Fei imagined, they were ridiculously expensive. Teacher Guy's tights, 200,000 Bailey's PS, it is said that when you practice wearing it, there will be unexpected results. Are you crazy? A ghost would buy that ugly tights. Lu Fei looked at the outrageous price of a set of tights, and couldn't help scrolling up to see what the price of the tailed beast was. If it is really just Pele, then it is acceptable even if it is more expensive. One tail keeping the crane 9 devil fruits. P.S. Comes with a powerful seal, Mom no longer has to worry about me not being able to sleep. Yes, yes, my mother no longer has to worry about my dark circles. 8 Tails Jayaki 89 Devil Fruits. P.S. Tailed beast with a gentle personality, you can sing, dance, rap, and play basketball with Bubbit. Let's not play with this nonsense, brother system. 9 Tails Karama 99 Devil Fruits. P.S. A Tsundere fox may not be easy to get in touch with for a short time. The system strongly recommends buying it with a pet comb, and it will turn into a well-behaved little fox in minutes. Beef. Beef. Lu Fei looked at Hokage small interface and applauded happily. Let's not talk about why you need to use devil fruit in exchange for this point, you only have 99 fruits for a Karama. This system really intends to bring Pirate World to the fore. After you finish 99 fruits, what else will people play in Pirate World in the future? Everyone is a great swordsman? Everyone is a six-style little genius? And that stalker who sings and dances. It's all over to other world, let's stop playing with this nonsense, okay, brother system, I really can't handle it. Lu Fei resisted the idea of smashing the system, and hastily closed the Hokage World small interface. Really, the current system is really scary. It's not just charging twice, but also playing tricks from time to time. What? Shows that your system is very smart? After walking away, he hurried to chase Lao Sha first. Lu Fei sighed helplessly, stepped on the sand pile and flew towards the cemetery. Soon after wandering around in the sky for a long time, Lu Fei finally found the location of the cemetery. I have to say that this broken place is too big, although Lu Fei asked Vivi in advance when he first entered the city. But I didn't expect that it would take too much time to find it by myself. What's the situation now, girl? Lu Fei asked, looking at Robin who was hiding in the corner with a frightened expression on his face. Hey! Captain Dog, look at the situation. Stop teasing girls. Zoro heard Lu Fei's voice, and immediately opened his mouth and shouted at Lu Fei. Originally thinking that Lu Fei could solve Lao Sha, Zoro and Sanji didn't bring extra water, and waited for Lu Fei directly in the cemetery. But what people didn't expect was that Lu Fei didn't come, and Lao Sha flew over first with an afro on his head. It just so happened that the time for Zoro's sword enchantment was also up, and Sanji didn't bring any water, so the two had to play in order to protect the rest. Tisk. Lu Fei smacked his lips in displeasure, this BD Zoro always interrupts at critical moments. However, seeing the passive state of the two of them, Lu Fei could only sigh helplessly. Let's talk about teasing girls or something later. Zoro, Sanji, back off. Lu Fei hurriedly shouted towards the two. No water? Can't it be made on site? Lu Fei quickly sealed with both hands. Water-style water dragon bomb. A huge water dragon suddenly appeared behind Lu Fei and flew towards K. Lokadar. Lokdal looked at the flying water dragon, but did not panic, instead raised his right hand and snorted disdainfully. Desert prison. In an instant, the huge water dragon was completely absorbed the moment it touched Lao Sha's right hand. Small tricks. Lokdal snorted disdainfully, as if he had forgotten how he was beaten just now. Go. Lu Fei took out a handful of specially made kunao and threw it at Lao Sha. Lightning and flint. Launch. The same skills are useless to me. Lokdal began to desert, looking at Lu Fei who was dodging around him. Lao Sha taunted. Oh, not bad. Lu Fei interrupted his attack and gave Lao Sha a thumbs up. After seeing him for a while, Lao Sha felt that he could do it again. However, I am waiting for the big move. What are you waiting for? In the next second, Lu Fei clasped his hands together. Sage mode. Open. Chapter 62. Let's write a chapter of what I have said in my heart for a few days. If you are interested, you can read it. At the same time, I hope you can support Xiaoman's new First Order. The First Order is really important to Meng. The new author is very important, thank you guys. Humph, the duration of your state should be very short. Dar Lu Fei started this state again, and he couldn't help becoming vigilant. After being beaten violently just now, Clock Doll was also very curious about the weird kid in front of him. In the fight with himself, not only did he use the ability of lightning, water and even sand, Lu Fei actually mastered it, and this weird state in front of him was able to hit himself in the sand state. But obviously this kind of feeling doesn't look like hacky at all. Clock Doll thought about it for a while, and then thought of the next countermeasure. I saw K-Lock Doll suddenly stretched out his palm, and a pile of sand spun out of thin air. Shalan. K-Lockadar controlled the scope of the sandstorm and protected himself in it, although in the cemetery, there was no way to use a more powerful sandstorm. But as long as Lu Fei is in this state, the secrets of this kid, as well as the ancient weapon, will all be his own. He K-Lock Doll, Shi Shibukai, will eventually become the strongest one piece. Tisk Lu Fei felt helpless looking at the small sandstorm protecting Lao Sha. Why did he start doing this when he was about to finish the boss and touch the corpse? Lao Sha didn't sit in a wheelchair either? Why is IQ so high again? Since that's the case, I'll let you see, too, the strongest move. Lu Fei looked at Lao Sha in the sandstorm. Although Sha Yian's destructive power may be stronger at this moment, if he enters rashly, his body may be covered with bruises. However, third Raikage has a special bug ability, although the duration is very short. The strongest. Hearing Lu Fei's words, Clock Doll roared angrily, there is a limit to joking, you brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. You kid who hasn't even been to the new world, what qualifications do you have to say that you are the strongest? Clock Doll shouted angrily. I have been in New World for so long, and I dare not say which of my moves is the strongest. You, a kid who just went to sea, what qualifications do you have? Listening to Lao Sha's ridicule, Lu Fei just smiled kindly, and in the next second, countless blue lightning burst out from his body, and the raging thunder and lightning kept refreshing Lao Sha's three views. Lightning Style Chakram Mode Armor of Lightning Style. Activation. Originally, the armor of lightning style was already very pervert in the original book, but in the mobile game, although the duration of this state is very short. But during this period, the user will not receive any damage at all. Your Excellency, can you hear that it's one hand? Lu Fei stretched out a finger, and smiled very kindly at Lao Sha. There is a limit to talking nonsense. Damn little brat. What a penchant. Seeing Lu Fei's arrogance, K-Lock Doll wished he could hang Lu Fei up and give him a good blow. But after all, now that Lu Fei is still driving in that strange state, K-Lock Doll dare not act rashly. Look, it's only for a moment. Lu Fei stretched out his index finger and smiled in a sprinting posture. Hell Spike one hand. Launch. Hiss. For a split second, before everyone saw it clearly, I felt a blue lightning flash across in front of my eyes. Accompanied by the sharp roar of thunder and lightning, K-Lock Doll was seen slowly collapsing to the ground. Cough. Lock Doll coughed out a mouthful of blood, suppressed the severe pain and clutched his abdomen, and looked in front of him in disbelief. How come? How could he kill himself with one blow? Boom. At this moment, the cemetery has become crumbling after Lu Fei's penetrating blow just now, with stones constantly falling down. I, Raikage, am unparalleled in the world. The unique and strongest ninja. With his back turned to everyone, Lu Fei uttered Raikage's handsome line. How about it, do you see clearly? Lu Fei turned his head slowly, ready to mock Lao She who called himself Shi Shibukai. The next second, Lu Fei froze. Hey? Where is this place? Looking at the big hole behind him, Lu Fei was stunned for a moment. The distance of this big move is too far. I used all my skills, where did I run to? What a shame. Lu Fei covered his face, he clearly thought he was handsome just now. As a result, there was no one behind him. I made a mistake, I didn't realize that the scene had been changed. Lu Fei scratched his head in embarrassment, come on, let's run back. Looking at the crumbling cemetery at this moment, Lu Fei hurriedly ran into the cave. Hi? Where are you guys? Lu Fei ran back and saw that only Robin was sitting in the corner by himself. Your group of partners have already taken Clock Kedar out. Robin stared blankly at the falling boulders, and said very calmly. Oh, Lu Fei nodded as he saw that there was no one around. Not bad, good job guys. Lu Fei expressed his heart to his departed partner. Forget whoever you are, you can't forget Lao Shat, the bounty for this guy is not so high. And when the time comes to change the bounty, you can cheat Smoker for 2 cigars again, so happy. Then let's go, thank you for waiting for me. Lu Fei looked at Robin sitting in the corner and smiled, ready to leave together. You go now. Robin looked at the falling stones above his head, and smiled in relief, I'm tired. Lu Fei looked at Robin who suddenly looked loveless, as if he understood something, he walked over slowly. I just want to know the history. On the road to my dream, there are too many enemies. As if thinking of something, Robin's eyes were filled with tears, and he slowly lowered his head. Boom. Lu Fei slashed directly on Robin's head with a hand knife. Seeing Robin with tears in his eyes and an aggrieved expression, Lu Fei couldn't help but stare dumbfounded. How about a little cute? Lu Fei hurriedly shook his head, picked Robin up, and walked towards the exit. Wait. Seeing Lu Fei's actions, Robin struggled in Lu Fei's arms and shouted, I have no purpose to live anymore, let me go. Let you go? After you left me, wouldn't there be one less flower on the boat? What are you thinking, dear? Moreover, with your expression about to cry, how can you let me go? Lu Fei looked at Robin with a gloomy face, and wanted to make some complaints, but it is really not allowed on this occasion. So, do you want to come with me? Lu Fei looked at Robin, smiled softly, and said, our trip is very interesting. Seeing Robin in his arms, with a surprised speechless expression, Lu Fei smiled, and hurried out with Robin in his arms. Chapter 63. On board the Mary. Oh, what a beautiful day. Lu Fei spread out on the recliner, listening to the sound of the waves and soaking in the sun, feeling very uncomfortable. Let's just leave, is it okay? Nami asked with some doubts. I thought everyone could take a good rest after playing Lock Dar, and have a lively time in the city for a few days. As a result, after looking for K-Lock Dar to exchange for the bounty, everyone simply discussed and left directly. Old sand is gone, and the rebels have dealt with it, so what's the problem? Lu Fei said casually. As for Alabasta, Lu Fei made it clear that he has had enough, not to mention the yellow sand all over the sky. Seeing the eager eyes of those people, Lu Fei felt a little scared. If he didn't leave at this time, who knew how the kingdom would treat himself and his group from 557. You must know that after defeating Arlong last time, everyone was pored for a long time and did not recover. Moreover, Lu Fei replaced his big gift bag with a small video camera while drinking the fragments. So everyone together, let's go. You want to talk about gourmet food? What can our super chef Chinese little Sanji not know? So when Vivi was confused with everyone else, they drove away in the melee. But, why did you bring this woman on board? Nami pointed to Robin who was reading a book and shouted, this is from Barlock Studio. Lu Fei patted Nami's head perfunctorily and said, Robin's life is not easy. 7. What? Seeing Lu Fei's perfunctory attitude, Nami pursed her lips in dissatisfaction and muttered. Seeing the two fighting, Robin suddenly turned his head, smiled and said to Nami. Why did I get on the boat? You have to ask your captain, what did you do to me? After speaking, Robin smiled softly, pointed to Lu Fei who was slumped on the recliner and said. Stare. 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 As soon as Robin finished speaking, Zoro, Sanji, and Nami looked at Lu Fei. Even Usopp opened his eyes and looked at Lu Fei with a smile. Ahem. Lu Fei scratched her head in embarrassment, thinking that this girl Robin really loves to trick people. Didn't you just hug me? As for holding grudges like this? Before Lu Fei could explain, Robin went on to say. Would you like to come with me? Robin smiled and said to Lu Fei, you haven't forgotten this sentence, Lu Fei. Tisk, I was scared to death. Lu Fei wiped the sweat from his brow. I thought you were talking about me hugging you. When he was about to leave the cemetery, Lu Fei put Robin down. After all, he was not injured, so holding him for a while was not bad. So when Robin spoke, Lu Fei thought that this was what Robin was going to say. I always feel like you're hiding something. Nami stared at the embarrassed Lu Fei and said suspiciously. So sharp? Looking at Nami's suspicious eyes, Lu Fei could only smile awkwardly. Just kidding, can you talk nonsense about things like hugging a girl? Especially to another girl? At that time, you saved me who wanted to die, and that was your fault. Robin looked at Lu Fei with an embarrassed face, and said with a smile, so I have nowhere to go. Just let me stay here. You can stay as long as you want. Lu Fei yawned, closed his eyes and continued to enjoy the sunshine. I don't care. Zoro glanced at Robin, and continued to practice swinging the knife. It's just one more person eating. Sanji blew out a smoke ring, and walked towards the cabin to prepare for the next lunch. It's getting more and more interesting. He squinted and closed his eyes, sitting aside, enjoying the sea breeze. Huh? Nami and Chopper look at each other. What the hell? Are the men on their boat just looking for S***X? What about you? Nami was very upset, looking at Johnny and Joseph beside him and said. Big sister, we are the interns on the ship. Johnny and Joseph hugged each other and cried. It's too scary, the big sister's head at this moment is really too scary, didn't you see how terrifying the black air is? Johnny and Joseph trembled. I still have questions for you. Nami got up and sat opposite Robin, with a fierce expression on his face, and took out a small notebook by the way. Name. Nico Robin. Profession. Archaeologist. After a long time. With a casual glance, Lu Fei saw Nami who was shining in front of a bag of gems, and Chopper who was laughing loudly with an arm, couldn't help but smiled. Although Nami has been living alone these years, she is still a little tender for Robin who has been avoiding and fleeing since he was a child. Suddenly, the sky suddenly darkened, and for a while there was a strong wind, lightning, and thunder. A huge magic circle suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. Old Wu. Lu Fei gave Usopp a puzzled look. Enemy attack? Is there something wrong? Why use magic circle? It's not me. Usopp squinted, looking at the magic circle above his head and explained. I always feel that there is some evil aura coming out. Usopp looked at the magic circle and muttered. In the next second, a huge ship appeared from the magic circle and smashed straight to the side of the melee. Boom. As the boat entered the sea, everyone hurried to the side. What's the situation? Sanji ran out of the cabin at this moment and asked everyone. Lu Fei spread his hands and said, who knows what's going on? My group was enjoying the sunshine when a boat suddenly fell from the sky? What kind of movie do you dare to shoot like this? And the magic circle that is still open in 2.1? But the problem is that in One Piece world, apart from the known Usopp, where will there be a magic circle? Everyone was still discussing what was going on, when they saw a huge skeleton coming out of the opposite boat, holding a scepter in his hand, and suddenly looked towards everyone. Wow, a moving skeleton. The two of Nami Chopper hugged each other tightly when they saw this scene. I'm going. Brooke? Doesn't it look like it? Sanji was so shocked that he dropped his cigarettes on the ground, and this is not in Brooke's plot. No, come again. Looking at the skeleton in front of him, Lu Fei felt a severe headache. It's really interesting. He squinted and smiled kindly. Damn it, did I die? Zoro pointed at the skeleton and said blankly. Chapter 64. Seeing the huge skeleton on the opposite boat, Lu Fei's expression at this moment is really dumbfounding. The skeleton in front of him was wearing a black robe and holding a staff studded with gems. This familiar attire is exactly the protagonist of a very popular anime in the previous life, Fong Squirrel. After time traveling, he changed his name to Anzi Wuergong. There are all kinds of world-class props on his body, there are countless treasures, and the skills he can use are exaggerated to death. But it is obviously a character who is a bombardment, but it is because of caution. For a long time, Bone King and Air have been fighting wits and bravery, and from time to time they have to be compared passively. He is a rather interesting character. Huh? Who did you just say this is? Sanji lit another cigarette and asked Zoro curiously. I have entered the palace? How come there is such a strange name? A funny magician. Zoro looked at the Bone King and said with a twitching corner of his mouth. Magician. Sanji looked at the strange skeleton on the opposite side, and Zoro couldn't help but asked again, there are also fan. There are 11. Zoro raised his eyebrows and said, showing a smile that I understand, I'll give it to you later. Lu Fei glanced at these two guys in distaste, wishing they could kick each other. Didn't you see the atmosphere at the scene? The other party doesn't know whether it's an enemy or a friend. You two started discussing again? But the skeleton on the opposite ship is very confused. Is this the hidden scene in the game? I found it by myself? Looking at the opposite ship, the skeleton was a little dumbfounded for a moment. Aren't you playing an open-world magic game? What the hell is this? The ship on the opposite side should be the Mary, right? Is this game so big? According to this situation, is there Hokage, Shinigami? Skeleton carefully looked at the people on board, they should be the protagonists of One Piece. Luffy? Well, normal, eh? No, where's Luffy's hat? Where's it? Zoro? I am a star and you are a star, why is Zoro wearing a ponytail? This same hairstyle, why does it make me feel a little bit uncomfortable? The game company is too irresponsible, isn't this a blind change? Hot eyes, too hot eyes, hurry up to the next one. Sanji? Chopper? Normal, Skeleton nodded in satisfaction, this is the One Piece he saw. Nami, Robin? Well, sure enough, the two big boat flowers of the Straw Hats are very beautiful. Skeleton was even more satisfied, and at the same time decided to move his hands in a while, and lighten the two big boats. What's wrong with this Bone King? How about I chop it off? Zoro felt that the Bone King looked at him just now seemed very impolite, so he pulled out his knife and said to Lu Fei. Why don't you ask first, because you don't know what's going on? Lu Fei said speechlessly, for such a sudden appearance of a skeleton, Lu Fei couldn't help it. Before Lu Fei finished speaking, he heard the skeleton on the opposite side shout. FK, this triggers the battle? Is it so smart? Wait, the NPC on the opposite side, I'll make preparations first. Looking at Zoro who drew out his knife, the skeleton hurriedly said. The next second, the skeleton patted his forehead and muttered. Look at my memory, I'm facing an NPC, how can I know what I'm talking about? But after seeing Zoro on the opposite side stop, he marveled at the perfection of this cross-generational game. Obviously he just yelled, but the NPC on the opposite side really stopped, it's so smart. Captain, why do I feel something is wrong? Zoro heard what the Bone King said about intelligence and NPCs, it seemed like he was playing a game. Before Lu Fei could speak, he heard the skeleton on the opposite side shout. I am Anzi Wuergong, how can I lose if I bet on this name? Glorious Emerald Body. Flight. Blessing of the Magic Caster. Infinite Barrier. Unyielding. Perception Amplification. The Essence of Magic. Triple Enhancing Magic, Warning Magic Seal. Looking at the skeleton in front of him who was still buffing himself constantly, Lu Fei finally confirmed that even if this guy is not the Bone King in the original book, he is also a person with the same ability. And it seems that the skeleton on the opposite side has not figured out the current situation. He probably thought that he had reached some hidden level and regarded himself and his group as bosses. Looking at the constantly shining skeleton, this has already set more than 20 layers of buffs, how about it? Lu Fei no longer knows how to complain about the world of One Piece. How come I have been living in Windmill Village for so many years without any problems? But as soon as he goes out to sea, he encounters all kinds of moths. Hello. Lu Fei sighed helplessly, and shouted at the opposite skeleton, about to explain. Okay. Skeleton thought that the boss on the opposite side couldn't wait any longer, so he put the last buff on himself, and shouted to Lu Fei, okay, let's start. Huh? No, I mean. Lu Fei wanted to explain something else. In the next second, a huge blue magic circle suddenly appeared around the opposite skeleton. My mother! Lu Fei almost had a heart attack when he saw this familiar scene. Is it true that 347 is not particular about it? Start with a super position to show respect? You wretched stranger. Listen well. That's super magic skyfall. When this beam of light comes down, my group will be completely gone. However, although this magic has great destructive power, it seems that the casting time is too long, and the cooling time is also very long. Thinking of this, Lu Fei hastily shouted to everyone. Zoro Sanji, come face to face with me and fight, don't let the grandson on the opposite side hurt the Mary. Usopp, protect Nami Robin and others, and drive the melee farther away. Lu Fei finished speaking, and hurriedly jumped towards the opposite side. Tisk! Skull smacked his lips in displeasure. He wanted to bang him directly, but he didn't expect this boss to be so smart. The skeleton looked at Lu Fei who was jumping in front of him, and couldn't help smiling. Does this smart boss want to interrupt his spell casting? But there is magic triple most enhanced crit mine there. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly occurred under Lu Fei's feet, and the heat wave almost killed Lu Fei. Time and space ninjutsu super speed. With a flash of golden light, Lu Fei hastily pulled away, looking at the skeleton very displeased. If it wasn't for the quick flash, the violent explosion at the foot just now would have been enough to drink a pot by himself. Chapter 65. Huh? The skeleton looked at Luffy strangely. The skill just now should not be the skill of Luffy in One Piece. Why does it always feel so familiar? But I can't remember it for a while. The skeleton scratched his head. Forget it, I don't want to worry about troublesome things. Suddenly, the skull's right hand issued purple lightning, and threw a black ball in the direction of Lu Fei. Magical most enhanced gravity Uzumaki. I'm going, come again? The corners of Lu Fei's mouth twitched, and his hands quickly sealed. Earth-style earth flow wall. Boom! The earth flow wall with the dog's head hung up in front of Lu Fei, blocking the gravity of Uzumaki thrown by the skeleton. Oh! It's a scam. This group of dogs are plotting. The skeleton threw his staff and cursed angrily. I said, why is it so strange, you group of dogs are really not human when planning. The skeleton pointed at Lu Fei and turned to Sky's path. This is Luffy. Luffy, the king of One Piece. What about Rubber Fruit? What about the second gear? What about the Gomo Gomo no series? You are the protagonist of One Piece world, using the skills of Hokage, you are so powerful. Listening to the skeleton's complaints, Lu Fei also blushed. What can he do? The system won't give it. I also want to go no. What can I do with the Hokage skills given by the system master? Outrageous. Really outrageous. Skeleton picked up the staff cursingly, looked at Lu Fei, and suddenly his right hand emitted a purple light. The most powerful magic rib bondage. Boom. In the next second, huge bone spurs continuously rose around Lu Fei, trying to control Lu Fei in it. Let's go. Lu Fei hastily threw a handful of special kunao into the sky. With a flash of golden light, Lu Fei grabbed kunao and appeared in the middle of the sky. Hey, this is the Flying Thunder God, right? It's definitely the Flying Thunder God, Luffy boss. The skeleton looked at Lu Fei in the sky speechlessly, and couldn't bear to look directly at him. What the hell? Seeing a picture of helpless skeletons, Lu Fei couldn't help it. I didn't even understand what was going on. You just fiddled with the operation. I haven't even complained yet. What are you complaining about? Do you really think the boss has no temper? Hey, Luffy, do you want to attack? Before Lu Fei could speak, Han Feng's voice was heard. This time, Lu Fei couldn't bear it anymore. Since you are not particular, then I will hang up too. No one is afraid of anyone. Quicksand Burial. Activate. A huge sand wave suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of Lu Fei, crashing towards the skeleton. But Lu Fei took the opportunity to use the special mechanism of the skill, stepped on the sand and flew in the air. I'll go, how much do these dog planners like Hokage? Gaara has all the skills. Skeleton raised his right hand while complaining. Magical enhancement gravity Uzumaki. Boom. With a loud boom, the waves of sand and Uzumaki's gravity cancelled each other out, and the attacks of the two had no effect on either. Why do you stand in the air with such peace of mind? Skull suddenly smiled wickedly. Floating booby trap. Activate. Boom. Are all PvP players so insidious? Various traps? Lu Fei looked at the huge great fireball that was about to explode around him, and hurriedly kicked the sand pile hard to open the distance again. Naive. The skeleton shouted at Lu Fei, stretched out his right hand, and started the magic again. Strongest magic nether strike. Countless blue spikes shot out from the skeleton's hands. Damn. Lu Fei took out kunao and threw it at the skeleton. Since you can't beat this despicable stranger from a distance, let's fight in melee. Did you forget that we still exist? Zoro suddenly appeared in front of the skeleton, and suddenly swung his knife. Face the wind. Countless blue spikes were all blocked by Zoro's wind wall. I'm going, it's really Yasuo. The skeleton was speechless in surprise. For this group of planning, the skeleton is really speechless. How can all skills come out? In this hidden scene, the boss skills are too fancy. Hehe, don't be distracted when fighting. Muscle Sanji has already exploded his clothes, arched his arms directly at a right angle, stood behind the skeleton and said uncomfortably. 3 consecutive nail punches. Well done. Lu Fei turned over and landed in the air, looked at the skeleton that was forced to fly, and smiled kindly. I thought the skeleton would set traps around me, but there was nothing there. Lu Fei couldn't help complaining about himself, and he was no one with the mage in a long-range confrontation. In the next second, Lu Fei's body was full of lightning, and a tyrannical aura radiated from him. Lightning-style double lariat. Activate. One can search. Compare. Lu Fei yelled in the direction of the skeleton with lightning all over his body. Okay. Blazer, hi. Before the skeleton could react, a man wearing sunglasses and carrying 7 knives suddenly appeared behind the skeleton. Killer Bee also had lightning flashing on his body, and he made the same move as Lu Fei, attacking himself. Wait, void summoning Killer Bee or something, it's too foul. Skeleton looked at the 2 men who were attacking him, and opened his mouth to say something. In the next second, the skeleton only felt that his eyes turned and flew into the air, and was pressed under him by the 2 people in a strange posture. Broken, the bone is broken. The skeleton was really about to cry, and hurriedly shouted, and this posture is too shameful. Double lariat. Lu Fei and Killer Bee, who suddenly appeared, didn't care about this, and shouted at the same time. The thunder light on their bodies became even more violent. Boom. The skeleton was smashed into the deck abruptly by the 2 in a shameful posture. But don't tell me, the quality of this ship is really good. After being hit by double lariat, there is nothing wrong with the ship? Looking at the skeleton whose head was smashed into the deck, Lu Fei didn't intend to let this guy go so easily. Time and space ninjutsu super speed. I'll buff you. Before the skeleton could pull out its head, Lu Fei kicked the skeleton into the air with a heavy kick attack. Zoro, take the big move. Lu Fei shouted at Zoro. When people, Zhao Qians, play games, it's just a few buffs, but you are buffing yourself. More than 20 buffs. How insane are you? The momentum of this sword, the more it cuts, the stronger it is. Zoro put on a posture of drawing his sword on the spot, surrounded by a breeze. In the next second, Zoro's figure suddenly appeared beside the skeleton. Sorry, it hurts. Zoro turned into countless after-images in the air at this moment, constantly attacking the skeleton that was forced to float in the air. Let the innocent sleep in peace. After the big move was over, Zoro stood on the spot, made a sword trick, and put the magic knife into the scabbard in a fit of anger. Boom. Lu Fei was still a little upset, but looking at the skeleton on the ground, he became even more angry. If I don't react quickly and interrupt the release of the super magic, my group will be completely cold. And, do you really think you are the Bone King? You say you are a long-distance mage, you are pretending to me. Chapter 66. You don't talk about martial arts. The skeleton was lying on the ground wanting to cry. There is no such boss who bullies others. Obviously the painting style is the world of pirates, the big boss Luffy uses the skills of the Hokage world, and the other 2 bosses, one is the skills of the Happy Wind Man, and the other is the captive of food. And these 3 bosses can actually control combos? I almost got caught by a set just now. Can you believe it? This is too scary. After going offline for a while, you must go to the official website and complain about this group of dogs planning. It is best to post the video of the battle on the internet, so that other players can denounce this group of planners. There is no world-class reward for this matter, and they will never forget it. Lu Fei smacked his lips, and looked at the skeleton with disdain. How strong did he think it was? This is the result? But looking at the child's appearance, it seems that he doesn't even know that he has traveled through time, and he thought he was playing games in the original world. But is the technology of the original world already so advanced? Can people enter the game? Hey, little skull, where are you from? Lu Fei asked, then thought for a while, and added, we are not the boss, we 010 are all in the real Sea World Minister now. Hi, you said chicken feathers. Hearing Lu Fei's words, the skeleton can be regarded as finding a place to vent. Look, with this beautiful language, Lu Fei was still in a bad mood, resisting the urge to give this guy another set of combos. At the moment when everyone was stunned, the skeleton got up with a grunt, took out a bottle of red medicine and poured it down. You call this pirate world? One Piece Lord Luffy, why do you use Flying Thunder God? Where's your Blackmore Moho series? It's really a bad plan. Where's the Buddha on the top? Where's Susanoo? You can use it for me to see. Luffy scratched his head involuntarily when he heard the complaints. It was a little embarrassing to be complained about in person. Also, what happened to the one with the ponytail? Zoro. What a one-knife style, clean and loose, let's not talk about the world, why use Yasuo's skills? And what the hell is he chanting lines so arrogantly? Ahem, Zoro coughed twice in embarrassment. Also, it is the most unbearable thing for me. The skull became more and more enthusiastic, pointed at Sanji and began to spray. What the hell is that muscular Sanji? Blind my 24K titanium dog eyes please. Which plan did this come up with? The brotherly aura is too strong, isn't this Sanji always looking for someone to wrestle with? Why, can't you tell? The corner of the skull's mouth twitched, and it looked at Lu Fei mockingly. Lu Fei felt that he was being ridiculed a little bit, although, it seems, probably this guy is right. But how did this complainer make himself so angry? And what's more, you crooked your mouth and laughed like a DK. You are a skeleton. Anzi Wurgong with the highest personality. You are not a god of war with a crooked mouth. Didn't you just give an order later, and 100,000 people surrounded us? Tisk tisk, you can't do that either. The skeleton sitting on the ground was frantically nibbling at the blue and red bottles, but his mouth became more and more vigorous. I didn't do it well today, you wait for me to come tomorrow, I insist on showing you, what is Anzi Wurgong. Lu Fei looked at the skeleton sitting on the ground who was taking drugs madly and chattering non-stop, with a look of disgust on his face. The duck is really cooked, and the mouth is hard. But you bosses are really smart. Skeleton suddenly looked at Lu Fei and the others with a flattering smile and said, tell me what will explode if you defeat you. After the skeleton finished speaking, he winked at Lu Fei and the others angrily, BBFC. I go. Lu Fei looked at the skeleton who was accusing himself of waiting for others 1 second, then turned his face and winked at the next second, and wondered what the hell this was. Captain, I can't bear it anymore. Zoro picked up a cigarette for some reason, and said with an unhappy expression. Me too, I can't help it. Sanji stretched his neck and looked at the little skull with a sullen expression. Coincidentally, me too. Lu Fei scratched his head and said with a smile. The three of them smiled knowingly. T-dash. Ola 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 ola. Woo big wood big wood big wood big wood big. I want to hit 10. The three of them suddenly changed their style of painting, waved their fists, and began to beat the drugged skeleton inhumanely. Hey, what are you doing? Face, don't slap your face. Looking at the screaming skeleton in front of them, Lu Fei and the others only felt that their thoughts came to light instantly. As the old saying goes, what should children do if they have a bad cough? Most of them are pretending, just beat it up. After a long time, the little skull got up from the ground wanting to cry without tears. It was too bullying, really too bullying. No game company would do this. Sing game company, take jujube pills. Didn't you just taunt me? The NPC actually hit someone, can you believe it? It's still a group fight. And it uses moves. Jojo and Ip Man have come out. Hey. And I have clearly adjusted my pain perception to 1%, even if I tear myself apart and make soup, I don't feel much. But just now, a few people surrounded me and almost beat me out. This pain system must also complain. Complain hard. Yes. Complain, you must complain. The skeleton was so angry that he hurriedly wanted to call out the game interface, and was going to go offline to find someone, and make a serious complaint against the game company. Hey? Can't open it? The skeleton panicked, what's going on? Why didn't the login interface appear? This bug is too scary. GM? GM, come out. Don't make trouble. Looking at the login interface that still didn't appear, the skeleton panicked completely. Ding! It is detected that the host has traveled to the world of pirates, and the following tasks are released. Ding! Choose 1, join the Luffy team, become a musician in the team, and reward the host with all the skills he has learned so far. Ding! Choose 2, go back to the original world, unbind the system, clear the memory. Did I behave? Really time traveled? The skeleton glanced at Luffy and the others in shock, still unable to believe what happened to him. Chapter 67. Hey, stop making trouble. The skeleton waved his hand, how could such a fantastic thing happen to him? Time travel, everyone usually thinks about it, and now that the technology in your own world is so advanced, what kind of world doesn't have it? As long as you are willing to spend money, other game companies will create a scene that you are satisfied with in minutes. When the time comes, make sure you have Nami in your left arm and the Empress in your right hand, Robin is feeding you fruit, Hinata is cooking, Rangiku and Nilapool are waiting for you. Oops, I'm still a little excited when I think about it. In the confused expressions of Luffy and others, the skeleton covered his face shyly. Ding! The countdown to task selection begins, and the remaining time is 4 minutes and 59 seconds. No? Why doesn't the system play cards according to the routine? The skeleton listened to the 5-minute countdown, and suddenly 2 villains started a war in his mind. Time travel. Definitely choose time travel. Everyone in the game world is arranged, what's the point? At this moment, the elder devil horn skeleton shouted. And in the game, you don't feel anything except pain, so what are you waiting for if you don't time travel? At the end of 5 minutes, if you don't choose, you will cry when the time comes. At this moment, another skeleton with a halo on its head and waving snow-white wings came out slowly, thought for a long time and said, I think he is right. Damn it, this is it. The skeleton threw the staff on the ground angrily. It's so irritating. Whose angel is so dishonest? Ding. Countdown, 10 seconds. Hey? No, why don't you have time now? The skeleton resisted the desire to complain. I haven't seen that in other animations, a dozen episodes can be recalled in 1 second of recall time. I only recalled a few words? Is this gone? Tisk, what's wrong with this kid? Lu Fei looked at the shy and angry skeleton for a while, and complained. This level of face changing can't be achieved without more than 10 years of hard training. Let's go, let's go. Zoro also glanced at the skeleton in disgust. At this moment, the skeleton listened to the countdown in his ear, finally gritted his teeth, hugged Lu Fei's thigh and shouted. Boss, take me to play too. Ding. The host has successfully selected. When the host rejoins the team, the backpack and skills can be activated. Hey? No? Don't lock my backpack and skills. The skeleton shouted at the system in a hurry. Ding. Restore the senses of the system, and adjust the host's pain perception by 20%. Ding. Host exclusive benefits, blue blood bar, when the host blood bar is completely emptied, it will really die. Hey, what about you? Lu Fei moved his feet in disgust, but was held tightly by the skeleton's claws. What's wrong? How can you be in a daze after you finish talking? Have you never heard of such a disease at such a young age? Ah. Skeleton came back to his senses, looked at Lu Fei flatteringly and smiled. What's the matter, big brother? Tell me. Relax first, and talk properly. Lu Fei was a little helpless. Why does this kid have so many moths? Let go? Let go of the fart. Hearing this sentence, the skeleton couldn't help but hugged him even tighter, and the system locked his skills and backpack. What if you big brothers hold grudges and just get out of the way? Who do you want to cry to? Do you really want to deliver food right after time traveling? The young general in yellow robe, deliver the goods to your door? Tisk. Lu Fei was very helpless, but after the skeleton made such a fuss, he seemed to guess what happened to him. Ding. Friendly reminder, the host is in Pirate World, and the identity of the skeleton in front of him is the musician Brook. Huh? What's going on? Lu Fei was a little puzzled. What does it mean that the identity of this skeleton is Brook, and the original Brook? Ding. The space is distorted, and the moment the skeleton in front of me arrives, the identity of Brook has been swapped. Ding. Brook lives in other worlds as a skeleton. This exchange is a permanent exchange. Good guy. Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Fei called out, Good guy, is this pirate world crazy and has so many traversers? I'm really not afraid to play collapse in my own world. On my own boat, except for the girl Electric are all time travelers? He glanced at Daobi hanging on his lap with disgust. Now Lu Fei can't accept it, at least the Bone King's fighting power is really strong. But let's accept it like this. Although I had a beating just now, I'm still a little upset. Then tell me, what are your strengths that I invite you to come on board? Lu Fei thought about it for a while, and decided to tease this funny guy, and get some information by the way. Boss, I know how to warm the quilt, and it's a good idea. After the skeleton finished speaking, he gave a thumbs up and showed a refreshing smile. No more, no help, die here. Ask for her flowers. Lu Fei kicked his legs in disgust, ready to leave here with Zoro Sanji. It's wrong big brother, it's really wrong. The skeleton hugged Lu Fei's thigh, tears were about to come down. I, Grandmaster, have all kinds of skills, including herbal mining, farming, and fishing, and engineering alchemy. Yes, I'm familiar with various plots, such as Shinigami Hokage 7 Dragon Ball, Fairy Tale Alchemist Ling Bully, no, Evangelion. The skeleton smiled embarrassingly, and continued. There are 5,000 years of China, and they all understand a little bit. Seeing such a skinless and faceless skeleton, Lu Fei gave Zoro and Sanji a look, implying that the next few people should cooperate well. Although it must be collected, and this skeleton wants to join him so much, it must be restricted by some backpack or skills, so it is so anxious. 0. And Johnny and Joseph on his own boat should be able to take off after this. Really understand everything. Lu Fei showed a surprised expression, and looked at the skeleton playfully. A real boss, he understands everything. Skeleton nodded frantically. Then let's start with a few Hokage questions. Lu Fei looked at the skeleton and smiled playfully. Question, Senjo Hashirama's wood-style wood dragon technique, do you use golden nanmu or rosewood? Ah? Don't play me, big brother. The skeleton was full of confidence when he heard Hokage's question. How did he answer this? How do I know what kind of wood it is? Don't make trouble, boss. Hey? Don't you know it's so simple? Zoro glanced at the skeleton with disgust. Just a quick question, what brand of cigarettes does Asuma smoke? Huh? The skeleton stared at Zoro blankly, at a loss for a while. That's not okay. Sanji looked at the skeleton with disgust. That's a question for One Piece, does Enel use alternating current or direct current? No? Whoosh. The figure of Usopp appeared in front of everyone, and said with a smile. It's been so long, I was going to come over to help, but I seem to have heard something interesting. Looking at the skeptical skeleton on the ground, he narrowed his eyes and smiled softly. The Jade Emperor, does he live in the stratosphere or the troposphere? Chapter 68. On board the Mary. Hey, you guys go back, skeleton. Nami screamed, and hugged Chopper tremblingly again. Robin on the other side also closed the book and looked towards Lu Fei. It's okay Nami, this is our new crew member. Lu Fei threw the skeleton in his hand to the ground, kicked twice and said. Hey, it's you kid, don't be dazed, let me introduce myself to everyone. Oh, okay. The skeleton got up from the ground and rubbed his face. The skeleton held the gem-encrusted staff in its hand, and said in a triumphant voice, I am Anzurgon, the ruler of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Bang! Lu Fei gave the skeleton knife a hand knife, and said angrily. Speak well to me. Oh! The skeleton scratched his head in embarrassment, and suddenly smiled obsequiously. Hi guys, little brother, my name is Wong Next Door Brook, a little skeleton dead 057 spirit mage, take care of me more, take care of me. After finishing speaking, he bowed solemnly to everyone. Come on, seeing that there are no decent skeletons, no wonder the system chooses you to be Brook. With your name, people don't choose who to choose. Are we really going to let the skeleton aboard? Nami and Chopper asked with tears in their eyes. Although the performance of this skeleton is very funny now, did you not hear what the skeleton said just now? His profession is a necromancer. Although Nami doesn't know what mage means, Jiading is not a good profession when it comes to the profession of skeleton and undead. It's okay, this skeleton is not bad. Lu Fei touched the heads of Chopper and Nami and said, you will know in the future, he is not bad. After the brief contact just now, Lu Fei also got to know Brook briefly. After Lu Fei finished speaking to the two of them, he called Brook aside and wanted to briefly explain some things. For example, you can't drink with your own group, try not to complain about your own group. Of course, the most important thing is, don't reveal your identity as a time traveler. Okay boss, no problem boss. Skeleton nodded frantically and agreed, now all his abilities are locked, you are the boss, you have the final say. Then, you are welcome, next door to Wong, Brook. Lu Fei stretched out his hand and said with a sincere smile, from now on, we will live here. Ding! Congratulations to host successfully joining the team, backpack, skills unlocked. Looking at Lu Fei exuding kindness in front of him, the skeleton stretched out his bone claws a little touched, and held them together with Lu Fei. Come on, I'm going to enjoy the sun, you can take a walk around the Mary. Lu Fei stretched out, waved to Brook, and walked towards his deck chair. By the way, Lu Fei turned his head and said, if you don't understand anything, you can ask me or the rest of the people. Let's go. Lu Fei slumped on the recliner, closed his eyes, and basked in the sun happily. But don't say it, there is another big draw on the ship, which is really good, and the overall strength has been raised to another level. And the matter is considered to have come to an end, and finally able to take a good rest. Lu Fei yawned and fell asleep. On the other hand, Brook froze around with interest. Originally thought that time travel was something that people imagined, but who knew, it really happened to me. Hey! Brook looked at the front of his eyes and sighed. He knew that he bought more than 100 million from that black-hearted seller yesterday. In the world where Brook lives, the game industry is very developed, and the game Brook plays is a mixed world with everything. And because all kinds of props have been systematically modified, you can do many things that you never thought of before. If you like leisure and relaxation, you can play the game of raising Pokemon in this game, and you can take a stroll with Pokemon if you have nothing to do. If you like to play strategy, you can go to the chess and card room, you can find everything from Yu-Gi-Oh!, Hearthstone, and it will really summon entities. Like Brook, who likes liver, chooses the game of Bone King, but Brook also plays other games. But most of them are bosses, just to collect some rare props, such as the more famous Sword of the Filial Sun in World of Warcraft, and Mr. Dan's Egg Knife. As a collector, Brook will definitely not let it go. And in this game world, the way to fight the boss is also unique. For example, you can use ninjutsu, you can use the skills of One Piece, you can also summon Pokemon and so on. However, the damage value must have been changed by the system. Moreover, some ways to obtain pervert abilities are also very difficult, either by killing bosses, or by various tasks. Generally speaking, with better abilities, you won't see them at all for 3 to 5 months. So when Brook saw Lu Fei and others, he was very happy, and he started with super magic. Sloppy. Brook scratched his head, looked at the 999999 plus blood blue pills in his backpack, and felt that he was still short of you. The other side. Looking at Lu Fei who was already asleep, Nami suddenly seemed to remember something, got up and found Usopp who was blowing the sea breeze. What's the matter, Ms. Nami? Usopp turned his head, looking at Nami who hesitated to speak and asked. That's. Nami was still a little embarrassed. No problem, Miss Nami. Usopp smiled kindly, no matter what, I will help you, because we are partners. Then, can you improve the weapon for me? Nami took out the 3 short clubs and handed them to Usopp, saying with some embarrassment. After the Alabasta incident, Nami saw that the partners around him were so outstanding one by one, and he couldn't help but feel a little bit of a gap in his heart. And as a member of the ship, in case of any unexpected situation in the future, Nami does not want to be a burden to everyone. After thinking for a long time, Nami decided to ask Usopp of the Grandmaster weapon to help improve the weapon. So, what level of power do you want? Usopp thought for a while and asked. But before Nami could speak, Brook, who was wandering aside, approached. What kind of bicycle do you need? Change it. Brook looked at Nami and smiled, thinking that this is an excellent way to get closer. How could he miss it? Suddenly, a white light flashed in his hand, and a large sword filled with cold air appeared in Brook's hand. This is a dutiful son, Abba. This 1.1 is an artifact, Frostmourne. Brook started to introduce with the big sword in hand. As long as you cut the opponent will bleed, and killing the opponent can also enslave the opponent's soul, a proper artifact. But seeing Nami's pale face, Brook hurriedly changed it. The little girl might not like this weapon. Then there was another flash of white light, and a sword full of flames appeared in front of everyone. What about the joy of fire? How about it? Feeling the heat wave from the flames, Nami couldn't bear the heat wave, and took 2 steps back. Don't you like this too? Brook scratched his head, looked at Nami, and suddenly clapped his hands. With a flash of white light, a red and white pokeball appeared in Brook's hand. How could you forget this? Brook looked at the pokeball and nodded in satisfaction. This thing is known as a female killer. Not only is it cute, but its lethality is also impressive. Chapter 69. No matter how you look at it, it feels so weird. Lu Fei looked at the yellow mouse in Nami's arms, and the corners of his mouth twitched. After the incident that day, Lu Fei clearly felt that he fell asleep for a while, but when he woke up, he almost didn't feel scared to death. Nami took Pikachu and Chopper, and the 3 ran happily on the boat. When Lu Fei saw the yellow-skinned mouse, he almost thought he had traveled through time again. After a brief chat, Lu Fei realized that it was Brook who gave it. At the same time, Brook and Usopp seemed to have made billions of changes to Nami's weapons. But this also made Lu Fei very curious about what was in Brook's backpack. After sailing at sea for a few days, through the news given by Robin, Lu Fei and several people who are familiar with the plot knew that the next plot should be Sky Island. After disembarking, everyone still split up. 11 When it was time to go shopping and buy ingredients, Lu Fei also put the eldest baby down from the gourd vine and asked him to guard the melee. After hanging around these days, although she still has a gourd face, Lu Fei can feel that Yunwei's strength is gradually recovering. It's not weird, Pikachu is so cute. Nami pouted dissatisfiedly, held up Pikachu and said, Pikachu is so cute. Come on. Just do it. Looking at the protective Nami, Lu Fei could only cast a helpless glance at Brook. Fortunately, I have never heard of any kind of world awareness in Pirate World, or else this yellow-skinned mouse would have exposed us in minutes. Hi. Looking at the restaurant in front of him, Zoro suddenly stopped, as if recalling something. Do you want to do it now? Zoro suddenly moved to Lu Fei's side, whispering. What? Why did you do it all of a sudden? Lu Fei was a little confused, looking at Zoro with a serious face. Although there are indeed pirates on this island, but at any rate now I have surpassed Shishabukai's strength, defeated Lao Shat, Lu Fei self-proclaimed, so don't be so nervous. Blackbeard. Zoro murmured in a low voice, when I got off the boat just now, I saw a very familiar person. Yes, boss. Brook next to him also came over and said excitedly, do you want to kill him now, so as not to cause any trouble in the future? Hearing what the two said, Lu Fei vaguely remembered that this is where Luffy and Blackbeard first met in the original book. It seems that Luffy and Zoro were beaten up by a BD named Bellamy. I was also drunk. The corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched, looking at the restaurant in front of him, he thought he couldn't. My current identity is the pirate killer, that BD Bellamy wouldn't really rush in and beat me up, right? But if this guy really dares to do something, if he doesn't clean it up by then, it will be considered that he cleaned it up before he came. Let's go, let's take a look first, Lu Fei said to the Nami people. At the same time, he gave Zoro and Brook a look, telling them to play by ear. Wait a minute boss, wait a little bit. Looking at Lu Fei and others who were about to enter the restaurant, Brook shouted hastily. In the next second, amidst everyone's confused expressions, Brook began to buff himself again. Glorious emerald body. Flight. Huh? Boss, wait a minute, it'll be ready soon. While applying the buff, Brook advised them not to worry. Blessing of the magic caster. Infinite barrier. Boss, it's all over, it's really almost over, Brook continued to shout after seeing several people give him a disgusted look. Unyielding. Perception amplification. The essence of magic. After a long time. Seeing Brook, who was finally shining brightly, Lu Fei muttered in disgust. I and the others didn't really want to open the boss, didn't they just want to inquire about the enemy's situation? It shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Lu Fei really wanted to poke Brook's head with his index finger and ask, should he be so cautious and fill himself with buffs again? Immediately after everyone was stunned, Brook took out a bunch of red bottles and blue bottles, telling them to take drugs if they were in any danger. But let's not say, Brook's awareness of danger prevention is really good. Lu Fei glanced at the confident Brook. Come on, the status is full, the potion is full, shall we go? Several people put away the medicine bottle and walked towards the restaurant. Boss, let's have a drink. Lu Fei, who had just entered the door, saw Blackbeard sitting at the bar, and walked out to the bar and sat down. Seeing this, Nami asked for a drink and sat aside. As for Brook and Zoro, they stood not far from Nami to prevent any unexpected situation. Hi, Lu Fei downed the drink in one gulp, smacked his lips in satisfaction and said. Why is this drink so delicious? Why is this drink so bad? Is there something wrong with your tongue? Before Lu Fei could speak, Blackbeard beside 217 looked over with a displeased expression. Ouch! I haven't even spoken yet? You're starting to rant? Lu Fei looked at Blackbeard with a missing tooth in his mouth. Excuse me, what about me, brother? I'm actually a fortune teller. Lu Fei looked at Blackbeard and smiled kindly and said, Excuse me, what are you? After speaking, Lu Fei sniffed in the direction of Blackbeard, and continued. Hey brother! Are you wearing perfume, but how can I still smell a smell of human scum? Also, big brother, do you have any dissatisfaction with this world when you dress up like this? Little devil, are you deliberately against me? Blackbeard stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and shouted at Lu Fei angrily. Hey brother, what did you say? Lu Fei looked at Blackbeard and smiled. Isn't there a saying, a dog that bites doesn't bark, what about you? If it wasn't for the restriction, Lu Fei would really like to stand up, give Blackbeard a squatting Ip Man, and then say very well, I will spray 10. Boom. Before Lu Fei finished speaking, he saw an arrogant yellow-haired man kick open the door, walked in, and shouted at Lu Fei. Are you the Lu Fei known as the Pirate Killer? Chapter 70. Tisk. Lu Fei turned his head and looked at the little yellow hair who kicked in the door, and smacked his lips in displeasure. Does this guy have to be so ungrateful, but why is he stuck in time to come in? I was just about to have a pleasant chat with Blackbeard, to set up details, but you just ran in. Just as Lu Fei was muttering, little Huang Mao had already come to Lu Fei's side and spoke. Give me the most expensive wine in the shop, and by the way, order what he likes for this brat. Little yellow-haired Bellamy pointed to Lu Fei and shouted to the boss. Looking at the little yellow-haired Bellamy standing beside him, Lu Fei was very helpless, and for a while, he lost much interest in Blackbeard's prying. Originally, Lu Fei planned to spar with Blackbeard for a while, after all, he had been away from Summoner's Rift for so long. Finally, an interesting opponent came to his door. Isn't that a good fight? Especially now that Blackbeard is in its infancy. If in the following friendly exchanges between the two sides, Lu Fei gets the information that Blackbeard can be completely killed, then Lu Fei will definitely not be soft-hearted, and must do his best to keep Blackbeard here. If this product gets shock fruit at that time, Blackbeard will really take off. Also, there is no need for treats or anything. Lu Fei glanced at Blackbeard who was still eating and drinking, and was about to call a few people to leave first. Since someone interrupted this time, the conversation must have stopped. Why don't you go back to the Mary and think carefully about whether you want to do anything to Blackbeard? Let's go. Lu Fei stood up and greeted the murderer. Are you so disrespectful? Xiao Huangmao punched Lu Fei suddenly as he looked at Lu Fei who got up and was about to leave. I've already said, we're leaving now. Lu Fei looked at Xiao Huangmao and muttered impatiently. Chakra skills. Activate. After several days of free lottery draws, Lu Fei finally got together the secret chakra. And the function of this secret volume skill is that after using it, you can directly release the ultimate move, without having to attack the enemy twice. The next second, Lu Fei's body was covered with raging blue lightning. Armor of lightning style. Activate. Lu Fei stretched out his index finger unhurriedly, firmly blocking Bellamy's blow. Show, Captain. Zoro muttered, this is a bit like when Wukong used his index finger to block Trunks' sword strike. However, how could he not participate in such an interesting event? Zoro chuckled, already thinking about the role he needs to play next. System. Open the large form. Zoro said to the system in his heart. Ding. Wuliakai's status has been turned on, the countdown is 5 minutes, start. I'm going to take her away today, let's see who dares to stop me. Zoro twitched the corner of his mouth, and unconsciously said this sentence in Cantonese. Zoro looked around, scratching his head in embarrassment. Although the blessing of this state is really good, but this line is really a bit embarrassing sometimes. In the next second, Zoro's eyes glowed with a special red light effect, and his aura abruptly doubled. On the other side, Brook also activated his imposing coercion skill, pushing Bellamy to the ground, unable to stand up. After turning on the state, Zoro drew out his magic knife and squatted in front of Bellamy. Seeing Bellamy struggling to lift his head, the deputy villain said. Boy, didn't our captain say that we are leaving? Endless? Ah. At this moment, Zoro's eyes glowed red, and he had a villainous expression on his face. It seems that you really want to fight with us. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't shave their heads, Brook and Lu Fei really thought it was some man who came out. What, you want to kill us? Zoro looked at Bellamy's angry eyes, and put his magic power in front of Bellamy. Take it, why don't you dare to cut it? Zoro looked at the little yellow hair who was overwhelmed by the momentum, and suppressed the smile in his heart. Although this kind of villain role, it is still difficult to play it by yourself. But in the face of a character like Xiao Huangmao who bullies the soft and fears the hard, I don't believe that my brother Huaqiang can't handle you. You. Xiao Huangmao looked at Ponytail angrily, and was interrupted by Zoro just as he was about to say something. Okay. I'll give you another chance. Zoro grabbed Xiao Huangmao's hand, let Bellamy's pick up the magic knife, and put it on his shoulder. Is it okay? Zoro looked at the little yellow hair with a shocked face at the moment, and thought he wouldn't scare you to death. As long as you swing the knife, my head is yours. Zoro's eyes turned red, and he looked at the little yellow hair calmly and said. Boy, I'll do it 3 times, I'll do it 3 times. Little Huangmao was lying on the ground at this moment, already shocked by what the swordsman with the ponytail had done, speechless. Originally, I came here this time just to see what this pirate killer looks like, and whether it is possible to let him join my side. Who would have thought that it would turn into the current scene? Zoro drew the knife away, and patted the little yellow hair on the head resentfully. Give you a chance, you are useless. I'll give you a chance, you're useless, you're handsome. Good job. Let's go Zoro. Lu Fei yawned and said, thinking that this idiot is pretending to be addicted. And if it weren't for Brook's sake, you just acted like a dead man. Lu Fei was really afraid that the dog's head would be chopped off in the next second. Zoro smiled and put the magic knife back into the scabbard. Brook also put away his momentum and gave Zoro a thumbs up. This handsome guy, do you have any questions? Lu Fei smiled gently and asked Bellamy. Do you know me? Bellamy was about to say something, but saw Zoro's eyes with special effects staring at him. It's gone, go, go. Bellamy was at a loss for a while, so she could only smile awkwardly and say. Lu Fei nodded, glanced at Blackbeard who was still eating, greeted a few friends, and left the restaurant. Chapter 71. On the Merry. Give me a chance. Lu Fei looked at Nami, scratched his head, and said with some embarrassment. How can I give you a chance? Nami looked at Lu Fei coldly with her arms akimbo. I didn't have a choice before. Lu Fei looked at Nami who was still angry, and smiled awkwardly, now I want to be a good person. Huh? What's the situation? Sanji asked curiously, pointing at the two. Originally, Sanji and Dawa had to purchase ingredients. Unexpectedly, as soon as I got on the boat, I saw 2 people on the deck, with big eyes and small eyes, and no one spoke. As an excellent melon eater, Sanji hurriedly threw the ingredients into the restaurant, and then rushed out. Together with Zoro, Brook, and Squinting Eyes, they moved a small bench and sat aside, ready to continue eating melons. Isn't this why we went to the restaurant to inquire about the news? Zoro said to Sanji, his counterpart. What then? It turned out to be Blackbeard. The captain wanted to find out about Blackbeard. Would you like melon seeds? Brook handed the melon seeds to Sanji. Yeah, let's continue. Sanji took the melon seeds handed over by Brook and started the melon eating mode. As a result, a little yellow hair came out and interrupted. Now Nami complained to Lu Fei 057, and didn't even find out the news. Huh? That's it? Sanji looked at Zoro in a daze, it's just such a little shit, it's worth watching a show here? With this time, I might as well chase after it for a while. Oh, what? I thought. Sanji muttered dissatisfied. What do you think? Zoro asked with interest. I thought it was Nami who found out that there was something wrong between the captain and Robin, and there was a quarrel. You know, the kind of love triangle in TV dramas. Sanji gestured towards the crowd. Huh? Seeing the interested looks from the people around him, Sanji could only cough and asked in doubt. No, didn't you guys find out? It shouldn't be, except for Brook and the mascot Chopper just uploaded, everyone should have discovered it. Sanji glanced at them suspiciously. I found out, but the captain is only talking, and he didn't take any action. Zoro sighed angrily. BBDJ. Zoro, being the first to board the ship, saw his own captain's thoughtfulness. It's just that it seems that Lu Fei, who is a naive critic, has always had a wicked heart and no guts. Interesting squinted his eyes and smiled, very interested. Let's talk about it, big brothers. Brook hurriedly handed over a few cans of beer to the big guys. Anyway, there are many in the backpack, which can be made with strength. Ahem, let me tell you about it. Zoro cleared his throat, ready to tell everyone about it. Yeah, tell me. Lu Fei stood behind Zoro and said with a kind smile, what's the matter, tell me about it. When Lu Fei was training, he saw several people sitting in a row with small benches, eating melon seeds and drinking wine, as if they were watching a theater. I didn't expect Zoro, a thief, to let go of this. If it wasn't for how fast he came, this dog thief might not be able to organize himself. And we're on an adventure, what's up with your 8 trigrams look? Do you want me to prepare a coat for you, set up a table, and hold a special session for you in Pirate World? Zoro glanced awkwardly at Lu Fei behind him. Thankfully he didn't say anything, otherwise this idiot might not know how to trick him when the time comes. Tell me, I'm interested too. Lu Fei smiled more and more kindly. Ahem, yes, I haven't finished training today. Zoro hurriedly stood up and walked to the side. Oh, what should we do for dinner today? Sanji spat out his eyes, and walked towards the kitchen very calmly. Come on. Looking at the people who were about to slip away, Lu Fei stopped them and said, let's discuss whether we should do anything to Blackbeard. In fact, Lu Fei really wanted to do it. On the one hand, he was afraid that shock fruit would be picked up by Blackbeard at the Summit War. On the other hand, I am worried about Blackbeard's ability. If it is true, as netizens guessed, this product can eat 3 devil fruits. Don't think about it, there will definitely be a confrontation at that time. It is impossible for my group and Blackbeard to become good friends. Hit it, see if I do it or not, he'll be finished, Zoro said confidently. Don't talk about Blackbeard, I will still cut him when Whitebeard comes. Shut up, next one. Lu Fei glanced at Zoro angrily, how can this guy be so good now? When he first went to sea, he couldn't even beat Crow, but now he dares to cut Whitebeard. If Whitebeard really came, he didn't have to do anything, just a conqueror's haki, and you would be stunned. I may be a bit lacking in combat power. Sanji thought for a while and said, most of my skills are cooking skills. Now that I am matched, I may have to give it away. I still have some treasures in my collection, so it shouldn't be a big problem, said with a narrowed smile. No, I want to live another 2 years. Lu Fei looked at Usopp with a twitching corner of his mouth. The treasure that this guy took out last time almost scared his group to death. It doesn't really matter to me, I have a lot of treasures in my backpack. Brook scratched his head and said indifferently. Come on, another big guy. Lu Fei thought about Blackbeard's combat strength at this moment, but still hesitated. Captain, actually, you don't have to think so much. Squinting eyes seemed to see Lu Fei's concerns, and said. It's true that Blackbeard is cheating, it's us, and it's also a bunch of cheaters. Looking at the people in front of him, Lu Fei smiled, that's right, if you open Blackbeard, we will also open it. Even if you get shock fruit, you may not be able to beat a group of cheaters. Then FK him. Lu Fei looked at the crowd and said with a smile. Damn it. Chapter 72. Somewhere on an empty beach. Hey Captain? Will Blackbeard really come over soon? Zoro and Lu Fei hid in the grass beside them, looking towards the beach from time to time. Now that everyone decided to fight, Lu Fei found an open place, so as not to accidentally injure some villagers in a fight. In this dispatch, besides the 2 big Chuanhua and Chopper Gourd dolls, Lu Fei brought both Sword God and Sword God with him. Although the combat power of these 2 people is very low now, it is good to bring out a lot of experience. It should be. Although we don't have a bounty now, Blackbeard needs a chance to become famous. Lu Fei recalled that in the original book, the reason for Blackbeard's action at that time was to catch Luffy and become one of the Shishibukai. But it seems that Lu Fei didn't find it, but it made Blackbeard meet Ace. And we just defeated Lao Shat, we are a pretty good peddle for Blackbeard. Lu Fei turned his head, glanced at Brook and said angrily. Brook, we are in ambush, you know what an ambush is don't you? Ahem, boss, it will be ready soon, really, it will be ready soon. Brook smiled awkwardly, but still kept putting buffs on himself. I don't know if it's because of Brook's own caution, or if this guy regards the Bone King as an idol and has completely gone astray. Every time before going to war, this product has to be prepared in various ways. Especially when he had just left the melee, this guy had already buffed himself, and everyone hadn't waited in the grass for 10 minutes, and this guy started again. Peddle. He narrowed his eyes and smiled, I really want to know who is the peddle. He squinted his eyes and carried the bazooka, preparing for a while. As soon as Blackbeard showed his head, he sent a rocket up first. Give Blackbeard, one of the future 4 emperors, a good cheer. Several people looked at Usopp carrying the bazooka in horror, and sometimes they really didn't know where the squinting big guy was angry. Here we come. Zoro looked at the few people coming and said. That's great. It just happened to be a pot. Lu Fei looked at the 4 people who came over, they were exactly the people recruited by Blackbeard when it first started its business, the helmsman Burgess, the ship Dr. Poison Q and the sniper Van Oka. Looking at myself again, Zoro is the top laner, Lu Fei is the jungler, Squint is the ADC, Sanji is the meat tank who starts the team, and Brook is the mage. Is it a coincidence, isn't it? Pay attention to Blackbeard's ability. Luffy smiled and said to Usopp, then, let's start a team. Okay, Usopp pulled the trigger, and a rocket flew straight at Blackbeard's gang. Boom. Accompanied by the huge roar in front of him, Lu Fei felt that it was the right thing to cover his ears in advance. After the smoke dissipated, Lu Fei looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. He thought that the missile would kill more or less people. But to Lu Fei's surprise, Blackbeard and the others were still aware of the moment the missile exploded, and they dispersed in advance. Blackbeard didn't seem to be hurt except for his complexion getting a little black. However, the rest of the people were lying on the ground, and they should not be able to stand up in a short time. Let's just use a silencer weapon next time. Squinting his eyes and snorting uncomfortably, he retracted the bazooka into the magic circle. In the next second, a golden light flashed in front of Blackbeard, and Lu Fei appeared in front of Blackbeard holding a kunao. BD brat, it really is you. Blackbeard looked at Lu Fei in front of him. He hadn't even looked for him yet. This brat dared to trouble him. Boom. In an instant, an endless dark aura emanated from Blackbeard's body. Little devil, I want you to know the price of provoking me. Blackbeard looked at Lu Fei and shouted angrily. Dark water. Lu Fei looked at Blackbeard whose palm was facing her, and said with a smile. You, how could you? Blackbeard was stunned for a moment when he heard the name of his move, which was known by a kid. Seeing the moment of Blackbeard's dementia, Lu Fei smiled. Sure enough, what Brook said was right. Playing PvP is actually an intelligence war. During the battle, how can you stay in a daze? Sanji had already transformed, and he came directly behind Blackbeard with a flash, and said with a smile. Triple nail punch? BD, BD. Blackbeard flew into the air involuntarily, with a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Dark fruit has no way to elementalize, but to absorb damage, but the pain received is doubled. This time, it will be fatal, and it will also be very painful. At some point, Squint, who was standing not far away, took out a gatling from the magic circle and held it in his hand. Ask for her flowers. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Gatling in Squint's hand made a loud noise, with blue flames blazing from the gun's muzzle, spinning rapidly. Lu Fei seemed to be able to see the red and blue lights flashing on the bullets fired this time. Don't think about it, it must be enchanting the bullet with squinting eyes, otherwise it would be impossible to be so gaudy. Soliak hurts? In the next second, Zoro's figure appeared beside Blackbeard, turning into countless after-images in the air, attacking Blackbeard exuding a black aura. Strongest magic nether strike. Brook raised his palm to aim, and countless blue spikes shot out from his palm. Whoosh whoosh. Tisk, it's miserable to look at. Lu Fei glanced at Blackbeard, who was covered in thorns in the air, and felt very sympathetic. If it was a normal fight, it would probably be a bit troublesome, but who said that he couldn't sneak attack? In the next second, Lu Fei clasped his hands together, playing Logia. He must add a status first. Sage mode. On. Feeling this wonderful state, two shadow clones suddenly appeared beside Lu Fei. The ball in his hand, after being blessed by two clones, made a loud noise. Zoro, Sanji, spread out. Lu Fei hastily shouted at the crowd. Wind-style spiral shuriken. Let's go. Looking at the two scattered, Lu Fei locked onto Blackbeard in the air, and threw the spiral shuriken out. Boom. Darkness, the dark A-cup ointment. In the ball of light, Blackbeard who was attacked endured the heart-piercing pain and used his strongest move. For a moment, endless black breath gushed out from Blackbeard's body. Even the huge ball of light transformed by the spiral shuriken slowly sank downward. It hurts? It hurts? Ah! Blackbeard fell into the black breath, rolled on the spot in pain, and looked up at Lu Fei after a long delay. Nearly, I really died. Blackbeard looked at Lu Fei frantically and said. Is dark fruit so hard? Lu Fei looked at Blackbeard, who was covered in blood and seriously injured, but he was still able to move. Lu Fei became even more curious about dark fruit's ability. Can actually absorb the spiral shuriken in the state of immortality? It's too long. Chapter 73. Seeing the black breath gushing out from Blackbeard's body, Lu Fei and the others hastily distanced themselves. Lu Fei is very familiar with this move. It's a secret trick. I think I used it often when I was playing Pirate Warriors. But the scene looks really shocking. With Blackbeard as the center, black smoke billowed continuously around, and the surrounding trees and vegetation had already been pulled into the ground by the darkness. BD kid! Blackbeard shouted as he looked at Lu Fei and the others frantically. Everyone, be careful, maybe we have to use a bigger move. Lu Fei looked at Blackbeard with a crazy expression, and said to several people. Don't join in the fun in melee combat, let the long-range DPS consume. I'm using the Gara skill to play control here, pay attention to the position from a distance, and hide from anything. Lu Fei thought for a while, and hurriedly ordered to everyone. By the way, the potion just issued by Brook, take the drug immediately when you get hurt, look for the right opportunity 520 will explode. Everyone try not to make mistakes, try to beat the boss once, okay? Lu Fei looked at Blackbeard in front of him, and thought to himself that if the equipment exploded for a while, what would happen to him and others? Clear. Understood, let's see mine next. Then I'm paddling, I really don't have a long-range attack method. Seeing the excited people, Sanji took out a bag of melon seeds, and led the sword god and sword god to stand aside. Then prepare to open the boss of the second stage. Lu Fei looked at Sanji who was paddling, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Seeing Lu Fei and the others discuss countermeasures on the spot, Blackbeard was completely annoyed. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? In the next second, Blackbeard raised his arm and pointed his black smoking palm at Zoro. Dark water. Let me tell you about Aang, I still have, hi. Hey? No? Why catch me, Zoro is about to brag, and wants to show off that he still has a little trick, but he hasn't finished talking yet. The body felt a huge attraction, and the body involuntarily flew towards Blackbeard. Stupid. Lu Fei looked at Zoro, who was taken away, and sighed helplessly. Vientiane Sky? Wrong, went to the wrong theater. Brook scratched his head in embarrassment, but his men didn't stop. Floating booby trap. Activate. Boom. A huge explosion suddenly occurred around Blackbeard, knocking Blackbeard to Kongchen again. Originally, Blackbeard planned to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him in seconds, but suddenly there was an explosion around him. And when did this bomb appear? The opponent didn't make a move at all? Blackbeard couldn't even imagine that this was a magic trap that Brook had set up in advance, and he couldn't find it at all. Zoro. Lu Fei folded his body and created a small pile of sand under Zoro's body to prevent Zoro from falling into the darkness. Although Gaara's various skills cannot be used, Lu Fei can still make a small pile of sand. It's just in time. Zoro turned over in the air, half-kneeled on the sand, and then took out a pair of scissors from his arms and threw them at Blackbeard. Break up, scissors. The thrown scissors split into two, and at the same time, they spun at a high speed. Following Zoro's gaudy gestures, he continuously attacked the floating Blackbeard. Whoosh whoosh. With the rapid rotation of the two scissors, countless scars appeared on Blackbeard's body. Captain Zoro shouted, stepped on the sand, and attacked Blackbeard. Didn't I just say, don't go for close combat? Lu Fei looked at the excited Zoro, curled his lips helplessly, but still created a foothold for Zoro. How many floors does a bag of rice have to withstand? Zoro stood not far from Blackbeard, and suddenly smiled sinisterly. What are you talking about? Smelly brat. Blackbeard tried his best to protect the important parts of his body at this moment. Seeing Zoro suddenly appearing, he was startled. It should be against the second floor. Zoro drew out the magic knife Qianbla and laughed. Magic saber 1000 blades, solve it. Following Zoro's low shout, the magic knife in his hand suddenly seemed to be broken and extended infinitely. Zoro looked at Blackbeard and smiled sinisterly, who let this guy suck him? I have decided not to do anything, you must drag me into the battle forcibly, right? In the next second, the 20-meter machete was reassembled and slashed heavily at Blackbeard. The magic knife with thousands of blades can only attack, it is unparalleled in the world. Tear. There was a huge gash in Blackbeard's chest. It's my turn. Brook looked at Blackbeard, who kept shouting, and a purple light suddenly appeared in his right hand. The most powerful magic rib bondage. Boom. In the next second, Blackbeard, who was still in the air, was hit by countless huge bone spurs before he could react. It can only be controlled by the bone spurs in the air, making a painful roar. You three, run. Blackbeard held back the severe pain and shouted to the crew members who got up from the ground. Hey? No? Why does this sentence feel so familiar to me? Lu Fei scratched his head, looked at Blackbeard, who had been restrained in mid-air, and shouted loudly at his crew. I always feel that this scene is inexplicably familiar. Anyway, run away, everyone. Blackbeard shouted loudly to his crew, we will talk about the rest after we are saved. Remembered? Isn't this what Luffy said to the rest of his friends when Luffy's group encountered Bartholomew Kuma in the original book? Hey? Oh no? You're the villain, Blackbeard. Don't be silly. You act like this, it seems that we are stupid, you are the villain, BD. Run. Blackbeard yelled in pain. I said not to do this, hey. BD. Lu Fei looked at Blackbeard, and really wanted to knock out the rest of the thief's teeth. Blackbeard. That's the ruthless person who killed the captain and grabbed the fruits. If you shout like this now, you are the protagonist, and we are the evil villains. You were not afraid of anything that day, what about the heroic temperament of the pirate world? Although I have long known that Blackbeard is shameless, especially in the original Summit War. Seeing that this guy couldn't beat Whitebeard, he immediately yelled, Dad, stop, I'm your son. Dark cave. At the moment when Lu Fei and others were stunned, Blackbeard once again used his big move. With the black aura covering the sky and the sun at 5.9, the bone spurs slowly fell into the darkness. Blackbeard, on the other hand, broke free from the spurs' grip. Next time we meet, let's settle the score properly, brat. Blackbeard stretched out his black breath, waved his hand at the middleman, and said bitterly. FK, is this guy going to run away? Lu Fei watched Blackbeard's actions, and immediately turned on Sage mode. The two avatars beside him had already started holding up the Sage. How could it be possible to let you go? Squinting took out the bazooka and pulled the trigger suddenly. Die to me. Brook stretched out his right hand and hastily activated his magic. Let's go. Lu Fei locked Blackbeard and threw the spiral shuriken out. Boom. After a horrible explosion, Lu Fei and others looked at the empty beach in bewilderment, where there were still figures of Blackbeard and others. Chapter 74. On the Merry. 80,000. Lu Fei played a card and smacked his lips in displeasure. Everyone had prepared for so long, but they didn't expect that Blackbeard would actually run away in the end. But after all, this guy used his big move before he left. Lu Fei and the others were just dumbfounded, and Blackbeard disappeared. When everyone is chasing them out, where can we still see the shadow of Blackbeard? And because of Blackbeard's behavior, the two remote outputs of his family almost let out their own treasures, and they were discouraged by a wave of indiscriminate bombing on the island. 80,000 touches a hand, 3 of a kind. Zoro also played a card helplessly. Obviously, my group has put so many skills on others, and it is estimated that they will be gone long ago. But Blackbeard just unlocked the blood lock abruptly. You see that although this guy is seriously injured, he just won't die. What can you do? 3 bars in one hand. Although Brook was unhappy, he kept checking himself in his heart. 11. Although I usually play a lot of PvP and PvE, but I am still a little negligent when facing real people. After all, in the real world, if the opponent can't fight, they can really run. Unlike in the game, whether it is a player or a boss, they are tough. Either you die or I die. After searching around to no avail, everyone returned to the Merry in despondency and started their journey of playing mahjong. But everyone murmured and murmured, knowing in their hearts that this battle could take advantage of Blackbeard's hands. It's nothing more than the lack of information on Blackbeard's side, and they are not very clear about the abilities of their own group. When we meet next time, in case this guy collects all the information about his group. The next time we fight, it may not be so simple. Hey, God, give me a gift bag, I can't take it anymore. Zoro raised his head and gave a loud cry. It's been so long. Look at Captain Dog, he has this skill for a while, and that skill for a while. You can be surrounded by thunder and lightning at every turn, or draw eyeshadow and the like. What about your own system? There has been no sound for so long. If it wasn't for the fact that he could still hear the sound of the system when he turned it on, Zoro would have thought that his system had soared. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the hidden plot, defeating Blackbeard, and releasing a luxurious gift package. Stop nagging, play cards. I won't wait for you to fire me. Lu Fei glanced at Zoro in disgust. If the gift bag can be shouted out like this, I would have shouted it every day, and it's your turn? My own system has not shown up for so long, what did I say? Lu Fei snorted unhappily. If the system hadn't given him a free lottery, he would have started to complain a long time ago. Hey, Zoro, hurry up. But seeing Zoro's shocked expression, Lu Fei was confused. No, sir, it's really good. Ahem, stop hitting, I have something to do. Zoro tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart, stood up and prepared to slip away. Son thief, wait a minute. Lu Fei looked at Zoro's emotions that he was trying to hide, and completely turned into lemon essence. And at this moment, I am very sure, this guy just shouted, it is definitely a big gift bag. Seeing Zoro's hurried appearance, the gift package he gave is definitely not low grade. Lu Fei looked at Zoro, who was anxious to leave, and was really sour. Damn, you agreed to go to beta together, but you secretly went to bake oil? Ahem, let go, I really have something to do. Really, I'm not lying. Zoro looked away in embarrassment, not looking at Lu Fei's lemony eyes. To open a gift bag, you must be alone, and you have to wash your face first, and then wash your hands. Moreover, what was prescribed must not be told to the friends around. Otherwise, everyone will know. How can I fill the cup happily when I'm done? Zoro glanced at the other doubtful people, and his heart was filled with joy. Sure enough, the systems of everyone here are all rubbish. Zoro gave a mouthful of disdain. It's still my system, Dad's favorite. Ding. Feeling strong malice, hereby release a mission. Ding. Feeling strong malice, hereby release a mission. Ding. Feel the strong malice special release task. Suddenly, the voice of their own system rang in Lu Fei, Brook, and Sanji's minds. Even Usopp, who was squinting while the wind was blowing, opened his eyes with a playful expression. Interesting, it's really interesting now. Lu Fei listened to the system sound in his head, thinking of Zoro's dismissive glance just now. If I guessed correctly, the next mission has a high probability to be related to Zoro. Ding. The mission is released. Use the technique of XX Spirit to make a perfect dish for Zoro. Ding. The luxury of the gift package depends on the other party's explosiveness. Sanji looked at Zoro, and said in his heart that it's not because of his brother's lack of loyalty. For the sake of the big gift package, I can only wrong you first. Ding. Help Lu Fei, take a photo of Zoro's shame, and then draw a servant of Anzi Wuergong. Haha, interesting. Brook glanced at Zoro maliciously. There is nothing I can do about it now, ha ha ha. Ding. After Zoro eats the dinner Sanji prepared, take as many photos as you can. Ding. The luxury of the gift package depends on the number of photos uploaded by the host. Good system, brother. No problem, system, brother. At this moment, Lu Fei really wanted to know what was going on in the heart of 653. Zoro's inadvertent gesture just now. Looking at the faces of the other two people at the poker table, I am 70% sure that everyone can participate in this event. If it weren't for the fear that the system would cancel his gift bag, Lu Fei would really like to show Zoro a heart. Say, big brother Zoro, you are awesome, you actually made the system roll up. Well, it's getting late, and I'm going to prepare dinner too, so let's slip away first. Sanji came back to his senses, and hurriedly ran towards the kitchen. During the days on board, Sanji had already changed his ways and stopped making those dishes with added medicine. But there is no way, today is a special situation. Yeah, let's go. Brook winked at Lu Fei, meaning he had something to say after a while. Oh yes, Zoro, you are in a hurry, you should go first too. Seeing Brook's eyes, Lu Fei also let go of Zoro. Gossip, Zoro muttered, and walked towards his room. Draw a lottery. It must be filled with a sense of ritual, it is up to you to decide whether you can become the main C's gift bag next, of course you must treat it with caution. Watching Zoro leave, Brook smiled and said to Lu Fei, come on, Captain, I have something to discuss with you. Sure enough. Listening to Brook's words, Lu Fei also smiled, it's not a coincidence, I have something to look for you too. After a while, the two of them burst out laughing. Chapter 75. Back in his room, Zoro immediately cleaned his face and hands thoroughly. How long has it been since he heard the sound of the system? Zoro is so excited right now. Unexpectedly, when I complained and yelled, the system actually gave me a gift bag. System. Open the gift bag. Zoro shouted in his heart, and at the same time put his hands together, talking non-stop about God's helping out, giving a good thing and so on. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining the primary observation haki and primary armament haki. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting the 3 Swords Zoro template. This template skill needs to be learned by the host in the dungeon before it can be unlocked. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining all the skills of Blade Dancer Aurelia. When host said, Grandma always said. 50% combat power bonus. Ding. Every time the host swings the knife 100 times, unlock 1% of Aurelia's combat experience. Hey? It seems to be pretty good. Zoro nodded in satisfaction after listening to the rewards given by the system. It seems that I have to go to the dungeon from time to time to find Suoda to learn the 3-sword style. Thinking about one knife, washing and sending, what else is there in the world? I have been greedy for a long time. But what the hell is that Grandma always talking about? Zoro is a little speechless, it is absolutely impossible for him to say this line just because of the 50% combat power bonus. Although I often recite Yasuo's lines are so cool. Zoro was complacently learning about these skills at the moment, when Sanji's voice suddenly came. Zoro, it's time to eat. Sanji yelled at the door and left. On the other side, Lu Fei and Brook have already discussed with each other, and they will meet Zoro every day when he is enjoying the time. Brook can slightly add a sensory enhancement buff to make Zoro sink deeper into the dishes, and it will be more convenient for Lu Fei to take pictures when the time comes. How? Looking at Sanji who came out, Lu Fei asked hastily. Sure, don't worry about my work, Sanji replied confidently. But let alone, it's been a long time since I've cooked with medicine, and I'm still a little excited to make a meal suddenly. What are you muttering about? Nami and Robin had already finished their meal ahead of time, and they asked with a smirk. Oh yes, Nami Robin, go to rest first after eating. Lu Fei hastily pushed the two away, after all, the scene for a while is not suitable for children. Okay, I got it. Nami and Robin glanced at them strangely, but the woman's intuition told them. Next, something interesting will definitely happen, otherwise Lu Fei might be so anxious to send himself and Robin away. After Lu Fei sent the two back to the room, the three sat on the deck, waiting for Zoro quietly. Yo-ho, why is it so rich today? Zoro walked towards them excitedly, looked at the piles of dishes on the table, and said to himself that he was really lucky today. Not only did I get some good things, but even the dinner tonight is so sumptuous. What's going on? Why does this smell get better and better? Zoro looked at the pile of dishes on the table, his pupils dilated involuntarily, and he couldn't help snorting. Okay. Brook quietly gestured to Lu Fei, and he had already applied the buff. At this time, Zoro smelled the smell of all kinds of food in front of him, getting better and better. At this moment, Zoro has only one thought. That's eating. Crazy eating. Seeming to be extremely hungry, Zoro frantically ate food after mouthful. In the next second, Zoro seemed to feel that he was out of the clouds, flying with various ingredients in the clouds. Zoro was completely lost in the ecstasy. In reality, Lu Fei looked at Zoro, who was wearing an unusual red face, wriggling shyly, and couldn't help giving Brook and Sanji a thumbs up. The combination of sensory expansion and medicinal cuisine, these two combinations are completely invincible. Lu Fei is also unambiguous, incarnate as a passport. Besides, is it shabby to earn gift bags? Not cold at all. Click 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 click. Looking at Zoro who was eating and whining coquettishly, Lu Fei screamed hot eyes. But still using the camera provided by the system, he frantically took a 360-degree shot of Zoro with no dead ends. As the system says, the more you shoot, the more you earn. Tear. Zoro's coat suddenly burst, but at this moment Zoro didn't seem to realize it at all, and was still crazily eating the food in front of him. Be darling. Hurry up and hurry up. Lu Fei once again turned into a photo craze. Tear. Click click click. Tear. Whoops. Does Zoro still have this hobby? Click click click. Finally, when the food on the table was almost gone, Sanji suddenly picked up a sticky squid tentacle and stuffed it into Zoro's mouth. After a long time, several people couldn't help but burst into laughter when they heard the generous rewards from the system. Zoro on the side finally broke free from the illusion. Thinking that I was in the illusion just now, my good Zhao was flying well, but suddenly I was caught by a huge squid and dragged into the dark, sticky sea. Looking at Zoro who only has a pair of underwear left, how can he not understand that Sanji, the grandson, has drugged the dishes? Next second, on. Ola 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 ola. Woo big wood big wood big wood big wood big. Sanji and Zoro, with a sudden change in their style of painting, waved their fists and started fighting again. When Lu Fei and Brook on the side raised their red wine glasses, touched them lightly, and looked at Zoro who was getting angry from embarrassment. But this time I really have to give Zoro a credit, otherwise this gift bag, who knows when it will come. Sure enough, it's very interesting. Squinting and smiling, he turned his head and continued to blow the sea breeze. Chapter 76. After a few days of preparation, everyone decided to go to Sky Island. After all, there are tour groups, so how can we not go to Sky Island? And it is also known as the strongest Logia devil fruit. Lu Fei and others just want to see it. Lu Fei and others immediately picked a good day and embarked on a trip to Sky Island. But when they first stepped into Sky Island, everyone was attacked by a bull-masked man. Since they had just arrived at such a high place, they seemed to have not adapted to the environment for a while, and they were exhausted. Sanji and Zoro, who went out to fight against the enemy, even fought back and forth with the bull-masked man, which made Lu Fei next to him complain. Afterwards, an old man riding a flamboyant bird came to help them. After repelling the man with the bull-head mask, they arrived at Sky Island smoothly. After a brief chat with the old man, everyone continued on their way. Everyone gradually adapted to the air pressure of Sky Island and regained their strength. Due to the alert of the two remote outputs of Usopp and Brook, the rest of the three idiots on board started the entertainment again. Call the landlord. Lu Fei looked at a hand of cards flatteredly. Oh my god, it's my god at the beginning of this game. What's your name, landlord? Zoro 110 glanced at Lu Fei, then at Sanji, and couldn't help but recall the shameful scene of himself a few days ago. Let the cook Sanji call. Zoro pointed to Sanji and said angrily. Although Sanji promises that he will never use drugs in the future, and he will prescribe small things for himself, and he can eat whatever he wants. But when Zoro saw Sanji's face, he was still very angry. At that time, I was all naked. Isn't it? I can't do this card, it's too bad, I can't bid. Sanji glanced at the card, and called himself. After this is called a landlord, how much do you have to output? Isn't it? I have such a good card. Lu Fei was about to say something more, but there was a thud. Zoro's magic knife is already on Lu Fei's neck. What about you? Are you calling? Zoro looked at Sanji with a dark face. Hey? Hey hey! Sanji hastily responded, screaming, it's not good to be screaming. Come on. When Lu Fei saw the situation, he couldn't understand that Zoro was still upset about the meal 2 days ago. But to be honest, it's not my own group's fault. The hostility detected by the system, we are just working to earn gift bags, what can we do? Besides, if it weren't for you, ABD, who had to cast that glance, would this happen? But everyone also knows that no one will be angry about this kind of thing, it's just simple nonsense. Lu Fei looked at Sanji with a resentful face, and gave him a wink. No problem, kid, you can just watch mine next. 3 with 2 Sanji said helplessly after sorting out the cards. I don't want to play. Zoro looked at the cards in his hand, it seemed that this hand was not very good for him, so he said to Lu Fei. You care about him? I don't want either. Lu Fei glanced at it and said with a smile. Why don't you do it? Don't worry about him, we're on the same side. Zoro looked at Lu Fei with a smile on his face, and said angrily. I'm sorry, what should I do? Lu Fei said with an innocent face, acting very aggrieved. Okay, Zoro looked at his own stupid captain, and resisted the urge to kill this guy across the board. No one wants it. If no one wants it, then I will leave. 2-5. 2 or 6 tubes up. Well, looking at the cards in his hand again, Lu Fei smiled wretchedly when he thought of the next scene where Zoro was furious. But what can you do? Who told this guy to scare people with a knife? If I let you play this card, you will lose all your underwear. King fried. Under Zoro's confused expression, Lu Fei threw out the 2 kings. What are you doing? What are you doing? Zoro looked at Lu Fei and shouted, didn't the grandson, Beepsy, just say that he can't control it. What does that mean? We are together. Why are you blowing me up? Hey? I want to blow you up, can't I? I don't really understand. Lu Fei continued to look at Zoro innocently. Okay, you're in trouble, thief son. Come on, play your cards. Zoro looked at Lu Fei angrily. 1-3. Lu Fei gave Sanji a wink. I don't want it yet. Sanji scratched his head, he should not get involved in the duel between the captain and the vice-captain. An 8. Zoro threw a card, looked at Sanji and nodded in satisfaction. 4 twos, explode. Lu Fei threw out 4 more twos without even looking at them. I stare at you, staring at Lu Fei with an innocent face again, when Zoro was about to pick up a knife and chop the grandson. Nami flashed behind the crowd and gave one of them a hammer on the head. Now we are on Sky Island. Didn't you hear someone say that there is a god here? You 3, be careful, BD. Nami changed his style completely, baring his fangs and shouting at the 3 of them. But before Nami finished speaking, he saw a thunderbolt on the island in the distance, soaring down into the sky. Boom! The people on the ground in the distance, their eyes flew to ashes. Is this the power of God? Nami murmured as he watched the scene in front of him in shock. For a while, I didn't know whether it was right or wrong for my group to come to Sky Island. God? It's just crazy. Lu Fei touched the bag on his head and said dissatisfied. Originally, Lu Fei was a little worried about this trip to Sky Island. After all, apart from his own sage mode, the others don't seem to have the means to deal with Logia. But you said it was a coincidence that Zoro stepped forward at the critical moment and won the gift package for everyone. A few people have a simple exchange, Enel. Are you afraid? Scared of a fart? You see how our group of people beat him and it's over. It's okay, don't worry. Lu Fei rubbed Nami's head and said, since we dare to come, we have our own means. But Nami looked at this powerful blow, still very worried. Nami sauce, you have to trust, my friends. Lu Fei smiled softly. Zoro and Sanji curled their lips in disgust, and somehow ate a mouthful of dog food again. Or was someone forced to open his mouth and forcefully stuff it in? It really doesn't matter whether people can stand it or not. Oh, yes, Captain, I suddenly remembered that I still have something good. Brook walked over from the bow and was about to say something when he saw Nami, Lu Fei and the 2 of them braving pink bubbles. Scene 0. Chapter 77. Yo, I finally met you, Enel. Lu Fei stood at the door, looked at Enel lying on the exclusive seat, smiled kindly, and said hello. Originally, Lu Fei and the others were wondering if they had to participate in some kind of trial before they could meet Enel. After all, Lu Fei and his team also came to Sky Island for the first time, so they are not very familiar with Sky Island at all. Let alone find out where Enel is dash. But just now, when Lu Fei and Nami were throwing dog food, Brook remembered that he still had a rare item. After use, it can be turned into a map to check the position of the enemy. Everyone made a decision at the moment, and drove towards Enel's position in the Mary. However, at that time Lu Fei made a bit of a smack and said that Enel was insane. So everyone is on the way to find Enel. But by this guy a lot of care. If it weren't for Brook's Thunder Dragon magic to confront Enel, it is impossible for him and others to come to Enel so smoothly. So when he first stepped into Enel's territory, Lu Fei looked at Enel and his subordinates in front of him, and was very happy. After all, I finally found the right owner, and I can open the boss right away. How presumptuous! How dare you step in here? Enel lay on the chair, looking at Lu Fei and the group of intruders with disdain. I am a god. Before the words fell, Enel pointed at the golden stick in his hand, and a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket shot straight at the crowd. Face the wind. Zoro swung his knife, and the wind barrier blocked the direct lightning strike. Such impatience is not what a god should look like. Lu Fei looked up at Enel on the seat, and said with a smile. Damn intruder! How dare you be so presumptuous? Let's do it, my lord. Watching Enel's subordinates start shouting, when Lu Fei was going to let Zoro or Mimi clear the field, Brook leaned over. Captain, wait a minute, why do you always forget one most important thing? Brook whispered to Lu Fei. Ah? What's the matter? Lu Fei looked at Brook suspiciously, what the hell are you thinking about? Ahem. Looking at Lu Fei's puzzled eyes, Brook hurriedly explained, we're a bunch of ostentation, how can we not have ostentation? Lu Fei was very confused when he heard Brook's words. The problem is that he is only these people now, what kind of pomp is there? How about Johnny and Joseph carrying 2 cannons next time? Every time you open the boss, fire 2 cannons to heat up the scene? Hey, don't you think this layout is too small? Brook smiled, and then said, boss, you can be the first one to go later. Seeing the dumbfounded expressions of the friends around him, Luke made a fool of himself. System, open the servant gift bag. Brook said to his own system. Originally, after Brook got the gift bag that day, he wanted to keep it for now. Anyway, it's not a big deal now, and it's free to summon it. But when seeing Enel with everyone, Brook was very upset. Why can't you just lie on a chair, watch your group from above, and bring so many little brothers with you. We have to stand below and look up at you? Aren't we tired when we have a neck? Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the identity of Demiurge. Host and others have been set as the Supreme Lord. Do you want to summon now? Summon it. As soon as Brook finished speaking, a magic circle suddenly unfolded in front of everyone. Brook is also very satisfied with this setting of the system. Otherwise, I am a Supreme Venerable. Xiaodi's brains are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. What if something goes wrong? A man in a red suit and glasses with a treacherous face appeared in front of everyone. Thank you for calling. Xiaodi looked at the people in front of him, and his tone was not only a little trembling. I would like to present a gift of loyalty to you all supreme beings. Xiaodi knelt on one knee and looked at Lu Fei, Brook and others adoringly. Huh? What the hell? All supreme beings? Lu Fei looked at Xiaodi, who appeared suddenly, and cast a doubtful glance at Brook. Demiurge, Gu Aotian, is the third guardian of the main character in the anime. Although he looked treacherous, like a complete villain. But for the protagonist Bone King, he is 100% loyal and has the most shrewd mind. Get up. Brook was holding a staff at the moment, full of style. Yes. Thank you, the Supreme Being. Xiaodi hurriedly got up and stood beside the crowd after hearing the words. Brook stretched out his right hand. 10 huge magic circles wrapped Brook in it. Super magic. The world has changed. In the next second, the clouds under everyone's feet instantly turned into ice. Is it so good? After all, Sanji has just finished watching this anime, but he only saw the first one, and the second one hasn't come yet. So curious about what Brook does next. Ask for her flowers. When? Brook lightly tapped the staff on the ground, and suddenly 2 magic circles appeared behind him. In the eyes of everyone curious, surprised or terrified, a huge stone statue appeared in front of everyone carrying a boulder. And in the 2 medium-sized magic circles, there are countless skeleton soldiers slowly walking out. I'll go, you've really lost your money, brother. Lu Fei glanced at Brook in surprise. From now on, you will be the king of our show, and no one else will come. Lu Fei gave Brook a thumbs up. Given the current situation, how could Lu Fei and Zoro fail to guess what will happen next? The huge stone statue suddenly threw the boulder in its hand and stood in front of Enel and others. Boom! As the boulder fell, the skeleton soldiers holding shields behind Brook walked towards the boulder in a neat line. Countless skeleton soldiers knelt under the boulder, building up layer after layer to form a huge step. Afterwards, the skeleton holding the flag stood upright on both sides of the road and raised the flag high. Let's go, boss. Brook looked at his masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction. At that time, I saw this scene before I made up my mind to use the same account as Bone King. It's just that before I had time to fill the cup, I traveled through time. Although these small soldiers are probably nothing but cannon fodder in this world, but they are full of ostentation. Xiu, you are really Xiu. Lu Fei gave Brook a thumbs up, and walked towards the steps without being polite. As Lu Fei took the lead, the little friends behind also hurriedly followed, but it was the first time that Chopper saw so many skeletons, and was so frightened that he hung on Sanji's lap. Johnny and Joseph were also scared to death, but after such a long time of training by Lu Fei and others, they still followed Xiaodi tremblingly. Lu Fei and the others stood on the boulder. The next second, Brook waved his staff, and a handful of luxurious seats appeared behind the friends. Watching Lu Fei and the others sit down, Xiaodi took a step forward, looked down at the crowd, and said, Kowtow. Boom. The men around Enel, at the moment Xiaodi spoke, fell to their knees on the ground, with their heads firmly pressed against the ground. Although Enel also felt the pressure, he still lay on the chair and looked at the few people on the boulder with a cold expression. The main thing is that Xiaodi was summoned to this world, and his strength was weakened to a certain extent. For people like Enel, the spell will not work. Chapter 78. You supreme beings, they are ready to listen. But I'm very sorry, there is one person. Xiaodi glanced at the crowd in shame, and was interrupted by Brook just as he was about to say something. Thank you, let them raise their heads. Brook said seriously, you can't deal with this man yet, so don't be ashamed. Thank you, Master Brook. Xiaodi bowed gratefully to Brook, then looked at the people below and said, you are allowed to look up. Enel's subordinates suddenly felt the pressure on their bodies lighten, and looked up at the crowd on the boulder in horror. Boss, talk. Brook lost his focus again. Okay. Lu Fei sat on the chair, also pretending to be indifferent, and looked at the audience. We are the adventurers of 937 because of our interest, but we have a little trouble with you guys who are called gods. Lu Fei said, pointing to Enel. Thinking of being bombarded by this guy's lightning for no reason just now, Lu Fei was really angry. So, those who want to help this person can stay where they are. Lu Fei glanced at Xiaodi and said, it's okay. Yes, Lord Lu Fei. Xiaodi bowed excitedly, then looked indifferently at the people below and said, let's move freely. Following Xiaodi's order, everyone also regained control of their bodies. Seeing the people in a mess below, Lu Fei looked at them and asked. Hey, by the way, how do you want to open the boss later? It's still the same as usual. Tang for aggro, me for control, and Brook and Usopp for damage. Lu Fei took the drink from Brook and took a sip happily. Today is the happiest day in the world of pirates. There is no one left in this scene. Musician Brook? What is that? From now on Brook will be the king of our atmosphere group. But when Lu Fei looked at Nami, Chopper, and Sword God, he couldn't help smiling. Although Nami and Chopper were sitting on the chairs, they seemed to be terrified. And Johnny and Joseph, although Brook also prepared chairs. But these two bastards seem to know that they are not qualified enough. He could only stand straight beside Xiao Di. Shall I go first? If I can't beat you, then help me. Zoro took a sip of beer and said to himself that it was time to test his current strength. Is it so inflated? Lu Fei looked at Zoro, who was bursting with confidence, and said to himself, has your system given so much? How dare you face the user of the strongest Logia fruit by yourself? I don't care, as you all know, most of my skills are food skills. Sanji spread his hands and said. Then let Zoro try it seems that our first officer got a lot of good things. Brook looked at the confident Zoro and said in agreement. I'll help watch. Squinting eyes also nodded. No? Everyone should know their own strength. Lu Fei looked at the crowd who didn't care and was a little confused. Don't make you puff up because of the ostentation just now. We are really in the development period now, have we reached the ceiling of the pirate world's combat power? Don't put on the attitude that everyone is a boss. This makes me very dumb, okay? Lu Fei clutched his forehead. I really don't know if my group really took off, or if the atmosphere group made it too inflated. Even at this moment, Lu Fei suddenly felt that after the Blackbeard battle, did everyone take off? Only he himself, let the broken rewards given by the system be fooled? You supreme beings, how can I let you do it yourself, or let me? Xiao Di suddenly said excitedly after listening to everyone's words. Xiao Di. Lu Fei looked at the anxious Xiao Di, and said to himself that you don't look at this guy as a villain, but he is really loyal. The people below, you can't deal with it for the time being, step down. Lu Fei suddenly thought, should I ask my own system to help me soon? Bring the thunder fruit and let Xiaodai eat it? If it doesn't work, discuss it with the system and use the gift bag for recruiting crew members next time. Oh no, gift bag? Damn it! What a fool! Lu Fei slammed the drink can in his hand onto the ground. No wonder I said why it feels so wrong. Where is Brook's gift bag on board? If it wasn't for my shock today, the dog system would definitely have been fooled by this matter. Lord Lu Fei. Xiao Di thought that Lu Fei was offended by his rudeness, and when he was about to ask, he was persuaded by Brook. None of your business, step back. Brook looked at Lu Fei's depressed expression, and was also very curious about what happened to his own captain. Dog, great big brother system. Where's Brook's boarding package? Lu Fei gritted his teeth and asked in a kind tone. Damn, this dog system, he tisk at me again. Can I bear it? Louis is so angry that he is about to cry. Really, whose system deducts people's gift packages? Is this something that one person can do? Ding. Brook boarding gift package and the gift package of the previous days, host can choose one. Countdown 5, 4.3. Hey? Hey, isn't it? Lu Fei listened to the 5-second countdown, wishing he could pinch the dog's head of the system and let him know who is the big brother. But thinking of the rewards from the previous days, Lu Fei admitted that Brook's gift bag is gone. Ding. When Enel dies 4.7, the system can help the host recycle thunder fruit. Brother. Dear brother. Lu Fei, who was still depressed, immediately burst into joy when he heard the sound of the system. Captain, what's wrong? The expression changes after a while, as if changing face. Zoro looked at Lu Fei curiously. The captain's face-changing skill, if you don't have 20 years of skill, you can't practice it. Ahem, I laughed. Lu Fei smiled awkwardly. Seeing that there was only Enel left below, lying on the chair with a cold face, he suddenly got up and kicked Zoro down. What? Boom. It's comfortable, Lu Fei feels very comfortable. This kick can be regarded as a burst of hatred that this guy threw himself into the sky when he went to sea at that time. Chapter 79. Captain Dog, you are ruthless. Zoro stood up, and made a friendly international gesture to Lu Fei on the boulder. Isn't it just that I complained a few words? As for kicking myself down? I really don't want to lose face. Lu Zoro, do you still remember the shore of Daming Lake? Abba, do you still remember when you threw me out on the small broken boat? Just when Zoro was about to spray, he heard Lu Fei's voice coming from his ear. After thinking about it for a while, I remembered that when I went to sea, I wanted to see rubber fruit, and I really threw Lu Fei out. Okay, let's cheat each other. Zoro smiled sinisterly, just wait, I will cheat back next time. Zoro made a friendly international gesture to Lu Fei again, before turning to look at the man in front of him. Come on, let me play with you first. Zoro raised his eyebrows and said to Enel. What arrogance! I'm a god. Crazy. Lu Fei on the boulder couldn't help but slurred. Deadly sick. Sanji continued. Hurry up! Zhang? Just open your mouth and come. 11. Bastards! Don't play idiom solitaire. Zoro turned his head and shouted at Lu Fei and others. I'm here to prepare for a one-on-one boss fight. You guys can play idiom solitaire, right? Don't you look at Enel's expression now. I haven't hit someone and started a rage. You dogs are really poisonous. Sorry, ignore those bastards. What are we going to do? Oh, yes, come on. Zoro looked at Enel apologetically, and explained. BD. Enel was so angry when he heard Zoro's explanation. I am Enel, the god of Sky Island. When have I ever been insulted like this? In the next second, Enel turned into lightning and appeared not far from Zoro. As soon as he pointed the golden stick in his hand, a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket shot towards Zoro. Face the wind. Zoro swung his knife to block the lightning. Tisk tisk, Zoro nodded in satisfaction. Yasuo's wind wall is really a miracle. As long as it is an attack judged to be flying, I really want to block it. Step forward. Zoro came to Enel in an instant, and swung the magic knife in his hand directly towards Enel's chest. Slash steel flash. Swish. Enel smiled disdainfully, part of his body turned into lightning, and he didn't get hurt at all. Is that the only way? Enel thought about the ostentation of the crowd just now, and thought how awesome it could be. This is the result? Just this strength? Do you dare to challenge yourself? That's it. Zoro chuckled, and directly launched the primary armament haki. In an instant, Zoro's right hand became pitch black, and even the magic knife Qianba in his hand was wrapped in the armed color, turning into a black magic knife. Let's go. Zoro took out a pair of scissors from his pocket and moved towards Enel. Dang. Is that all? Enel's expression was still very disdainful, and he waved the golden stick in his hand to block all Zoro's attacks. Interested in knowledge? Zoro looked at Enel's relaxed face, and didn't dare to hide his clumsiness at the moment. After all, in the original book, if the protagonist hadn't cheated, Enel really couldn't be killed. Enel cooperates with his own thunder fruit to forcibly create a heart network. You can predict the enemy's actions, monitor the entire Sky Island, and hear people's conversations. System. Turn on the large size. Zoro shouted to the system in his heart, don't pretend, I'm going to hang up. Ding. Wolyakai's status has been turned on, the countdown is 5 minutes, start. In an instant, Zoro's eyes glowed with a special red light effect, and his aura abruptly doubled. System, equipped with blade dancer weapons. Zoro felt that it was not enough, so he opened another hook. Ding. The weapon is equipped. I'm going to take her away today, let's see who dares to stop me. Zoro twitched the corner of his mouth, and unconsciously said this sentence in Cantonese. Hearing the suppressed laughter above his head, Zoro knew without guessing that he was his dog captain again. Zhang. 6 flying knives with strange shapes appeared from nowhere, swung around Zoro in a fancy way, and then floated behind Zoro. Grandma always said. Talk about your size. I have tolerated you for a long time, Captain Dog. Zoro shouted at Lu Fei who was sitting on top of his head with a knife. Ahem, you go on, you just didn't realize it just now. Lu Fei suppressed a smile and apologized to Zoro, but secretly took out the camera in his hand and pointed the lens at Zoro. After all, such an interesting thing must be recorded. Lu Fei smiled and continued to look down. Blade. Following Zoro's low shout, the 6 throwing knives behind him were already dyed black and flew towards Enel. Small tricks. Enel looked at Zoro in front of him, obviously not very strong, but very gorgeous. Enel looked at the flying knives flying in front of him with disdain, and stood there, too lazy to move, wanting to elementalize his body. But what Enel didn't expect was that the black throwing knife actually hit him solidly. Then it turned into a blade wall, wrapping itself in it. How is it possible? Enel looked at Zoro in disbelief, wondering why he was already elementalized, but still got hurt. Stupid, isn't it? Zoro looked at Enel who had been marked, and smiled triumphantly. Why did the old thief Odin not mention armament haki at all when he drew your plot? Seeing Enel's shocked expression, Zoro hastily activated his skills. Blade impact. Let's go. At the same time that the sharp blade passed through Enel, Zoro swung his right hand, and immediately connected to a flat A, and 6 black throwing knives slashed across Enel's chest. It's not over yet. Zoro hastily threw 2 sharp blades at Enel's side. Double-edged. Irelia's E-skill will cause 538 10 seconds of dizziness. And Enel was hit by Zoro's skills because of this short moment of stupefaction, and lost control of his body for a second. Watching Enel being tagged again, Zoro smiled even wider. Because as long as the opponent is marked, Zoro's skill, Blade Impact, can be used to refresh the cooldown time. Blade Impact. Zoro pushed 6 black throwing knives across Enel's chest again. Just when Zoro was about to launch another normal attack, Enel had recovered, and his body turned into a bolt of lightning, leaving Zoro's attack range. Enough. Stupid Qinghai people. How dare you? Looking at the wound on his chest, Enel raised his left hand angrily. Rice wife. In an instant, Enel's palm turned upwards, releasing a huge dazzling lightning. Not good. Zoro swung his knife, and the wind wall instantly appeared in front of Zoro. But Zoro was dumbfounded when he saw the huge thunder column that was about to descend from above his head. The wind wall couldn't block his head. Zoro didn't care about the shame of this line at the moment, and hurriedly shouted. Grandma always said, I like to be furious. It's for my grandma. Ionia. Immortality. Break dance. The blades behind Zoro formed a defensive formation in an instant. In the next second, a huge lightning pillar slammed into Zoro's body. Boom. Chapter 80. Zoro. A hole. Brother Zoro. Very scary. Seeing Zoro who was hit by a thunderbolt firmly, several people on the boulder stood up from their chairs and shouted hastily. The thunder light dissipated, and a huge deep pit appeared on the ice. At this moment Zoro stood in the pit in total darkness. My, cough cough. Zoro was about to say something when a puff of black smoke came out of his mouth. Seeing that Zoro was still moving normally, Luffy glared at the BD angrily. I said, let's fight the boss together and give him a small combo, wouldn't it be better to beat him up? Alright now, here's an electrotherapy package for you. Let me see if you dare to fill a cup casually in the future. It's okay, everyone sit down. Luffy comforted the rest of the people, and sat down on the chairs again. Zoro on the ice put away the knife and rubbed his arms and legs. It's so sour, it's the same as when I was a child when I touched the switch with my hands. Zoro rubbed his stiff face. Thanks to Grandma's blessing, Lei Zhu's damage was minimized. Otherwise, I won't be disabled after suffering this, and I will at least have to wait on the boat for half a year. However, this Enel's combat power is really high. So weak. Enel plucked his ears, and said with disdain, with your strength, how dare you challenge me? Zoro glanced at the disdainful Enel in the distance, and couldn't help getting angry. You are a boss in the early stage, what are you crazy about? Who the hell hasn't hung up yet? Zoro suddenly took a step back, separated from Enel, knelt down on one knee, and chanted in a low voice. As the sword is the sky success. The body is like steel, the heart is like glass. No way, the corner of Luffy's mouth twitched, looking at Zoro singing below. Is it so rampant now that you really cheat? Are you starting to avoid people? Undefeated in countless battles. No defeat, no victory. Alone here, cast a sword on the sword hill. But this life is not over yet. Zoro looked up at Enel and sneered. So as I pray, unlimited sword control. In the next second, with Zoro as the center, a dazzling golden light radiated from the ice surface, enveloping everyone. The golden light dissipated, Enel rubbed his eyes, and looked at everything around him in disbelief. Inside the barrier is a world full of weapons, flames, and huge gears, like an ironworks. Countless swords are preserved in the state of being inserted into the ground. How is it possible? Enel really couldn't understand. Why was it still on Sky Island 1 second, and it appeared here the next second? I also really don't understand why the ponytail in front of me, with a black knife, can actually hurt himself. Then the second round is about to start. Zoro looked at Enel with a confused face and smiled. When everyone entered this enchantment, the countdown had already begun. Zoro didn't want to pretend to explain, and when he was about to attack, he realized that it was time for the barrier. If he really did that, it is estimated that by then, the dog captain of his own family will die laughing on the spot. Hey! The people who watched the show on the boulder couldn't help but sigh when they saw Enel's confused expression. It's really not Enel, you are not strong, it's really that Zoro is a bit outrageous. At this moment, Luffy and others felt a little sympathetic to Enel. Then, let's go. Zoro put the magic knife into the system space, grabbed a knife and ran towards Enel. Following Zoro's low shout, the armed color covered the long knife in his hand. Seeing Zoro attacking with a black knife, Enel immediately activated his ability and teleported to a distance. Rice wife. With the palm of his hand facing upwards, Enel sent a thunderbolt down from the sky, as if it could automatically track it, and blasted towards Zoro viciously. Do you think that I will still be afraid when I get here? Seeing the thunder that was about to descend from the sky, Zoro smiled disdainfully. Enel on the opposite side probably doesn't know what the knife in his hand is. Zoro jumped up high in an instant, and the long knife in his hand stabbed in the air, touching the falling thunder pillar. Then Li Wang's handsome maneuver in the air directed all the power of thunder and lightning onto the long knife. This knife is named Immortal Zhan by Lei Jun. Hold this knife, and cut back all the demons, ghosts, and snakes in the world. Thunder return. Zoro shouted in the air, and he slashed in Enel's direction with his backhand. Boom. Enel looked at Zoro in disbelief. The rice wife that he sent out, let Zoro make a move and blast towards him? Teleport. Seeing the thunder light that was close at hand, Enel hastily teleported to the side. For a moment I forgot that I am the owner of Thunder Fruit, it seems that I am not afraid of thunder and lightning. Chapter 81. Het. Zoro sneered, picked up the pair of knives on the ground, and continued running towards Enel. In the next second, Zoro appeared in front of Enel holding two knives. Blast wind, there is also a way back. Slash with 2 swords. With a low cry, the next second, Zoro appeared behind Enel in an instant, and 2 long knives were drawn towards Enel. Before Enel understood what was going on, he was blown into the sky. How is it possible? Enel couldn't understand, how could it be so fast? And even if he was hit, why would he fly in mid-air, why couldn't he be elementalized? How did Enel know that Zoro's move of sealing dust and absolute thought slash would force the enemy into the air? Not to mention, Zoro also overlays the armor color on top of the dual swords. Tisk. Looking at the 2 knives in his hands that turned into ashes, Zoro smacked his lips in displeasure. This enchantment is good for everything, just use the skill once, the knife will be broken. There is a small flaw. But the feeling of opening the pervert is really cool. Zoro looked at Enel who was knocked into the air, and continued to draw a knife from the ground. 217 Do you think Zoro is going to take Yasuo's big move? Isn't this a joke? Don't use so many interesting moves in pervert? Why use Yasuo's big move? Huh? Zoro felt the chill from the knife, and smiled even more pervert. Sit on the frosty sky. Hiren Meru. Roar. With the change of Zanpakuto in Zoro's hand, a huge ice dragon appeared beside Zoro. I'm damn. Are you really not afraid of being banned for hanging around like this? Lu Fei on the boulder looked at Zoro who was hanging open, and was already so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. No wonder. No wonder Zoro dared to single out Enel. Seriously, if I had this trick, I would dare to make One Piece come to an end right now, don't you believe it? Lu Fei turned into lemon essence at this moment, looking at Zoro who was filling the cup under the stage, his heart was sour. You're going to die. Sanji smacked his lips in displeasure. This precipice will be banned. Brook was also very upset, after all, this hanging is really too pervert. Ice Dragon Spin Tail, BBBG. Zoro jumped up and slashed at Enel, who was in the forced air, with a freezing slash. Click. The place where the tip of the knife crossed turned into a frozen area, and Enel was instantly frozen into ice. Boom. Enel regained control of his body, immediately activated his ability, surrounded by lightning, and blasted the ice away. But the icy tingling sensation from his body told Enel that the blow just now had caused him a lot of damage. You. Before Enel could speak, Zoro picked up another knife and said with a sinister smile. Scatter it. Senbonzakura. The moment Zoro opened his mouth, the blade of Zanpakuto in his hand disappeared and turned into a sky full of sakura flowers, floating beside Enel. Sand. The sky filled with sakura flowers drifted by, Enel had no time to react, and his body was covered in blood. Enel staggered and knelt on the spot with a golden stick in his hand. Hey hey hey! This is too pervert. Lu Fei looked at the sakura flower beside Enel and was going crazy. How can this still be played? Lu Fei looked at Enel who was almost killed, and wished to blow up the dog's head of his own system. Looking at other people's systems, are you looking at you? This is called the game experience. What are you talking about, for my own good, to weaken those skills of mine? I also want to pay 999 for a knife, and I have no troubles since then. But of course Lu Fei didn't dare to confront his own system. Song Nang whispered. Title. Must be titled. That's right, otherwise how will everyone play in the future? Just as everyone was complaining, Zoro, the shameless BD, picked up a knife and shouted with a smile. Crack it! Leopard King! The moment he shouted, the Zanpakuto in his hand disappeared instantly. Zoro also completely changed his appearance, his body turned into a white leopard, and his turquoise eye shadow extended to his temples. The ears have also changed into blue-green leopard ears, the original ponytail has also been scattered and turned into long hair hanging down the waist, and an Arrancar mask appeared on the top of the head. Go and play. Lu Fei really didn't want to watch it, how can he play this? Who will come and who will not kneel? Now in this enchantment, who can beat Zoro? Forget about Zanpakuto, now even the skills of Shinigami villains can be used? Have you ever asked Arrancar? What is outrageous? This Nima is called outrageous. Let's go, it's boring. Sanji also got up from the chair. I thought we were going to grow old together, but the grandson of Zoro actually baked the oil secretly. And it looks like it's not light-baked oil. I also secretly eat health products and do beauty treatment. What do you ask the rest of your friends to do? The problem is that this is a systemic matter, and I just want to be in the third circle by myself. My own system is weak. I can't roll it up. Hey! Wow, Zoro is scary. Chopper shivered as he sat on the chair. Hang by. Brook clutched his skeletal head. Although he is also a rival, will he still lose to a stronger rival in the end? What a dazzling existence, worthy of being the supreme being. Xiao De looked at Zoro with admiration. This BD, Lu Fei glanced at Xiao De, and really didn't want to complain. Just when everyone was about to see what kind of attack Zoro would launch next. The wonderful system sound suddenly reached Zoro's mind. Ding! Unlimited sword system, 5 minutes is up, I wish host a happy next time, goodbye. Hey? Hey isn't it? Brother system, stop making trouble. Goodbye. Is it time? You are too short. I haven't played enough yet. Zoro listened to the sound of the system in a daze, and froze in place for a moment. In the next second, a golden light flashed around, everyone's eyes blurred, and they returned to the ice again. I saw Zoro standing there with a dazed expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 82. Is this? Lu Fei looked around suspiciously. Is this the enchantment lifted? Tired. Sanji looked at the familiar environment and said in surprise. Title? Ha 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 ha, well done. Lu Fei clapped his hands and applauded, extremely happy. Tell you to hang up. Still sitting in the frosty sky? Still creaking? Do it. Your grandson will continue to do it. If it weren't for the bad atmosphere at the scene, Lu Fei would really like to sing a poem in this situation. It's so satisfying. Brook looked at the confused Zoro and nodded in satisfaction. That's right, it's so satisfying. Zoro heard the laughter of the crowd above his head, and at this moment, he really wanted to leave Enel alone and have a 1v1 man-to-man battle with these grandchildren. Anyway, everyone is in the same group, you can't dislike me just because I cheat. Is it for the team to play output? And everyone is a peg, what qualifications do you have to say about me? At this moment, the more Zoro thought about it, the more he got angry, and when he raised his head, he sprayed on him. Enough of you bastards. I've worked so hard to output, are you guys still like this? Oh, hang up. Lu Fei raised his head at a 45-degree angle and snorted disdainfully. Captain Dog, come down, today I will let you know how many eyes Lord Ma has. Zoro pointed at Lu Fei with a knife and shouted. Bring me your dog's head and I'll show you how I beat Enel. Cut, Enel. I can beat him out. Lu Fei picked his nostrils and said mockingly. So, the two began to spray each other again. I can beat him into Xiang, Zoro replied immediately. Then I can beat him out of Xiangli again. Then I can still hit him with his spear. Hey, you're disgusting. Dog thief. Come down and fight. Started again. Everyone held their foreheads helplessly, not knowing whether the two really loved each other or just fell in love. Along the way, Lu Fei and Zoro have fought against each other for countless times, but why, the more they fight, the better their relationship will be? This Nima is really outrageous. Enough, enough. Enel on the side exploded completely. You guys, how dare you humiliate God like this? How dare you? Enel was full of thunder, like a god of thunder descending into the world. Seeing Enel like this, Zoro and Lu Fei began to spray each other again. Look at the good deeds you have done, the boss must have gone berserk. It's none of my business. Dog thief, come to fight. Come on. Lu Fei was about to roll up his sleeves and go down to fight Zoro for 300 rounds. In the next moment, Nami appeared above Lu Fei's head, and the diary was hammered. Boom. Give me a good fight. Nami also changed his style of painting, rolling his eyes and baring his fangs. Lu Fei touched the big bag on top of his head, just about to complain, but saw Nami's face with a changed style. Boss, this is the big boss, brother, I can bear it. Lu Fei can only look at Nami and smile awkwardly. Zoro on the other side also smiled embarrassingly. Everyone knows that a woman who has changed her style of painting is the last thing to be provoked. But this scene fell into Enel's eyes, but it made this man half dead. Unexpectedly, dare to tease God like this. A sliver of reverence for God. Go to hell. Damn Qinghai people. Enel looked at the crowd angrily, and instantly opened fire. One strike the drum of thunder. Thunderbirds appear. A giant bird made of lightning suddenly appeared in front of Enel, flying towards Zoro. Hit the thunder drum again. Thunder tiger appears. Another giant thunder beast made of thunderbolts rushed towards Lu Fei like a hungry tiger. Stupid Qinghai people. Go to hell and repent. Enel looked at the crowd, ready to appreciate the scene of everyone turning into ashes. I've said it all, long-range attacks don't work on me anymore. Zoro scratched his head and swung his knife forward. Face the wind. The thunderbird flying towards Zoro disappeared without making a single ripple when it touched the wind wall. Dash. Enel doesn't understand, really doesn't understand. Ask for her flowers. Why is that thin wind wall able to block his own blow? Everything that happened today, there are too many things beyond his cognition. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Enel looked up at Lu Fei, only to see Lu Fei smiling at him innocently. Airway. Come out to pick up the guests. Lu Fei looked at the thunder beast in front of him, not lying at all. Shinji Ci digs, there is no one, there is more. There is only one truth. An orange light flashed in front of Lu Fei, and a handsome young man with a gourd on his head shouted with his finger. Airway's eyes flashed, and a thunder shot out from the eyes, completely destroying the thunder beast in front of him. Nanny? 0. Enel stared at Lu Fei and his group dumbfounded. Why? Why did his thunderbolt, which is always in his favor, have no effect on this group of people? And what kind of monster is that boy with a gourd on his head? Why did he suddenly appear? Although I don't have the strength of my idiot nerd brother, nor do I have the fancy skills of my younger brothers. But my eyes are the strongest. Airway pointed to her eyes and shouted to Enel. You can see the scenery thousands of miles away, and you can also release such thunder. It even has perspective to smash. Airway raised her head proudly, and looked at Enel with disdain. And, when I use clairvoyance and clairvoyance at the same time, no matter which corner the situation is, nothing can escape my eyes. As she spoke, Airway's eyes shone with golden light, and she looked in Enel's direction. Enel was startled suddenly, and hurriedly covered the vital parts of his body. It seems that in the next second, the strange doll with a gourd on its head will see a golden light in front of it. %yen %, #yen %. Flutter. 2 pillars of blood emerged from Airway's nostrils, and Airway was ejected on the spot. Boom. Okay, so strong, Angel. Miss Sister. Airway gave a thumbs up and fell down in a pool of blood. Second baby. Rush to the street. Chapter 83. Looking at the second baby in the pool of blood, Nami glanced at Lu Fei in disgust. How about being a grandpa? What are you teaching the children all day? Hee, precocious child, it's really scary. Robin smiled and narrowed his eyes. Hey, I have no face to meet people. Lu Fei covered her face, very ashamed. And what the hell are you, Robin? Don't speak in Kizaru's tone, it's scary. I thought my second baby was very stable, after all, she is so smart and has watched so many Conan. Who knew it was so unreliable? It also has clairvoyance and clairvoyance. Don't you use such awesome skills in such a strange place? Lu Fei glanced at Airway who was lying in a pool of blood, and said to himself that this dead child must learn common sense when he goes back this time. It's really embarrassing this time, Jane 870 is just a family misfortune. Lu Fei was about to take Airway back, when suddenly a red light emerged from Lu Fei's body. Oh Doudou, what's the matter with you? The gourd-headed baby shouted angrily while hugging the unconscious second baby in a pool of blood. Oh no! Before Lu Fei could speak, he saw the big sister shouting at Lu Fei with tears in his eyes. Ujijiang, tell me, who is it that dares to attack my Doudou? I said no. Long-eared monster, it must be you. It was you who injured my Doudou. UBD, listen to what people say. Lu Fei shouted at DWA in a broken heart. Angzan West Road, European chicken sauce, sprinkle, a dog. Hulutu put Airway down and jumped down. It's hopeless, let's die. Lu Fei looked at the big boy who jumped off the boulder with a broken expression on his face. What kind of breed are these gourd babies? One by one is more beautiful than the other. Isn't there a gourd baby who is understanding and listens to grandpa? It was you, the long-eared monster, who injured my younger brother, said Dawa, pointing to Enel. Gourd monster. Enel looked at the big baby in front of him, startled. To be honest, although Enel is the master of Sky Island, he has never seen a gourd with a nose and a mouth on his neck. Kusuo, it seems that you, the long-eared monster, refused to eat the toast, and you will be fined. Dawa clenched his fists and shouted. I didn't say anything yet. Enel looked at the gourd monster in front of him, and was a little uncertain for a while. Could it be that this gourd monster, like the kid just now, also has some strange abilities? The main reason is that this gourd monster has the same costume as the kid who released thunder from his eyes just now. Take a hold of Brazil. I will kill you completely. Dawa put on a fighting posture, and suddenly shouted. Get bigger. Huge? Looking at the gradually growing gourd, Lu Fei nodded. It seems that the big baby has mastered the ability to grow bigger. Sure enough, is it still useful to hang on gourd vines these days? Complete. Dawa shouted proudly. What a ghost. Lu Fei wished he could kick the big baby away, but now only the gourd head is getting bigger. Scared. Dawa held her gourd head and snorted disdainfully. Scared of a ghost? Don't hold your head with your hands if you have the ability. Lu Fei complained crazily. Enel said he didn't want to talk. But it's a bit heavy. Cold sweat had already started to break out on Dawa's head. But I don't care at all, the big boy said stubbornly. It's hopeless, just disappear. Lu Fei really doesn't want to see this BD Dawa, the sweat on the gourd is almost like a river, don't you care? Suddenly, a breeze blows. Click. Dawa's neck made a crisp sound, and the huge gourd head fell backwards. Boom. The eldest baby foamed at the mouth and fainted on the spot. The huge gourd also gradually became smaller and returned to its original state. Puff. Robin covered his mouth and turned his head to the side. What a shame. What a shame. Lu Fei just feels like sitting on pins and needles at the moment. If I had known earlier, I would have filled a cup and let these two dead children come out. What is this? Is it the scene of a large-scale social death? Are people and ghosts all on the show? Only my company is dead? If it weren't for the fact that the boss Enel has not been resolved, Lu Fei really wants to run as fast as he can. Stay away from here, and be a simple person from now on. Facing the sea, spring is warm and flowers are blooming. With a wave of Lu Fei's hand, the eldest baby and the second baby turned into two balls of light and flew into Lu Fei's body. You guys, how long are you going to fool the gods? Enel roared, dazzling thunder burst out of his body. Originally Enel thought that this gourd monster had some tricks, but it turned out to be a joke? This time it will completely drive Enel crazy. As the master of Sky Island, when did Enel suffer such a bad job? Strike Thunder Drum 2. Thunder Dragon appears. Enel angrily hit the big drums on his shoulders at the same time, and a dragon-shaped thunderbolt appeared in front of everyone. 60 million volts Brontosaurus. This move combines the speed and strength of Enel Thunder Beast and Thunder Bird. Unless there are special circumstances, most thieves will die when they touch it. Roar. The Thunder Dragon roared and flew towards Lu Fei and the others. It's a bit tricky. Lu Fei quickly formed seals, wanting to activate a few more layers of earth flow walls to block the lightning. Let me do it. Squinting eyes stood up, looked at Lu Fei and smiled. Are there any guns that can absorb lightning? Lu Fei squinted suspiciously. Could it be an electromagnetic gun? But I haven't seen that thing before. I haven't heard of it being able to absorb lightning. Although Lu Fei was puzzled, since Squint Eyes said he was coming, he must have the means to counter the enemy. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder Dragon was in front of everyone, blasting towards Usopp's position. Click. Squinting and biting off the dragon's head with one bite, squinting. Looking very puzzled, Enel asked 3.3. Are you really a thunder fruit user? 02. Squinting his eyes, Usopp sucked hard and swallowed the whole Brontosaurus. It's really unpalatable. At the scene at this moment, not only Enel was stunned, but even Lu Fei was completely stunned. Originally thought that Zoro's pervert hanging was outrageous enough, but now why is he squinting and hanging up again? How do you play this? How do you play this shit? The good world of pirates has turned into a total chaos? And, most importantly, you squint Usopp. That's the ship's sniper. Don't you use guns? When did you learn magic secretly, and you also learned ancient dragon slaying magic? The color of the magic circle is wrong, hey. I'm a little more motivated. He squinted his eyes and smiled kindly, and opened his eyes. Chapter 84. Squinting eyes, Usopp's fists touched his chest, and a purple magic circle appeared in front of Usopp. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Like a Brontosaurus, Usopp spit out violent thunder waves. Boom. The place where Enel was standing suddenly exploded violently. It's just a simple lightning, doesn't it work? Usopp smiled. In the next second, Usopp's hands were surrounded by lightning, and he rushed towards Enel. Is there anyone, come and tell me? Sanji asked with a dazed expression, pointing at Usopp who was fighting with Enel in close quarters. Tisk, why don't you make complaints about it being hung up? Seeing that he had nothing to do, Zoro jumped up on the spot and returned to the boulder. Tuko, yes, isn't that what it is? Brook pointed to Lu Fei who was met at the side, and said to Zoro. I saw Lu Fei holding a retro mobile phone, looking like crazy. Hello? Is it a game company? There's a big deal here. That's right, that's right. It's the kind of cheating game that ruins other people's gaming experience. Yes, we still have a hanging ratio, the one with a ponytail. Yes, there are 2 in total, titles. FKU. Zoro grabbed Lu Fei's elder brother and shouted, don't be 11 again. Looking at the big brother that was taken away by Zoro, Lu Fei sighed, this world of pirates is really unplayable. I am surrounded by hanging ratios, how do I play this? Hey, come on, guys, look at me. Sanji waved to everyone, come and explain yourself. Sanji is the least watched anime in the adventure group, so he is very curious about Usopp's ability to eat lightning. Nami, Robin and others on the side also looked at the few people curiously, wondering what the history was. A dragon's lungs blow out lightning. Dragon scales will dissolve lightning. The dragon's claws will catch thunder and lightning. This is an ancient mysterious magic that turns one's body into a dragon system, called Dragon Slayer magic. Brook helplessly explained that he had all kinds of skills, and there were countless things in his backpack. But looking at the current team, Brook is really under a lot of pressure. If I am adding a wall, maybe the title of the first wall will be transferred. There's something about this too. Sanji looked at Zoro curiously. Yes, I'll find it for you when I'm done, Zoro said helplessly, then looked at Lu Fei and asked. What's wrong with this? Lu Fei and others looked at the squinting eyes covered with thunder and lightning, fighting fiercely with Enel, and couldn't help but slammed the big brother in their hands. Damn it! Isn't it just cheating? I don't want to be a human anymore. Huh? A few people looked at Lu Fei with strange eyes. You said all the time that others cheated, so it turned out that you were the biggest cheater? Ahem, looking at the strange eyes of these people, Lu Fei could only cough twice in embarrassment, and immediately threw out a special quality kunao. With a flash of golden light, Lu Fei appeared on the battlefield. Come on. I'm on it too. Zoro jumped down. Yes, do you want to help? Chopper sat on the chair and raised his hand weakly. No, never. Sanji yelled hastily. Brook was new here and had never seen Chopper, but he had seen it back then. I don't want to see Chopper biting his hoof and launching the invisible tail. That scene was really scary. You, who are you? Enel and Usopp became more and more frightened as they fought. The thunder and lightning that I am proud of, the other party actually uses the same thunder and lightning. Moreover, the opponent either ate or tore apart the thunder and lightning with the moves I sent out, which completely subverted my cognition once again. I am also an adventurer driven by interest. Squinting his eyes and touching his hands, the purple magic circle appeared again. Thunder Dragon's Iron Fist. Usopp appeared in front of Enel in an instant, his fist was surrounded by lightning, and hit Enel's face heavily. Originally wanted to elementalize to avoid this blow, but Enel found that elementalization didn't work at all. The opponent's hands seemed to be able to catch lightning. Bang! Enel flew upside down. Thank you for all the ingredients in this world. The voice from behind suddenly surprised Enel, when he didn't realize that there was someone behind him. Suddenly, a strange red and white light emanated from Sanji's body, and the ominous atmosphere distorted the space around Sanji. Enel wanted to use teleport to leave, but Sanji's speed is obviously faster at this moment. Armed color. 3 consecutive nail punches. Bang! 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 Enel only felt 3 consecutive heavy blows on his waist, a mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth, and flew into the air again. The momentum of this sword, the more it cuts, the stronger it is. As soon as the words fell, Zoro's whole body was suddenly surrounded by a breeze. Enough! Enel burst into a dazzling thunderbolt, turning into a thunderbolt and suddenly appearing on a ship in the play area. You are all damned! Enel looked at several people and said angrily. However, since you can push me to this extent, let you experience the power of God. Sanji pointed to Enel in the distance with a confused face, and asked everyone. What did he say? I don't know, it's too far away, I can't hear you. Luffy scratched his head, not quite understanding Enel's behavior. Then let's go, take advantage of his illness and kill him. As soon as the words fell, Luffy and others ran towards Enel. But Enel looked at the few people running over, smiled disdainfully and immediately activated his own weapon arc proverbs. Boom! After the arc was electrified, it broke away from gravity and flew up. Just when Luffy and others thought that Enel was going to run away, they found a black cloud coming out of the arc's flue. Instantly enveloped the entire Sky Island. Yahahaha! Let me show you the attack of God. Enel looked at Luffy and others on the ground, and laughed wildly. This power can destroy the entire Sky Island. Yahahaha! Listening to Enel's rampant laughter, except for Luffy showing a weird smile, the rest of them were too shocked to speak. Unexpectedly, in such a short moment, Enel actually found a way to fight back. How about it, Usopp, can you eat it? Zoro patted and squinted his eyes and asked. I can't eat it. Squinted Eyes helplessly smiled, this power is too powerful. Feeling the terrifying thunder surging above, Usopp and the others looked at Enel with serious expressions. Yahahaha! Seeing the helpless expressions of several people, Enel felt so relieved at this moment. Hey, since you give the opportunity like this, I don't give you a little show, I'm really sorry for you. Luffy looked at the crazy Enel, and couldn't help laughing. Originally, Luffy thought that he would never use the abilities of these 780 characters in his life. But it just so happens that the right time and place are all on my side. Hey, Enel, to reward you, let me show you something good. Luffy interrupted the laughing Enel and said. Pay attention, it's only for a moment. Yahahaha, what can you do now? Beg for mercy. Enel picked out his ears and continued to laugh wildly. Luffy jumped up and floated above Enel, smiling playfully. One of Zoro's gift packs, Dancing Kongshu. I'm just directing this power to you. Luffy raised Chidori's left hand and smiled at Enel. Uchiha Sasuke, Shippuden, Mysteries. Kylin. Rumble. A large area of lightning suddenly fell around Luffy, and the next second. Roar. A Kylin transformed into a giant thunderbolt emerged from the thunder cloud with its head, and roared at Enel. It's coming. Luffy smiled kindly, and swung left and right suddenly, now I can tame even thunder and lightning. Roar. Kylin roared and rushed towards the ark. Boom. Before everyone could react, the dazzling white light flashed so that everyone couldn't open their eyes. Just when Zoro and the others thought they had solved Enel, a flash of lightning flashed in front of them, and Enel appeared in front of everyone again, laughing wildly. Yahahaha, since I am Thunderbolt, what use is your move to me? And Luffy fell slowly from high altitude, pointed to the ark behind Enel, and said with a smile. I never said, my goal is you. Chapter 85. Hearing this, Enel suddenly looked behind him. It turned out that my own ark was completely turned into a pile of rubbish under Luffy's blow. You. Enel turned around distressedly, and looked at Luffy and the others again. 6 years, a full 6 years. At this moment, Enel looked like a demon, looked at Luffy and others and said. I have worked hard to prepare for 6 years, 6 years. Looking at Enel who was going crazy in front of him, Luffy really felt that he was the big villain for a moment. Enel has worked hard to prepare for 6 years, just to use the ark to go to the infinite land, the moon, after the completion of the ark proverbs. But he didn't expect to meet a group of bandits like himself, who not only beat him up, but also destroyed his ship. 6 years, 6 years. Do you know how I have lived these 6 years? Looking at Enel, who was completely crazy, everyone couldn't help it. Crazy for the boss? How can you fight this? Zoro and the others looked at Lu Fei in a daze. Whatever you messed up, you solve it yourself. It's not my fault, this guy is a villain. Lu Fei scratched his head and said helplessly with his hands spread out. This guy has killed many people in the past few years. Most importantly, this arc is not a good thing. Enel originally wanted to destroy the entire Sky Island after the arc Proverbs was completed. Besides, isn't it because Lu Fei said something crazy that he was hunted down by this guy? That's right. Lu Fei slapped his head, glared at Enel and said, this guy is a villain. We have nothing to do with it. Ah? Oh right, Zoro also slapped his head. When everyone heard it, they also realized that the grandson had set off lightning to strike his group along the way. If it wasn't for his group's life-saving skills, who knows where everyone has traveled to now. 6 years, the Ark, the wireless land, Enel murmured with a dull face, looking at a pile of tatters. Ark? The Ark has been destroyed. You picked an idol. Brook yelled angrily when he saw Enel's expression of remorse when he failed in Dragon Quest. Destroyed. Destroyed, Enel suddenly held his head and yelled mournfully, and in the next second, his whole body was covered with raging thunder and lightning. Enel released all the power of lightning in an instant, surrounding the body with lightning, and his body became huge in an instant. 200 million volts Thor. I'm so drunk. Lu Fei glanced at Enel and then at Brook. The bosses were already weak, but now they are all right. You said that Away is dead, the arc is gone, let the boss completely reorganize the whole body. Zoro Sanji also looked at Brook with resentment, although he didn't say anything, but the small resentment in his eyes gave Brook a creepy look. You all deserve to die. Enel roared, and a huge thunderbolt shot towards everyone. Scatter! Lu Fei yelled hastily, and everyone dispersed. Enel in this form is really troublesome for his group. Not only is the power of lightning increased, but also because of the excessive power, the temperature generated by Enel itself is exaggerated to death. Boom! A thunderbolt exploded where Lu Fei and the others were. Don't be careless. Lu Fei used Flying Thunder God to escape from the spot and shouted to everyone. Especially in close combat, Zoro Sanji, if you can't fight, back off first. Usopp and Brook remote bombardment. I'll use the sand to contain it. Be careful. Lu Fei hurriedly jumped up on the spot while putting his palms together. Quicksand Burial. Activate. In the next second, a huge sand wave suddenly appeared in front of Lu Fei, hitting Enel in electric god form. But Lu Fei took the opportunity to use the special mechanism of the skill, stepped on the sand and flew in the air. Die! Enel looked at the huge sand waves, without panic at all, raised his hand and shot out a thunderbolt. The huge thunder and lightning collided with the sand waves all over the sky. But in the next second, a huge hole was opened in the middle of the sand wave, and the thunder and lightning continued to shoot straight towards Lu Fei without slowing down. I'm going. Lu Fei hastily activated the Wukong technique and dodged aside. But Lu Fei's speed was still one step slower, and his left arm was severely burned. Tisk! Lu Fei covered his arms and smacked his lips in displeasure. Enel in Thor's form is really scary. I don't know how the Straw Hat boss in the original book can resist such a high temperature. I was just wiped by lightning, and I felt that my left hand was useless. But he has been bombarded so many times by Enel, and there is nothing wrong with him, and he is still alive and kicking. And I am also stupid, said that Enel's lightning temperature is extremely high, and he also uses sand, so I am no one. Hey, Captain, are you okay? Zoro shouted towards Lu Fei while avoiding the thunder and lightning. It's all right, Lu Fei shouted looking in Zoro's direction. But when looking at Sanji's position, Lu Fei shouted anxiously, Sanji, be careful. Brush. Before Lu Fei finished yelling, Sanji was stabbed by Enel's trident, picked up and thrown aside. Sanji! Sanji! Several people shouted in a hurry, wanting to run over to check on Sanji's situation. Zoro, Chiendes, went to see Sanji, Brook and Usopp, pay attention, hold Enel back, I need a little time. Lu Fei hurriedly shouted to everyone. Go ahead, I'll go see Sanji. Zoro ran towards Sanji while avoiding the lightning. Really, it's so hot. Usopp touched his fists, and the purple magic circle appeared again. The thunder dragons roar. Usopp spat out violent lightning waves, which clashed with the lightning from Enel. Brook also hastily raised his right hand and began to restrain Enel with long-range magic. Magical Most Enhanced Gravity Uzumaki. Magical Most Strengthened Nether Strike. At this moment, the two of them understand their mission, so they can only keep moving around, restraining Enel, and buying time for Lu Fei and Zoro. Alive! Zoro picked up Sanji on his back and quickly retreated from the battlefield, shouting at the two of them at the same time. Chapter 86. Hearing Zoro's shout, Brook and Squint looked at each other and smiled. I'm going to hang up again, how about you? smiling with squinted eyes. Since Sanji has already evacuated, there is no need for him to keep his hand. Well, then I'll drive it too. Brook glanced and narrowed his eyes, feeling very helpless in his heart. In fact, compared to solo brushing, Brook prefers to play groups with everyone. So Brook, the dog thief, has been using less than half of his strength in the battle just now. But since the boss was violent by himself, and he was injured, it also made Brook very uncomfortable. Then I go first. Usopp smiled kindly, kicked his legs, and flew towards Enel. Die. Looking at Squint Eyes in front of him, Enel stabbed Squint Eyes with his trident. Enel didn't forget that his lightning had no effect on the squinting eyes in front of him. When squinting his eyes and swinging out a punch, he actually blasted the trident away. I'm really angry right now. Squinting his eyes and shouting, his right hand was suddenly surrounded by purple lightning, and behind him he could vaguely see the phantom of a huge thunder dragon. The purple lightning in his right hand actually made Enel startled. At the moment when Enel was stunned, the squinting attack came in front of him, and ruthlessly blasted towards Enel's 917 face. Dragon Slayer Magic Brontosaurus Collapsing Fist. Boom! With a roar, Enel's huge body actually caused Squint to retreat backwards with a punch. It's not over yet. Usopp caught the moment Enel's body tilted and appeared above Enel's head. The power of thunder and lightning gathered in both fists, hitting Enel's head with all its strength. Dragon Slayer Magic Thunder Dragon's Jaw. Boom! Enel's huge body shook for a while, and he hurriedly inserted the trident into the ground to stabilize his figure. Old Wu, retreat quickly. Just when Usopp was about to pursue again, he heard Brooks shout. Then, let's stop here this time. Smiling at Enel who was still in a dizzy state with squinting eyes, he continued, however, there may not be a next time. Squinting his eyes and waving at Enel, he left the battlefield in an instant. Huh? You? Enel shook his head, looking at the skeleton standing in front of him. At this moment, Brook has already rebuffed, but due to the next skill, he may accidentally injure his teammates, so Brook let Squint retreat first. I am Ins Ergon. Brook held the staff in his hand, looked at Enel and said, how can I lose if I gamble with this name? Special skills, death is the end of all life. Brook roared, and a golden disc suddenly appeared behind him. Death is the end of all life, and it's one of Brook's few ults. After the skill is activated, a golden disc will appear behind it to start timing. When the pointer of the disc completes a circle, everything in Brook's area will be killed except himself. However, due to the bug of this skill, the system adjusted the cooling time of this skill to 1 year. When? Looking at the jumping pointer behind Brook, Enel seemed to feel the breath of death for a moment. Go to hell. Enel hastily attacked, and countless thunderbolts shot towards Brook. For some reason, Enel's heart twitched once every time the pointer behind the skeleton jumped. Naive. Brook waved his right hand, and a bone made of a huge skeleton appeared in front of Brook. Bone barrier. Rumble. Seeing that the lightning was blocked by Brook, Enel became even more flustered, and the pointer had already reached halfway. Magic is the most powerful, now broken. Brook swung his right hand, and a crescent-shaped slash flew towards Enel. Swish. Looks like it's time to learn how to use weapons. Brook looked at the slash that passed through Enel. If this was an ordinary, boss, he would have already cut himself in half. The most powerful magic True Darkness. Before Enel could react, a cloud of black mist surrounded his eyes. Magical Most Enhanced Gravity Uzumaki. Brook's right hand suddenly sent out purple lightning, throwing a black ball in Enel's direction. Boom. When Enel's huge body touched the black sphere exploded suddenly, and the powerful impact caused Enel's body to sag suddenly. DK pointed at Enel, a faint black flame appeared at his fingertips, and Enel flew away. But it was this black flame that seemed to be extinguished with one blow. When it came into contact with Enel's body, it turned into a huge black flame, enveloping Enel. Ah! Enel screamed horribly. Enel never thought that this black flame could actually ignite his body. This pain penetrating into the soul made Enel howl uncontrollably. When? Suddenly, there was a huge bell ringing from the golden disc behind Brook. Are you there? Brook smiled and waved to Enel. I will remember your name well, God Enel, you are my first enemy in the true sense when I came to this world. Of course, I also hope that you will remember my famous minister. I am Ins Olgon. My fight. Not lost. Hearing Enel's shrill cry, Brook delivered the final blow. Death is the end of all life. Activate. A dazzling white light suddenly appeared above the head, completely covering the area where the two were located. Boom. After a loud noise, the sky that was covered by dark clouds just now became completely cloudless under Brook's blow. Seeing the area turn into a desert, Brook nodded in satisfaction. It seems that the effect of the ultimate move has not changed. As long as it is a creature within the range, it will enter the end of life, but it is only the CD of the skill, because it has grown. Hey, this is a foul. This XX is the one who is cheating. Zoro couldn't help but twitched the corner of his mouth, pointed at Brook and asked Luffy. Don't ask me, I'm also confused. Lu Fei just planned to evacuate a wave first, to build up his energy and burst into a state, but Brook directly soloed the boss. No wonder, let me evacuate. Looking at the area that turned into a desert, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. Ahem, you guys, please take care of the patient, you're crushing my foot, Sanji shouted helplessly. Oh. Several people were in a mess again. Chapter 87. On board the Mary. Sure enough, this kind of comfortable life is the most suitable for me. Lu Fei lay on the chair, glanced at Nami to the left, and Robin to the right. There is no one in these days. Looking at the pile of gold next to the orange tree, Lu Fei was even more satisfied. With so much gold, I finally don't have to worry about Bailey anymore. And for a long time to come, everyone will be able to have a good meal. After everyone defeated Enel, the people of Sky Island are so enthusiastic. They entertain everyone with delicious food and drink every day. Of course, when Lu Fei and others wandered around Sky Island, they also found the historical text and the golden clock. Originally, Lu Fei thought about taking the golden clock along the way, but it seemed that a lot of gold had already been installed. And gold is more meaningful to the people of Sky Island. Lu Fei simply left the gold in Sky Island. After getting tired of Sky Island, Lu Fei and others embarked on an adventure again. Although everyone fell into the marine fortress during the descent, after all, Lu Fei and the others are not pirates now. And Lu Fei's grandfather was in the marine and was in a high position, so in general, these people had a good time in the marine fortress for a few days. Sanji also gave a little show to Marine's beautiful chef and made a PG beef ball. Let this group of Marines rediscover the lost youth under the setting sun. By the way, Xiao Di, if these two brats are disobedient, you can give me a slap. Lu Fei felt furious when he saw the eldest baby and the second baby. It happened that Xiao Di was smart, so he simply asked Xiao Di to help teach the two brats, so as to avoid that embarrassing scene in the future. Okay, Lord Lu Fei. Xiao Di said to Lu Fei respectfully. Then, let's continue to class. Young masters. Xiao Di looked at the eldest and second children, and said with a kind smile on his face. Oh you chicken sauce, don't, it's killing people. Grandpa, please forgive me. Wow, Brother Yin and the second son are pitiful. Grandpa is scary. Then will we be like this then? Hearing the exclamation of the gourds, Lu Fei glanced at it and ignored it, but Airway's ability really made men a little envious. Before leaving, Lu Fei also saw the powerful Miss Angel in Airway's mouth. I have to say, it looks really strong. Actually, I'm a little curious about the origin of these gourds. Robin took off his sunglasses and asked Lu Fei. In the books, there is no record of these gourds at all. Generally speaking, it is impossible that there is no record of such a strange gourd. Robin glanced at the lively gourds and asked with a smile. Ah, this must have been said a long time ago, Lu Fei said with a haha. As expected of archaeology, Lu Fei is just curious about these things. Lu Fei glanced at Robin and said in a low voice. Why don't you come to my room tonight and talk to me all night? What did you say? Nami asked, tugging at Lu Fei's ear. Ah? Didn't say anything. Really nothing. Lu Fei looked at the irritable Nami, and immediately fell into a panic. Okay. Robin looked at Lu Fei's appearance and smiled softly. Can't stand it, can't stand it. Lu Fei looked at the charming Robin, and shouted that he couldn't take it. I was just making a small joke, but this woman doesn't play her cards according to the routine. The appearance of Robin now is just like those mature girls in the previous life. If I told a little joke by myself, ordinary little girls would definitely run away shyly. At that time, if you meet someone like Robin, he will give you a very disgusted look and tell you an even hotter joke. Who can stand this? Humph. Seeing Lu Fei's appearance, Nami snorted coldly and turned his head to one side. Hee. Robin smiled softly. My own mouth. Lu Fei looked at the two of them, feeling very embarrassed for a moment. It's great, spring has come so soon. Brook looked at the three people fighting with each other, envious. Don't be envious, you're just a bunch of skeletons now, what's there to be envious of? Zoro swung his knife on the deck, turned to Brook and said. By the way, old bone, by the way, you can ask Lu Fei, there is an island in front of us, should we go for a stroll? When hearing Brook's inquiry, Lu Fei really wanted to give Brook a hug, and it was so timely. Especially when he heard that there was a trail ahead, Lu Fei also seemed very excited. Although the comfortable days on the deck are also very good, it is also very good to wander around the island. But what everyone didn't expect was that when they were wandering around the island, Chopper's shout came from the front. Ask for flowers, 0. Everyone ran over to have a look, and Lu Fei was speechless. Actually met one of Marine's 3 great powers in this place, Aokiji. Thump. After seeing the appearance of the person in front of him clearly, Robin sat on the ground with a frightened face. It actually made Robin so nervous. Who is the other party? Nami looked at the tall man in front of him, and couldn't help worrying. Ever since Robin got on the boat, he has always looked calm and breezy, but Nami has never seen Robin like this. You, who the hell are you? Chopper asked, standing in front of Robin, looking at Aokiji. Oh? Seeing Chopper's appearance, Lu Fei was very surprised. Didn't expect such a timid Chopper to come forward? Don't worry, don't worry. Lu Fei hastily comforted Nami and Chopper, walked to Aokiji's side and said. 0. This is Marine's older brother, Aokiji, who is known as one of Marine's 3 great powers. Hey, you and your grandpa are really different. Lu Fei. Aokiji looked at the familiar Lu Fei, very surprised. However, Aokiji looked at Robin, and suddenly said in an ISP tone, hey, you have grown into a beautiful woman. Hey, there is also a lady who is fascinated here. Aokiji glanced around the crowd, looked at Nami and said. Hey, that's enough bro, don't speak in such an ISP tone, you'll be disgusted by women. Lu Fei said, bumping Aokiji with his elbow. It's fine for others, Lu Fei can't bear to stare at my 2 big boats. But don't say, Aokiji is really tall enough. Lu Fei looked up at Aokiji with a fierce expression on his face, and sighed helplessly. This old man is actually good at everything, but he just likes to play tricks when he has nothing to do. Well, now he has added an SP attribute. Ah? Will it? Aokiji asked with a surprised face. Brother, are there any women around you? Lu Fei asked in disgust. No. Aokiji lowered his head and thought for a while, as if there was really nothing around him. If you don't change your tone as an ISP, you won't be able to find a daughter-in-law in the future. Lu Fei was very helpless. Ah? Hey, it's so troublesome. Aokiji just chatted with Lu Fei and Robin's confused expression. Chapter 88. But by the way, brother, why are you here this time? Lu Fei turned his head, only to find that Aokiji had already laid down on the ground. Didn't I say that? I was just out for a walk. Aokiji yawned and said lazily. I believe you, ghost. Looking at the drowsy Aokiji, Lu Fei doesn't believe this admiral who is full of trains. Anyone who has read the original book does not know that Robin was let go by you at that time. Moreover, Lu Fei estimated that Aokiji probably came out to wait on the sidelines, just to see Robin's current situation. Looking at Aokiji, who was about to fall asleep, Lu Fei curled his lips helplessly. What is going on with this inarticulate old father state? Marine's 3 admirals are really more difficult to deal with than one? If you don't want to say September 20, forget it, brother, you can go to sleep, we will leave first. Lu Fei looked at Aokiji, who had already narrowed his eyes, walked over to help Robin up, waved to Aokiji, and prepared to leave. Well, sure enough, you and your grandfather are really different. Aokiji sat up at some point, looked at Lu Fei calmly and said. Should I say you are cautious? Or is it unpredictable? Actually, I came here just to see Nico Robin, and you. After all, in the past, I was deeply cared for by your grandfather. Aokiji let out a breath of cold air, and the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Lu Fei, Aokiji's expression froze for a moment, as if some bad memory flashed in his mind. Hey, what a treacherous brat. Aokiji looked at Lu Fei with a smirk on his face. The tense atmosphere he had created with great difficulty just now was all destroyed by this brat. But in order to test it, Aokiji can only continue the topic. But after thinking about it for a long time, I still think it's better to let you Nico Robin die here. Flutter. Lu Fei couldn't help laughing. If he hadn't watched One Piece, Aokiji would have been taken aback. And besides, the way of changing the subject is also because of the rigidity. Yes, then do you want to fight? Brother Aokiji. Lu Fei spread his hands helplessly and said, after all, Robin is our important partner now. What a treacherous brat. Aokiji was very helpless. Most people would have been scared out of their wits in such a situation. However, this little brat didn't have any nervous atmosphere, and judging from the kid's expression, he seemed to know something long ago. But do you know the details of Nico Robin? Just call this person your important partner. Aokiji decided to play a wave and continue to cliché. She escaped from me once before. It won't be long before you understand what I'm saying now. Aokiji looked at the crowd, anticipating their reaction. Oh yes. Oh yes. That's it. A few people who are familiar with the plot responded perfunctorily, almost letting the lazy Aokiji give everyone a secret message. The Ice Age. Robin is our important partner, you are not allowed to speak ill of her, Chopper said while standing in front of Robin. Hi, Aokiji let out a breath. Finally there is a normal Tanuki talking? Enough. What do you want to say? If you want to catch me, just do it. Robin suddenly stood in front of the crowd and shouted to Aokiji. 30 rounds of flowers bloom. In the next second, I saw hands appearing on Aokiji's body. Claw. Following Robin's order, he directly twisted Aokiji's body. Ah! Broken to pieces and dead. Chopper yelled in horror, his eyes almost popping out. Looking at the ice cubes scattered all over the ground, several people familiar with the plot sighed helplessly at the same time. Leaving aside such a rational Robin, why did he act in such a hurry? Anyway, he is also a Logia fruit user, one of the highest combat powers of Marine, why is it so funny? Soon, several people saw Aokiji turned into an ice sculpture again and appeared in everyone's sight. But you are you, Nico Robin. Aokiji smiled faintly. No, I have. Before Robin finished explaining, Aokiji was wrapped in ice and hugged Robin. Stop it, you old pervert. Don't you just want to test it out? Hugging a girl is too much. Originally, Lu Fei planned to take a look and forget it, but he knew Aokiji's intentions anyway, so he just let his elder brother make trouble. But what the hell did you do? This is really too much. I have never hugged girl Robin. Suddenly, with a flash of golden light, Lu Fei appeared behind Aokiji holding a kunao. Speed is quality. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Lu Fei took out Mr. Wang's same style of sunglasses and put them on, smiling mischievously. Time and space ninjutsu super speed. With heavy kicks, Aokiji kicked the ice again. Looking at the scattered ice cubes, Lu Fei held Robin behind him and nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, I felt the joy of reciting lines. Although Mr. Huang 2.1 does not know how to kick himself at the speed of light, but it is not a problem to imitate it. Hey, your words remind me of a person with a bad taste. Aokiji returned to human form again, looking at Lu Fei's glasses of the same style, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. It's not that Aokiji's mentality is not stable enough, but it's the eyes of the same style of Lu Fei now, which makes people look like a show. Especially Lu Fei also recited the classic lines of Mr. Huang. Oh, Admiral really looks like a monster, so scary. Lu Fei looked at the twitching corner of Aokiji's mouth, and said again. Hey, you disgusting brat. Aokiji looked at Lu Fei speechlessly. Obviously Garp's elder brother is so single-celled, but Garp's grandson is so good at making people mentality. Chapter 89. Ding. Detected a sudden plot, passed Admiral Aokiji's test, and rewarded Hokage Game Advanced Recruitment with 100 draws. How? Listening to the voice in his head, Lu Fei couldn't help looking at Aokiji with bright eyes. System? This high-level recruitment? Lu Fei asked the system a little curiously. All along, the system has never rewarded high-level lottery draws, so Lu Fei is still very curious about the high-level recruitment that the system talks about. Ding. Advanced recruitment, the probability of appearing S-ninja fragments will be greatly increased, and at the same time, the drawn S-ninja may get multiple skills or more secrets. Multiple skills? Multiple mysteries? Hearing this, the way Lu Fei looked at Aokiji changed. Where did you come here to test your group of people? This is obviously a good big brother who came here to send warmth. Hey, there's something wrong with your eyes, brat. Aokiji looked at Lu Fei with shining eyes, and said lightly. Hey brother, what did you say? Lu Fei smiled kindly, then bro, do you give me more advice? Time and space ninjutsu super speed. Aokiji felt a golden light flash in front of him, and Lu Fei instantly appeared behind Aokiji's 11, kicking Aokiji into the air with a heavy kick attack. Boom. I'm too impatient, brat. Aokiji turned around and blocked Lu Fei's leg with his hand. Oh, it really looks like a monster, it's so scary. Lu Fei looked at the cold air emanating from Aokiji's body, and immediately backed away. Hearing Lu Fei's incoherent words, Aokiji's face darkened again. Lu Fei opened the distance, and made seals with both hands quickly. Water-style water dragon bomb. A huge water dragon suddenly appeared behind Lu Fei and flew towards Aokiji. Water is useless to me, brat. Aokiji raised his hand and let out a burst of cold air, and threw the water dragon into the air. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. Of course he knew it wouldn't work for you, if it wasn't for the big move, I wouldn't use it. Frozen time capsule. Aokiji waved his hand, and released a strong cold air, which hit Lu Fei. Wherever it passes, everything is frozen. Earth-style earth flow wall. Lu Fei stepped back hastily, making seals with both hands quickly. Boom. After a loud noise, an earthen wall with a dog's head popped out of nowhere in front of Lu Fei, blocking the incoming cold air from the wall. Tisk tisk, brother, you are really ruthless. Looking at the ice wall in front of him, Lu Fei came out from behind the dirt flow wall and couldn't help smacking his lips. If you suffer from it, you will definitely have a bad cold for a week. Hey, brat, do you still dare to stand still while fighting with me? Aokiji looked at Lu Fei who was smacking his lips in place, and raised his eyebrows involuntarily. Looking at the old man's glasses again, Aokiji threw 5 icicles directly from the palm of his hand, trying to freeze Lu Fei in place. Hey, look at what you said, how dare you be distracted from fighting with my brother? Lu Fei shot a kunao at Aokiji, and it disappeared instantly on the spot. Lightning flint skill. Activate. Aokiji hugged a handful of grass, threw it into the air, and spewed out a breath of cold air, which turned into an ice sword. In an instant, Lu Fei's figure, accompanied by the flashing golden light, attacked Aokiji. Ding ding ding. For a moment, all of Lu Fei's attacks were blocked by Aokiji's sharp blade. Little ghost, what are your abilities? Aokiji looked at Lu Fei, very curious for a moment. Water for a while, soil for a while, never heard of any devil fruit with such ability? Oh, bro, what are you talking about? I ate the human fruit ninja form. Lu Fei said nonsense, but Aokiji unexpectedly showed an interested expression. In the next second, Lu Fei clasped his hands together. Sage mode. On. Hey, kid, the aura on your body is not simple. Seeing Lu Fei exuding inexplicable energy all over his body, Aokiji also put away his playful attitude. The current state of Lu Fei is obviously not like armament haki, but if he is hit, he will feel hurt. Lightning style chakram mode. Lightning style armor. Activate. Tear up. For a moment, countless blue lightning surged out from Lu Fei's body, and the sharp thunder and lightning kept refreshing Aokiji's three views. Brother, watch it, it's only for a moment. Lu Fei stretched out his index finger, sprinting and smiled. Hell spike one hand. Activate. Hiss. For a split second, before everyone saw it clearly, I felt a blue lightning flash across in front of my eyes. Accompanied by the sharp roar of thunder and lightning, Aokiji turned into ice cubes on the ground again. I, Reikage, am unparalleled in the world. The unique and strongest ninja. With her back turned to Aokiji, Lu Fei uttered Kage's handsome line. Of course, Lu Fei will definitely not believe that Aokiji will be killed just by Reikage's ultimate move. I've convinced you. The ice on the ground turned into a human form again. Aokiji glanced at Lu Fei, and said helplessly, I won't fight anymore. Aokiji looked down at the big hole in his clothes, and couldn't help but cast a high glance at Lu Fei. Although it is very immature now, is the destructive power still so powerful? If after growing up for a period of time and mastering the armed color more proficiently, the average person would have no time to react to this blow. Ding! Congratulations to host for winning 100 advanced lottery draws. Hearing the sound of the system, Lu Fei was very satisfied. If it weren't for the wrong time, he would definitely draw it immediately to see what is so special about this advanced lottery draw. Come on, let's get on the boat first, I'll talk to brother Aokiji again. After Lu Fei finished speaking to the middleman, he turned his head and Aokiji lay down on the ground again. Hold back, don't complain. Lu Fei tried his best to hold back the desire to complain. You disgusting brat, what do you want to ask? Aokiji looked at the few people walking away and asked Lu Fei. After chatting for a long time, Lu Fei returned to the boat. In fact, the two of them probably chatted casually for a while, and by the way, learned how much strength Aokiji used just now. After that, Aokiji showed everyone a wave of mystery the Ice Age, and took some things from Lu Fei, and left on his beloved bicycle. Chapter 90. Phew, I'm finally gone. Watching Aokiji leave, Nami let out a long breath. Actually, brother Aokiji is not that scary. Lu Fei glanced at Nami and smiled. Nami has been active in this range of East Blue, and seeing Marine's highest combat power for the first time must be a bit confusing. However, Lu Fei was also thankful that it was Aokiji who came here, and he simply tested everyone. If the red dog came here, with everyone's current strength, you don't need to fight, just send it away. Lu Fei glanced at the preoccupied Robin, rubbed Robin's head and smiled, don't worry, we are very strong. Before Robin came back to his senses, Lu Fei felt the pleasure of petting the cat again before letting go. He continued to say to a few fellow travelers. After all, something big will happen soon, and we don't have much time left. We have to quickly increase our strength. Now that Aokiji has played, then the last crew member in the early stage, Frankie, should also appear. If my group doesn't do a good job of strengthening it, it is estimated that when they arrive at the Sabayati archipelago, they will definitely be sent home one by one like the original book. Okay brother, no problem brother. Yes big brother, we have been following big brother Zoro these days and have been training hard. The first to speak were Johnny and Joseph. After this period of time, the two also understood that there are countless strong people in this sea. Leaving aside Admiral Aokiji just now, one look can make the two of them feel the urge to fight. Some time ago, the big brothers beat Enel, and both of them knew that if they got hit like that, half of their lives would probably be lost. Although the two are funny, they are timid and weak. But the two of them were still invited by Lu Fei, inviting them to go on an adventure together. So during these days, the two trained like crazy. I just want them to go up and help when they are fighting one day, so that they won't be a burden to everyone. Well, that's right. Looking at the two people full of fighting spirit, Lu Fei seemed to think of something, and took out 2 sets of tights from the system and threw them at them. These 2 pieces of clothing are exactly the items from the Hokage Mall some time ago. Teacher Guy's tights. Brother, what is this? Johnny and Joseph looked at the tights in their hands very puzzled. Leaving by a young guy, from now on, don't take it off. I can only take it off when I feel you guys. Lu Fei looked at the two of them, and seemed to feel that the strength of the two of them was indeed a bit behind, but since they were already members of their own crew, they must mention it. Good big brother. No problem big brother. The two replied emotionally, and then walked to the cabin to change their clothes. Then what do you guys do? Lu Fei looked at Zoro and the others, you guys also come for a set. Just as Zoro was about to say something, there was a loud noise in the cabin, as if something heavy fell down. Several people hurried into the cabin, thinking what happened to Johnny and Joseph. Whoever wanted to open the door to see that the two had already changed their clothes, but they were lying on the ground, struggling hard. You two. Lu Fei was a little puzzled, what are these two guys doing? Brother, what kind of clothes are you wearing? Brother, this dress seems to weigh several hundred catties. We really can't get up. Listening to the crying of the two, Lu Fei finally understood what the unexpected effect the system was talking about was. Ding! Teacher Guy's tights can adjust the weight by itself, the minimum is twice the weight of the body, and the maximum is not limited. Ding! This clothes has undergone a systematic magic modification, it only works on itself, and the weight will not affect others. Come on, Lu Fei curled his lips helplessly. He just thought that if there is no upper limit, no one will be happy when he sees it. If the tights are gone, wouldn't the battle be over? I didn't expect the system to respond so quickly, this time it didn't get stuck as a bug. The weight of this dress can be adjusted, the minimum is double, you can just recite in your own mind. Lu Fei looked at the two people on the ground and smiled, come on, I am very optimistic about you. After speaking, Lu Fei waved to the two, and walked out with Zoro and others. How is it? Do you want it? Lu Fei said to the crowd as they returned to the deck. I'll forget it. Brook shook his head, he is a mage, and he fights mobility. And this dress is really ugly. Who is he? Ins Wuergong. He is a majestic bone. He won't let the enemy laugh to death if he wears it out. I don't care, I've been on a new job recently. Sanji also shook his head, although the effect of Mr. Guy's tights is indeed very attractive, but this way is really not flattering. Huh? Lu Fei looked up at Sanji, this guy has a new hang? I don't need it either, I've also arrived in Zinka recently. He narrowed his eyes and smiled, looking at Zoro with a smile on his face. This too? Lu Fei couldn't help but want to complain when he heard that Squint Eyes also got a new title. The two major comparisons of the adventure group, one is the Bone King, and the other is squinting. Especially now that he is squinting his eyes even more, it's outrageous. Then let me have one. Zoro was very speechless, but there was no way, the effect of this dress was very attractive. Alright, Lu Fei happily threw a tights to Zoro, thinking that finally there is a normal person. But what Lu Fei didn't know was that after the fight with Enel, Zoro also got a new hang. Well, this is for you. Looking at Nami's longing eyes, Lu Fei took out the thunder fruit and handed it to Nami. This is. Nami took the fruit and asked in surprise. Thunder fruit is the ability that Enel used at that time. Lu Fei smiled. Qian Zhao Zhao. This fruit was taken back by the system when Enel died. In order to compensate Lu Fei, the system also eliminated the side effects of this devil fruit. Originally, Lu Fei wanted to use it for Xiaodai, but after discussing with Brook, he temporarily kept the thunder fruit, but he forgot about it. Just in time for today's episode, Lu remembered that the side effects of Kuavaishi had disappeared, so he simply asked Johnny and Joseph to continue exercising and strengthen Nami first. Too precious. Nami stared at the fruit in front of him and froze in place for a moment. Nami is no longer the little girl she was back then. After these days of adventures, she naturally knows what the devil fruit in front of her represents. Nami, remember a word. Lu Fei smiled and touched Nami's head and said. The root of all fear comes from the lack of fire power. Chapter 91. After a long time. Lu Fei, the capital of 7 waters is here. Hearing Nami's shout outside the door, Lu Fei also recovered from the joy of the lottery draw. It has to be said that this time the system gave itself this high-level lottery, the probability of shipment is ridiculously high. With just 100 draws, Lu Fei actually got an S ninja and an A ninja. And what excites Lu Fei the most is that the drawn S ninja, Tian Dao Pain Chao. There are 4 secrets. It's like combining the 2 secrets of Heavenly Dao Pain in the Hokage mobile game, and also sent an extra United Righteousness. A ninja is drawn Uchiha Suzuki Suzana form. Is there anything happy? Seeing Lu Fei who opened the door and giggled, Nami asked curiously. Ahem, is it so obvious? Lu Fei wanted to put away the smirk on his face, but he couldn't. Pain. That's the antimeter pain. And he also gave me 4 esoteric skills in 480. This wave of myself took off directly and completely, okay? When they came to the deck, everyone simply assigned tasks and left the melee. Chopper and Robin are going to buy some medicines, while Sanji continues to take the eldest baby to buy ingredients. Brook took Xiaodai to look for Bingshan, because on the way to the capital of 7 waters, everyone met Granny K Kiluo and got a letter of introduction from her mother-in-law. Since entering the Grand Line, although the few people who are familiar with the plot have taken good care of the Mary still suffered a lot of damage. Just when Lu Fei and Nami were about to take the gold to the gold exchange to exchange money, Johnny and Joseph volunteered, saying that such small matters should be left to them and that Lu Fei and Nami can just play together. Seeing the 2 volunteers, Lu Fei didn't want to hurt their self-confidence, so after handing over the gold to the 2, he took Nami to prepare for a stroll. Bej. After wandering around the capital of 7 waters for a long time, Lu Fei had countless packages hanging on his body. At this moment, Lu Fei was exhausted and out of breath, wishing to give himself a slap in the face. Obviously such a thing had happened last time in Rog Town, and he didn't have a long memory. Was it dazzled by the ninja that was drawn out just now? Looking at Nami who was still excited to buy, Lu Fei sighed helplessly. Finally, when there was no place to hang things on Lu Fei, Nami reluctantly glanced at the commercial street, and returned to the melee with Lu Fei. But when returning to the melee, Lu Fei noticed that something was wrong with everyone. What's going on? Lu Fei asked, looking at the dejected Chopper, and at the helpless crowd. Robin is still gone, Zoro explained helplessly. Huh? When Lu Fei heard that Robin was leaving, Lu Fei smiled helplessly. Sure enough, did the plot that was supposed to happen still happen? But Aokiji is too cheating. I obviously sent so many things at that time, to put it bluntly, I just wanted Aokiji not to give a certain cheater a magic order. What a scumbag. Lu Fei scolded Aokiji angrily, next time we meet, I must play with this guy's mentality, and see if I can bring back the things I gave. At that time, in order to get closer to Aokiji, Lu Fei exchanged a lot of things from the system for a lot of money. Like white wine, rice wine, automatic massage eye mask, and in order for Aokiji to lie comfortably, Lu Fei spent a long time with the system and spent a huge amount of Bailey to replace it with a lazy sofa that he carried with him. Unexpectedly, this scam still gave someone the right to use Buster Call. It's just that Robin left, it shouldn't make you like this. Lu Fei looked at the crowd suspiciously. Everyone is a time traveler, so they should be familiar with this plot. Everyone must know the reason for Robin's departure. Wouldn't it be nice to grab him back after we rest for a while? Bing Shan said that the keel of the Mary was damaged, and there is no way to continue, Brooke said. What do you mean? Lu Fei didn't seem to understand what Brooke said, and asked blankly. That is to say, the melee is no longer able to go to sea. Zoro sighed, with a very uncomfortable expression on his face. When he heard that there was no way to take risks on the melee, Lu Fei was also stunned. Obviously my group has been very careful to protect the melee and try not to let him get hurt, why did this scene happen? And after such a long adventure, the melee has become everyone's partner. At this moment, Zoro and the others told themselves that the melee is no longer available, how can everyone accept this? Ding! A time-limited task was released, and Frankie was successfully invited to board the ship, and the Mary evolved into the Eternal Mary. Huh? Ha 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 ha! Lu Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter when he heard the system's voice. This reward is wonderful, Lu Fei couldn't help giving the system a thumbs up. It's the godly operation of the system, Lu Fei said that he can play for a lifetime. Captain. Everyone looked at Lu Fei in confusion, they must have been stupid when they heard the news. Ahem, it's okay, it's okay. Lu Fei waved his hand to everyone, indicating that he was okay, I'll figure out what to do about the melee. Lu Fei looked up and saw that it was getting late, so he hurriedly asked Sanji to prepare dinner, after which everyone had a good rest. After all, tomorrow, everyone will make a big fuss. Especially Frankie, Lu Fei didn't plan to invite calmly this time, he didn't listen to the system. That is a time-limited mission, time-limited. Lu Fei decided to take a good rest and find Frankie directly tomorrow. If Frankie is sensible, it's okay, if not, he'll just tie him up, and then go save Robin. Chapter 92. Old Wu, blast him away. Standing on the roof, Lu Fei pointed at Chao squinted on the opposite side and said, okay. Smiling with squinting eyes, he took out the bazooka from the magic circle and fired towards the opposite side. Boom! After a loud roar, Lu Fei looked at the big hole in the wall and shouted loudly towards the opposite side. Robin, we're here to play with you. Come out, don't hide inside and make no noise. You have the ability to snatch men, Abba, you have the ability to escape, you have the ability to come out. Come out quickly, cough cough cough. Seeing Lu Fei who kept coughing, everyone glanced in disgust. Even though the atmosphere in the arena is so serious now, this guy can actually choke himself because of his own saliva, this is no one dash. Originally, after resting all night, Lu Fei and others wanted to go back to the iceberg and find out Frankie's address. But what people didn't expect was that on the night when everyone was resting, Bing Shan was assassinated. And the people who assassinated Bing Shan turned out to be Lu Fei and his gang. All of a sudden, the city is covered with portraits of Lu Fei and his gang. There is no way Lu Fei and others can only wait until night when there are few people, and then go to visit the iceberg and find out where Frankie lives. By the way, see if you can meet Robin, just bind Luo Bao directly. After all, the few people who are familiar with the plot know the ins and outs of the assassination without even thinking about it. But what I didn't expect was that Lu Fei and the others were still a step slower. Although they rescued the iceberg when they came, they still let everyone in CP9 escape. There was no other way, Lu Fei could only gather the crowd and fight to Frankie's residence first, but unexpectedly, Frankie was also taken away. This blow completely set Lu Fei on fire. When I was in Alabasta, Lao Sha just didn't play his cards according to the routine, making Lu Fei and others run in the desert for an unknown amount of time. Who would have thought that the gang of CP9 didn't play their cards according to the routine, and let themselves wait for others for so long? After discussing with many friends, Lu Fei went directly to an ice lobby. However, under the call of Lu Fei, Robin still walked out. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Robin looked at them in disbelief. Touched, unbearable, side flashed across Robin's face, and finally said, "Enough, I've said it many times, I'm not the same as you. Go back quickly, I am not the same as you." Seeing Robin's awkward expression, although Lu Fei was very touched and understood Robin's intentions, he was always very upset. "I already want to die." Robin lowered his head and shouted loudly. "What are you talking about?" Just when Lu Fei was about to say something, a man suddenly appeared behind Robin and said calmly, "Little girl, don't talk about life and death." After finishing speaking, the man pointed at Lu Fei and said doubtfully, "Your partner, isn't it here?" Who is this man? This looks too handsome." Lu Fei looked at the man in a suit and beard in front of him, very puzzled. According to the plot, isn't Frankie locked up with Robin? But this man? "Robin, you." Lu Fei pointed at Robin tremblingly, and asked in a trembling tone, "Cross over." "Yes, that's right." "Huh? No." Robin froze for a moment. "Talk to me, BD." Nami angrily punched Lu Fei's head with a lightning fist. "In such a serious atmosphere, why did you ask such a strange question?" Nami gave Lu Fei G thunder fist again in disgust. "Ha ha ha, as expected, your partner is really interesting." The bearded man smiled heartily. "A whole old man, report your name." Lu Fei covered his head, looked at the man and shouted angrily. It's not that Lu Fei is worried, it's that this old man is really handsome. "Ha ha ha, I'm not that old, my name is Frankie, and I'm a boatman." Frankie laughed heartily. But in the next second, Frankie was kicked flying, and members of CP9 came out, lined up, looking at Lu Fei and others. "Hey, Zoro, this old man just said he is Frankie." Lu Fei rubbed his head, looked at Zoro very confused and asked, "Is it?" Looking at the handsome old man in front of him, Zoro was also confused. Isn't Frankie in the original book a reformer? But what the hell is this handsome old man in front of him? "Forget it." Lu Fei rubbed his head, "Isn't it Frankie? Won't you know if you tie him up in a while?" "Robin, you said just now that you want to empathize with someone else." Lu Fei yelled at Robin. "Yes, no." Robin made Lu Fei feel helpless for a while. "Yeah, it's better not to empathize with each other." Lu Fei nodded in satisfaction, and then shouted at the old man who called himself Frankie. "A whole old man, my Robin is already married, you have no chance." While talking, he also hugged Nami and shouted, "This is also the case, you should give up your heart." "Lu Fei." Nami's right fist flashed with lightning. Cough cough cough. Lu Fei hurriedly let go, put away his playful mentality, looked at Robin and said, "If you want to die, let's talk about it when you come back to us. Ask for her flowers. Go. You go. You don't understand at all." Hearing this, Robin couldn't hold back any longer, and cried out with tears. "The more I want to be with you, the more you will be affected by my fate. Go. Let me die here. In the end, you will be involved in endless troubles. At that time, you will eventually regard me as a burden. It's better than this, it's better to let me die here." "Ha ha ha ha, that's a good point." Spondum, who was wearing a brother mask, came out laughing wildly, and said disdainfully to Lu Fei and the others. "Look at that flag, it's the world. Do you know the fate of resisting it?" "Ha ha 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 ha. Hawking, it's so annoying." Lu Fei picked out his ears angrily, looked at the arrogant Spondum, but resisted the desire to do it, and took out a phone bug from his bosom. "Boo boo boo. Boo boo boo. Hey, dear grandson." Garp on the other side of the phone bug said with a bold smile, "Are there new products?" Garp is really more and more satisfied with his grandson. Although he is not a marine, the things he does these days are much better than many marines. "Well, old man, there is something I need to tell you." Lu Fei couldn't bear to tell the old man the truth when he heard the old man's laughter. But there are some things that Lu Fei must do. "What's the matter, grandson?" Garp said with a smile. "I may be wanted." "Well, I thought it was a big deal, isn't it that you are wanted?" What? Wanted? My dear grandson, don't scare me." Cough cough cough, "Old man, I'll hang up first, there's still something to do here." Cough cough drop. "A whole grandson, you give me." Lu Fei hastily hung up the phone. Needless to say, after such a commotion just now, his father's mentality must have collapsed. But now, is not the time to think about these things. "Old Wu, can you handle that flag?" Lu Fei smiled and said to squinting eyes. Before Lu Fei could finish speaking, Usopp took out his sniper rifle without any unnecessary movements. Boom. "Raise your hand. Shoot. Close the gun. All in one go." I'm underestimated." Usopp said with a smile. Pat. With a sound of breaking, the so-called world flag, with the breaking of the flagpole, fell from the front of everyone. Chapter 93. Looking at the falling flag, the marine watching the excitement below was completely boiling. They really made a move. Do they really know what attacking the flag means? Pirate, the pirate actually declared war on the world government. Listening to the noisy voice below, Spondam yelled frantically towards Lu Fei and others. Your brains. You're just out of your mind. Lu Fei looked at Spondam, who was about to open his mouth, and snapped back without thinking. The mantis went to your house, launched the isolation. What about me? What brand of plastic bag do you use to hold it like this? You. What are you? Did this come from Dunhuang? There are so many murals. UXXXXX. This 930 Lu Fei seized the opportunity and sprayed Spondam. Looking at Spondam's flushed face, Lu Fei breathed out a sigh of relief, feeling refreshed, really feeling much more refreshed now. Hey, Robin, now we are all wanted criminals. Lu Fei stared blankly and Robin shouted, are you going to be responsible for me? That's it. Everyone is the same now, don't even think about running away. Come back, Robin. So, what's your answer? Lu Fei looked at Robin with a gentle smile and said. We are all waiting for you, we want to hear from you, I want to live. In an instant, Robin burst into tears and shouted loudly to the crowd. I want to live. Take me to the sea too. Hearing Luo Bing's cry of wanting to live, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to fight with all their might. You guys, don't think about being an enemy of the whole world, you can still survive. Spondam came out again to find a sense of existence after regaining his senses, and shouted mockingly. Hawking, it's really annoying. Lu Fei looked at Spondam very upset, and raised his hand to shoot a special kunao. Ding! Someone in CP9 next to him made a random block and bounced kunao away. Ha ha ha, this little trick of throwing weapons. Do you think it is our opponent? Spondam looked at the fallen kunao in front of him, and mocked disdainfully. Suddenly, with a flash of golden light, Lu Fei appeared behind Spondam holding a kunao. Speed is quality. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Lu Fei took out Mr. Wang's same style of sunglasses and put them on again, smiling mischievously. I have to say, Mr. Wang's sunglasses and these coquettish remarks are really interesting to talk about. Time and space ninjutsu super speed. Before everyone in CP9 could react, Lu Fei kicked Spondam high into the sky with a heavy kick attack. Well, it might be a little rough, bear with it. Before everyone could react, Lu Fei held one in each hand and threw Frankie and Robin towards Zoro and the others. Hey, say something when you throw it. Okay, everyone is ready to pick up. Looking at the panicked Zoro and the others, Lu Fei smiled kindly at CP9 and waved his hand. In a split second, I'll kill you first. Lu Fei took out a handful of specially made kunao and threw it at Spondam. Lightning Flint skill. Activate. In an instant, Lu Fei's figure accompanied by the flashing golden light continuously attacked Spondam in the air. Stinky brat. Even though Spondam was being attacked, he still breathed out the fragrance. Yo! How dare you add fuel to the flames? See if I won't blow your mouth. Lu Fei looked at Spondam, who was still dead and stubborn, smiled disdainfully, stretched out his right hand, and a blue spiral light ball appeared in his hand. Mystery. Time and space spiral pill. Lu Fei pressed the Raise Non in his hand hard on Spondam's mouth. Boom. With a powerful impact from Raise Non, Spondam flew upside down. But before Spondam flew far, Lu Fei threw a handful of kunao in the direction of Spondam. Flying Thunder God. Stage 2 Raise Non. Activate. The next second, Lu Fei held a blue light ball and appeared behind Spondam again, and pressed the Raise Non in his hand into Spondam's mouth again. Bearing the name of Hokage. I can't lose. Looking at the falling Spondam in the distance, Lu Fei flashed golden light, and wearing the imperial robe of 4th Hokage, he returned to the roof on Zoro's side. So handsome. Chopper, the only one present, clapped wildly. Hey, no need for this, really no need. Lu Fei raised his head, enjoying Chopper's compliment with delight. Show me the surrounding situation. Nami threw out another lightning fist. Just as Lu Fei was filling the cup, everyone from CP9 had already stepped on the moonwalk and came in front of everyone. It's getting more and more violent. Lu Fei looked at Nami, who looked like a female Thor, and said softly. What did you say? Nami asked, pulling Lu Fei's collar with electrified hands. Ahem, no. Lu Fei turned his head to the side in embarrassment, not knowing for a moment whether it was good or bad for Nami to eat the thunder fruit. Have you had enough trouble? Lu Qi interrupted the crowd, do you really know what you are doing? Hi. Lu Fei looked at Lu Qi, and suddenly pulled Sanji aside and asked in a low voice. Sanji, how is your pigeon soup? Hi. Sanji also took a closer look at the pigeon on Lu Qi's body. I saw that plait hair was shining brightly, and a pair of eyes were piercing, and Sanji's eyes were also shining for a while. For a cook, the most beautiful thing is probably encountering the kind of 0.8 ingredients that can be met but not sought after. No problem, luminous cooking, it's all right. Sanji raised his thumb and smiled at Lu Fei. Seeing that the two of them didn't feel nervous at all, Lu Qi was still discussing how to eat his pigeons, and couldn't help being angry. You guys. Just when Lu Qi was about to say something, Lu Fei interrupted Lu Qi with a smile. I heard that your finger pistol is doing well. Lu Fei smiled playfully. In the next second, violent lightning surged from Lu Fei's body. The figure instantly turned into a flash of lightning and flew towards Lu Qi. 2 hands. Activate. I'm going to play first, you guys take your time to pick your opponents. Lu Fei turned his head and said to the crowd. A raging thunder and lightning aura erupted from his body again, pushing Lu Qi, who was rolled his eyes by the electricity, to a step. Chapter 94. Then, let's play together first. Seeing Lu Qi recovering, Lu Fei said with a smile. Although Lu Qi was so shocked that he almost rolled his eyes just now, when the man stood up again, he still had a poker face, as if he had the winning ticket in his hands. Be obedient and grab it, you guys won't be able to run away. Lu Qi looked at Lu Fei and said disdainfully, throwing his suit jacket aside. Well, first of all, I'm not mocking you, I'm just curious. Lu Fei looked at the calm Lu Qi, and asked curiously, in your organization, is the daily training subject to persuade the opponent to surrender? What a mouthful. You are not Naruto, and you still persuade others to surrender? I surrender to you. Although he was full of ridicule towards Lu Qi, Lu Fei didn't dare to be careless. It is said that when this guy was 13 years old, he killed 500 soldiers by himself, and also killed a group of invading pirates by himself. He is an out-and-out cruel person. And the Marine 6 styles of these 11 guys are really 6. Shave. Seeing that his persuasion was useless, Lu Qi stepped on the ground dozens of times in an instant, turning into countless figures and appearing around Lu Fei. Oh, this is shaved. It was the first time Lu Fei saw such formal Marine 6 styles, and couldn't help exclaiming. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was an enemy, Lu Fei really wanted to give Lu a drum. Is a Marine who can use 6 styles still a qualified Marine? Unlike pirates in the middle and late stages, most of the fights are fancy fruit abilities, Marine 6 styles and so on. I guess the old thief Oda has forgotten. There are flaws. Looking at Lu Fei, who was full of flaws, Lu Qi kicked Lu Fei in the air. Tempest kick. Following Lu Qi's kick, a white crescent-shaped slash struck towards Lu Fei. If you want to kill me, you can try it. Lu Fei didn't panic at all when he saw the slash in front of him, instead he recited Zoro's favorite lines. Face the gust of wind. Lu Fei waved his hand. I don't know if it's because I became addicted to reading Old Man Wang's lines last time. Now Lu Fei only needs to activate his skills without reciting a few lines, and he always feels that there is something wrong with it. It happened that Yasuo's lines were very suitable for the occasion, so Lu Fei came over and used them directly. Shenluo Tianzheng. Activate. In the next second, with Lu Fei as the center, a force field visible to the naked eye appeared. Boom. When white slash met Shenluo Tianzheng, where did it come from and where did it go? Looking at this skill of rebounding, Lu Fei said that the big brother of the system really loves himself this time. Pain's skills are really useful when singled out. Full of flaws. Lu Qi suddenly appeared in front of Lu Fei, hardened his fingers, turned into countless after-images, and stabbed Lu Fei. 6 styles finger pistol. Using hardened fingers to stab at ultra-high speed, the power is comparable to bullets, and can easily penetrate a person's body. I'll go, if you have this skill, what kind of agent will you be? Go to the rich woman. Looking at the fingers that had turned into countless after-images, Lu Fei started to hey again. This hand speed. Tisk tisk. But, it's useless. Lu Fei smiled playfully. Shenluo Tianzheng. Activate. Boom. Just when Lu Qi thought he had stabbed Lu Fei, a strong repulsive force sent Lu Qi flying. You've been asked to do 2 tricks, so it's my turn. Lu Fei scratched his head and said as he saw Lu Qi flying out. Lu Fei covered one eye and activated the staring skill. Inferno-style flame control. Boom. A black flame suddenly appeared under Lu Qi's body. In the next second, black flame turned into a spike and stabbed at Lu Qi. Paper arts? Oh. Lu Fei saw that Lu Qi controlled his body like a picture on paper, unexpectedly dodging the spikes transformed by the black flame, and couldn't help but give a higher opinion of Marine 6 styles. However, my character is a suture monster. A knife suddenly appeared behind Lu Fei. Tear. Lu Fei held the saber flashing with thunder, and swung it 3 times on the spot, and in Lu Qi's eyes that didn't understand, he swung the 4th time. Chidori knife. Salted fish spike. The blade in his hand flashed with thunder, Lu Fei turned around and stabbed straight, and instantly came to Lu Qi, floating Lu Qi to the ground. In fact, it's not that Lu Fei wanted to swipe those 3 times out of thin air, it's really the character given by the system, a skill stitch monster. When Uchiha Sasuke, Susanoo State, does not use skills to level A, he must either fight with the opponent 3 times, or swing 3 times out of thin air, to launch this character's special attack. 1, 2, 3. Looking at Lu Qi who was about to fall, Lu Fei became playful all of a sudden. 4. As Lu Qi was about to fall, Lu Fei triggered the second special attack. Chidori knife. Second stage. Lu Fei saw the timing and inserted the knife into the ground, and countless blue lightning flashed across the ground in an instant. Boom! Lu Qi didn't understand what was going on, and was forced to fly into the air again. A knife appeared again in Lu Fei's hand, and he continued to move. In the next second, 697 Lu Fei's figure disappeared on the spot and appeared not far away. Chidori knife. 3 stages. Boom! With the appearance of a thunderball, Lu Qi was knocked into the air again. Lu Fei did not continue to attack this time, but smiled and looked at Lu Chen, who stood up again. Or, are you persuading me? Maybe I'll surrender. Lu Fei said with a smile. If it weren't for CP9, how could Robin leave without saying hello? Besides, my group made people from the capital of 7 waters chase the whole street. Lu Fei said that when he was in school, he never ran 1,000 meters so hard. This unpleasant incident, of course, must be blamed on Lu Qi. Smelly brat. Lu Qi also became a little angry, turned his head and said something to the pigeon on his shoulder. The pigeon fluttered twice, and left Lu Qi. You're going too far. Seeing the pigeon flying away, Lu Fei was unhappy. It's all agreed with Sanji, and the soup is coming tonight. You let the pigeons run away, what are you going to do tonight? Son thief! Hand over the pigeon. Let me spare you today. Lu Fei looked at the disappearing pigeon and said to Lu Qi angrily. Chapter 95. Little ghost, you've completely p'd me off. Lu Qi looked at the little ghost in front of him, but now he still wants to eat his own pigeon? Huh? Then what? Do you want to transform? Lu Fei looked at Lu Qi with a very kind smile. That's the kind, cool transformation. Lu Fei raised his hand in class to answer the teacher's question and said, that's the kind, Sai Wen, Baiu. 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 Stinky brat. Seeing Lu Fei, the only son, cheering up, Lu Qi instantly became furious. Who am I? CP9. The man who killed 500 Marines at the age of 13. Grandmaster Marine 6 Styles, a man who can still escape the 6 Styles. When has he ever been ridiculed like this? Although Lu Qi doesn't know who the Sai Wen that Lu Fei said is. But looking at Lu Fei's sarcastic look, he must be laughing at himself. In the next second, Lu Qi bulged his muscles all over his body, and even his appearance changed completely. Huh? Looking at Lu Qi, who has completed his transformation, Lu Fei sized him up carefully, and his height has also obviously increased, almost 3 meters. But the appearance has become much uglier. Lu Fei looked at Lu Qi in leopard form, and made a tisk-tisk sound. Also, why did the hair turn into big waves? It's very dramatic, isn't it? Fly finger pistol. Pull. Before Lu Fei could finish complaining, Lu Qi pointed his fingers at Lu Fei, and from his sharp nails, countless air bullets popped out. Shenluo Tianzheng. Activate. Sun thief. You don't talk about martial arts. Lu Fei raised his hand and waved all the air bombs that exploded. Shua. 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 Looking at the air bomb that was thrown away, Lu Qi didn't care at all, stomped his feet hard, and it turned into countless after images. Razor. Lu Qi combines moonwalk and shave to form a sharp track in midair. Tisk tisk. Looking at Lu Qi galloping in the air, Lu Fei expressed that he was not panicking at all, instead he kept groping for something from his bosom. Dang dang. Lu Fei held up a kin and smiled triumphantly. This kin was given during the lottery draw. According to the system, this kin is a treasure for cats. No cat can escape the temptation of dried fish. However, leopards should also belong to the cat family. Lu Fei scratched his head, opened the kin, and the fragrance overflowed instantly. Looking at Lu Qi, who paused in the air, Lu Fei seems to have understood something. Let's go. With a vigorous wave, Lu Fei threw out all the small dried fish in the kin, and took out his magic weapon, a small video camera. And the moment the dried fish was thrown, Lu Qi went berserk completely, his eyes glowed red, like a cat that has been hungry for a long time. Constantly using the razor, frantically looking for small dried fish in the air. After eating the dried fish, Lu Qi turned over and returned to the ground, stretched out his paw and licked it. Meow. It's earned. This wave is blood earning. Lu Fei hurriedly put the small camera back. Originally, Lu Fei just planned to record Lu Qi's predation state, and then let this guy have a good social death. But, can you imagine? A leopard more than 3 meters tall actually licks its paws and meows cutely? If only it was a female cat. The problem is that this is a tough male cat. No, Lu Fei shook his head, this should be a male leopard. If this is sent out, it will not be a question of social death or not. Ha ha ha, Lu Fei suppressed his smile, this time he was chased by the people of 7 waters, and this is his revenge. Smelly, stinky brat. What the hell did you do? Lu Qi regained control of himself, looked at Lu Fei in shock and asked. Lu Qi didn't understand why he became interested in a box of dried fish after so many years of training. Moreover, the moment this stinky brat threw out the dried fish. I can't control my body at all, it's more like an instinct, a crazy instinct. Hey? This. Lu Fei suddenly whispered to Lu Qi, "It's a secret." Stinky brat. Lu Qi was completely angry. When had he ever been insulted like this? 6 styles shaved. Lu Qi's figure appeared in front of Lu Fei in an instant. He first bent the fingers of both hands, and then hit Lu Fei with a super high-speed movement. Finger pistol. Yellow lotus. I told you, it's a secret. Lu Fei flashed a golden light, and instantly appeared behind Lu Qi. Speed is quality. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Lu Fei smiled mischievously, and kicked Lu Qi high into the air with a heavy leg kick. Prying out other people's secrets is not what a gentleman in a suit should do. In a flash, I'll kill you. Lu Fei took out 10 specially made kunao, and shot Lu Qi in the air. Multi-stage lightning and flint skills. Activate. Ever since Lu Fei exchanged gold for Bailey, he can be regarded as a well-known old landlord in this sea area. This kind of quality is bitter, that is to use a handful, throw away a handful. Compared with the hard life in Rog Town where he had to reclaim kunao after a fight, Lu Fei has long since left. Recycle kunao? Recycle a fart. This kind of wealth battle, Lu Fei has never fought in 8 lifetimes. As Ku Wu shot towards Lu Qi's surroundings, Lu Fei's figure turned into countless golden lights, constantly attacking Lu Chen in the air. Swish. Holding kunao in his hand, Lu Fei returned to the ground again. Seeing the illuminated esoteric icon, Lu Fei smiled mischievously. Lightning style double lariat. Activate. One can swish. Then. Lu Fei looked at Lu Qi who was about to land, suddenly put on a strange posture, and shouted at Lu Qi. In an instant, Lu Fei's body was full of lightning, and a tyrannical aura radiated from him. Okay. Blazer, Behind Lu Qi suddenly appeared a man wearing sunglasses and carrying 7 or 8 knives. When, no, how is it possible? Looking at the man who suddenly appeared behind him, Lu Qi was even more surprised. Why did a man suddenly appear in this place? Lu Qi hurriedly stomped the air, trying to escape his nephew with moonwalk. But what Lu Qi doesn't know is that Lu Fei's big move has already locked him firmly. For a second, Lu Qi only felt that he turned his gaze and flew into the air, and was pressed under him by the two in a strange posture. Double lariat. Lu Fei and Killer Bee shouted at the same time, and the thunder light on their bodies became even more violent. Boom. After Lu Fei released his big move, he tiptoed and left the spot, facing Lu Qi whose fur was scorched black. With your strength, you want to stop me, next time. Lu Fei stretched his sore wrist and said with a cup. Chapter 96. Just when Lu Fei thought that the enemy had been dealt with, and wanted to reunite with his companions, and thought of taking out the small bench for watching the theater, Lu Fei's voice came from behind him. Smelly, stinky brat, I didn't say, you can go, cough cough cough. Lu Fei turned his head and looked at Lu Qi who had climbed up from the pit and was in a state of distress, with a look of surprise on his face. No wonder people always say that under normal circumstances, under 6 paths, the combat power of One Piece world is higher than that of Hokage world. Looking at it today, it seems to make sense. Although the attackers in both worlds are flashy, the pirate world is indeed a bit tough. For example, Buggy the Clown, when he was hit by him like that, his braids turned upside down, but Lu Qi was still able to stand up. However, what Lu Qi said just now makes me feel a little familiar. Ahem, cough, kid. Lu Fei looked at his scorched fur, and said bitterly to Lu Fei, smelly brat, you will pay for what you did just now. Yes, Lu Fei looked at the black coal ball Lu Qi, the corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching. It's all like this and you still speak harshly? Is it really unclear who is in control of the situation now? Hey, since you've already fallen, why don't you stay where you are? Lu Fei looked at Lu Qi who was still about to fight, smiled, and said, if you're dead, you really have nothing. Smelly brat, it's you who dies. 113 Lu Qi stepped on the ground dozens of times in an instant, turned into countless figures and attacked Lu Fei again. Razor. Looking at Lu Qi who was so fast that he couldn't even see the afterimage clearly, Lu Fei could only sigh helplessly. For some reason, at this moment, Lu Fei actually thought of his own cheap father Long. You said that if Long's team turned these guys around, what would happen to the 5 elders? It's full of flaws. Looking at Lu Fei who was stunned in place, Lu Qi's figure instantly appeared in front of Lu Fei, and he directly launched his ultimate move. 6 style 6 king gun. Lu Qi's fists exuded terrifying power for a moment, and rushed towards Lu Fei. 6 king's gun? Looking at this familiar posture, Lu Fei suddenly thought that the only person who seems to be able to perform 6 styles is Lu Qi. But if you want to talk about melee combat, I am invincible now. Shenluo Tianzheng. Activate. With a wave of Lu Fei's hand, a strong repulsive force sent Lu Qi flying again. How is it possible? Lu Qi coughed out a mouthful of blood, with a suspicious expression on his face. How is that impossible? Lu Fei looked at Lu Qi who was flying upside down, and smiled kindly. That's Shenluo Tianzheng. As long as I am strong enough. What do you think I can't stop? Be careful, I can't guarantee that you will survive the next set of combos. Seeing Lu Qi, who had stabilized his body and knelt on one knee, Lu Fei said, "Universal pull. One piece." Lu Fei raised his right hand, and suddenly a strong suction burst out of his palm, ready to suck Lu Qi, who had just landed. The moment Lu Fei raised his hand, Lu Qi felt a strong attraction, and suddenly put his feet into the ground, wanting to resist this gravity. "But it's useless to do anything, I can only watch my body fly towards Lu Fei." "Why?" Lu Qi looked at Lu Fei and asked in disbelief. "Universal pull. Second stage." Lu Fei used gravity, sucked Lu Qi into the air, and smashed it hard to the ground. Boom. Why, I can't use my strength." Lu Qi fell to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood again. "Ah, why is that?" Lu Fei smiled and didn't intend to explain. "Is it possible that I have to tell the opponent that when I activate some skills, the opponent will be forced to freeze? Thinking too much. This is my trump card, why did I tell you, Lu Jiang? Universal pull." 3 paragraphs. Lu Qi was once again drawn into midair by gravity, and was pierced by Lu Fei with a black stick. "Wow." Lu Qi spit out a mouthful of blood again, looked down at the pierced abdomen, endured the severe pain, and stared at Lu Fei. "Well, I guess you must be thinking, didn't I survive?" Lu Fei looked at the embarrassed Lu Qi and smiled. "Tisk, why does it feel like I'm the villain now? I'm ravaging my opponent, and I want to eat the pigeons that have been with him for many years. You're still a good opponent." Lu Fei looked at Lu Qi, scratched his head and said, "So this move, bead, try to survive as much as possible. Secret scroll chakra. Activate." Looking at the big skill that only he can see and light up, Lu Fei can only choose a mystery with a slightly smaller range. Akatsuki Organization. Unite Mysteries. Activate. Let's assemble. Lu Fei laughed. Boom. A cloud of smoke exploded. In the next second, Lu Fei flashed a white light, wearing a red cloud black robe. And beside Lu Fei, 9 men also appeared in red clouds and black robes. How is it possible? Lu Qi was shocked and speechless. Why are there so many people appearing in 10 seconds? So did the man with the 7 knives just now. He also appeared behind him in an instant. Does the other party have the ability to control and summon people? Scatter. Lu Fei gave an order. 10 people rushed towards Lu Qi. Yahoo! Haydn held a 3-segment sickle and slashed at Lu Qi. Tear. A huge wound instantly appeared on Lu Qi's chest. Before Lu Qi could react, the Angle was already in front of him. The noisy guy. Angle glanced at Haydn impatiently, and punched Lu Qi hard in the abdomen. There's no elasticity at all. The aloe vera head emerged from the ground in an instant, spinning at high speed, and knocking Lu Qi away again. Dude! Deodara shouted happily, and instantly threw 2 clay bird bombs at Lu Qi in the air. Hearing Deodara's shout, the scorpion immediately raised its hands and spewed out 2 hot flames. Boom! The huge explosion actually made everyone stop fighting at this moment, and looked at Lu Fei with dull faces. Even the marine below looked at the top of his head with a dazed expression. Damn! Orochimaru waved his hands, and smiled evilly. The original explosion turned into a tornado of flames, and Lulaki controlled it. The man standing behind Orochimaru suddenly opened his eyes, aimed at the flame tornado with tears of blood, and launched the staring skill. Amaterasu! Amaterasu! Boom! The flame tornado that was originally fiery red turned into a purple-black flame tornado in an instant. Kisame! Uchiha Itachi yelled, closing his eyes. As soon as the words fell, a man with a shark face jumped out from behind Uchiha Itachi, holding an exaggerated knife, and slashed towards the flame tornado. What? With the explosion of the ghost shark, the purple-black flame tornado actually let the man with the shark face split open with a knife. Conan has been waiting in the air for a long time, watching the flame tornado being cut open. He raised his hand and shot countless paper guns. Whoosh whoosh. So, what I just said is this move. Lu Fei jumped on top of Lu Qi's head and raised his hands. God Luo Tianzheng. Boom. After a loud noise, members of the Akatsuki organization stood on the ruins in the corner, posing in a classic pose. This is the power of the Xiao organization. Lu Fei looked at Lu Qi, who had no idea where he had been blasted, and said proudly. Chapter 97. Woohoo, it's cool now. Lu Fei waved goodbye to the disappearing crowd, although Lu Fei also knew that the other party was an NPC. But not to mention, this wave of joint secrets of the system is indeed quite gimmicky. Especially after you have finished using a set of skills, it is really cool to pose on top of the ruins. But in general, there are still some small flaws. Why doesn't Kisame use water style? Kisame's famous stunt is water style. Especially water style's dam who repairs big explosion water rushing waves, and accountant and take it to eat, big shark bombing technique. Could it be that it was too late to make a seal? I could only show my head in embarrassment and get a knife? Lu Fei shook his head, not thinking about these strange things anymore, turned around and walked towards his friends. But what Lu Fei didn't expect was that he had already finished fighting, and his little friends had just started fighting. What's the situation? Lu Fei looked at Robin with a puzzled look and asked. At this moment, Robin is still handcuffed by Sea Stone, unable to exert his ability, so he can only hide helplessly and watch the show. Forget it, let me study your handcuffs first. Lu Fei looked down at the handcuffs, wanting to use the ability, but afraid of hurting Robin. Ding! Pirate World Mall is open, Sea Stone handcuff key, a pair of 2 million Baileys. Well, isn't it just 2 million Baileys, buy it. When Lu Fei heard the sound of the system, he didn't hesitate, and directly changed a key. When he was about to open it, Lu Fei suddenly became a little confused. Didn't he collect 5 keys in the original book? Damn it! Could it be that the system wants to sell 5 keys to itself? That's 10 million Baileys. But even if it's 20 million, you still have to buy it. If Zoro knew what Lu Fei was thinking at the moment, he would definitely call him a fake fan. Obviously, 5 keys were released to confuse their group, but 5 keys were not needed to open it. Tisk! The system clicked his tongue in displeasure, and before Lu Fei could complain, the sound of the system entered Lu Fei's mind again. Ding! One Piece Mall update, new One Piece manga. Lu Fei was a little dazed, always feeling as if he was being ridiculed, but he couldn't tell what was strange. Pat! Lu Fei turned the key, and looked at the opened handcuffs in complete incomprehension. What about the 5 keys that were agreed upon? How could it be opened with just one? Lu Fei shouted in his heart that the system is awesome. Ding! Pirate World's new arrivals, 6 cores, 6 walnuts, PS, 6 walnuts are always in the house, to replenish the brain. On the other side, looking at Lu Fei who had already settled the battle, Zoro also seriously examined the opponent in front of him. After all, everyone was busy fighting just now, and Robin was the only one left. If someone suddenly popped up and took Robin away, I and my group should really find a place to cry. So in the battle just now, Zoro could only defend passively, checking Robin's situation from time to time. Hey! Zoro, you're cheating. Where's your Hasa? What does your grandma often say? You cut him. Oh, I'm so anxious, could it be that you are really banned? Ha 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 ha, why don't you replace me? Hearing the mocking sound in his ears, Zoro wished he could tear his own captain's mouth open. He was obviously worried about Robin's situation, so why did he get banned in a blink of an eye? Shut up, Captain Dog. One more word will kill you. Zoro turned his head and raised his knife and shouted at Lu Fei. Ahem, I'm sorry, you continue. Looking at the furious Zoro, Lu Fei could only shrink his head, took out the small bench, and prepared to see what cheats everyone has added during this time. Okay, let's start the second round of fighting. Zoro said to Keiku, watching the captain who had calmed down. At this moment, the enemy Zoro faced was Keiku. The two are both swordsmen, but Keiku's 2 swordsmanship combined with Tempest Kick suppressed Zoro who was not cheating for a while. Keiku took the lead in attacking, using Moonwalk to constantly change directions. Tempest Kick. A series of crescent-shaped slashes flew towards Zoro continuously. Ding ding ding. The magic knife in Zoro's hand has been entangled by the armed color, and all the slashes are bounced off. Huh? Lu Fei looked at Zoro suspiciously. According to common sense, facing such a long-range attack, Zoro should have blocked it with a wind wall long ago? Damn it! Lu Fei was taken aback, wouldn't he really hit the mark? Is it possible that this dude was forced to hang up when it was Sky Island, let it be titled? Seeing the 2 people in the field, fighting inseparably, Lu Fei really suspected that Zoro had been banned. Let me show you my latest ability. Keiku looked at Zoro, who was evenly matched with him, and said with a smile. Let's just say, Keiku's figure keeps getting bigger, and bursts of tyrannical aura emanate from Keiku's body. Hey Zoro looked at Keiku who had turned into a giraffe, and sighed helplessly. Ask for her flowers. I don't use skills, but I just want to fight Keiku, who is also a swordsman, to see what stage I have grown to now. Zoro would really like to end this fight with just a draw if he can. But it seems that there is no way, the opponent has transformed, and I can only use skills. Then, let me show you the moves I have practiced hard these days. Zoro looked at Keiku who had already transformed, and smiled indifferently. Zoro retracted the magic knife into the scabbard, put on a strange posture of drawing the knife, and roared. Sword Shura! Boom! In an instant, Zoro's whole body was lit with blue fireworks, emitting a blue light so dense that it could be seen by the naked eye. At this moment, Zoro's aura has been terrifyingly increased dozens of times. Me? Lu Fei stood up from the melon-eating bench in surprise. Didn't you get banned? This terrifying aura doesn't look like you've been banned. I feel it. Zoro suddenly raised his head and looked at the giraffe with a hey smile. At this moment, Zoro felt the breath of the magic knife in his hand, the breath of the stone, the breath of the tree, and the breath of the ground. I remembered what Koshiro said, there is a kind of swordsman who can cut paper, but can cut everything. Although Zoro has the basic gift packs of knowledge color and armed color given by the system. But at this moment, Zoro is the real comprehension. So, is this the power that can cut through steel? Zoro spun the magic knife thousand blades out of thin air, stood on the ground, and assumed that familiar posture. Now I should be able to use that trick. One knife flow mystery, wash and send. Lion song. I saw a flash of white light. Zoro had come to the back of the giraffe, and retracted the magic knife into the scabbard. And Zoro didn't even look at the giraffe, turned around and walked towards Lu Fei. You. Keiku the giraffe turned his head and was about to say something. Next second. Tear. A huge wound opened on Keiku's body, and with a lot of blood gushing out, Keiku fell to the ground. I'll go, a big boss. Lu Fei couldn't close his mouth in astonishment as he looked at such a handsome Zoro. Is this the real man who never looks back at the explosion? Lu Fei unconsciously gave Zoro a thumbs up, not convinced. At this moment, Zoro will belong to the temperament of a real man, and he will be sure of it. Chapter 98. Hey Captain, where's your little bench for eating melons? Let's get another one. Zoro looked at Lu Fei who sat down and was about to watch, and shouted in dissatisfaction. I've worked so hard to fight monsters here, why don't you leave me a little bench? Oh, take it and take it. Lu Fei took out another small bench from the system space and handed it to Zoro. Just like that, Lu Fei, Zoro Robin, and the three neatly and well-behaved lined up, sitting on a small bench to watch the show. Oh, by the way, Zoro-san, your one just now is called One Sword Shura, it's a bit fierce, Lu Fei asked hastily, remembering Zoro's state just now. It wasn't that Lu Fei was curious, it was that Zoro who was in a state of explosion just now was too exaggerated. According to Lu Fei's estimation, Zoro's strength in that state has increased by at least dozens of times. You said that? Zoro didn't care, and said, although that thing is strong, it can only last for a minute, and it will still be weak after it is finished. What the hell? Lu Fei was a little confused, just for a minute? What can you do in 1 minute? Then it's over before you can take off everything? This is too short. And the most outrageous is the weak state? You shouldn't use such an outrageous state, Zoro. Like the unlimited sword system last time, isn't that better than this one? Looking at Lu Fei's suspicious eyes, Zoro could only helplessly explain. Although the side effects of this state are exaggerated, the explosive power is also exaggerated. Just say, the shower just now was handsome. Handsome, Lu Fei thought of the white light just now, he was indeed handsome, but then he said earnestly to Zoro. You don't need to use that state for the time being. If there is a group fight in the future and the follow-up is not enough, you just wait to die. Alright, I got it. Zoro understood that Lu Fei also had good intentions, and this state was indeed dangerous. One knife Shura can only be used once a day, condensing all the power he has into 1 minute. After the systematic magic reform, all the strength will be forcibly concentrated, and the physical strength will be strengthened dozens of times. When used, blue fireworks will be ignited all over the body, with a blue light so dense that it can be seen by the naked eye. However, the side effects are also exaggerated to death, but the body will weaken rapidly after using it. If it wasn't for Zoro who could automatically turn off this state, he would probably be tired and doubt his life in the corner. Huh? Chopper is getting entangled by the opponent. Lu Fei said, pointing to a place where the battle took place. I'll go, help. Zoro immediately stood up from the stool, wanting to help with Lu Fei. But before the two of them came to him, he heard Chopper shouting. This is my battle, I don't want to fight in the future, I can only hide and cheer. Please, Captain. Listening to Chopper's shout, Lu Fei and Zoro could only continue to sit on the bench, but their bodies were tense. Always ready to go to the rescue. Tisk, I didn't say that, why did you let Chopper go up to fight? Lu Fei muttered dissatisfiedly, what if Chopper goes berserk, breaks his neck and tears? I don't know either. You ran so fast at that time, I went out to fight, who knows how Chopper got on? Zoro scratched his head helplessly. At this moment, Chopper was entangled in midair by the god-tier jumping stick in front of him, unable to move. The magic stick in front of him is one of CP9 Kumadori, the same Grandmaster 6 styles. Often use the usual method of trapping the opponent with hair, and make the hair stretchable like octopus claws. Make the opponent unable to move, and then use other attack methods to kill the opponent. Yo ye, little civet cat, you can't move now, right? The magic stick raised the long stick in his hand, and was about to give Chopper a chill. And Chopper, who was tied up by his hair, suddenly gritted his teeth, as if he had made some difficult decision. You are such a boring man. Chopper looked at Kumadori who was holding a long stick, and smiled softly. What? The god-tier pink-haired stick was stunned, and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Why did you see a beautiful woman behind Chopper just now, mocking yourself? Snapped. Chopper exerted a sudden force, breaking off all the hair tied to his body, and looked at the magic stick calmly. It's not me that's wrong, it's the whole world. Chopper snapped his hoof and made a snapping sound. In the next second, the hat on Chopper's head fell off. The originally brown hair suddenly turned white in an instant. Damn it, I'm already in pain. Zoro covered his right eye, looking like he had a chuyunib. It hurts you, uncle. Luffy slashed at Zoro's head with a knife in his hand. Don't get sick at a time like this. Luffy pointed at the chopper possessed by Jinmu Gourmet and shouted, you must definitely look after Chopper in the future, don't let this blackened appearance appear. Understood. Zoro muttered dissatisfiedly, and then said, but it's nothing, I seem to remember that Chopper said that he can already control this power, so don't worry. Oh wash the kelp. Listening to the familiar singing voice, Luffy covered his face. Is it okay to have your own exclusive BGM after a fight? Boom. While Luffy and Zoro were complaining, Chopper kicked the magic stick down, but he never thought that the magic stick would catch his hoof. Hey, I will never let go. The magic stick grabbed Chopper's feet and laughed jokingly. Swish. Chopper spins 720 in the air, without worrying about being twisted into a twisted hoof. Boom. Chopper threw another flying kick, kicking the wand to the side. Do you think I still feel the pain now? Chopper flicked his hoof and instantly recovered. Tisk, it hurts just looking at it. Luffy looked at the Jinmuhua Chopper, and couldn't help rubbing his legs. If you don't know this, you might think that Chopper ate rubber fruit. Huh? Luffy suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a fruit with no side effects in his system space, which seemed to be given when he finished beating Enel last time. It seems that I have to find a time to use my own cheating, after all, I am still young. Kill you, kill you, kill you. The magic stick climbed up from the ground in embarrassment, changed its hair into octopus claws, and danced in the air. Then, come on. Chopper kicked his hooves, and suddenly 4 scarlet tails appeared from his waist. What? Feeling the evil aura coming from those 4 tails, the magic stick suddenly felt a sense of fear from the bottom of his heart. But there is no way, as a member of CP9, the magic stick can only suppress the fear in his heart, use Razor to appear in front of Chopper, and launch an attack. Finger pistol Q. The magic stick took his own stick, turned into countless after images, and stabbed towards Chopper. But at this moment, Chopper has 4 tails. Bang 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 bang. Chopper commanded a tail behind him, and kept resisting the stabbing of 5.4, which was approaching ultimate. The other 3 tails also turned into countless after images, and they just slapped the magic stick. Bang 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 bang. After a while, the magic stick was completely knocked out by Chopper, and he fell to the ground with a bruised nose and a swollen face. And Chopper, on the other hand, hit the fainted wand again. Probably for no other reason, Chopper just wants the magic stick to know. This era, known as Joe Beard. Hey, it's alright. Luffy appeared immediately and stopped Chopper. If it was going on, it would be bloody and inappropriate. Yes, Chopper, already fainted, really fainted. Zoro also hurriedly hugged Chopper and shouted. Zoro also glanced at the stick in disgust. Who do you think is not good to offend? You insist on messing with the hidden boss in our team, aren't you making trouble? After a while of persuasion, Luffy and Zoro looked at each other when they looked at Chopper, who would look naive again. In the future, don't let Chopper get shot. Chapter 99. Hey. I'm so envious. Luffy looked at Chopper, who was sitting in Robin's arms and enjoying a massage, with indescribable envy. Originally, Luffy had already prepared the small bench, but Robin hugged Chopper directly in his arms and gave Chopper a full body massage. Huh? Are you coming too? Robin looked at Luffy with an envious expression, patted his long legs, smiled softly, and signaled that there was still room. Ahem. Luffy could only turn his head away in embarrassment. How could he answer it? Cut, have a heart but not a gut. Zoro looked at the embarrassed Luffy and snorted disdainfully. What are you talking about, you thief? Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately jumped into a rage as if his tail had been stepped on, and was about to spray Zoro. Is there anyone else here? Zoro smiled disdainfully, not panicking at all. How come, let's have a game. Luffy squinted and smiled. Come on. I'm afraid you won't make it. Zoro also smiled with a twisted mouth, quite a bit of the momentum of a dragon king with a twisted mouth. T-dash. Ola 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 ola. Woo big wood big wood big wood big wood big. The two people's painting styles changed suddenly, they waved their fists, and started fighting again. Hey, talk to me quietly and have a good conversation. Nami looked at the two who started to fight each other again, and a flash appeared beside them, punching and hammering to the ground. Not long after, the two touched the big bag above their heads, and when they looked up, they were completely stunned. N.A., Nami. Luffy looked at the Q-printed Nami in front of him in a daze, and wondered if he was punched through by Nami's 10 punches just now. Otherwise, what about that youthful and beautiful Nami? How did it become like this? One Piece World doesn't have a Q version of the style. And Nami like this is a bit too mellow. How should I put it like this? Luffy recalled the words that could describe it in his mind, and suddenly he had an idea. Isn't this the Powerpuff Girls? The Powerpuff Girls Nami. Debut. Are you? Zoro also looked at Nami's look very surprised, but seeing Khalifa walking towards the middleman, Zoro guessed the whole thing. Khalifa is one of the members of CP9, the secret service organization within the world government. She is the only female in CP9 and has the ability of bubble fruit. Her weapon is a long whip with thorns on it, and she has long golden hair. Want to run away? Khalifa walked towards the middleman with a thorny whip in his hand. Yo-ho! Lu Fei and Zoro looked at the long-legged Khalifa, forgetting for a moment that there were two women beside them. Does it look good? Nami held a thunderbolt in his hand and stood behind the two, interrogating his soul. Look at what you said, look at this leg. That's it. The two suddenly remembered that they and others were still at the ice lobby, not looking at girls on the street. Looking at Nami's lightning flashing fist, the two hurriedly wanted to retract their heads, but they didn't want to. Luo Bing crossed his hands and activated his ability. The two stretched out two hands behind their backs, supporting their heads firmly. Bang! Bang! As Nami's lightning fist landed, the two rolled on the spot covering their heads for a long time. Really, why are all men like this? Listening to Nami's complaints, I can only look at each other and smile. This is not seeing a real person, how can I blame myself? The painting style of Pirate World in the early stage is so weird, it's hard to see a normal girl. Can you not take a second look? You guys, have you had enough trouble? Khalifa looked at the unreliable crowd, raised his long legs and shot a tempest kick. Face the wind. Zoro swung his knife, blocking the blow from the wind wall. Ahem, Nami-chan, didn't I help you develop a big move? Lu Fei looked at the Powerpuff Girls version of Nami, very curious. As far as other fruits are concerned, but Thunder Fruit, I am an expert in the development of lightning abilities. And obviously Nami has already practiced that move. Why did he become like this when facing Khalifa? Because. Nami blushed, a little embarrassed, and said hesitatingly. Aren't you proficient yet? Lu Fei looked at Nami who was hesitating, and wondered if this big move was still a bit difficult to operate, so Nami was not proficient in battle and couldn't use it. No, it's not. Nami felt really embarrassed to say it. Obviously already had such a powerful fruit, and finally had a big move, but because of his own reasons, he couldn't use it. Huh? Just use it if you have a big move, it's not easy for me to use it. Zoro scratched his head, pointed at Khalifa in front of him and said. Bah, man. Nami glanced at Zoro mockingly, you must see that he looks pretty. But looking at the current situation, Nami could only reluctantly take out a 1 Bailey coin from his pocket. Hey? You Captain Dog, you don't know the trick Nami developed, do you? Zoro looked at the familiar movements and was completely confused. Yes, it's the trick you want 823 to do. Lu Fei grinned. Ding! As soon as the words fell, I saw Nami's body flashing with lightning, and he bounced the coin high. Nami stretched out his right hand, already facing Khalifa, and the moment the coin fell, Nami flicked his thumb. Railgun. Activate. Boom. The coins burst out with the thunder, and the terrifying speed would even leave after images in the air. The orange beam is like a laser, and its power even cuts through the concrete ground where the range track passes. Damn! Seeing this familiar scene, Zoro could only express his shock in one sentence. How is it? Lu Fei looked at this exaggerated blow, and couldn't help raising his eyebrows. The proud expression was the same as that of his own girl who scored 100 points in the exam. Ha 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 ha, I am the only railgun that will live forever. Lu Fei laughed heartily. Nice. Zoro could only stick out his thumb, a thunder fruit, there is no one who can play like this. And when the orange light beam disappeared, where was the shadow of Khalifa in front of everyone? Chapter 100. Well, it still hurts, Nami said sadly, clutching her chest. And at this time, Lu Fei also understood why Nami just now made people call him Powerpuff Girls, and there was no need to use big moves. That's a Bailey. It's not worth much at all, is it? Seeing Nami's sad expression, Lu Fei could only try his best not to complain. After the story of Sky Island, although everyone can't talk about being particularly rich. But with so much gold, it shouldn't be a problem for me to become the richest man in East Blue, right? But thinking of Nami's money-greedy character, Lu Fei had no choice but to hand over a 100 Bailey note to comfort her. Huh? Hehe, then I'll accept it. Seeing the 100 Baileys handed over, Nami happily accepted it, and her mood improved. Hey, Lu Fei looked at the happy Nami, and thought to himself whether there is a slot machine in One Piece world, and then grab a bunch of game coins, so that Nami will not be afraid in the future. Huh? No. Lu Fei suddenly thought of something, and asked Nami suspiciously. Student Nami, where is your yellow leather child? Ah? What a yellow-skinned mouse, it sounds awful. Nami was very dissatisfied when he heard Lu Fei call his pet. It's called Pikachu. Ah, yes, Pikachu, why didn't you let it out to fight just now? Lu Fei asked suspiciously at the red and white ball hanging from Nami's waist. Ah? Isn't that a pet? Nami was also stunned, she didn't know. Isn't such a cute little thing a pet? Nami looked at Lu Fei suspiciously, no one told her that Pikachu could still fight? Hey, can you say anything more interesting? He squinted and waved his hands towards the crowd. Seeing the kind smile of squint eyes, the enemy should also be upset. You guys, when you gave Nami this thing, didn't you tell her the correct way to use it? Lu Fei pointed to the red and white ball on Nami's waist, and asked Usopp. Squinting his eyes recalling what happened that day, he said with a smile, it doesn't seem like hey. Violent waste. Really violent waste. Pikachu. Although it is put in the Pokemon game, most players will not catch it, and it belongs to the series that dogs do not use. But in the animation, that thing is the existence that even the beasts dare to be tough. In the end, you just let it go? Do you want Pikachu to be a mascot like Chopper? And the most important thing is, this thing was brought out by Brook. Let's talk about Brook's comparison. Do you think the Pikachu you took out is an ordinary Pokemon? Hey. Brook is ABD, Lu Fei said helplessly, covering his head. Boss, are you calling me? Just as everyone complained, Brook also ended the fight and walked over. After Zoro's brief explanation, Brook slapped his head and remembered that he really didn't tell Nami about Pikachu's fighting skills that day. Oh right, Brook seemed to remember something. Suddenly a white light flashed, and there was a red hat in his hand. This is... Lu Fei looked at the familiar hat, and for a moment didn't know how to complain. This hat is clearly the one that Zai has been wearing all the time. But what will Brook do with this? To Nami? In the future, my adventure group will have an additional trainer Nami? Brook handed the hat to Nami and said, this hat can be worn by Pikachu to increase combat power. Lu Fei watched Nami release Pikachu, and after putting on the hat, he was completely stunned. For a time, the desire to complain was burning. I'm going, is Sanji pulling like this now? Just when Lu Fei was about to complain, he heard Zoro beside him saying. As soon as he turned his head, he saw that Sanji was kicked by a wolf and flew into the air. The werewolf stepped on the moonwalk and sent Sanji in midair with a Marine 6 styles combo. Boom! A bystander punched Sanji to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The one who confronted Sanji was Jabra, one of CP9, who has the wolf form ability. Ahem. Sanji stood up and patted the dust off his body indifferently. I'm going, Sanji was cut? No, right. Lu Fei looked at Sanji, who looked indifferent, but was still very worried when he was hit in the air by the opponent just now. But what puzzled Lu Fei was, why didn't Sanji explode his clothes? Isn't it easy to fight the werewolf Jabra in Sanji's status? Hi, help! Zoro asked, waving at Sanji. As soon as Sanji turned his head, he saw everyone sitting in a row obediently looking at myself. Tisk. Sanji blushed and smacked his lips in displeasure. Originally, I just wanted to have fun, but I didn't expect that everyone had already ended the battle. And the picture of me being hit by a small combo just now must have been seen by everyone, definitely seen it. Swish. Under the confused expressions of Lu Fei and others, Sanji suddenly put the 7-star knife on his back into the Space Minister. Following Liangba's giant blade, he knelt down on one knee. With the tip of the knife pointing up, he put his head against the knife and said softly. I am the witness of your life. I rub it. No. My youth is back. Amidst several screams, Yamanaka slashed out with a giant blade in his hand, knocking the werewolf into the air. Suddenly, Sanji jumped up, spun the giant blade in his hand, and slashed at the werewolf. When Jabra hastily launched Iron Body and blocked Sanji's blow. That's it? Hi. Jabra smiled disdainfully. It's sad, you don't know anything. Sanji smiled indifferently, and suddenly the giant blade in Zhao's hand emitted a faint blue light. When after a crisp sound, the giant blade turned into 6 knives of different shapes, spread all over the werewolf's surroundings. Super Martial God Overlord / Activate. Sanji suddenly emitted a faint blue light. In the next second, Sanji's figure disappeared from the werewolf, holding different knives, and slashed at the werewolf from all directions. Swish swish swish. After countless slashes, Sanji appeared on top of the werewolf again. Holding the last sharp blade, from top to bottom, quickly slash across the werewolf's body. Boom. With the final blow, the werewolf in midair exploded violently. Rest in peace. In the memory, Sanji took a knife that fell from above his head, raised his head and said lightly. Swish swish swish. As soon as the words fell, the other 5 knives fell from the sky and spread all over Sanji's surroundings.